Hello everybody, welcome back to a brand new episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, this episode brought to you by me. I read it. Ilza's written it. It's the walking statues of Rapa Nui, which is a pronunciation I definitely looked up before this. Now, normally I don't like to bother. That sounds like way too much work, doesn't it? But given that it's the subject of today's video, I thought it would be a good idea. Anyway, let's jump into it, shall we? Let's see what there is to decode, because I don't think statues can walk. As always, ready to be proven wrong. Don't think I will be. On the shores of a tiny, windswept island, 7 statues patiently gaze out over the open seas. In the distance, a tiny speck appears, bobbing up and down in the restless ocean. Slowly, the speck becomes 3, and finally, the 3 specks turn into 3 ships, fighting their way through the pounding waves. It'll be interesting to know who was more surprised, the 7 statues seeing really big and impressive canoes for the first time, or the crew aboard the 3 ships coming across this small island that up to that point no one knew existed, and being greeted by locals dressed in bright colours, and looming up behind them, really big stone heads. Tell you who wasn't surprised? The stone heads, because they're made of stone. They can't be surprised. Ever since that fateful Easter Sunday in 1722, when Dutch Admiral Jacob Roggeveen came across the tiny piece of land he creatively named Easter Island, the Western world has been captivated by the giant statues called moai that can be found all over the island. Roggeveen himself only stayed for 1 day. He was looking for a continent, Terra Australis, not another island, but his visit was the first of many visits to come. The past was... I always say the past was the worst, but the past in this case, kind of awesome. These, people out there exploring the world, and they're like, no, I'm not looking for some boring-ass island. I'm looking for a continent, mate. And it's like, today, I feel like all of the islands have been discovered, right? Because we have satellites. And it's like, there's no big secret island out there that no one's discovered that is actually awesome. What a disappointing time we live in.
My disappointment is immeasurable.
Today, thousands of tourists flock to the island to see the enigmatic moai, and researchers have spent years trying to figure out the secrets of the giant statues with limited success. Sadly, much of the history of the islanders, known as the Rapa Nui and the story of the walking moai, have been forgotten by a people that was nearly wiped out by multiple disasters that befell them. Let me guess, some of those disasters have got to do with that Dutch dude arriving. Because it's like, yeah, they're all getting on, blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh yeah, smallpox, the plague, all that horrible. And through all that, the moai have stood patiently watching the story of the island unfold. They've seen it all. They know all the secrets. But like most ancient gods, they have no intention of sharing. Not that they can. They're made of stone, Ilza! Grand moai. What makes Easter Island, or Rapa Nui as it's known by the locals, so unique are the statues. Close to 1,000 statues of different sizes have been found standing or lying down all around the island. Holy there are 1,000 of them? I thought there were like 5.
That's a lot.
Wow, okay. They were busy on that island making those statues. They're probably like, yeah, no, farming, nah. Hunting, nah. Looking after our kids, nah. Exploring, nah. Building massive statues, hell yes. Religion makes people do crazy. Like, people just spend, a large part of their Sunday in church worshipping the mystical sky god. And it's like, why? It's like a big waste of time, doesn't it? Oh, people are not going to like that. Through archaeological excavations and conservation efforts, some of the fallen statues have been returned to their platforms, but most of them are still buried up to their shoulders, leading to the mistaken belief that they're nothing more than heads. There's a body underneath them? It better be a tiny-ass body, because otherwise those statues are going to be buried deep. On average, a moai can weigh up to 80 tons and stand around 10 meters tall. However, the lot, that's 33 feet, by the way. You're welcome, Americans, and old British people. However, my nan was always like, it's like 70 Fahrenheit outside. They'd be like, Nan, speak English. Tell it to me in Celsius, or if you're feeling old, centigrade. Fahrenheit is very 19th century, Nan. It's okay, she doesn't watch this show because she's dead. However, God, I didn't expect that joke to be quite so dark there. Don't know why that came out of my mouth. I apologise. But not to my nan, because she's dead. However, the largest moai found to date, El Gigante, sounds like a fat drug dealer, weighs around 150 tons and stands at an impressive 20 meters or 66 feet, with the slightest moai only standing at 1.13 meters or 3.7 feet. Some of the moai also wear a pakau on their heads. Hope you're going to explain to me what that is, Elsa, because I'm not very familiar. It's not like you... Yeah. Well, welcome to the Gap, sir. What would you like? I'd like a pakau. They'd be like, Don't know what that is. No one knows what that is. The Bacao is made from soft red stone and shaped like a hat, and probably represents some kind of headdress, or perhaps a top knot. The moai all appear to be male, though a handful of female moai have been found with an oversized head and similar facial features. A long, sloping nose, deep-set eyes with a narrow mouth and a very prominent chin. The news that the statues had bodies took the world by storm in around 2012. Wait, we only discovered they have bodies in 2012? No archaeologists have ever been to Easter Island and been like, have we considered digging below them? See if there's anything down there? Because isn't that like literally the job description of an archaeologist? Have a dig at the ground and see if anything's down there. Below a giant head would seem like a great place to look, archaeological community. However, it wasn't quite the grand discovery that the media made it out to be. Archaeologists studying the statues have known about the body since around 1914. Okay, good. Otherwise I was about to, think the whole archaeological community are just smoking crack instead of doing archaeology. The statues have been standing around the island for hundreds of years, so most are still buried in rocks and sediment, not sediment, that'd be very hard to be buried in, but rather sediment, which both hid but also preserved the bodies. It's not the full body though, it's just the torso and 2 arms. Apparently the statues didn't need legs to walk. Well, they wouldn't be walking, Ilza, would they? Because they're made of stone, Ilza! Each statue sits on a stone platform called an ahu, and an ahu can contain up to 12 statues. It can? Oh my. The ahu is a raised rectangular platform made with large worked stones and a ramp paved with beach pebbles. The area in front of the platform is usually levelled. So far, around 360 of these platforms have been found. Research suggests that construction of these megalithic platforms probably started around the 13th century. The largest ahu found to date, and probably the most photographed of the lot, is the Ahu Tongariki, which contains 15 moai. In my mind, these are just scattered around the island and their heads poke out of the ground. I didn't realise there were so many, or they were clustered together like this. I'd say I'd like to go to Easter Island, but I know it's in the middle of nowhere. It's this is going to sound super ignorant, but it's close to New Zealand, right? Let's just Google Maps it, shall we? You can see this on the screen. I mean, not exactly what I'm seeing, but let's look up Easter Island. My thinking is it's somewhere off the east coast of New Zealand, somewhere in the Pacific. Oh god, it says it's near Chile. I'm thinking of Christmas Island. I'm thinking of Christmas Island. Well, why would you? I mean, it technically is off the east coast of New Zealand if you travel across the entire Pacific. Where is Christmas Island? Is that somewhere, or Cook Islands or some shit like that? Hey look, the Cook Islands, they're where I imagined, what are we talking about today? Easter Island is. Where's Christmas Island? Is that even an island, or am I imagining that?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know.
Christmas Island. Australian External Territory. That sounds more like what I'm talking about. Nope. I guess it was the Cook Islands or something. For a long time, one of my embarrassing geography things was I thought New Zealand is where Papua New Guinea was. I was like, yeah. I feel like it's because I played Risk as a kid, and Australia is divided into Eastern Australia and Western Australia, and above it there was this other bit that I forgot the name of, and I always assumed that was New Zealand. Literally, I think I was in my 20s when I discovered that New Zealand was actually not there and was rather off the southeast coast of Australia. So that's a fun thing to discover. I'm learning all about geography today, but no, what you need to know is that Easter Island is off the coast of Chile, and I still think it does take a really long-ass time to get there. So no, I'm not going to go. I don't think I'll ever go there. It's too much travel for too little excitement. If they were we got adventures on Easter Island, I'll be dope. But just to see some statues that I can look up on Google. I know it sounds super uncultured, but I don't really need to go and see those in person. I think I'm the only person who's ever been to that Angkor Wat place and was yeah, it's alright, isn't it? I mean, it's quite good, but I wasn't desperately impressed. Sorry, that was a very long tangent. Let's carry on.
Next.
The statues stand with their backs to the ocean, looking inland, toward the people who made them. One exception is the 7 moai on Ahu Akivi. Legend goes that they face the ocean to help lost travellers find their way. Uh-oh. Be yo, Dutch lost traveller, over here! Oh god, you're full of diseases! Around 95% of the statues were carved at Ranaraku Quarry, an extinct volcano from the volcanic tuff, a porous stone formed from solidified ash. The native islanders didn't have metal, and the tuff being a soft stone would have been easier to work with their limited stone tools. These were basalt pits known as toki. The Ranu Raraku quarry is home to statues in various stages of production, which gives us a good idea of how these statues were carved. There are also several completed statues still waiting patiently in the quarry for transport that will never arrive. I don't know, come on archaeologists, at least finish the job, grab those statues and pop them in a good place. I know that's not how archaeology works, but it's how I wish it worked. It's like, yeah, Leaning Tower of Pisa, prop shit up. What else is, like, broken? The Chinese Wall. The Great Wall of China. Fix that shit. It's all falling down. Each statue was probably commissioned by a specific person or group and carved by a team of stoneworkers working under a master carver. They would start by quarrying a large rectangular block, first carving out the front and sides of the statues, gradually separating the back from the quarry rock. Once the basic figure was carved out, the master carver and his assistants would add some of the details. When this was done and the statue was separated from the quarry rock, it would be moved downhill and placed upright in a hole so that the master and his little helpers could finish the rest of the detailed work and the back of the statue. Finally, the statue is ready to move to its new ahu. Eye holes would only be carved once the moai arrived at its destination. Placing the pukao on the head became part of the process much later. It seems that the idea to put hats on the massive statues only started around the 15th and 16th century. These headdresses, with a diameter of up to 2 meters at 6.5 feet, Americans and my nan, weighing up to 12 tons, were quarried from the redstone at Prunapao Quarry before being moved to the statues to give them a chic new look. Once the hat was on and all the final details carved, eyes of coral would be added. Finally, turning the moai. Why would their eyes be made? Is this some sort of coral that I don't know? Coral to me is that like spindly stuff? How does that work as an eye? Finally, turning the moai into an Arinja aura, or a living face. And the process was complete. Despite the small size of the island and the fact that a little over 1,000 moai have already been found, new moai are still being discovered. The most recent was found in February 2023 in a dry lake bed. The sculpture is smaller than the other statues on the island, but it was an exciting moment for researchers who believed that there could be even more moai lying around the riverbed waiting to be uncultured. Again, at the risk of sounding like super uncultured, it's like, yeah, what do you expect? It's like, yeah, there's going to be some buried underground. It was centuries ago. They're like, ooh, how exciting. Another statue. You found 1,000 of them. How exciting can it be? So I'm really selling this episode, aren't I? Why this little guy was in the lake in the first place is a bit of a mystery. However, moai loves company and apparently tend to travel in packs, so when there's one statue, there's probably more. And archaeologists just can't wait to go find the rest. Like, I think archaeology's cool sometimes. Also, other times you're going to be like, oh god, that's boring. Like, what's your job going to be for the next few years? Literally just uncovering more of the same. You'll be like, oh, look, a pot. Yes. The story of the statue builders. Who first settled the island is one of the many mysteries of the Rapa Nui. The small island, only around 163.6 square kilometers, that's 63 square miles, lies in southeastern Pacific Ocean, 2,000 kilometers from the islands of southeastern Polynesia, and around 3,600 kilometers away from mainland Chile in South America. There were miles conversions, but they're all just thousands. It's like far. Let's just say it's like two-thirds, roughly. That's a long way to paddle a canoe. While some argue that it's unlikely that early navigators and seafarers could have covered such vast distances without precision instruments, the Polynesians were amongst the world's first skilled seafarers, so they probably wouldn't have had any problem finding their way to Rapa Nui as it became known. When exactly they arrived is also up for debate, but it appears that once they arrived in their new home, they remained there in complete isolation. No one ever returned to the mainland, and no one from the mainland dropped in for tea. It's really far away. Like, I don't want to go there today, and we got planes. Although I have a feeling I have to take a boat there, don't you? Because there's no airstrip. Am I remembering that right? But then if thousands of visitors go, they're not all going to be going on a boat for like a week, are they? Sounds pretty grim. And whenever I'm on those things, you know, whenever it's like, oh yeah, you do that, it's like you get on a boat for a week and you go to this island. It's like, what happens if I get sick? It's like, it's literally a week's back in the boat. Excavations at Anakina Beach in the Rapa Nui National Park show signs of early settlement in the form of charcoal, tools, and even bones. The researchers doing the excavations figured that this might be the original settlement. These finds were dated to around 1200, suggesting that this was when the people first arrived. However, a 1977 study analysing pollen claims that deforestation started as early as 800 CE, which meant that the new inhabitants arrived 400 years before Anakina Beach became home to a small settlement. Joanne Van Tilburg, founder of the Easter Island Statue Project, Oh, it's Joanne. He's going to dig up those riverbeds, isn't it? Also feels it's unlikely that the original settlers only arrived in 1200, considering that the locals were already building platforms by the 1200s, and there were signs of crop intensification, which would suggest that the Rapa Nui had been around for a while by that time. One thing that has researchers scratching their heads is how exactly the new settlers knew where to find the small island. Did they know? Surely they're just like, I don't know, people in the past were like brave. They'd be like, let's go out exploring, get in the canoe, see where it takes us. And they go out into the Pacific Ocean, probably not realizing quite how big it is. They drift around for a while, they're probably super hungry, and they're like, oh, thank God, an island. Let's go build some statues. It seems unlikely that a group of people loaded some canoes and just struck out blindly into the wide ocean in the hope of finding land. I mean, yeah, but like I said, they didn't really know how big all it was. They'd just be like, I can't, how far can it possibly be to the nearest island? And it's like, you don't have any idea how big the Pacific is, do you? And I can't blame them. It was the past. They didn't know shit. However, if you ask some native Rapa Nui Islanders, they have a pretty good idea of how it all went down. Wait, there are actually native people still living there today? I thought, wasn't the island like super deforested and barren? And now it's just like a wasteland with statues? Benedicto Tuki, an islander who has since passed on, claimed to be a descendant of the island's first king, Hotu Matua, and his grandmother was the last queen of the island. According to tales told to him, Hotu Matua brought his people from Hiva, an island in the Marquesas, due to fighting there. He arrived on the island with 7 different races, who then became the 7 different tribes of Rapa Nui. How many people are there? 7 different tribes arriving by canoes? I don't feel that's realistic. Hotu Matua knew where to go because his tattooist and priest, Hua Maka, had seen the island in a dream and described it in great detail. Okay then, well we know that's not real. Hotu Matua decided that the island was the ideal home to settle his people and set sail in canoes loaded with people, food, water, plant cuttings and animals, everything a group of settlers would need to survive. They sailed across the seas for 2 months before finally arriving at Anakina Bay, finding the island exactly the way the tattooist saw in his dream. However, this is just one version of how the islanders came to the island. Other stories tell of 7 explorers sent out by Hotu Matua to find the island. Like many island cultures, the Rapa Nui history was passed down from one generation to the next in the form of stories and songs, which, while entertaining, is not a brilliant way of recording history. So it's not surprising that the stories evolved. We storytellers love to add our own spin to each tale we tell. However they got there, the island the new arrivals found themselves on was beautiful and rugged, but without the abundance of natural resources you'd usually expect to find on a tropical island. The soil is still not well suited to agriculture, and fresh water is scarce as the island has no permanent freshwater streams. Bro, I mean, it's a small island, but it's still fairly large as islands go. And there's no permanent freshwater streams? That sucks. You'd be like, oh no, this isn't the island I want. There's nothing to drink. Unlike most other islands, there are also no large coral reefs offshore and no lagoons. However, despite these limitations, the Rapa Nui still managed to grow some staples like yams, sweet potato, and sugarcane. And while they couldn't feast on shellfish, the fishing around the island is pretty good, so they probably had enough food to go around. At first, all was well. Now, there are 2 versions of what happened to the Rapa Nui people. One is a cautionary tale of what happens to the environment when people start getting greedy and overpopulate and overwork their lands. It's good we've all learned that lesson. Easter Island sported forests of palm trees for thousands of years, possibly as many as 16 million trees, with some standing 30 meters high. Well, that's a hell of a lot of trees, which means a hell of a lot of coconuts. And if you crack those bad boys open, you know what's inside? Drinkable, delicious coconut water. When people first arrived, they needed fire to cook, and they needed to clear land for farming, which led to large parts of the forests being chopped down and burned in order to clear the land. Once they started building the moai and the ahu, they needed timber for construction and possibly for moving the statues. Of course, once the trees were gone, the soil eroded and the holy cut down all of the trees already? The birds packed up their stuff and set off for distant lands, or just died out. They probably died out. Unless they're like migratory birds, they ain't making that flight. Right? Regular ass birds don't fly that far. Like, I've seen a chicken, it can barely move. And I guess that's not a brilliant example because we've like ruined chickens so they taste delicious. But like, can a regular bird like a sparrow or some fly really far? I get the feeling the answer's no, right? Although I don't know how many sparrows are on Easter Island. And without trees to build shelter and more importantly canoes for fishing, life on the islands became difficult and soon the population was faced with widespread starvation. However, some researchers feel that this isn't an accurate portrayal of what happened on the island. Humans can be very destructive, we've proven that many times over, but researchers Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo weren't convinced that the settlers alone could have caused so much damage. Whenever I see someone with the surname Hunt, all I desperately want is for their first name to be Michael, and it never is. because why would you name your son Michael if your surname is Hunt?
Good point.
The discovery of rat bones might solve that mystery. When the people arrived, they brought with them the Polynesian rat, either as a food source or unintentionally in the form of ratty stowaways. With an unlimited food supply in the forms of delicious palm trees and no natural predators other than those pesky humans, it was rat heaven. You know what rat heaven means? Lots of delicious rats, yes! With rats munching down on the seeds and eventually the new saplings, it became impossible for the palm forests to regenerate. Add people chopping down trees and rapid deforestation becomes inevitable. The reports by early European explorers seem to support this version of events. In Roggeveen's reports of the island, the Moai were still standing and he estimated the population to be around 8,000. When Captain Cook arrived in 1774, he reported that there were no trees over 10 feet tall and he estimated that the population was around 700. Oh my, that's quite a substantial loss, isn't it? In 1821, Captain Thomas Raine, sailing out of Australia, reported that the inhabitants of the island swam out to meet the ship and there wasn't a canoe inside, thus confirming reports of lack of seaworthy canoes. However, these early accounts aren't always reliable. Only 12 years after Cook's visit, another explorer, Jean-François de La Pérouse, estimated the population of Rapa Nui to be between 2,000 and 3,000 people. So either Cook or de La Pérouse had a bit of trouble with numbers and counting. Yeah, it's a fairly substantial difference. I mean, maybe one guy was just like, oh no, I just went to one village, 700 people, but most people lived in like the city round the corner. I mean, it doesn't seem very likely. Maybe it was just shit counting. The picture of the Rapa Nui destroying their land with a helping pour from the rats was accepted for many years. But how true is this really? Archaeologists love to disagree about things, and some state the island population might have been up to 15,000 or even 20,000 people at its peak. However, the poor soil and lack of fresh water would have been limiting factors, so a population explosion is unlikely. The population probably remained steady at 3,000 people from the mid-1300s until the arrival of the Europeans in 1722. Recent research also suggests that the deforestation happened gradually, not overnight, and there's even evidence that attempts at reforestation were made. However, even with the trees gone, the people adapted to their environment and were still healthy, happy, and according to some research, still building ahu and moai to stand on them by the time the Europeans set foot on the island. Once the Europeans arrived, however, things started going downhill fast as the population was decimated by diseases like smallpox and also the slave trade. Oh, I was like, wait, the slave trade was a disease? And I'm like, no, two separate things, Simon. Use your big brain. Instead of taking photos and buying souvenirs, the Europeans simply bagged the locals to sell on the slave markets. By 1877, the once proud people had been reduced from 3,000 to 111. A few articles claim that the people who built the statues have all vanished, and what happened to them is a big mystery. But that's not true. The Rapa Nui is a resilient people, and today the population stands at 2,000 native Rapa Nui out of a population of 7,000 people living on the island. Okay, so people do live here, on this decimated island. Based on their oral traditions, we know the Rapa Nui who built the statues were a complex society with chiefs, priests, and aristocracy, but also a people who took great pride in their work. Many of the lower caste became master craftsmen, carvers, divers, and canoe builders in their own right. Many of the crafts, song and dance of the great statue builders are kept alive by their descendants. So much like the statues, the people lived through some difficult times, but they're still very much alive and kicking. I have to say that's not what I expected. I really thought the whole island was just like devastated by deforestation and no one could live there anymore because it's just barren. I guess not. The big question: why were the Moai made? Carving and then moving the huge Moai took some time, so it stands to reason that if you're going to be making very large statues, you probably got a good reason, right? Yeah, well, I mean, sort of. You think it's a good reason, but it's not a good reason, and my bet is it's sky gods. Unfortunately, we're not really sure what that reason was, but as always, we have some theories. Throughout history, large statues have often had some kind of religious or ritual purpose. According to Roggeveen, when he arrived on the island in 1722, he found the native islanders praying and performing rituals to honor the Moai. He noted in his ship's log that the people of the island didn't appear to be carrying weapons, which must have made his colonizing heart just beat a bit faster, but instead they appeared to rely on their gods or idols, standing along the seashore in great numbers for protection. You're gonna be like, as a colonizer, you'll be like, excellent. Idiots think the gods are going to protect them. Only my god is right. Like many other ancient cultures, the Egyptians come to mind, and the Rapa Nui believed their chiefs and rulers were descended from gods. After death, the chief would again reach divinity. The statues were meant as temporary housing for the spirits of their ancestors to keep the spirits safe until an apartment opens up and they can move on to the next plane. Either that or the statues were meant to capture the spirit and keep it safe so that it could continue to help the tribe. Archaeologists have discovered human remains at some of the Ahu, which further support support the idea that these were sites for death rituals. This is also why statues needed to resemble humans, as they were used to honor the dead. Instead of just remembering the revered ancestors, the people wanted a physical image to represent each chief, so the theory goes, the Moai are the faces of the dead ancestors. The first statues were smaller, but eventually they started getting bigger. This could be due to mana, an important concept in Rapa Nui beliefs. Mana is a sacred and spiritual power that comes from divinity and is channeled to the people from those who are descendants of the gods themselves. It's the divine life force, the source of energy responsible for fertility of the earth and seas. So, researchers believe a larger statue meant that the chief who ordered it had more mana. The chief next door saw this and, in a classic case of keeping up with the Joneses, decided to make an even bigger Moai to have even more mana and power, and so on, leading to some of the huge Moai standing and lying around the island today. Another theory suggests that since the statues had religious significance, any disaster that befell the island was met with a bigger statue. A disastrous crop failure led to an even bigger Moai to honor and please the ancestors and gods so that they'd provide a better harvest next time. Yeah, again, this is exactly the case of they think it's brilliant and exactly what they should be doing, but objectively it's a terrible idea and they should instead be using that money to, make weapons to actually keep away the Dutch, or make, crops so they don't starve to death. Or maybe just stop chopping down the jungle. However, anthropologist Carl Lipo doesn't believe that the statues represent ancestors. The statues are very generic, and while the features are exaggerated, the statues don't seem to have specific defining features, like you'd expect to find on a statue carved to honor a specific person. Think of the Greek and Roman sculptures of important figures like Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar, or the Egyptian statues of pharaohs. There are also no ahus or statues found on top of hills, a place where you'd expect a monument to be built, especially if it's supposed to be symbolic. Another possible explanation is that the statues are competitive in nature, considering the variety and size. According to legend, there were originally 7 tribes, but today there are about 36 different clans on the island. With a variety of culturally distinct and separate clans or tribes, the statues could have served as status symbols, essentially the ancient equivalent of a fancy new car, a big house, or, in South Africa, a tennis court in your backyard. Oh, is that the flex? I heard in Australia it's balconies. What would we... British people were not very flexy. I don't think... Are we? I don't know. Are we? I guess we do drive fancy cars and such things. But I don't know what that would be. I guess big house. Like big house. Tiny house in London. The larger the statue, the more resources, especially in the form of labour, went into making it, proving that a particular tribe was flourishing. If you can afford to spare men to carve statues instead of farming or fishing, well, you're doing very well indeed. Considering the limited resources on the island, you'd expect conflict. However, there isn't much evidence for prolonged and particularly lethal warfare. There are no fortifications on the island, and while skeletons with clear signs of injury have been found, those injuries were rarely lethal. So perhaps the islanders were smart enough to realise their small population couldn't sustain extended warfare, and instead of killing each other by the hundred, they engaged in territorial displays by building more and bigger Moai than the tribe just down the road. Yeah, I don't know if I really believe that one, because at some point they're going to be like, yeah, but if we murder the tribe down the road, there's going to be more resources for us, and also they're going to be building no Moai at all, not even tiny ones. Personally, I think trying to make better art than the other fellow is a far more civilized form of warfare, and the Europeans should have been taking notes instead of selling the locals into slavery. Completely agree if it's true, but I don't think it's true. Carl Lipo, however, believed that the Moai were used as landmarks of sorts, indicating where to find valuable resources. After mapping the exact locations of the Moai, Lipo and his team discovered that the Moai were often located next to important resources like workable land for agriculture, fresh water, or good fishing spots. Doesn't that also just mean it's where the people were going, like in general? So they'd be like, that's a nice place for a Moai, isn't it? Because we're just fishing here, one afternoon, and Bob was like, you want to build one of those Moai? And they're like, yeah, let's put it over there, rather than some random place we never go to. However, for the most part, the statues were found close to a fresh water source suitable for humans. Fresh water is an incredibly valuable resource on the island, as the island has no permanent streams, and there's no real evidence that the natives relied on the lakes, as the lakes and springs were sitting atop volcanic cores. They were hard to reach and far away from settlements, so it's unlikely that they were used as a steady water supply. Rainfall was unpredictable, and when it rained, the rain would drain into aquifers. The groundwater would then seep into the caves and appear in streams on the coast. Lipo and his team first noticed these freshwater streams on the coast when they saw horses drinking from what appeared to be the ocean. As we all know, drinking seawater is a bad idea, and horses aren't stupid, so they probably weren't drinking the seawater, which is how the researchers discovered the brackish streams that provided the locals with drinking water, according to historical records. Some of the ahu were found without an obvious fresh water source close by, but historic wells indicate that the locals would make a plan to get water and dug wells. Considering the time and effort involved in carving a statue and transporting it, the statues were probably not used as markers to indicate, find your fresh water here. However, fresh water is vital for drinking and farming, so it makes sense that these spots would be considered important and possibly even sacred, making it an ideal spot for a moai, the embodiment of a sacred ancestor. But again, I'll just say, also, if you're erecting a massive statue, even if you've carved it elsewhere, it's going to be quite a lot of effort to kind of put it up and all of that stuff. You'd want to do it near a water source rather than far away, because lifting statues is going to be thirsty work. The ahu and moai found near fresh water sources might also have been used to show that it belonged to a specific tribe or clan. In true competitive fashion, the size of the moai, or perhaps some of its features, would indicate the quality of the water. The higher the status and the bigger the competitive advantage. However, it's possible that the moai were more than just religious icons and served a practical purpose, perhaps without the islanders themselves being aware of it. According to a study by Joanne van Tilburg, the moai was believed to improve agriculture, which made them critical to food production. Van Tilburg's team, which includes geoarchaeologist Sarah Sherwood, has spent around 5 years studying 2 moai excavated at the Rano Raraku quarry on the eastern side of the island. The statues were found upright, one on a pedestal and another in a deep hole, suggesting that they weren't awaiting transport to a new location. The researchers also found crescent shapes and other figures carved into the backs of the statues, and a carved human head was found resting against the base of one of the statues. It's possible that these statues were meant to stay where they were, in the quarry, and served a ceremonial purpose, possibly to ensure a good harvest, because, as it turns out, Rano Raraku was also very productive farmland. After testing soil samples, it became clear that the area around the Rano Raraku quarry was producing foods like banana, taro, and sweet potato. Sherwood believes the soil at Rano Raraku is probably the richest on the island, and is also adjacent to a fresh water source, which made the land ideal for farming. The quarrying of the statue seemed to have further boosted the fertility of the soil, while other soil on the island was being eroded away or leached of elements for plant growth, the smaller fragments of bedrock raining down from the constant quarrying and carving of the statues provided the soil with elements like calcium and phosphorus, which is vital to agriculture. The combination of small bedrock fragments and fresh water created a perfect feedback system, providing the soil with water and natural fertilizer. Similar research done by Mara Mulroney found that the Rapa Nui people would place basalt pebbles, cobbles, and boulders in the mulch gardens they kept for cultivating yams, sweet potato, and other crops. The stones would trap moisture, and the boulders protected the plants from the winds, but the weathering of the rock also allowed minerals to leach into the soil, boosting nutrient levels and thus improving yields. In a good example of the divine used to explain science, the Rapa Nui farmers probably didn't realize it was the minerals from the rock shards leaching into the soil improving their harvest, rather ascribing the great harvest to divine intervention. It's basically where religion comes from. Super interesting. Unfortunately, much of the Rapa Nui oral tradition has been lost, and while we have many theories, even the descendants of the Rapa Nui still living on the island today don't know why exactly the statues were made. Making large idols containing the spirits of your ancestors and placing them near valuable water and fertile land, inadvertently making the land more fertile, seems like the most likely explanation. However, I quite like the idea of people making big statues to show superiority rather than making spears and killing other people. Yeah, I like the idea, I just don't think that it's very likely. The end of the moai. Jacob Rogeven and his crew reported that when they arrived on the islands in 1722, the statues were still being used by the locals for rituals and religious practices. However, when James Cook arrived in 1774, he found the giant statues in ruins. If the moai were such an important part of Rapa Nui culture, why did the islanders stop making them? While the moai standing on their platforms were still in use by the time the first Europeans arrived, archaeologists believe that the moai carving practice reached its peak by the 1500s. However, from the 1600s, things started going in a different direction. According to a local Rapa Nui historian, one of the possible reasons for the end of the moai was the deforestation of the island. Dwindling resources meant the islanders were spending more time building and cultivating specialized rock gardens and gathering what limited resources they could get their hands on, leaving less time for carving and transporting the huge statues all over the island. On top of that, if they needed logs to transport the moai, the lack of trees would have made the transportation much harder or even impossible. If the population further declined due to a lack of resources, the Rapa Nui people simply wouldn't have had the manpower necessary to continue carving and moving the great moai. Alternatively, deforestation population and lack of resources could have led to societal collapse. With the resources on the island dwindling, the people were starving. As one researcher pointed out, when you make idols, you're going to create the ideal. The early Moai were thinner, but the later ones had great curved bellies. The people were starving, so they made their idols big and fat. When they finally ran out of resources, they not only stopped carving the Moai, but even toppled their idols, perhaps thinking that their ancestors had perhaps abandoned them, or in anger as an act of taking power away from the ancestors who weren't willing to help their people. Eventually, people started killing each other for what resources remained. See, you get there eventually. You know, it's like, yeah, we're making better Moai than you. And it's like, yeah, but when the resources run real thin, humans just gonna human, you know. Obsidian spear points found in a layer of subsoil would seem to support this theory, and even among the islanders themselves there are tales of cannibalism and general carnage. However, the islanders don't seem to think any less of their ancestors. After all, it was desperate times and all that. Later years saw the rise of the Birdman cult. Rapa Nui didn't have a whole lot of mammals or reptiles, and by the time the island was properly deforested, the only thing in abundance was seabirds, probably nesting on safer offshore rocks and small islands. So, eventually, as is the nature of all creatures and their beliefs, the Rapa Nui began to consider the birds as more sacred, and decided that rather than stone statues, their ancestors were keeping an eye on them from above, in the form of feathery friends. With the ancestors moving from stone statues to birds, there was no longer a need to carve statues for the spirits of the ancestors to reside in. After all, their new homes came with wings and spectacular views. If only they'd done that previously. If only they'd be like, yeah, they're in the birds. They're in the birds, sure. And then they wouldn't have destroyed, or possibly destroyed their island, making giant pointless statues. It's possible that those still praying to the Moai, as reported by the early Europeans, were just the last of the Moai cult, stubbornly clinging to their stone idols, while the rest of the islanders had given up on the Moai and turned their gazes to the skies and were following the Birdman cult. Not all the Moai were toppled intentionally. Some have fallen down due to an earthquake, while many fell over due to neglect or other environmental factors once the focus shifted to birds. By the mid-1800s, not a single statue was still standing. Wait, are they all knocked over, or did some archaeologists come along and prop them up again? There's none of them? There were thousands! The walking statues. While many of the Moai made it to their final resting place, nearly 400 statues are still awaiting transport at Rano Raraku Quarry. That means that only a third of the statues reached their final destination. We're not sure quite why so many of the Moai never left the quarry. Perhaps moving the larger stone statues just wasn't that easy. Moving the giant heads without breaking the detailed features like the nose and lips would have been quite the challenge, and some broken statues lying at the bottom of slopes indicate the transport didn't always go smoothly. Yeah, it's a pretty good indication, isn't it? So how exactly do you move a stone statue weighing a couple of tons if you're not Egypt and you don't have the manpower? If local legends are to be believed, the statue simply walked. Well, we could not believe those local legends here at Decoding the Unknown, because it's obviously nonsense. The word neke neke in the Rapa Nui language literally means walking without legs, and according to the stories, that's exactly how the statues moved. Those who possessed mana, or divine power, could command the Moai to walk from the quarry to their final home. According to legend, only a select few people had enough mana to make the statues move, either by commanding them or by reciting magical chants. One myth tells the story of Tu Ukoihu, a popular chief and powerful man whose mana was so great that when he told the statues to walk, they not only walked, but walked to places of their own choosing, deciding for themselves where they wanted to spend eternity. Another tale claims that the greatest god of the island, Maka Maka, was the one who commanded the statues to move. Wasn't that the name of that? Wasn't that the name of an asteroid? Wasn't there some asteroid that came past called Maka Maka? Make. Make Maka. I don't know how to pronounce it, but something like that. Well, so why I'm beginning to think now that it begins with an H. So I don't think it was that. But I know that name from somewhere, and I don't know why. If you couldn't get a hold of a great chief or the great god, all was not lost. Priests could chant the statues into place. However, if the priests stopped chanting, the statues stopped moving. Some of the statues never made it because an evil spell halted their march, leaving them stranded by the side of the road. Evil spells were also used to topple the standing statues. Apparently, there was an old woman working as a cook for the sculptors who had enough mana to command the statues to walk. When the image makers, as they were called, refused to share their meal, she ordered the statues to fall down. Moral of the story, don't mess with the cook. However, it seems that the statues could only walk after dark. That must have been quite a sight, and probably not something you'd want to run into unexpectedly on a dark and lonely night. Well, Good news, everybody, you're not going to have to, because obviously it's not real. For some inexplicable reason, scientists don't want to accept the theory of the statues walking around the island in the dark, and they have some more practical theories to explain how the statues were moved. Ah, yes, my favourite part of the episode. It's like, I like magic. I really enjoy magic shows and stuff, and there was no show I liked more, like magic thing.
Oh my god.
It's magic.
Oh my god.
Then it was called Uncovering the Magician's Code or something. It must have been like a TV show from or The Masked Magician. Was it called The Masked Magician? And it was just this dude who was a magician, and he'd do the trick, and then he'd reveal the secrets of the trick. And it's kind of like, oh, well, that's a bit boring, but it's also awesome. I love knowing the trick. One theory suggests that the statues were moved by rolling logs, or possibly using wooden sleds pulled with ropes, similar to how the blocks were moved for building the Great Pyramid at Giza. Joanne Van Tilburg and her team managed to move a 10-ton replica using a sledge moved with eucalyptus rollers and a team of 60 people. This is certainly a plausible method, but 60 people are still a lot if you have a small tribe. However, according to a study done in 2012, the old legends might have some truth to them. Really now? How so? I feel, yeah, they could walk, but they'd just be pushed along or rolled or something, right? Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo decided to give the story of walking statues some consideration. Unlike the ancient Egyptians, the islanders couldn't spare too many people to carve and move statues. Cultivating food and finding water were far more important to the people's survival. So, what if they walked a statue from the quarry to the Ahu by rocking the statue from side to side in the same way that you would move a fridge? Such a specific example, but I know exactly what you're talking about, Ilza. Based on the breakage patterns of the statues that didn't quite make it from the quarry to their final home, it became clear to the researchers that the moai were standing upright before they fell, which meant that they weren't being pulled along vertically on rollers and sledges. The base of the unfinished statues in the quarry, as well as the ones lying on the sides of the road, was wider than those sitting on Ahu. The unfinished statues also leaned forward by about 17 degrees, so the center mass is positioned just over the rounded bottom edge. This allows the statue to roll from side to side. However, leaning so far forward means they wouldn't have been able to stand by themselves, they would tip over. Lipo theorized that the statues were modeled on how people walk. Essentially, you rotate your hip and fall forward. So the Rapa Nui designed a statue that did the same thing. This is the theory that I feel I've heard of, and is the one that I just find the most likely. And that these, who is it? Lipo and the other chap? Lipo and Hunt have cracked this. It would rotate and fall forward, moving step by step. Even the paths on the island seem to support this theory. After studying the paths leading from the quarry to the Ahu all over the island, the team concluded that the concave paths were designed that way to make it easier for the statue to walk. The moai was probably guided using ropes by a team on either side of it and a small team behind it to steady the movement. Walking the statue would require a much smaller team than dragging it on a sled. Once the moai arrived at its Ahu safe and sound, the final touches would be added and the base reshaped to adjust the center mass, allowing the statue to now stand upright without assistance. However, the statues weren't the only things that needed moving. When hats became all the rage in the world of statue fashion, the heavy pukao needed to be moved from the quarry to the statue. They were a lot smaller, the largest only reaching a diameter of around 2 meters, so moving them might have been tricky but not impossible. Getting the headdress onto the statue's head was a different story. One way they could have done this is a ramp and rope technique known as parbuckling. A rope would have been tied around the pukao or hat, and people would have pulled it up a ramp toward the top of the head. It would probably have been easier to pull than push. Research shows that it's perfectly feasible for around 15 people, or fewer depending on the size of the pukao, to pull the pukao up a ramp and place it on top of the statue's head. Unfortunately, due to time, weather erosion and other factors, bats have long since fallen off, and only a few of the excavated moai can now be seen sporting their fashionable red hats. Of course, where you find amazing feats of human engineering, you find aliens! Yes! It's never a Decoding the Unknown episode if aliens don't get involved. According to Eric von Daniken, oh god, a name I know so well, spouting his, in my opinion, allegedly nonsense theories. He's the guy who wrote Chariots of the God and right? Who studied the Egyptian pyramids and the giant geoglyphs in Peru. The work is too detailed to have been done with the stone tools, and it was done by aliens. A small group of aliens found themselves stranded on Easter Island. Of course they did. Though how they managed to do that is unclear. And in an attempt to signal their alien buddies looking for them, they built these huge stone statues with distinct human features and placed them all around the island. Because if your alien comrades are looking for you, they're going to be looking for large human heads. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, perfect sense, like all of Eric's other ridiculous theories. Conclusion. Perched on their platforms, or half buried beneath the ground of Rapa Nui, the Moai are still keeping a watchful eye on their people. They may have been replaced by a birdman cult in the distant past, so I'm thinking they're probably not fond of birds, but they're the objects of a new kind of worship. Despite not being the easiest travel destination to reach, their visitors are plenty. They may not be considered the source of fertility for agriculture, but they're still looking after the island and the people on it by luring tourists and the money that comes with them. Not something the birds are really doing. We'll probably never know why exactly they were built or how they were moved, but I like to imagine these large statues lumbering across the island, slowly making their way to their platforms to settle down and spend eternity in contemplation. Who knows? Perhaps they're still walking on the darkest nights when no one is watching, bestowing manna on their people and trampling a few seagulls along the way. They're not, because as I said many times, they're made out of stone! And that's where we end today's episode of Decoding the Unknown. Thank you for being here. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, brought to you by me, feeling slightly unwell. You know you get that scratchy throat? Anyone else get that when it's like, oh, I'm about to be sick, and both my kids and my wife have just been sick, and I'm just like, gotta get so much recording in today because I'm like not well the next few weeks, or like next few weeks, next few days. Ugh. But here we are, cracking on with it. What's inside Mount Shasta? Never heard of Mount Shasta. No idea if there's anything inside it. Probably not. This is Decoding the Unknown, when we mostly shit on the idea that there's mysterious stuff that we don't understand in the world. Let's jump in. Thank you, Katie, for writing it. I'm going to read it first time. That's the format of the show. There are some places on the planet where mysterious borders converge, where the air seems to be charged with something other. Where maybe the veil between this plane and the next is just a touch thinner than anywhere else. No, there's no other plane. I mean, maybe there's another plane. Like, there's that physics thing, multiverse theory, which no one seems to find it as fascinating as I do, that the dude who's the lead singer of the Eels, his dad came up with that. He's like the main scientist behind the multiverse theory. And I'm like, that's kind of amazing. It's like, who's that guy? The guy is an actor, but also the lead singer, Jared Leto, the lead singer of 30 Seconds to Mars. I'm like, really? Wow. Okay. I mean, kind of mediocre actor, kind of mediocre band, but the fact that they're that successful from one dude, pretty impressive. Pretty impressive stuff, Jared. One of these places is Mount Shasta in Northern California. A volcanic, what I was trying to say was like multiverse before I got onto a tangent about fucking Jared Leto, is multiverse theory. Yeah, maybe there are other planes of existence out there, but we're never going to be able to access them through like some mountain, okay? That's not happening. One of these places is Mount Shasta in Northern California, a volcanic mountain which has drawn people to it for thousands of years, many of whom disappear forever. Rumors swirl like the clouds above it, telling of strange people, creatures, and underground tunnels that lead to cities of light. Whole occult movements have sprung up from the experiences and tales told of the mountain, and spiritual rituals are frequently held there. Let's find out about the story. California. So maybe there's like tunnels and cities of lights and demons inside that mountain, or you went out into the desert volcanic mountain in Northern California and you did LSD or something. That's probably what happened. It's not this, or mushrooms, or whatever. Let's find out about the stories linked to Mount Shasta and see whether there's actually something to its reputation as some sort of interdimensional gateway. This episode is also known as the Decoding the Unknown Motherlode. Oh my god, it's gonna have everything. I love that. Aliens are absolutely going to enter the picture at some point. Shasta facts. Here's the lowdown on the stats of Mount Shasta. It's part of a whole string of volcanoes running up the western side of North America called the Cascade Volcanoes, which form a section of the Pacific Ring of Fire. Mount Shasta is the second highest of the Cascades in an elevation of 14,179 feet, or 4,322 meters. That's really high. Isn't Everest like... I always remember how high Everest is, because it's like at the altitude that commercial airlines cruise, like 30-something thousand feet. So that's like half the size of Everest. Everest is massive, making about half the size of Mount Everest, there we go, and 2/3 the length of the Las Vegas Strip, or about 2,916 Danny DeVitos all stacked up neatly. I've no idea. The Vegas Strip seems very, very long. I didn't know it was so long. I've been to Vegas, and I've walked up and down the Strip, and it was so bloody... It was like 50 degrees when I was there. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. It's a lot. It was like ridiculously hot. It's half the point to boiling water. Siri, what's 50 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? It's 122 degrees Fahrenheit. And so mostly I just stayed inside the hotel because it was too hot to even go out to the pool. It was ridiculous. It's 10,000 feet or 3,000 meters higher than anything surrounding it. It has also erupted in the past, around the year 1250. It's a stratovolcano, meaning it's built up of many layers, also known as strata, or alternating ash, hardened lava, and other stuff from previous eruptions. It's steep-sided with some satellite cones attached, and it looks pretty cool as there's usually snow on top, which is kind of funny for a volcano that is classed as active, according to NASA's Earth Observatory website. It's also the largest volcano by volume in the Cascades range, so basically if this thing blows, it's going to be a biggie. I know the odds of all of this happening is really low, but the longer time period you look at, the more likely it becomes to a point of certainty. And I'm at some point, and California, it's I just made a video about the San Andreas Fault. And I'm holy shit, that's going to be big when that blows. Or the Yellowstone supervolcano. That's going to be devastating. And I'm I'm glad I live, there's no natural disasters where I live. There's no tsunamis, there's no flooding. I mean, unless it rains really bad, but then it's the worst is going to happen. I remember it rained really bad one time at my last apartment building and the basement flooded and it smelled for a while until they pumped it out and dried it out. But it's I don't know, pretty safe. No volcanoes, no earthquakes, no tsunamis. It's just nice and safe and boring. And I'm very happy with that. Thank you very much. Mount Shasta is located in the Shasta Trinity National Forest, California's largest forest, covering over 2 million acres, which is more than twice the size of Rhode Island, and I'm not even going to guess how many Danny DeVitos could get lost in there. It sits about 50 miles south of the Oregon border, and can be seen from many, many miles away, a powerful presence for thousands of years. Oh, a fun fact, my wife's met Danny DeVito. She went to a film festival, and he was there taking pictures, and she got a picture with him. That's cool. Its dominance over the surrounding, this was years ago, way before we even met.
You make an impression. When you enter people's lives, you make an impression.
I mean, you're not going to forget this guy, right?
Right.
Its dominance over the surrounding landscape means that Mount Shasta has been a focal point for Native American tribes, and there are plenty around the areas, such as the Klamath, Winnemem, Wintu, Modoc, and Shasta tribes that have legends relating to the mountain, as well as rituals and ceremonies that are regularly carried out in the area to this day. So let's get into the stories surrounding this mountain, shall we? Native American folklore. Myths and legends are cool because everyone reads them as fiction, or alternative creative ways that things came into being. They're allegorical, fantastical. They're definitely not 100% true. As a child, I read a book called Norse Gods and Heroes, and also enjoyed reading Greek myths and legends, but even as a kid, I didn't think that any of these things actually happened, like the goddess Athena being born out of Zeus's head, fully grown and already wearing armor. Yeah, I remember once, I think it was in primary school or whatever, and I heard about witchcraft and shit. And people going to witch stores and buying all of this crystal balls and all of this stuff. And being a kid, I was wow, if they sell it in a shop, it must be real. You couldn't sell something that doesn't work. Why would anyone be doing it? That's absurd. And so for a while, I was just wow, I should really learn about this witchcraft. It sounds awesome. You can cast spells and shit. This was before Harry Potter. And I was wow.
Wow.
Okay. And then, I don't know how I found out that this wasn't real. I was oh no, it's not real. Why would I be lied to like this? Kids are naive. Some of these legends are ways of explaining what we now know as natural phenomena, so some people today might flippantly say that thunder is God bowling or something, but in the past it might have been Thor rumbling through the sky in his chariot. Anyway, there are some Native American legends linked to Mount Shasta, so I thought we could mention these first before getting into the absolutely insane stuff, as this is firmly in the camp of people understanding that it is not real. The main legend associated with Mount Shasta is from the Klamath tribe. The story goes that there was a spirit of the below world called Lau and a spirit of the above world called Skell. Even though Lau is supposed to stay in the below world, he'd frequently hop up on the top of Lau Yayina, currently known as Oregon's Mount Mazama, for a look around. One day he fell in love with the daughter of a Klamath Indian chief. Why is it always a chief's daughter or princess and not some rando normo 99.999% of the time? Because it makes a better story, that's why. Because it's a story, it's not reality. It's why does the James Bond franchise follow James Bond, a fascinating international super spy, and not the reality of spying, which is probably just a dude in a windowless office at a computer going through files?
I do not want to lose a good man. But, it's out of my hands. And even if it were in my hands are tied. It's nothing personal.
Well, it's because James Bond is fiction and the other is boring reality. Fiction's better. Anyway, she didn't fall for his advances because he was apparently ugly, so he got mad and swore revenge by fire on her tribe. The chief asked the spirit Skell for help, and so he descended from the above world and took up a spot on top of Mount Shasta. From there, Lau and Skell hurled fireballs and rocks at each other. This guy's a good friend. It's like, that girl called me ugly. Come down here and help me destroy them. And the dude's like, yeah, bro, I'll be right down. Like, okay. Bros. From there, Lau and Skell hurled fireballs and rocks at each other. The ground trembled and the skies turned black. Wait, did I misread that? Lau and Skell are not bros at all. He called him down for help and then they were throwing fireballs at each other? Stories from the past are just weird. That doesn't even make sense. Why would he call him for help and then he just is attacked by him? More and more spirits joined in the battle in the end, and the two men from the tribe offered to sacrifice themselves to stop the fighting. Skell didn't let them, but it gave him the impetus to fight harder, and he eventually won, driving Lau back under the mountain and caving in the top to trap him below ground forever. Whoa, he's like the opposite of a bro. He just completely betrayed him and then trapped him underground. He then filled the crater with water, and it's now what's known as Crater Lake in Oregon. This is a fun origin story for the lake, and probably also has roots in people having actually witnessed Mount Shasta erupting in 1250 or probably before. As the NASA Earth Observatory site again said, Mount Shasta is an active volcano that has erupted at least once per 800 years for the past 10,000 years. So yes, godlike spirits hurling flame and rocks at each other is a good explanation for a volcanic eruption when you have no idea what a volcanic eruption is. But what excuse do these next lot have for the bonkers stories about the volcano mountain? Let's get into it. Okay, the good stuff begins. Lemuria. Haven't I heard of Lemuria before? Haven't we covered this on a previous episode somehow? It feels like one of those mysterious lost underground places that some people who are crazy think exists. And by crazy, I just mean usually just trying to sell loads of their nonsense books. So they just scam people for money, in my opinion, allegedly. In the contest of lost continents, Atlantis takes first place by a nautical mile. We've all heard of it, and its name is still used today for various things like a resort in the Bahamas, a casino in Reno, and a water coaster ride in SeaWorld. That's not to mention all the books and films that are directly about or reference the mythical island that sank into the sea. There is another competitor in this field, however, the continent of Lemuria. Have you ever wondered how lemurs got to Madagascar, that fossils have been found in India, though none have been found in Africa or the Middle East, which would make much more sense geographically? Can't say I have, but okay. I'm sure it really keeps you awake at night. Well, according to Philip Schlater, a 19th century zoologist, there used to be a large area of land that acted as a land bridge from the Indian subcontinent to what became Madagascar. Holy sh*, that's going to be a big-ass bridge. This area later sank into the Indian Ocean. Because he was talking about lemurs, the sunken continent was dubbed Lemuria. Okay, that's one thing, but what's the sunken landmass in the Indian Ocean got to do with a volcano in California? Excellent question, Katie. I was wondering it myself. Why have we taken a trip here? It's almost the exact opposite side of the world. Well, we need to take a little leap of faith here, or rather a huge and jarring jump cut to reorientate the story back to Mount Shasta. So kind of forget the whole Indian Ocean and lemurs thing for the time being, because that's a train that's going to go off the rails. And don't worry, we will of course circle back to crap all over this later. We're just presenting the stories for now. Okay, that is a crazy setup. I have no idea how the wackos writing the books about this to sell them and make money are going to link these two things together. I couldn't possibly predict. Maybe I did say it was the opposite side of the world. Maybe there's a tunnel through the center of the earth from Mount Shasta to Lemuria, which is obviously absurd. But maybe, who knows? What if I told you there's a whole hidden city deep inside or underneath Mount Shasta, and that enlightened beings, contemporaries of Atlanteans, have been living there for thousands of years? Well, I'll tell you what, Katie, I'd say that you're speaking nonsense. Would you roll your eyes and say, oh god, not this again? Or would you continue to listen? Which I hope you do, as I've only just started writing this, but there's a lot more to go. Let's hear this story out. Okay, we'll hear it out. I know I sound like a very close-minded person, but I'm just a person who requires a lot of evidence. And it's if there is a secret city underneath here where the Atlanteans live, I'm open to the idea, if you can prove it to me, which I don't think you're going to be able to do because it's absurd. Lemurians, i.e. people living on the now lost continent of Lemuria, managed to find a new home for themselves after their previous homeland of Lemuria sank below the waves. This may or may not have been to do with a thermonuclear war the Lemurians were having with the Atlanteans, which resulted in the destruction of both places. But anyway, moving on. Just before we move on, we know that that's not true. When they detonated that first nuclear bomb, it released some nucleotide or radioactive particle or whatever into the atmosphere. So now we know that they use it. I think it was an episode of It was like a TV show where maybe it was White Collar. I think it was White Collar, that TV show about the guy who works for the FBI. It's awesome. And they're dating some bottle of wine, and they can't fake the air in the wine because it's from before, like, the nuclear bomb went off or something. And I know I'm basing this on fiction, but I think there's something that nuclear weapons change, so we know, like, air after that date and before that date. So anything before that date we know was not nuclear contaminated. I realize I'm talking about something I don't really remember very much about, so I'm just going to stop. But we know there were no thermonuclear bombs or nuclear bombs before we made nuclear bombs in, like, the 40s or whenever. Eventually they decided that instead of living on the surface of the Earth among the stupid normal Homo sapiens, they would start their civilization again somewhere out of sight of dull old humankind. They actually knew about the destruction of Lemuria before it happened, so about 12,000 years ago they started creating a city under Mount Shasta in what became Northern California. Using existing tunnels and caverns as well as creating their own, this city became home for the Lemurian refugees and became what is now known as Telos, and is lit by an artificial sun deep underground. Because of course it is. According to the website LemurianConnection.com, brilliant source, it consists of 5 levels, including acres of hydroponic gardens, a pyramid-shaped temple with the capstone from Venus. Alright. Why? Why do you have to add all these ridiculous elements? And schools for children and adults alike. The Lemurians were much taller than average people, around 7 feet or 2.1 meters, or one whole Danny DeVito plus 2/5 more. So, like, maybe his head and shoulders on top again. We're deep in the Danny DeVito, aren't we? They are described as wearing robes and sandals, having glowing skin and long flowing hair, which really just sounds like your bog standard Californian hippie type. But they also have very long necks adorned with jeweled collars, and of course they are known to have very strong psychic powers such as telepathy, telekinesis, and the ability to disappear, because of course they are. Also, glowing skin. That'd be really annoying when you're trying to sleep. Like, my eyelids are glowing into my eyes again! But how has this story come about? Well, it starts with an influential book written at the end of the 19th century called A Dweller of Two Planets. While it was finished in 1886, it wasn't actually published until 1905, several years after the author's death. He was one Frederick Spencer Oliver, a young Californian man, but the story he wrote almost entirely was channeled through him by a spirit known as Philos the Thebetan. And what a wild ride it is. Well, it probably was in the early 1900s. It's kind of weird and quite boring now. This was also the time period when theosophy was starting to make waves in the US. Theosophy has been classified as a religion, although Helena Blavatsky, the Russian woman who founded it in 1875, denied it should be one, and people could be theosophists and, for example, Buddhist or Christian as well. It seems more of a spiritual and philosophical movement, but it has also been referred to as a cult, which makes it seem more interesting than it probably is. From the Theosophical Society in America's website, it states that to join, all you need to do is agree to the 3 objects. 1, to form a nucleus of the universal brotherhood of humanity without distinction of race, creed, sex, caste, or color. 2, to encourage the comparative study of religion, philosophy, and science. 3, to investigate unexplained laws of nature and the powers latent in humanity. Well, we're cracking 3 with this show, aren't we? We're investigating unexplained laws of nature and shitting all over them. To give you more of an idea, here are a few theosophical ideas, again from the official website. Behind everything seen or unseen, there is an eternal, boundless, and immutable absolute reality, which is beyond the range of human thought. Both matter and consciousness, or spirit, are the 2 polar aspects of this reality. The visible universe is only its densest part of this reality. Invisible dimensions, or planes of extremely subtle kinds of matter energy, interpenetrate the physical world. Knowing this truth helps us to understand many things in the universe that are otherwise baffling. No, what is baffling is this text, because it's nonsense. There are no mechanical laws. The universe is pervaded by an immense intelligence which is both present in the world and beyond it. Therefore, intelligence is at the basis of all laws of nature. What most people consider supernatural is a manifestation of these otherwise unknown laws. What are you talking about? I'm just like reading that, and my eyes are just like fully glazed over, being like supernatural, other dimensions, reaching through planes of existence. I'm just like, show me the science. So hopefully you get the idea. It seems that Frederick Spencer Oliver was well acquainted with his local theosophical group, even sharing the teachings Philos had been telling him before later writing them down in his book, A Dweller on Two Planets. Because his book mentions Lemuria and the Lemurians and was apparently dictated to him by some alien, this is somehow proof in the Mount Shasta is hiding an underground city theory that Lemuria existed, rather than Frederick Spencer Oliver had a vivid imagination and should probably have been checked out by a doctor. I'll leave this here for now and move on to the next link in the Lemuria chain, which is J.C. Brown. In 1904, J.C. Brown was apparently prospecting for gold in them thar hills around Mount Shasta when he found a hidden tunnel in the back of a cave. This tunnel went underground for about 11 miles. Oh my god. Dude, I don't believe this is real, for one, because I get the feeling it's going to be absolutely wacky. But who the fuck what was he doing? He was prospecting for gold, and then he walks 11 miles underground. That is an insane, absolutely insane thing to do. You need to bring a crew, and most of all, you need to bring a giant reel of string or rope so that you can find your way back. 11 miles underground, you'd be in your pants. Also, it would take you all day to walk that. He eventually found a subterranean city full of wonders, gold and jewels. There was also mummified bodies of beings over 10 feet tall, although they could equally have been two Danny DeVitos. This seems to tally with the whole Lemuria myth. Had Brown stumbled upon the city of Talos? He seems to have kept this discovery to himself for a while, but 30 years later, he told someone called John C. Root, who hastily gathered a large team of prospectors to go and find this treasure. John C. Root, little bit gullible. On this day, I sometimes feel like in the past, was gullibility not a thing? I feel like it's in that Invention of Lying movie with Ricky Gervais. People just take everything at absolute face value.
I'm black.
I knew it.
Oh, you're very light-skinned, but I can see it.
I always wanted a black friend.
Me too. I'm an Eskimo.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I've never seen a black Eskimo.
On the day they were supposed to meet to start the expedition, Brown failed to show. Weird that. I could just imagine him whistling away nonchalantly wherever he was, trying to pretend he hadn't just wasted a lot of people's time and money. 1931 is where this Lemuria thing really took off. As if we're not deep enough in the weeds with theosophy, here's another esoteric/occult movement to throw into the mix. The Rosicrucians. While Rosicrucianism has been around in Europe since the 1600s, a man called Harvey Spencer Lewis established the First Order in the US in 1915, giving himself the admittedly pretty cool title of First Imperator of the Ancient and Mystical Order Rosicrucis. Alright, chill. This was shortened to AMORC for everyone's benefit. Anyway, Lewis wrote a book in 1931 called Lemuria, the Lost Continent of the Pacific, under the awkwardly anagrammed pseudonym of Wishart Spenley Survey. Bro, that's not an anagram, that's just you. I mean, technically it is, but bro, Wishart. Surely there's something easier to make out of your name than that. This book was published by AMORC, and the publisher's preface contains one of the best disclaimers that I've ever seen. Quote, "We have just stated that our desire has been to make this book free from panderous scientific quotations, and for any to take advantage of this by criticizing the lack of such evidence will be a sign of insecurity." Yeah, the reason I'm not citing any science is because you're insecure! If the self-evident and indisputable facts found in this book are given proper consideration, there can be no doubt left in the mind of any critic that most of the entire story of Lemuria, as recorded herein, must be true. Bro, just what the I can't sum it up better than no science, because you're insecure. It's ridiculous. Here are some of the chapters to give you an idea of the facts that you will learn in this book. The mental and psychic development of the Lemurians, the community life of the Lemurians, and remarkable achievements of the Lemurians. The book takes us on a wild ride through the history of the world, including this banger from the chapter, The Colonies and Descendants of the Lemurians. Quote, "Considering the Lemurians were the first definite races of man known to history, and that the continent of Lemuria was the real cradle of the civilization of man, we're confronted with the interesting fact that from Lemuria and its people came almost all of the present-day races of man." Wait, so we're all descended from the timeline of this is well off. This is such a mess. I'd love to get my hands on one of these books. I'm sure it would actually be really boring, but it's fully wacky. If I got one of those books and read it as an episode, and probably not the whole thing, and commented on it, and joked around about it and how stupid it is, would that be fair use? It's I don't want to do that, because they're insane. Lewis later writes of many instances of Lemurians being seen out and about in the Mount Shasta area. Quote, "Occasionally one of these oddly dressed individuals would come to one of the smaller towns and trade nuggets and gold dust for some modern commodities. These odd-looking persons were not only peculiar in their dress and different in attire from any costume ever seen on the American Indian, and especially the California Indian, but distinctive in features and complexion. Tall, graceful, and agile, having the appearance of being quite old, and yet exceedingly virile. They gave every indication of being what one would term a foreigner, but with a larger head, much larger forehead, a headdress that adds a special decoration that came down over the center of the forehead to the bridge of the nose, and thus hid or covered a part of the forehead that many have attempted to see and study. Okay. Bro, you're just making shit up. It's just fiction. I'm just wondering how you can tell if someone is exceedingly virile just by looking at them. Yeah, does virile mean like, I always thought it meant like sexual, you know, not like being, like a virile person would be someone who's like, right? Let's look that up. Wide range of masculine characteristics viewed positively. Oh, okay, so it's not necessarily related to sex. I guess they must be giving off some specific BDE or something. That stands for Big Dick Energy, Simon, in case you didn't know. I did know, I recently learned that. And it means someone who's like very secure in themselves. They're just like, what up? Because they got a big dick, in case you didn't realize. And that covered up bit on their foreheads is supposedly the center for their psychic powers, by the way. This book contains many of the examples of Lemurian stuff happening around Mount Shasta that pop up on more recent websites that you can find, so we can say with some certainty that it's been the biggest influence of the whole Lemurian story as we know it today. Yep, based on that thing that is definitely fact. Because you're insecure. At around the same time the book was published, or actually just before, in 1930, another weird Mount Shasta moment was happening. Guy Ballard was taking a hike, as one does, when he bumped into the Count of St. Germain, as one doesn't, because he had long been dead by that time. He was a huge figure in theosophy in his day, and actually loads of other people have claimed to have seen the Count centuries after his death. It has also been claimed that the Count was an ascended master, and had been through various incarnations throughout history, including being Joseph, i.e. Jesus' stepdad, Merlin, Christopher Columbus, and Sir Francis Bacon. In case you're interested, Guy Ballard himself had apparently previously seen Richard the Lionheart and George Washington. Sounds like Guy is another one of these dudes who needs to go and see the doctor. Like the dude who was talking to, who was writing the book because an alien was talking to him. Sounds like schizophrenia or something, doesn't it? Like paranoid something where where people talk to you, you think in their voices. An alien's talking to me, I'm writing it down. Bro, and Guy, get yourselves checked out. I know this is the past, so they'd just probably put you in an asylum. So that's probably why you didn't. But you're not right in the head. Not bad, but I guess he must have then done something a bit wrong to end up as old Guy Ballard. Guy Ballard, you... What is your life? His wife Edna, incidentally, has previously been Joan of Arc, Elizabeth I, and Benjamin Franklin, which I call bullshit on because I was totally Benjamin Franklin in a previous life, and we both can't have been him. Anyway, after this meeting on the slopes of Mount Shasta, the Count of Saint Germain inspired Ballard to start his own offshoot of theosophy called the I Am Activity Movement. This was quite a success at the start, claiming around 1 million members in its heyday, but Ballard died in 1939 after the I Am group had only been going for a few years. This group really went hard into the Ascended Masters area of New Age religions, which is all about reincarnation, karma, and ascending up the ranks of humanity. Which again begs the question, how did someone who was formerly such heavy hitters as Richard the Lionheart and George Washington stoop so low to be reincarnated as Guy Warren Ballard? Well, what it speaks to is Guy Warren Ballard's inflated sense of his own self, doesn't it? Because Guy Ballard thinks he's really important. Anyway, they still have a presence today, especially around the Mount Shasta area. A look at Google Maps shows an I Am Temple School reading room and University of Spiritual Psychology are within about a mile of each other, so they're obviously still intrinsically tied to the mysterious mountain. Speaking of mysterious, what other weird stuff has happened on Mount Shasta? These are the sort of people I get emails from. But you've never seen any of my stuff before, but they're watching videos about their own thing on YouTube, and they'll email me being like, Simon, it's outrageous that you misrepresented us in this way, and we believe in this, and I'm an ascended master of that. And it's like, bro, stop. You know, I read about three words into those emails, and I know what they are, and I'm just like, delete. So please don't waste your time. The Usual Suspects, Mount Shasta edition. After spending so long on this Lemuria thing, I think we can take a bit of a broader approach with the rest of the claims about Mount Shasta. So here goes. Guess who has apparently been spotted roaming the mountainsides and forests in the Mount Shasta area? Oh, it's our old pal Sasquatch or Bigfoot. Done a video about him. Not real. There's no need to go into very much detail as we've done a whole episode on this cryptid in the past. Basically, there's no good proof, evidence, photo or video of anything, but as Mount Shasta is in prime Squatch territory, of course he's going to make a cameo in here somewhere. Still waiting for the aliens, Katie. Where are the aliens? Moving on to our favorite topic, aliens, yes! This one's a bit more interesting than the Bigfoot stuff, as UFOs have been seen all over and around Mount Shasta on multiple occasions over the years. Makes sense, in as much as this thing can make any sense, as Mount Shasta is a huge presence that dominates the surrounding area for many miles around. It's also one of the few power centers on the planet where spiritual energy is supposedly extra strong. Again, not real. If extraterrestrials were going to check this place out, why not start there? Brian David Wallenstein published a book in 2012 called Mount Shasta Sightings, a local and regional chronology of UFO sightings and more. It runs to over 600 pages, so there's got to be something good in there, right? On the back, part of it reads, "The clear, refreshing and grounded approach Brian takes to address the UFO conundrum in a town mired with mystical chatter, a reputation of cosmic muffins, Lemurians, ascended masters, religious extremes and airy-fairy fantasy can and will hopefully restore a level of respectability to ufology and spirituality in our town and beyond." That sounds totally reasonable. Like, I am totally for people investigating UFOs. Go out there and do your thing. Find the proof. I'm into that. That's fine. And get rid of all the fantasy bullshit. And just that could be a real thing of study. Looking for unidentified flying objects because they're real. Like, they're usually like experimental planes or weather balloons. But go study it. I'm all for that. At the end, for this is a very long jacket blurb, it says, "Not one sighting in this book lacks credibility, possibility, or value. They all stand on their own, valid and amazing." Okay, it's pretty bold claim there. Let's see how that works out for you, Brian. Wow, big claims there, Brian. Katie and I, same page. By the way, I'd not come across any mentions of cosmic muffins during my research into this, so I did a quick search. Yeah, I just kind of glossed over that, but what? And it might refer to a radio astrologer called Darrell Martini or Howard Hughes' Boeing 307 Stratoliner that was repurposed and turned into a houseboat before being donated to a museum. Ow! What is going on? This is such a bizarre thing. Either that or this is a really good muffin shop in Mount Shasta. This book has several positive reviews and a couple of less complimentary ones, such as, "This started out as a promising read, then the book devolves into very dry and bland reporting of UFO sightings. I can't tell you how tired I got of reading Silvery Disc Observed in very clinical and emotionless terms. I had to put the book down. Sorry." A 3-star review mentions, "Some statements made in the book could be considered a little far out and hard to substantiate, and more in the realm of the author's opinion. But to be fair, most of the reviews are 4 and 5 stars. But, important thing here, this is a very self-selecting crowd. It's people who are picking up this book believe in this stuff. So they're already going in there inclined to do that. So they're much more likely to give a positive review. No one like me is ever buying this book and then reviewing it because we're like, nonsense. So we can ignore the reviews. Good reviews don't mean scientific accuracy and scrutiny. Going back to UFO sightings around Mount Shasta in particular, as usual, what we do not have are any decent photos of actual alien craft. What a surprise. What we do have, however, are lots of great snaps of lenticular clouds, which could definitely look like flying saucers. Because of the conditions needed to form this type of cloud, Mount Shasta is a great place to see them. There was a particularly good alien-looking one in February 2020, which ignited hot debate online, leading the US Forest Service for the Shasta Trinity National Forest to post an explanation on social media downplaying the cloud with absolutely no mention of UFOs, even as a tongue-in-cheek reference. Yeah, and it's like, I'm looking at these photos now, they'll pop up on the screen if we can do that. Sometimes they might, they could be copyrighted or whatever. But, bro, they're clouds that look a tiny little bit like a UFO. Tiny little bit. They're not real. I mean, they're real clouds. But that's it, they're clouds. Anyone who thinks these are anything but clouds is just, delusional. Any slightly odd people you might meet around Mount Shasta might be Lemurians, or they might just be slightly odd people, but they're unlikely to be extraterrestrials. We've covered this kind of thing a lot in the past, and we'll probably do it again in the future, so sorry about that, but it's not the most interesting thing about this story, apart from some cool photos of a bunch of condensed water vapor. Disappearances. Now let's get back to real life again for a minute, which is a relief. But now we're talking about mysterious disappearances from the Mount Shasta area, a large number of unsolved cases. As of 2022, 11 people have vanished over the space of 10 years, never to be seen again. Well, because it's a national park. It's probably massive, and it's a giant mountain. People are going to go out there, and they're going to get stuck in a ravine, like that dude from that 48 Hours movie or whatever. He cuts his own arm off with a blunt penknife. That's going to happen to people, but they're not going to cut their own arm off with a blunt penknife, and they're just going to die. 11 people over 10 years doesn't seem that bad. They just fell down ravines or some shit. Now, you might think that this is not unusual in national park areas. People go missing all the time. But I looked at the US National Park Service's cold cases page, and there are 10 missing persons listed for Yosemite National Park, but some of the cases stretch back to the 70s and 80s. This indicates that people are going missing at a much faster rate in Mount Shasta, or at least are completely dropping off the grid. So what's going on? Are they meeting Lemurians and deciding to hang out in Talos for a bit? Is Bigfoot eating them? Are they being beamed up by UFOs? As they haven't been found, there's no way to tell exactly what has happened, but let's break it down a bit. Well, the first thing I'd assume is just maybe it's a bit more dangerous. Maybe Yosemite is just like a safer place. First off, these people aren't all disappearing off the mountain itself. It's not like they're hiking up Mount Shasta, turning a corner, and then vanishing into thin air. When you read the stories, many of the cases were people passing through the town, and the area they disappeared in is actually the Siskiyou County, not merely the area immediately surrounding Mount Shasta. Siskiyou County is very large, apparently 3 times the size of Connecticut, so unfortunately it's not that surprising to have a few missing persons cases in an area that big. Looking through the details of the missing people, there are a mixture of probable outcomes, from accident to suicide to murder. None of them have eyewitnesses saying that anything weird was happening just before the person went missing, so I guess we could just put them down as yet more unsolved cases that are unfortunately very much of this realm. Also, although the whole 11 in 10 years thing sounds impressive, when you look at the dates, the earliest given is 1986 and the most recent is 2020, which is substantially more than a span of 10 years. Okay, so that fact was just that fact statement was just a lie. There might be more than 11 missing people though, as I found other names bandied about that are real cases but aren't listed in the official lists that I've found. The example of Carl Herbert Landers is one. In this case, it does sometimes say that he vanished after going round a bend, but other sources say he'd gone on a hike ahead of his friends, so there wouldn't have been anyone to witness what happened to him. From what I could tell, he was supposed to be climbing Mount Shasta and said he was feeling ill the morning of the climb. He then went off by himself and is presumed to have died, as his body has never been found. As he had gone off on his own, it's not even 100% clear if he even went up the mountain or not. I also did come across a couple of things, like a boy vanished on the trail and reappeared hours later saying that a robot clone of his grandmother had kidnapped him and kept him in a cave full of spiders, and his actual grandmother woke up with a spider bite on the back of her head. But, come on now. It's ridiculous. And that boy also needs to be checked out by a doctor. Alright, now we've hauled ourselves to the top of this volcanic mountain that could potentially blow at any time, let's grab a sledge and whiz back down, shitting on a few things while we go. Oh, I purposefully forgot to mention that another group of beings is also rumored to live in the tunnel and caves beneath Mount Shasta, the lizard people. So let's quietly tiptoe back to the tunnel from when we came and pretend we didn't see them. Debunking time. We've added lemurs. Alright. It's time to head back to Lemuria. Sorry, folks. First off, the whole lost continent thing is just not real. The people proposing Lemuria, they're like, it's on the other side of the world, as a lost continent, originally were thinking it was some bit of land that connected Madagascar to India, as lemurs, which are now only found in Madagascar, were apparently historically found in India, but not in Africa, which is a lot closer to Madagascar than India is. Well, this was quite a confusing thing for me to research. As far as I can tell, there haven't been any confirmed fossils of lemurs in India until recently, and only then, it was only bits of teeth that were found, and it was extrapolated out to be relatives of the lemur. It seems there are 2 theories for how lemurs got to Madagascar. The first is that they started in Africa and floated across somehow to Madagascar. I've seen the term rafts of vegetation used, which seems like they crafted little rafts out of leaves, added a jaunty flag, and set sail all by themselves, but I think what it actually means is there was a lot of stuff like logs and large masses of vegetation that they could have used. According to National Geographic, ocean current models for around 50 million years ago, which is when the lemurs were supposed to have reached Madagascar, could definitely have carried them from southern Africa to Madagascar, so it seems like this was a plausible explanation for how they got there. What makes this extra confusing, however, is that some sources say there are no lemur fossils in Africa, and some say there are. What Philip Sclater, a 19th century zoologist, proposed was that a land bridge between India and Madagascar, which he names Lemuria, existed. This is how the lemurs got to Madagascar before the land bridge eventually broke off and sank beneath the waves. Now, this was a good theory for a while, until geologists started finding out more about how our current continents were formed. They found out about the supercontinent Pangaea and plate tectonics, and came to the conclusion that there could have been no Lemuria per se, and there was no large sunken landmass beneath the Indian Ocean. Shocking, we know. But I mean, I don't want to cheat on this one too bad, because it's like this guy was a legit zoologist, which is, he's looking at animals and stuff. So I guess a geologist would be more useful here. But it's like, when you don't know, it's not a bad theory, but when it's proven wrong, you should be like, my theory was wrong. Okay, fine. There's no Lemuria. Done. Problem solved. Mystery over. The article in National Geographic by Kerr Than, published in 2010, says, one weakness of the land bridge theory is that today only 4 major groups of mammals live in Madagascar. These animals are distinctly related to mammals in mainland Africa, and they are all relatively small. It goes on to quote paleoclimatologist Matthew Huber, who points out, if there was a land bridge between Africa and Madagascar, why didn't large animals like elephants or lions cross? Which is an excellent point. The lost continent of Lemuria, as somewhere that explains why lemurs are found in Madagascar, has been widely debunked, which makes its reappearance elsewhere on the globe as an underground city for 7-foot-tall psychics even more confusing. I am happy, however, not to have to research the evolution of lemurs anymore. Philip Schlater did not mention advanced civilizations in his theories about Lemuria. That all came later. Yeah, why was he? Was this the geologist dude? The zoologist even? Yeah, of course he wouldn't. He was trying to come up with actual science. So let's start with A Dweller on Two Planets by Frederick Spencer Oliver. First of all, this is touted everywhere as one of the main sources about Lemuria being underneath Mount Shasta. I've scanned through it though, and there are literally 6 mentions of the whole thing, and 2 of those using Lemurus as an alternative spelling. Thank God for Control F, that's all I've got to say. The book is mainly about Atlantis, not Lemuria at all. This is the main thing the book has to say about it. To quote, wouldst learn of destruction of Lemurus, that great people who were in the earth before the age of ice, when the world knew no cold, nor snow, nor frost, who antedated Poseid, by countless ages. Oh my god, text in the past, it's like so hard to read. Turn to the book of Job and read of how the deep boiled like a pot, and reading, thou shalt learn that Lemuria perished of fire from out the interplanetary depths. So one cycle of mankind dieth of fire, and the next of water. What are you smoking, bro? What did that even mean? That's the most salient bit. It is hardly salient at all, Katie. What does it even mean? I'm not sure if this guy's just like wacko, or whether it's just like language from the past being really hard to understand. The first mention is too boring to have you read out, and the last one goes into a weird story about a fair girl being attacked by a swarthy man, although I think he actually sacrificed himself in the end instead of killing her. It's a bit confusing. Anyway, this hardly goes into any great detail about anything Lemuria related. The examples just seem to be thrown in to act as some other example to bolster the Atlantis one. There was a sequel published called An Earth Dweller's Return. However, it seems that it was not written by Oliver and was in fact just written in a similar style by the Lemurian Fellowship, which has since sprung up. It was much more Lemuria-centered, and many people dismissed it just as being fodder to join their movement. I haven't bothered reading that one as I was fed up with Lemuria by this point, so I'll just have to take the word of an Amazon reviewer who said, this is supposed to be the sequel to A Dweller on Two Planets by Phylos the Tibetan. We're talking about channeled material, and while no one could easily doubt the authenticity of the first book, I cannot say the same about this one. No one could easily doubt the authenticity of the first book. You mean the one that was dictated in this guy's head by an alien hundreds of years ago? Or 100-something years ago? Please. So this leads us onto the more influential work by Harvey Spencer Lewis, Lemuria, the Lost Continent of the Pacific. Note that he said Pacific here, not Indian Ocean. Somehow, over the course of the years, the whole notion of a fallen land bridge between Madagascar and India morphed into a sunken continent of super beings in the Pacific. The only thing connecting the two was the name Lemuria, but I don't think Lewis's book makes any mention of lemurs. Anyway, thanks to the incredible disclaimer in the publisher's preface, just because there's absolutely zero evidence of this underground city or race of psychic megaminds, that doesn't mean it's not at all true. Yeah, it's all true. You're just insecure. It's the worst argument for this bullshit that I've ever heard. I think we can safely say that Lewis just made all of this shit up, or just swapped out the word Atlantis for Lemuria off the back of Frederick Oliver's book. Unfortunately, a lot of people still believe it even now, and we'll get into the modern day stuff in a minute. Oh, cringe. Why do people believe this? People have searched for entrances to Talos for decades, but there was one man who thought he might have found it, remember? Yeah, the guy who went on an 11-mile walk into a mountain because he's a maniac, but he didn't because it's not real. That would be J.C. Brown, who then sneakily failed to show when a large expedition was gathered at someone else's expense. I mean, but also more fool them. Like, you've been mega gullible. I have no idea if this story is true or not, but the fact that he didn't appear to take any souvenirs the first time and the expedition was stymied from the beginning the second time, it's probably just a folktale. Guy Ballard also probably didn't need to meet the reincarnated version or astral projection of the Count of Saint-Germain on the mountain that day either. Either he just met some inspirational hippie, or he just made it up. While the I Am movement was quite a hit back in his day, after he died, his wife and son were charged with fraud, with the case being that they got millions of dollars from followers but didn't actually believe in their own teachings. That's going to be really hard to prove, though. Because if they're like just a religious organization, And it's like, no, we definitely believe in this stuff. I guess that's not fraud somehow. A jury found them guilty, which was overturned on appeal, but later reinstated. Eventually, the Supreme Court dismissed their conviction. The I Am movement still exists to this day with an especially strong presence around Mount Shasta. Again, exactly the sort of people that I will get emails from. Mount Shasta today. Alright, so let's turn to some more modern Mount Shasta news. Now, I know we've been ragging on it for the whole episode, but it does hold a sacred place in the hearts of many Native American tribes, and it is roundly thought of as a mystical place where weird things happen. There are Reddit stories galore about people having weird experiences when hiking in their forests and mountains, although to be fair, there are an equal number of people saying things like, "You're so lucky, I've lived here all my life and never experienced anything weird." If you're in some woods that are notoriously spooky, you're going to be a bit more susceptible to being spooked. Yeah, even I would be. If I'm alone in that forest, and I don't believe in any of this stuff, I'm still going to be like way more like, maybe ghosts are real. Because that's how humans' brains works and they're stupid. In August 1987, something that was described as a spiritual Woodstock called harmonic convergence took place at power centers of spiritual energy, one of them being Mount Shasta. This was supposed to be an auspicious lining up of planets and also the end of a Mayan calendar cycle, although I believe there was a bit of tweaking to get the two things to converge, and also the planetary alignment thing wasn't a particularly big deal, but there you go, spiritual Woodstock. Apparently, during this harmonic convergence, an angel appeared on someone's TV in Mount Shasta, and someone then channeled the angel, claiming it said, quote, "I shall be appearing in many third-dimensional guises. Look for me on your computer screens, your television sets, and beaming down from your satellites." I don't believe anything came of that. No, it didn't. It's not real. People still flock to Mount Shasta today, some just for the scenery and nature, but there's definitely a large New Age contingent. There are a lot of crystal shops in Mount Shasta. You know, places like hippie and New Age. It's like, what's that shop sell? Crystals. Like, for jewelry? No. For like, spells and or healing. There are also very interesting tours and retreats that you can take, such as this one called the Arcturian Healing Retreat. For the rather odd amount of $944, which does not include accommodation, you will experience Nakura activations, connection with Arcturian light ships above Mount Shasta, quantum field activations, making contact, healing, enter pure reality, find out your cosmic origin, connect to stargates on Mount Shasta, Stargate heart activation, activations at high-frequency portals and vortex on Mount Shasta, 1 Arcturian healing massage activation, and 3 organic meals. It's just like you're making stuff up and then charging people for it. Go on, Simon, put it on your to-do list. No, thank you very much. Arcturians are highly advanced extraterrestrials, by the way. Tell you what, any extraterrestrials that come to visit are going to be highly advanced because they came from their planet to our planet. So we're going to be like, oh my god, space gods. There's also a website I mentioned earlier called LemuriaConnection.com. This gives a very thorough history of Lemurians and all their spiritual stuff, but as always, it really seems to skew the whole thing towards Christianity. Look, if Jesus was born about 2,000 years ago, why are these beings that you state have been in existence for hundreds of thousands of years retaining their Christ consciousness? They wouldn't have had a clue who he was had they been under a mountain for at least 12,000 years, so his little blip in the timeline would have completely passed them by. The Lemurian Connection also states, Lemuria still exists in a 4th and 5th dimensional frequency, not yet visible to our 3rd dimensional vision and perception. As the veil between the dimensions becomes increasingly thinner, it does it? Lemuria, in her new splendor and glory, will reveal herself to us in a very physical and tangible way. Though we can't actually see it yet, that's convenient, isn't it? Honestly, this stuff is a bit bonkers. On talosuk.co.uk, yes, there's a UK site about it too. Here's a bit about what they have to say about Mount Shasta. Quoting, "It is a focus for angels, spirit guides, spaceships, masters from the light realm, and the home of the survivors of ancient Lemuria, which sunk under the waves of the Pacific Ocean a little over 12,000 years ago." No, it didn't! We disproved this! For those gifted with clairvoyant abilities, Mount Shasta is embraced in a gigantic, etheric purple pyramid whose capstone reaches far beyond this planet into space. No, it doesn't. It's half the size of Mount Everest and connects us intergalactically to the Confederation of Planets for this sector of the Milky Way galaxy. Well, you're getting your terminology wrong because intergalactic means between galaxies, whereas planets within this sector of the Milky Way galaxy would be interstellar, not intergalactic. Well, you talking? Come on, this is basic shit. The awesome pyramid is also created as an inverted version of itself, reaching far down to the very core of the Earth. You can call Mount Shasta the entry point for the light grids of this planet, where most of the energy comes first from the galactic and universal core before it is disseminated to other mountains and into the grids. So yeah, visit telosuk.co.uk if you want more of that bullshit, in my opinion. Conclusions. While myths and legends continue to swirl around Mount Shasta, the strange stories of underground cities are just pure fiction, made up from mashing together various stories of lost continents with a big spiritual twist. The Bigfoot and UFO sightings are also just hearsay until we see some actual evidence, and anecdotal stories of feeling weirded out or seeing things in the woods isn't exclusive to Mount Shasta. That can happen anywhere. I don't believe that people are going missing at a vastly different rate than anywhere else or in more mysterious circumstances. It's just tied in with the existing reputation of the area. Tribes such as the Winnemem-Wintu regularly hold ceremonies around Mount Shasta and probably get annoyed with all the tourists poking around and looking for entrances to non-existent underground cities. While Mount Shasta is a special place, it is not a portal to a fifth dimension or a hideout for reptilians. It's just a big old volcano covered in snow that has the potential to blow its top at any time, which would not be good news for the crystal shops. Yeah, but no one will miss the crystal shops. Fuck the crystal shops. And that's the end of today's episode. Thanks for being here. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. I, as always, am your host Simon. Welcome. On this show, this is one of my writers, in this case Katie. Thank you, Katie's written me a script. These things were all over ancient Rome, the dodecahedron mystery. Oh, I know this one. I think I've made this has been an entry in one of my videos in the past, on side projects or something, and people think it's maybe for knitting or it's some toy, but no one knows what it is. Show it on screen right now. I'm looking at a picture of it in the notes, and this thing's pretty wild. Before I do the show here, I've never read this before. Katie's written it for me. I'm going to read it. Let's jump in. Hello, Simon. How often do you think about the Roman Empire? Often. More often than I'd like. This was a meme a few months ago, right? Maybe when this script was written, because I'm so ridiculously behind in recording Decoding the Unknown scripts. But for me, the Roman Empire is going to come up at least once or twice a week for me in a video. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, Roman Empire. And I've done so many videos about it. I'm kind of sick of the Roman Empire, to be honest. But let's do another video on it. To be honest, it doesn't really matter what your answer is, because A, I'm not actually interested, I was just trying to find a good way into this episode, and B, even if you do think about it, I bet you don't even think about what we're going to cover today. Or maybe you do, as it was you who added it to the list of topic suggestions for this channel. Anyway, today I'm enjoying not having to debunk anything remotely extraterrestrial, as we are talking about an intriguing little historical mystery. Let's get our thinking caps on and try to work out the real reason these small metal dodecahedrons were found all over the former Roman Empire. Max Hedron. If I manage to get another pun out of this, I'll be pretty impressed with myself, so let's see how it goes. Even though the Roman Empire ended many centuries ago, we're still digging up plenty of bits and bobs from this time period, with amateurs and professionals alike regularly finding bits of pottery, coin hoards, settlement remains, etc. This sounds awesome. How cool would it be to find a coin hoard? I get the feeling, in the UK, I think there's some rule. Let's ask ChatGPT. Yo, ChatGPT, what's up? So I'm thinking, if I'm in the UK and I discover, I'm using my metal detector out in the field or whatever, and I dig down and I find some massive bastion of kilograms upon kilograms of gold Roman coins. What's the deal? Do I get to keep it? I'm not saying I found this. I just want to know, do I get to keep it? Because I think the government gets most of it and I get a tiny percentage, right?
Hey there. Finding a massive stash of Roman gold coins would be quite the discovery. In the UK, there's something called the Treasure Act of 1996 that comes into play for finds like this. Essentially, if you find something that's considered treasure, you're legally required to report it to the local coroner within 14 days. For something to be considered treasure, it usually needs to be over 300 years old, made of gold or silver, or found with artifacts that are made of precious metals. Now, if your find is declared treasure, it's offered to museums to purchase at a market value determined by an independent committee. If a museum is interested and buys it, the reward is typically split between the finder and the landowner. So you wouldn't get to keep the coins outright, but you could get a significant reward for your discovery. If no museum wants to purchase the treasure, it might be returned to you.
Okay, I was wrong. That's pretty cool. Maybe we should all become treasure hunters. Although it is ChatGPT, it could be wrong. I feel like there is some law where the government gets most of it. While all of these are quite commonplace and easy to identify, there has been one specific item that has popped up from Wales to Hungary, with currently more than 100 examples being unearthed from 1739 to as recently as June 2023. It's a metal dodecahedron, a 12-sided object, and nobody can work out what it was for. The plural, by the way, can either be dodecahedra or dodecahedrons. I think we're going to go for the S ending so as not to sound too posh about it. I know all you tabletop gaming nerds have just pricked up your ears. A 12-sided object, you say? Obviously the Romans were into D&D, or insert whatever game is more popular now. Does Magic the Gathering use 12-sided dice? Kevin would know. Kevin's always banging on about... Kevin in his scripts, there's always like... If he's going to find a way to insert either wrestling, WWE... not World of Warcraft, what was it called? Magic the Gathering, or butchery into his scripts. It often comes up. I would ask that writer, Kevin, he knows. Don't worry, we'll go through the theories in a bit, but let's find out about the actual object itself first. These dodecahedra... Didn't we just say it was dodecahedrons? Didn't we? Oh, we used the fancy plural after all. It seemed more right in this sentence. The dodecahedra have been found in various sizes, ranging from about golf ball to tennis ball size, so none of them have been that large. I know tennis ball size is quite big for like... Well, I don't suppose we know what it is, so it doesn't... I've got no point of reference, do I? So never mind. It's a size of a tennis ball. In an attempt to show the size of these things, the Portable Antiquities Scheme website helpfully says all are roughly the size of an adult human fist, which it should be noted can vary widely from 5 centimeters to 11 centimeters in diameter. So thanks for that. Yeah, that's not very helpful. Just be like, yeah, sometimes they're about this big. We can all understand centimeters or inches or tennis balls. Otherwise I'm going to be all confused. Be like, is that a baby's fist or is that Shaq's fist? We need to know. Most of them are made from a copper alloy or bronze, although there are some stone examples. While many have been damaged, there are several intact or almost intact dodecahedrons that are currently on display in various museums across Europe. They are all hollow and each object is made of 12 pentagonal faces and each face has a hole in the middle. These holes are all of varying diameters, each side is flawlessly joined to the others, and there is a small metal knob on either corner of the dodecahedron. On one complete example there would be 20 balls. Some are plain, but others have been found that are more decorated with engraved rings around the holes, borders around the pentagonal faces, or other little markings along each edge. And look, this is, if you're listening as a podcast, I do realise that this is quite a complex thing to imagine in your mind, so I'd recommend that you just open up your phone and, well, best of all, load the video version of this podcast, which is on YouTube, or just look up Roman dodecahedron and you'll get the idea, rather than me trying to continue to explain this somewhat complex geometric shape. These are called Roman dodecahedrons as they date back to the times of the later Roman Empire, i.e. around AD 43 to 410. They are also referred to as Gallo-Roman dodecahedrons, as the majority have been found in what were Gaul, Germania and Britannia, which are now areas of France, Switzerland, Belgium, Germany and Great Britain. A couple have also been found in Hungary, but the majority are concentrated in this area. They've also been found in a variety of situations. Some have been found in tombs, while others have been found with a load of coins, some of which were in public areas such as baths, theatres and temples. Others have been found in the remains of military camps. The most perplexing thing for historians and archaeologists, however, is that nobody has any clue what they're for. All I can think of at the moment is fidget spinners. Like, it's just a toy. Like, if someone from the future discovered fidget spinners and were like, whoa, what is this? What is this for? Was this some sort of sewing device? Was it a timing device? A measuring device? Wow! It's like, no, it's just a stupid thing that like people like to play with in their hands. I get the feeling that this is what this is. Great Hadron Collider. Here is one of the most intriguing issues about these things. There's no mention that anyone has ever found about them in Roman history. No writings, no drawings, no larger versions, no record of them appears to exist, although we know that they date from the Roman Empire's time period. If they're undamaged or minorly damaged, they show no other signs of wear and tear. So what could they be for? The suggestions are many and varied, but there seems to be a sticking point to each of them, so let's see what the current ideas are. I apologise in advance for all future subheadings, but once I thought of one that rhymed with dodecahedron, I couldn't resist until they were all tortuously forced into the same pattern. Go get a weave on. Oh, God. I am very impressed Like, it took me a minute to get that. Go get a weave on, because it's going to be about maybe this device is used for, like, weaving or something. But it rhymes with dodecahedron, which is, it's impressive that you made that rhyme, Katie, I have to say. This is one of the internet's favourite theories. In this instance, people would use the bobbles on the dodecahedron to wrap yarn around, then hook it over or whatever to create little tubes of knitting that feed down into the hollow centre of the thing. I've seen videos of people doing this, and while it does seem a bit cumbersome and unintuitive, you certainly can make fingers for a pair of gloves. The theory is that the different holes are for different size fingers, and because many of these things were found in less warm parts of the Roman Empire, it stands to reason that this could be what they're for. Sounds great. When watching a series of videos about this by the YouTube channel Make Craft Do, she uses a 3D printed version of a dodecahedron as a type of loom and points out that two of the largest holes are actually oval, meaning that when starting with the smallest hole at the top and rotating them clockwise, this would be the template for the different sizes of your fingers, ending with your larger thumb. Yeah, but then you'll just end up with a bunch of fingers. Which is like the opposite of fingerless gloves, whatever that is. Just glove fingers, which is weird. Also, Make Craft Do. If I heard that name for a YouTube channel, I'd be like, that's one of those crappy channels where they're pretending to craft stuff. But this actually sounds like a good one, which is nice. She successfully creates a whole 5-fingered glove using just yarn, her hands, and the dodecahedron, but can't work out how to cast the thing off and resorts to using a crochet hook. Still, it's quite impressive and proof that you can indeed make a knitted glove using one of these things. But just because you can, doesn't mean that that's what this thing is supposed to be for. And here are some reasons why. Number 1, it's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It's time-consuming, fiddly, and kind of pointless when all you need to knit something is 2 sticks and some wool. This is a finely crafted piece of metalwork and just seems to be wasted on this type of activity. Number 2, while over 100 have been found, if it was something that people used to knit gloves on the regular, you'd think there'd be a lot more around. Just imagine how many of those tomato pin cushions can be found in craft boxes the world over. Number 3, the different sizes of holes are actually irrelevant in this case, as the wool is wrapped around the metal knobbles, which are all fixed and uniform distance apart. Therefore, all the fingers are going to be the same size, no matter which face you choose to knit from, which isn't brilliant when you're making a glove, because obviously your thumb looks a whole lot different to the baby finger, doesn't it? Number 4, none of the knobbles found on the excavated examples of the dodecahedrons had any sign of wear. If wool or other fibres were constantly being looped and pulled around it, there would probably be more signs of use. Maybe the ones we found weren't used very much. I know I've bought a ton of stuff that I thought would come in handy, and it's never seen the light of day. Yes, definitely. It's like, oh, I'm definitely going to use this. And then you buy it and then you never use it again. Because the internet. The internet makes buying things so easy. Number 5, I buried the lead here, but there are no examples of knitting from the Roman era. Romans did not knit. Yes, they had weaving and used looms, but this was not knitting. No examples of knitted fabrics or garments have ever been found. Okay, they might not have lasted this long, but there are no other trappings of knitting either. Knitting with needles wasn't invented until at least 500 years after the end of the Roman Empire, so I think we can safely say that the dodecahedron was not created with the intention of using it to knit gloves. To me, knitting is like some sort of wizardry, because I'm like, wait, you just use those 2 sticks and you just take that one piece of rope and you turn it into like something new? That's amazing! I went home to the UK recently. I say home. It's like I lived in the UK for a very long time. And now the place where I grew up is no longer where my parents live. I went to my parents' house, is what I should say. And I lost my hat. I'm bald, gotta carry a hat, it's winter. And my dad was like, I can borrow this one. Well, that's a nice hat. And he's like, I made that. And I'm like, wait, you knit? And my dad's like, yeah, I knit. And I'm like, how did I not know that about you? Why do you knit? And he's like, oh, I learned how to do it during COVID. And I'm like, of course you did. My dad's so retired. He's actually knitting. Dodeca, have fun. So maybe it was some sort of die or related to a child's game or something. Dice had already been in existence for centuries, so I suppose that was a possibility. If this was where your mind went, however, you might have forgotten about the bobbles. Each corner of the dodecahedrons had a metal ball on it, which is hardly conclusive to rolling. Plus, each side had a different sized hole, meaning that the sides weren't equally weighted. I think we can conclude that this possibly makes it the worst potential die of all time. As for a child's toy, well, so few have been found that it makes it unlikely to have been a plaything. Also, they were found in military camps, among other places, so unless little Julius was in the corner playing with one of those things while his father was out working out military strategies, I don't really know how they would have got there with this theory. Plus, it doesn't do anything on its own. If it was a game or part of a game, you would have needed other things to go with it, but nobody seems to have unearthed anything else that connects with the dodecahedra, so I think that's the end of this idea. Faux betahedron. Really stretching it now, Katie. Speaking of military things, some people have speculated that this was some sort of measuring device used to work out the distance or size of various objects relative to others, or as a surveying tool. It could have been used to measure trajectories on the battlefield. The knobs on the corners make it easy to grip or set into position, and the different sized holes could act as an aid to compare or measure things. That's not a bad theory, I like that. Unfortunately, that's about as far as this theory goes. Okay, I was hoping for something a bit more to lock it down for me, rather than just like wild speculation. Quite apart from nobody really being able to work out how this would work in a useful way, these things were all different sizes, and none of them had any handy markings or symbols. A lack of standard size plus no helpful measurement indicators equals something that's unlikely to have been used as a strategic military tool, or in fact, any type of tool at all. Dodecoration. Could this thing be nothing more than a fancy ornament to show off at home? A little doodad that takes up space and gets dusty on your mantle? I vaguely remember from whatever video I made about this in the past that they thought that it could be this. That it was like just to show off. Like, it's a complicated thing to make with the technology at the time, and by owning one, it was like, oh, you own one of those. That's like, you know, like a fancy Swiss watch or something that's been, like, carefully put together by a man in a room with one of those little zoomy eye things for a really long time. And then it's like, yeah, it's just owning it because it's like so much time went into it, and that makes it cool in itself, or desirable, or a status symbol, or whatever. Other theories along these lines include using them as a topper for ceremonial scepters, or using them on weapons. The very essence of the things kind of preclude these suggestions, though. For one, they are specially crafted, not just mass-produced pieces of crap that were found all over the place. I guess they could be stuck on the end of a stick to make it into a kind of a mace, but the dodecahedrons themselves are small and not very heavy, so it's doubtful that they'd make a particularly formidable weapon. The variety of size also means they weren't some standard ammo or anything. And why bother with the different sized holes if they're just going to end up getting pounded into oblivion? So, the decorative route might seem more likely. There was one found in a tomb with remnants of wax on it, leading to the belief that they may have been used as candle holders. This is one of those theories, like the knitting one. Yes, they may have been used to stick a candle in, but that probably wasn't the intended purpose. Why? Well, only one has been found with wax on it, making it more like an in-the-moment makeshift solution than the raison d'etre for these little metal mysteries. But maybe they were just ornamental. Although again, their prevalence in military camps kind of hints at some other use, and again, you'd expect to have found many more examples than 130 or so across Europe. They could be in military camps because the, like, head of the military camp has taken his, like, nice little decoration thing to put up in his little tent in wherever they're militarying. Mulberry Seed Run. If you go to the obvious website for this thing, which is romandecahedron.com, really? You'll find a hypothesis page with the title, The Roman Pentagon Dodecahedron, an astronomic measuring instrument for determining the optimal sowing date for winter grain by GMC Wagmans. This is a very long and boring page. Sorry, GMC, which boils down to the idea that if you put the dodecahedron on a flat plate at the peaks of spring and autumn and let the sun shine through it, you could work out when it would be best to sow your winter grain. So useful. Wow, that's pretty useful. But let's poke holes in it, shall we? Number one, this theory is so complicated. It relies on measuring sunspots through the various holes, rotating them in a certain way and calculating the angles and whatnot to end up giving you a date range in which you sow your grain. How would this even work? Wouldn't it be the same every year? Farming had already been going fine up until now. It seems that humans had a grasp on it without using this complicated technique. Here's an example of one of the many steps needed to read this thing. Now turn the dodecahedron without lifting it up in such a way that the 4 remaining areas can be checked. Write down or remember how many of the 5 measuring points have light passed through, and check if there is a small spot of light present, and turn the dodecahedron round its imaginary axe that runs through the 2 largest openings and check the remaining 4 measuring points. The 2 areas with the largest openings are opposite each other, remain at the same place in each measuring point. In total, 15 measuring points should have been checked. I am so lost. This is so confusing, and I think no. This is like way over-engineered. The solution is, I don't think the device is. This continues until you've checked 20 points. I don't think remembering things is a great way to conduct this research when all your future crops are at stake, but what do I know? Number 2, your average farm would not be able to make the calculations necessary in Wagman's hypothesis. He also assumes many things that make the practical application of his theory unlikely, such as a perfect measuring body, when these things were made by hand, so could never be 100% perfect. He also says almost every dodecahedron has the 2 largest holes exactly opposite each other, which helped his theory that you would start with the sunlight shining through these 2 largest holes first. However, it's almost every dodecahedron, not every dodecahedron, so what would the others be for? Were they just assembled incorrectly? Number 3. He states that some examples he found had wear on the knobbles that would have been in contact with the ground. Okay, so what's the function of all the other knobbles then? If it was a tool that was supposed to be set down in a certain way, why not just have the knobbles on the side that were supposed to be facing a certain direction? Or why didn't they have equal signs of wear? Number 4. The found examples of dodecahedrons were usually small, just a few inches across for the larger ones. This does not seem conducive to producing any meaningful readings. Also, why weren't more found in a way that would tie them to agricultural or astronomical use? Sorry, but this theory seems like a load of chaff. Completely agree. I think it's not used for this. This is way too complicated. Dodecahedron. This is one of the stronger, or at least widely held theories out there, that the Romans, and especially the Gallic Romans, i.e. people living in the Gaul area of mainland Europe, had all kinds of religious and ritual practice. The most recent example of these dodecahedrons was found by the Norton Disney Historical and Archaeological Group in June 2023. I'd never heard of Norton Disney. What a great name. It's a small village in Lincolnshire, England, and it's named after the anglicised version of the French name de Isigny. Wow, okay. I guess Disney is a name. There was a dude, Walt Disney. But I would be like, if I called it the Norton Disney History of Archaeology Group, I just feel like I'm going to get sued by Disney, even though my name is Disney. Disney, famously litigious. Apparently in a charter of 1386, the lords of the manor had an estate called Disneyland. Although I did look any further than the Wikipedia page for this one, and can't guarantee that that's true. That's incredible. And yes, Walt Disney is probably descended from this line, but the main point is that Norton Disney greatly precedes Walt Disney. Anyway, the example found by the volunteer archaeologists is intact and is the 33rd one found in Roman Britain. It's 75% copper, 7% tin, and 18% lead, and was found specifically buried with other contemporary objects, such as some Roman pottery. I feel like, speaking of the Disney name, there must be people called Disney today, right? If you met someone called Disney, I feel like it'd be like, you must be rich. You must be very, very rich. But maybe it's like, oh no, that was my third cousin once removed, and I'm their grandson. I'm just a regular poor-ass Disney. You're like, that's disappointing. The group says on their website, a huge amount of time, energy and skill was taken to create our dodecahedron, so it was not used for mundane purposes, especially when alternative materials are available that would achieve the same purpose. The most likely use, we think, is for ritual and religious purposes. Roman society was full of superstition, something experienced on a daily basis. A potential link with local religious practice is our current working theory. More investigation is required, though. But why would this particular artifact be linked to rituals or stuff like that in the first place? Maybe it's the shape of the dodecahedron that holds the answer. It has 12 sides, which corresponds to the 12 signs of the zodiac, and even though Christianity was the official religion in later years, the Romans were big into astrology, and a link between this kind of thing and the metal dodecahedrons doesn't seem to be too far-fetched, especially when compared to the other theories we've covered. Yeah, I mean, when you don't know what something is, you can always fall back on it's like a tchotchke religious thing. According to Plato, the universe is shaped like a dodecahedron, and people seem to keep coming back to this theory even recently, judging from the results I found online. So maybe these little shapes had some kind of cosmic significance as charms or amulets, even if they didn't have an actual practical purpose. Expanding this a little further, many of these dodecahedrons were found in the area of Gaul, which was home to Celtic people. The curator of the Gallo-Roman Museum in Belgium said in an interview with Live Science, "We rather think it has something to do with non-official activities like sorcery, fortune-telling, and so on." How exciting. An article on artnews.com goes on to say, quote, "Its magical purpose could be explained by a variety of factors. First, dodecahedrons were mostly found in the Gallo-Roman Empire, an offshoot of the Roman Empire in which magic rituals were known to have taken place. The lack of written records about dodecahedrons may point to a need to use these objects in secret, as divination and magic rituals were punished severely in the Roman Empire. Dodecahedrons have often been found near burial sites where these rituals may have taken place. How, or even if, these things were actually used in any rituals has yet to be discovered. A dodecahedron found in Geneva in 1982 appeared to have the names of all of the 12 signs of the zodiac inscribed on it, which would catapult this theory to the top of the list. However, I can't find any more information than just the bald fact. I couldn't even find a photo or anything. Maybe the inscriptions were added later. It would seem that if this were the reason for these dodecahedrons, more of them would have some sort of symbol or marking on each face. Yeah, agreed, but also, we don't know. It's very ambiguous when it gets into this, religious stuff. Don't make a weird one. Sometimes the simplest answer is the correct one, so here's another strongish theory. These dodecahedrons were proof of the skill of the craftsman. Yes, that's the one I remember from before. Maybe there was a metalsmith standard where you had to produce one of these to get a certain level of recognition, or maybe they did it for the lols and they were just a good example of tricky pieces. That would answer the question of why all the holes were different sizes. It might have been to add that extra layer of technical difficulty. Maybe making them smaller was harder than making them much bigger. That seems probable. There has been an example of 20-sided object being found, but I believe there was only one of these uncovered so far. This also has multiple holes in each face and a knobble on each corner. It's also decorated a bit more than the dodecahedron, so maybe whoever made this one was the ultimate polyhedron master. Dodec ancillaries. There have been a myriad of other theories about what these things were for, but most of them seem to fall apart when you think that only 100 or so have ever been found. Another idea I saw was that they were somehow used to detect counterfeit coins. But as usual, this makes no sense, as these dodecahedrons were all different sizes and the holes were pretty small, probably too small to be used to measure most coins. And if you had put a coin into one of the holes, it would be extremely annoying to shake it out again. I still think this is a Roman fidget spinner. Like a fancy fidget spinner for rich people. So there we go, plenty of these things have been unearthed, but not nearly enough to make them a common object. There is no mention of them in anything we've read about Roman life, and they don't appear in images from the time, but they have been definitively dated to the Roman Empire time period. They are only found in the more northern areas of the empire, not in areas such as Italy, Spain, or northern Africa. There have actually been a couple found in Southeast Asia that were made of gold, but these were thought to have been brought to Asia rather than made there. That even speaks more to my theory of like their fancy toys for rich people, because then they would make them out of gold if they were sending them as some sort of diplomatic present to the Far East, right? Really, the best theories for what these things were for are the ones that can't definitively be poo-pooed, as there are none that we can point to with certainty and say, yes, that's it, we've done it, well done everybody. Who knows? Maybe many generations in the future, people will be puzzling over Bluetooth headsets or Crocs or those cushions where one side is sequins and the other is Nicolas Cage's face. That exists, I want it. It's good that we don't understand everything. It makes the past more fun, and any layperson's opinion on this is just as likely to be correct as anything else. Yeah, I personally think my opinion's correct. It's a toy. It's a fidget spinner for the Romans. Personally, I think I'm in the Metalworks Flex camp, and maybe most of these little creations weren't supposed to have any other use than just being a cool thing to look at, and many ended up being used as paperweights, for example. Maybe they were all created by the same person, which is why so few have been found. Whatever your opinion, you're probably nearer to the mark than the crop timing guy. He's just dodeca wrong. Yeah, I think that's right. I think they're just little... They're like art or toys. They don't mean anything. And that's where we end today's pretty short episode. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. Today we're talking about the ghost ship, the Octavius. How exciting. Ghost ships, no ghosts. Well, maybe there will be. Maybe this will be the episode where I'm like, oh yeah, ghosts are real and they're on the Octavius. I mean, probably not if you've been here before. Doesn't often happen. I don't think it's happened yet. The only one where it's come reasonably close, I was like, oh, there's something fishy about the JFK assassination. And how many hundreds of episodes have we done? Never mind. Anyway, the format of the show, Katie, thank you Katie, has written me the script. I'm going to read it. Let's jump in. The seas have always been a dangerous place, whether it's legends of the Kraken, right? From Lovecraft? Kraken? I've never read any Lovecraft, but even if I had, would I know how to pronounce it? I always come back to that amazing thing in The Simpsons, where Marge Simpson says, "Run like the wind!" And someone's like, what? And she's like, well, I've only ever read it. It's like, yeah, wind and wind. Same thing. Sorry, I'm already on a tangent. Let's get back into it. Romanticized pirates to modern pirates, weird phenomena like sea spouts and sea quakes to rough seas and howling winds. It seems like the chance of getting anywhere bobbing along on the top of a mind-boggling depth of salty water would be slim to none. But of course, we know that's not true. So, another tangent. I'm really sorry. We'll actually get into the content, I do promise. One of my fears, you know, people have just random fears of stuff. My fear is deep water. I think if I had to choose one thing I was afraid of, like, yeah, you know, I'm uncomfortable with heights. Like, if you're at the top of a big building and you're looking over the edge, you're like, oh, we're really high up. But I think that's more just like rational fear of being high up. Like, but irrationally, if I'm in the sea and I don't know how deep it is, I'm just scared, because I'm like, it's really far down. It's really far down there. And I don't know why. I'm a pretty good swimmer. Like, I'm not going to drown, and it doesn't matter if I'm in a pool or if I'm in the sea. If I can't touch the bottom, does it? So, yeah, I don't know why I'm afraid of the sea. Like, deep sea. Travel by water is pretty safe, and back in the day it was the only way for people to get to other parts of the world, so it had to be done. While strange things do happen at sea, well, probably I can't think of anything recent off the top of my head, it's the eerie stories from earlier centuries that stay in the collective memory to act as cautionary tales or just give us the creeps. Thank you, my fellow basement dweller, Emma Frayling, for suggesting this topic, although it did come at the cost of my last remaining Cocoa Pop. Wait, how can you have one Cocoa Pop? Aren't Cocoa Pops plural, like Cocoa Pops? It's a cereal, isn't it? I remember when I was a kid they tried renaming it Choco Krispies for some reason, and no one liked that, so they changed it back to Cocoa Pops. And I think it might have just been a marketing thing overall, but all of the boxes changed to Choco Krispies for a while, which just seems like a terrible name. Especially because you've got an established... It'd be like Coke changing their name to, like, I don't know, something completely different. Like caramel-flavoured beverage. Why would you do that? We covered the story of the Mary Celeste a while back in the early days of this channel, and here's another story for you that's even more chilling. The ghost ship Octavius. That was a joke, by the way. You don't even know it. Although you don't even know it yet. Anchors away. Okay, I don't know the joke. I guess we'll get there. Dead in the water. In October 1775, the whaling ship Herald was off the west coast of Greenland, probably harpooning some poor old whales or something, when it caught sight of a three-masted ship sailing in a sorry state of disrepair. Seeing nobody on board, they thought it was abandoned, so a party from the Herald went over to see if there was anything useful to nick. Once on board, what they now saw was the Octavius. However, things took a macabre turn. While there wasn't anyone on the top deck of the ship, once they went below, a horrifying sight met their eyes. The ship's entire crew of 28 was dead, and not just dead, they were frozen solid, lying or sitting as if they were just waiting for the other men to discover them. Well, yeah, they're near Greenland. Greenland's ironically much more icy than Iceland. So it's going to be below freezing out there, right? So they would be frozen. Looking into the captain's quarters, the crew from the Herald found another crew member frozen with a tinderbox in his hand. The captain's wife and child were snuggled in a blanket together, also frozen stiff. Oh no. Oh yeah, it's the past. They'd be on these ships for a really long time, so their families would go with them, which is kind of like crazy. I didn't realize how crazy it was when I was a kid watching Star Trek The Next Generation. You seen that one? Where they're all on this giant spaceship, and I think there's like 1,000 of them or something on board the Enterprise. How many people are on board the Enterprise? 1,500's the number that comes to mind, but that seems really big. And they're off exploring the galaxy and whatnot. And their families are there. People have their families on board. And like every week, the ship's getting attacked by like the Borg or the Klingons or some sh**. You're like, oh, this seems exceptionally irresponsible. And sitting at the desk next to them was the captain himself, frozen in the act of writing in the logbook. Wait, I assumed like they were sitting and in their beds and like they'd died there and then they were frozen later. But were they frozen while actually in the middle of things? That's not how it works. Nothing gets that cold. I mean, like liquid nitrogen and stuff. But then that not naturally. Totally freaked out, the men from the Herald rushed back to their whaler, but not without first grabbing the logbook from the captain's cold, dead hands. In their haste, and in its fragile state, the middle pages fell out, leaving just the few first and last pages attached to the binding. When the men got back to the Herald and took a look at the final entries in the log, they were shocked to see the last location of the Octavius had been noted as about 250 miles north of Utqiagvik in Alaska. Sorry about that name, Simon. Just do the best you can. That's what I did. Would I look it up? Absolutely not. Anyway, can ChatGPT do pronunciations? Yo, ChatGPT, what's good? I want to spell out a name for you, and I want you to pronounce it, okay? Because I don't know how to pronounce it. It's spelt Utqiagvik. It's a place in Alaska. How do I pronounce that, please?
Sorry, I'm having issues right now. Our systems are experiencing heavy load. Please try again later.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Thanks anyway, ChatGPT. It's very near somewhere called Point Barrow, which maybe I should have gone with first. Yes, maybe you should have. Anyway, the Octavius was found by the Herald in a location off Greenland, meaning that the poor Octavius had seemingly managed to traverse the Northwest Passage, a feat not carried out by any previous ship due to the treacherous nature of the route. Unfortunately, however, none of the crew had been alive to congratulate themselves on this feat. If that wasn't sad enough, the captain's final entry had been dated November 1762, which meant that the crew had been dead and trapped on the slowly decaying ship for just under 13 years. Oh my lord. The crew from the Herald were happy to get the heck away from the Octavius, which eventually drifted out of view, never to be seen again. So, that's the story. Do you get my joke now? I already forgot what the joke was. I said it was chilling and they were all frozen to death. Oh, ha ha ha! Hilarious! Okay, it's not really funny, but it's a pretty weird story. Even more so when you come across things like the Express newspaper calling it a very real vessel with a very real crew, adding to the believability of the Express, a newspaper that's known for very real facts. It's the Express, it's not that great. Adding to the believability of the ship is that we actually know more of its backstory. It was a British cargo schooner built in the mid-18th century, and it set sail for China in 1761 with the captain, his wife, son, and a full crew aboard. Having made it to China using tried and tested routes, the Octavius was loaded up with new cargo to bring back home. The captain had noted that the weather had been unseasonably warm for the time of year and decided to take a chance and sail back through the shorter Northwest Passage route, banging on the fact that the warmer temps would mean no sea ice. He was wrong. Wait, but no one's ever done this before, right? You'd be like, yeah, let's go through the Northwest Passage. It's like, yeah, but no one's ever been through the Northwest Passage. I mean, you got your wife and son there. What the f***? Be like, no, we'll take the safe and long way, thank you. No one's in that much of a hurry. The ship went tootling off into an area of unforgiving sea ice, icebergs, and literally uncharted territory, so it didn't take long for the inevitable to happen. While most articles I read merely called the occupants of the Octavius frozen or frozen solid, at least one piece said that they were encased in ice, which is a lot more frozen than I had originally been picturing. As practically every article I read on this presented it as a real event, let's start with a bit of decoding from another angle and see if we can work out how these people came to be frozen, seemingly in mid-action. Shiver me timbers. I have a feeling that they weren't frozen in mid-action, and I think there's not going to really be much to back this up. It's one thing happening upon a body that has succumbed to the freezing temperatures out in the open somewhere. It's another to find 30 or so people seemingly flash frozen in situ. Yeah, that's exactly where I hesitated. Because I was like, well, it's normal. They're freezing. It's freezing outside. They died and then they got frozen. But they're mid-action? That's different. While I doubt all the bodies were encased in ice, as historydefined.net said, it's a major point of the story that the captain and crew looked to have been frozen in the process of doing something. Not just that they all eventually died of hypothermia after running out of rations or whatever. If they had all died of hypothermia, you'd maybe expect some other sort of final tableau to be in place that told more of the story. Not everyone would have died at the same time. Some might have been on deck rather than everyone being below. There may have been evidence of cannibalism if food had run out, etc. If the Octavius had gotten stuck in some ice, surely the captain would have written about it in the logbook. As it stands, the last entry he wrote was when the ship was somewhere near the entrance of the Northwest Passage, and then he appears to have died around the time of writing or when sitting down to write the next entry. Either way, in normal circumstances, getting trapped in the ice doesn't immediately kill you, so he should have made some sort of note to his predicament. Did something bizarre happen so fast that he was struck down mid-thought? Now, if you're thinking aliens with some sort of freezing death ray, at this point, I was too. It seems an obvious answer. However, there's no real paranormal angle to this story, at least according to the articles I read. Oh no! Wait, so we're actually having an episode of Decoding Unknown where someone doesn't think, where aliens don't even come up? Wow! Holy shit! That's rare! Is it even possible that a ship or its occupants could be flash frozen? I had heard some tell of mammoths apparently frozen while in the process of eating grass, so went down that rabbit hole to get further information. If it could happen to large hairy mammals, why not 30 or so smaller and much less hairy mammals? Well, it turns out the whole mammoth thing might be a bit of a red herring. Yeah, it does seem impossible for something that big to just be flash frozen naturally. Even if someone poured liquid nitrogen onto you really quickly, like in isn't it in that James Bond film where Boris is twisting his pen or whatever and he gets frozen mid-step? And is it GoldenEye? Is that Gold? I think it is GoldenEye. But I don't think that's realistic. I think if you're getting liquid nitrogen poured on you, you'd be like, ah! And then frozen in some sort of grotesque movement. If it's ringing a bell, that may be because it's a story still perpetuated in the media and movies such as 2004's The Day After Tomorrow. Why else it was GoldenEye? Oh, no, sorry, that's a different movie. The Day After Tomorrow is the one with John Cusack, isn't it? I'm thinking, what's the James Bond movie that's called The Day After Tomorrow Never Dies? Okay, yeah, I was just getting confused. I think it is GoldenEye. I don't remember this in The Day After Tomorrow, although I do remember quite liking that movie. At one point, some of the cast is in the Natural History Museum in New York and sees an exhibition about mammoths. They see the body of this mammoth was found perfectly preserved in the Siberian tundra with food still in its mouth and stomach, indicating that it froze instantly while grazing. Let me just note here that this is not a real exhibit, and the museum in New York is called the American Museum of Natural History. So no, you can't go and see this particular exhibit as it does not exist. Going back to 1960, Ivan T. Sanderson wrote an article in the Saturday Evening Post about flash-frozen mammoths, mentioning upon the tongue and between the teeth were portions of the animal's last meal, which for some incomprehensible reason it had not had time to swallow. The whole article gave the impression that the mammoth had been gaily chomping on buttercups, got flash frozen and killed over right there and then, buttercups still in mouth. Could a sudden pole shift or other kind of ice age event have done this? And could this also explain the deaths on the Octavius? Sorry people, but no. Well, of course it's not impossible for this mammoth to die with food in it, to be frozen with food in its mouth. It's like, let's say it's chewing on this, like, buttercups or whatever, like munch, 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 and then it just dies of, like, I don't know, heart attack or whatever, and falls over, and then it's in the ice, so it gets frozen. It's gonna have food in its mouth. It doesn't mean it was instantly frozen, and that's what killed it. As per usual, in this case, Ivan T. Sanderson decided to take someone else's research and leave out salient bits of information, or, just change them to say something a bit more splashy for the Saturday Evening Post. Author Jason Colavito did some digging on this and found the original source for the whole buttercups in the mouth thing. In Dr. Otto Hertz's original report about the dead mammoth, he had basically said that the animal had eaten some stuff, then promptly fell off a cliff or down a slope and died, exactly like my heart attack theory. The body had then later frozen at some point. It's obvious. As you can see, this is hardly the same thing as being flash frozen while you eat, but it didn't stop Sanderson from just pulling out the bits he liked best. Also, it's true that mammoths have been found with food still in their stomachs, maybe indicating a sudden death, but due to mundane digestive facts about mammoths, this is not actually all that unusual and does not necessarily point to being zapped in the middle of lunch. Yeah, I'm sure plenty of humans die with food in their tummies. Unless you're, like, really hungry, and die when you're really hungry, then you're gonna have food in there. I've seen loads of CSI episodes where they cut open someone's body and look in the stomach and it's like, oh, their last meal was a prawn sandwich. It's not rocket science, is it, guys? I saw a suggestion on a Reddit post about this story that talked about sudden temperature drops being the reason for the freezing of the Octavius, and also a link to a Wikipedia page about the Little Ice Age, which encompasses the time period that the Octavius was floating about full of human ice cubes. Sure. But also no. Again, this Little Ice Age while really a thing, was not a sudden freeze. No one can even agree when it began, with dates given from the middle of the 13th century all the way through to the 17th century. It ended sometime between the end of the 19th and the middle of the 20th century. So yes, that encompasses a long time, through which many ships have sailed the same area, none of them succumbing to death by insta-freeze. So basically, I'm thinking that this part of the story is an exaggeration at best. Yeah, totally, I just think they came on and there were a bunch of frozen bodies, and maybe some of them looked like they were in the process of doing things, but really they probably weren't. What are the odds? If you're thinking this is nothing but a spooky maritime tale, think again. An article in the Republican Advocate carried the following story, which is dated as happening in 1775 to the captain of a whaler coming across a derelict-looking ship. There's a lengthy quote here, so here we go. He hailed her crew several times, but no answer was returned. Previous to stepping on board, an open porthole near the main chains caught his eye, and on looking into it, he perceived a man reclining back in a chair, with writing materials on a table before him, but the feebleness of the light made everything very indistinct. The party went upon deck, and having removed the hatchway which they found closed, they descended to the cabin. They first came to the apartment, which Captain Warrens viewed through the porthole. A tremor seized him as he entered it. Its inmate retained his former position, and seemed to be insensible to strangers. He was found to be a corpse, and a green damp mould had covered his cheeks and forehead, and veiled his open eyeballs. He had a pen in his hand, and a logbook lay before him, the last sentence, in whose unfinished page, ran thus. November 14th, 1762. We have now been enclosed in the ice 17 days. The fire went out yesterday, and our master has been trying ever since to kindle it again without success. His wife died this morning. There is no relief. Captain Warrens and his seamen hurried from the spot without uttering a word. On entering the principal cabin, the first object that attracted their attention was the dead body of a female reclining on a bed in an attitude of deep interest and attention. Her countenance retained the freshness of life, and a contraction of the limb shewed that her form was inanimate. Seated on the floor was the corpse of an apparently young man, holding a steel in one hand and a flint in the other, as if in the act of striking fire upon some tinder which lay beside him. In the forepart of the vessel, several sailors were found lying in their berths. and the body of a boy was crouched at the bottom of the gangway stairs. Neither provisions for fuel could be discovered anywhere. But Captain Warrens was prevented by the superstitious prejudices of his seamen from examining the vessel as minutely as he wished to have done. He therefore carried away the logbook already mentioned and returned to his own ship and immediately steered to the southward, deeply impressed with the awful example which he had just witnessed of the danger of navigating polar seas in high northern attitudes. Okay, the quote. Long quote, it's done. First off, I'm still giggling at superstitious prejudices of his seamen. I didn't even giggle at that first time around, but now I am. But doesn't this sound exactly like the Octavius story? Wait, I thought this was the Octavius story. This was just a random other whaling boat? Okay.
What?
Oh, you did say that, Katie. I'm sorry. I didn't pick up on that. This does sound exactly like the Octavius thing. I mean, apart from the mouldy eyeballs bit. And what's with the sexualizing of a frozen dead woman? Wait, do they sexualize her? Her countenance retained the freshness of life. I don't think that's sexualizing, is it? The man had mouldy eyeballs and she was reclining on a bed looking all fresh and whatnot. Ugh. I don't know, I personally I don't read it that way. Maybe she just didn't have a mouldy face, because maybe mould just didn't get to her face, and so they're like, her face is less mouldy. I don't think that's sexualized, necessarily, but what do I know? So anyway, could this have been a real boat? This particular article was published in New York's Republican Advocate, and the exact same article also appeared in the South Australian Register, but not until June 1847, meaning it came out 85 years after the events of the Octavius. Also, the name of the whaler was given as the Greenland, not the Herald. The unfortunate ghost ship is not named. It's possible that the whole incident was, in fact, real, but the boat was not actually called the Octavius, but rather Gloriana. So let's find out a bit more about that. Gloriana. Oh no! I've been using someone called David Meyer as a source, and pictured him as a bespectacled academic with an interest in the weird. However, I just decided to click on the About Me section, and the very first thing he writes about himself is, I love Christ and seek to glorify him. Yeah, it's like when you come, like, if you're on Twitter and you click on someone's profile, it's like, first, lover of Christ. I'm always like, I mean, okay, I get like you're into religion and stuff, but is that the first thing you want to put on your Twitter bio? I don't know what's on mine. It's probably like YouTube personality or something. Is that really the first thing Well, no, it is the first thing I want to say about myself, because that's what my Twitter's about. It's not me as a person, it's me as a work person. Which is me as a person, but it's also not, you know what I mean? Luckily, I don't think religion has seeped its way into this particular tale. However, interestingly, when I was looking up all that mammoth stuff, many of the first results coming back were from creationist websites, and it was all going on about Noah's flood. I don't think that was really relevant to a ghost ship in the 18th century, so I decided to do a big old sidestep on that whole area. Anyway, I was interested in the Octavius story and tried tracing it back as far as he could. He managed to find a reference in a volume from 1828 called The Ariel, a literary and critical gazette. This was a newspaper based in Philadelphia. In a piece titled The Dangers of Sailing in High Latitudes, it's basically the exact same story that we read out a moment ago. Superstitious seamen and all. As far as Meyer can tell, this is the original source, it then being reprinted in the other papers for shits and giggles almost 20 years later. There are a couple of minor differences though. In the Ariel piece, the whaler is not called Greenland, it's just from Greenland. But other than that, it's pretty much word for word. Meyer had previously found another reference to the story in a 1905 book called The Blue Adventure Book, a collection of stirring scenes and moving accidents from the world of adventure. In this book, there's a story called A Frozen Crew, which is an account given by Captain Warrens in the first person. Okay. It's not like academics don't write this first person, do they? Is the Blue Adventure Book trying to tell us something here? In this version, he gives the name of the stricken ship as Gloriana, saying, "For I had read the name in tall faded letters on her blistered stern." He also gives details of what exactly was in the logbook he wrestled from the cold, dead hands of the captain, which is almost exactly the same as the article in Ariel. Quote, November the 11th, 1762. We have now been 17 days in the ice. The fire went out yesterday, and our master has been trying ever since to kindle it again without success. His wife died the writing ends in a scratch, as though the hand had dropped in the very act of wrestling with the frozen ink. The quote ends. Now, we're filling in a few more gaps. Warrens also holds this logbook up as proof of the whole affair, so can we conclude the Octavius is just the Gloriana under a different name? Well, not exactly. Yeah, this doesn't exactly scream like historical record, does it? Dead Reckoning. Thanks to the work done by David Meyer, it seems the earliest reference to this story is from 1828. While this is pretty good, it's still 66 years away from the beginning of the end of the Octavius, which is consistently given as having happened in 1762. I tried doing a bit of detective work on whether the Octavius was actually a real ship or not, but came up empty. I was quite surprised to see some websites citing this as a real ship, as this story is about the only reference to it. I checked Lloyd's Register, which lists its engraved ship starting in the 18th century, but annoyingly its first register wasn't printed until 1764. 2 years after the Octavius got into trouble. Just too late. Not every ship was registered in it anyway, but it was irritating that I couldn't check. There is also no other information given about the crew. The captain is never named, making it impossible to cross-check with anything. So, yes, there's not a huge amount of evidence that the Octavius ever existed. Okay, there's actually no evidence. So what about the Gloriana? Well, same deal. Its appearance in the Blue Adventure book might have just been creative license, as the rest of the story is more or less the same as that from the Ariel and its various reprints, and the name didn't appear in either of those. It's also written in the first person, which gives it an exciting flair, but as it was published nearly 150 years after the story takes place, why hadn't it made an appearance in the historical record if it was Captain Warrens' actual first-hand account? Was it? I don't know. Just made up? Yes, it was. In my opinion. Another slight difference in accounts I read is that while most mentioned the Octavius as drifting, some said that it was actually stuck in the ice when the whalers saw it. Not a huge discrepancy as these things go, but when there is not much in the way of primary sources, i.e. no confirmed primary sources, it's kind of weird that something like this diverges when it's looking like everything's coming from the same non-contemporary source. Well, I guess it would be weird if this was an actual true event, but I'm getting the feeling that maybe it wasn't. The logbook containing actual handwritten confirmation of the plight of the Octavius has also never surfaced, leaving this tale firmly in the realm of the unlikely. And speaking of unlikely, what about the entire journey the crew took post-mortem? The captain pegged them at a point off Alaska, and they were found 13 years later off the coast of Greenland. This means that, as no one had spotted them going the other way, they must have bumbled about in the Northwest Passage for over a decade. Is this likely? Well, no ship had ever made it through the passage at this point in time, as it was full of sea ice, icebergs, and rough waters. Sailors since at least the time of Columbus have been trying to use it as a trading route, but it was just not happening. It took the planning and experience of polar explorer Roald Munson to finally travel through it, and it took him almost 3 years, and it wasn't completed until 1906. Yeah, what are the odds? Like, if you've got a fully crewed ship that's awesome and like state of the art and going on all these explorations forever, and everyone really wants to find this Northwest Passage and no one can do it, and it's like, oh yeah, no, just a ship with a bunch of dead people and just floated merrily through like it was nothing. It's just like another thing why this is completely unrealistic. So I suppose an unprepared schooner entering treacherous water almost 150 years ago and quickly losing any manpower might spend years alternately being trapped in ice and bumbling its way along the channels to pop out at the other end a decade later. Maybe. There she blows. Okay, let's break this down like some tasty whale blubber, shall we? Was there an actual ship called the Octavius that travelled to China in 1761 or 1762? Unknown. Right, moving on. Did a ship called Octavius get flash frozen as it was entering the Northwest Passage in 1762? Probably not, because flash frozen's not a thing. If this event does have any basis in a real-life event, it's far more likely that the crew died running out of food and water and then were frozen to death rather than being zapped by whatever the opposite of a microwave is. The captain, holding a pen, and another man trying to light a tinderbox are probably just embellishments, and I doubt all the people were individually encased in ice. They'd probably gone through several thaws and refreezes, and most likely did end up looking like the description Captain Warrens allegedly gave. Remember, damp mould had covered his cheeks and forehead and veiled his open eyeballs. Apart from the only lady, of course, who was reclining on a bed in an attitude of deep interest and attention. Sorry to tell you this, Captain Warrens, but if you're comparing a woman who's been lying dead for over 10 years with someone who you think is deeply interested in paying attention to what you're doing, maybe you're doing something wrong. Did a ship called the Octavius manage to traverse the Northwest Passage, therefore becoming the first ship to do so 144 years before the next successful trip? Again, if it was a real ship, it's unlikely, but maybe not totally impossible. Yeah, it's like, is it possible? Technically, yes. Is it likely? Not even remotely, no. Did a whaling ship find the Octavius and its dead crew? Probably not. The logbook has never been proven to exist, and the whaling ship has gone through several names over the years. The fact that the earliest found mention of this tale was in 1828 puts it 53 years after the whaler discovered the ghost ship. I'm pretty sure a sailor wouldn't have sat on a juicy story like this for long, and let's be honest, most of the whaling crew were likely to have been dead by the time the Ariel story even came out, so weren't likely to have contributed to it. Captain Warren's first-hand account is given in the 20th century for the first time, and this is when the name Gloriana gets added. However, there is no more proof that this ship existed than the Octavius. I also have a bone to pick with the so-called logbook entry. In articles that quoted it, the captain bemoans the fact that they've been stuck for 17 days and the end is nigh. The last known location given, however, is pretty vast open waters way back before the start of the Northwest Passage. My beef is, what happened in between? Logbooks were pretty meticulous, I think, but we have no other locations mentioned. We can't blame the missing pages, as how do we know about the last location at all? How could the captain not have given a bit more detail between mentioning the location of what is now Point Barrow and then suddenly it's apparently 17 days later and everybody's about to die? Methinks two slightly differing versions are rubbing against each other and neither is coming off well. Well, that's what happens when a story's just completely made up, like this story is. In the end, I think this is just a good old-fashioned scary sea story that got published one day and then popped up every few decades after, sometimes with details changed, but the main story staying the same. Of course, in all the tellings, the whaler hightailed it away from the doomed Octavius, leaving it to bob off on its own again, so who knows, maybe one day the ship and its extremely dead crew will emerge from the ice once more. Yes. Or not. And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you for being here. If you enjoy this show, why not leave it a rating on iTunes? Not iTunes. It's not been called iTunes for years. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your shows. And thanks for listening or watching if you're on YouTube. Hello there. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. Today, the Kraken, which I'm absolutely going to mispronounce Kraken throughout this episode, because that's how I think it's pronounced, but I looked it up and it's crack, and apparently. So, let's jump in. The show, if you're new here, Katie's written me a script, I'm going to read it, we're going to explore it together. It starts with a poem, let's go! Below the thunders of the upper deep, far, far beneath, in the abysmal sea, his ancient, dreamless, uninvaded sleep, the Kraken sleepeth, faintest sunlights flee. About his shadowy sides, above him swell huge sponges of millennial growth and height, and far away into the sickly light, from many a wondrous grot and secret cell, unnumbered and enormous polypi, winnow with giant arms, the slumbering green. There hath he lain for ages, and will lie, battening upon huge sea worms in his sleep, until the latter far shall heat the deep, then once by man and danger. Sorry. I drank a whole can of Coke before sitting down. Then once by man and angels to be seen, in roaring he shall rise, and on the surface die. This is... I don't understand poetry. I'm just like, what? Has anyone seen that movie, Patterson? Like, it's like the worst movie I've ever seen. And the poetry's so bad. And apparently it's written by, like, some big poet dude who people love. And I'm like, bro, it doesn't even rhyme. Like, and I know it's not about that, but it was truly bad. And the guy was a truly bad poet. And I know you're supposed to root for him, but I'm just like, dude, this sucks, bro. No wonder you're still a bus driver and no one likes your poetry. It's what you deserve. So that was maybe a bit harsh, but I hated that movie. I hope you did that poem justice, Simon. I don't think I did with that loud burp in it. But if you didn't, I'll take the blame. Chucking you into an extra cold read like that. It's Alfred Lord Tennyson's The Kraken. By the way, it was published in 1830, so don't worry, it's in the public domain. I think you can read a poem, just a short... Oh, wait, it's a whole poem, isn't it? That could be an issue. But it's in the public. It's really old. It's really old. I think that would be fair use anyway. Maybe. I don't think YouTube's going to claim that. In case you hadn't read, Tennyson's very dead. In case you hadn't realised yet, today we're going to get entangled in the many tentacles belonging to this sea monster, culminating with a question posed by a paleontology student which asks, did late Triassic colloids actually have biserial suckers? Oh my god, what was that sentence? Yes, viewers, we're going for a deep dive on this one in all senses of the world, so make sure those oxygen tanks are full and your mask is clear, because it's time to roll backwards off this boat. Scuba diving. Lots of scuba diving references there. Well, I'm not generally afraid of stuff, but the one thing that makes me, like, irrationally fearful is deep water. So I've never really been, like, keen to go scuba diving and stuff, because even on a boat, if I look over the edge, all I can think about is that, and I know it's ridiculous, is that I'm on a boat, and below me is just like unknown depths and things that could just, there's no wall. It's just like whatever's down there could just swim towards me and get me. And it's also just weird thinking that you're not standing on anything solid, but you're so far above the ground. I don't know why, that really gets me. I'm not a big fan of deep water, so no, scuba diving not for me.
Baby, I'm scared.
Let's get cracking. Sea monsters have been around for as long as people have been able to travel on the sea. Whether you're on a long-haul fishing trip, expedition, or whatever, there comes a point when you're far enough out on the water that you can't see anything but the sea. No land, no other boats, nothing but the vast expanse of whatever ocean you're on, stretching as far as you can see in all directions. Have you guys played that game? I can't remember what it's called. It's so addictive and it's so fun. It's you survive a plane crash. And you're in the sea. It's a recent game, or relatively recent, last few years. And you're in the sea, and then you're on a life raft. And you've got to paddle this life raft towards an island. And then you've got to, like, craft. So you're, like, making a camp. You're, like, making all this stuff. You eventually make, like, a boat. You have to go around all of these, like, shipwrecks and find stuff to, like, hopefully escape. And it's very compelling. And it's just the same thing. You're just, like, out on the ocean. And I'm like, I don't like how deep it is. And the sharks and stuff. Is there anything else that will give you such a horrible feeling of unease as that? I mean, yeah, there's loads of things that would make me feel more uneasy than that. Because, like, you're on a boat. If I was in the water, I'd be way more uneasy. You can't see very far down. Anything could be under there. You don't know how deep it is or whether some awful toothy creature is speeding up like a bullet from the depths at that very second with its mouth open, ready to swallow your whole boat. No, I don't think that. If I was in the water, I think it's going to swallow my whole body, but I don't think it's going to swallow the whole boat. I mean, even if like a giant like off blue whale or something, that's not gonna eat a boat. Boats are big and not food. What was that over there? An eel? Or just the end of a tentacle of something a lot bigger? Is there a huge bulbous cephalopod lurking mere feet below, or waiting to whip out its tentacles and destroy your vessel? Or will it just cruise by underneath without you even realizing how near death you were? With water covering 70% of our planet and at least 80% of this never having been explored, it's little wonder that the seas and oceans hold so much fear and folklore going far back as humans do. Before we crack on with the main character of this episode, we do need to do a little bit of due diligence and go back and look at stories that predate what we collectively call the Kraken. Actually, quick aside here, Simon, have you been saying Kraken or Kraken, or maybe even Kraken? Yeah, Kraken is what I would want to do, but it's Kraken, right? I looked it up before this. I don't think in this episode it particularly matters. Personally, I prefer Kraken, as it's easier to make jokes with, but I've already used up the best Kraken pun for the title of this section and it wasn't very original. Yeah, if I was pronouncing it Kraken, it would be less effective. I'm glad that we're on the same page. Me, you, Katie, and Forvo. The pronunciation guide. It's forvo.com. Forvo.com. You're welcome. It's kind of clunky and it looks like it was made about 20 years ago, but it does what it says on the tin. It tells you how to pronounce words.
That's amazing.
Anyway, back to the story. Way before this particular sea monster was given a name, we had Scylla, Charybdis, popping up in Greek mythology and in Homer's Odyssey around the 8th century BC. Those were two sea monsters who lived on opposite sides of a channel, meaning that you'd have to choose to go nearer one than the other. Apparently the phrase between Scylla and Charybdis is synonymous with between a rock and a hard place, but probably only among the most dedicated classical scholarly types. I'm like, yep, that's something I've never said, but I'll often use between a rock and a hard place. I've seen Scylla described as basically having 6 dogs instead of legs, and a normal head. If someone replaced my legs with dogs, I'd be like, oh, for God's sake, what happened to my legs? Now I've just got these 2 dogs attached to me. Be rubbish. But also having 12 feet and 6 heads on necks, like snakes. Dude, people who made up, like, mythology in the past were smoking crack, or whatever they smoked in the past, because, like, it's like, what do you have? I have dogs for legs, and head is a serpent. Like, what the Charybdis is a little more straightforward, either causing or actually being a whirlpool that sucked boats down to their dooms. Other classical sea monsters of time past include Cetus, which was more whale-like, Various Hydra, and the biblical sea serpent Leviathan. You may have noticed that none of these monsters really sound much like what we know as the Kraken today, which is generally represented as some sort of huge octopus or squid thing. I thought Kraken came from that dude. The dude who looks really weird, and wasn't he a bit racist? I mean, even for, like, I mean, it was the past, like, people were, like, racist, but, like, wasn't this guy, like, specially racist? The guy who wrote about the Kraken? He's dead, right? I hope he's dead. I mean, not like that. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe how bad of a racist was he? I mean, like, he's not I'm not defaming him, because he's dead. Oh, God, should we ask ChatGPT? Let's ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT doesn't connect. Don't let me down like this. It failed. Tap to retry. Let's close the app and try again. Don't do this to me, ChatGPT. I need you. Come on now. Oh, don't do this, ChatGPT. I need to know if the Kraken guys are racist. Don't do this, ChatGPT. Okay, I guess we'll never know, because I'm not going to use Google like a peasant. This might be because even way back in the time of Aristotle in the 4th century BC, large squid were already recognized as being in existence, so the monsters didn't really resemble them as mythical monsters were usually mashups of different creatures or totally bizarre inventions such as dogs instead of legs, etc. Yeah, it's bizarre, dude. Crack smoking. This all changed over time, but we've jumped ahead a bit. So let's get back to our origin story of our sea monster. We'll probably get the name Kraken from Old Norse as the thing first burst onto the sea in the Norwegian Sea, but definition-wise, I've seen things ranging from the arms to malformed tree to crawling to anchor. Germans use the words krak to both refer to the Kraken specifically and also just octopus in general, but to avoid confusion, they use the word octopus for the non-fictional creature. The Kraken was also supposedly called So Trolden, or Sea Mischief, which makes it sound like a naughty little troublemaker rather than a monstrous beast that crushed ships and ate people. It seems like the Norse people had lots of other monsters going on in the colder parts of the globe. There was also the Hafgoofer, which translates to sea mist or steam, which has appeared in written accounts at least as early as the 13th century. This was a sea monster that hung around near Greenland and apparently self-chummed to attract fish. What does that mean? Self-chummed. Basically, this means it vomited out stuff into the sea as bait and then ate all the fish that came turned up to eat it. Oh, then those fish are going to go through a cycle, aren't they? It's like that Venus flytrap that eats flies, and then doesn't it use the rotting fly flesh to attract more flies? How f***ed up are flies? Like, can you imagine, as a person, if you're just walking down the street, like, wow, that smells good, I should go eat that. And then you go into the building and it's just a dead person, like, rotting away, and you're like, why are flies like that?
Yum.
There was also the lingbacker, or heatherback, which was a monster so large and covered in vegetation that it was mistaken for an island. When sailors pitched up alongside and went for a walkabout on it, it would submerge and drown them all. That sounds real. These two monsters might just be elements of yet another enormous beast, which was called Aspidochalone. Definitely not pronouncing that right. I saw a video about this, and the presenter pronounced it like Ispitacalone. Okay, but I can't vouch for how correct this is. Appearing in the 2nd century, I like mine better. Aspichalone. Wow, it actually sounds quite similar to what this dude, I assumed, guessed. Appearing in the 2nd century text, Physiologus. This giant whale or turtle pretends to be an island to lure unwitting sailors, and it also attracts fish to it with a sweet smell. There are actually about 1 billion other sea monsters that we could talk about, but these seem to be the main ones in the formation of the Kraken legend. The Hafgoofer and Lingbacker fell out of fashion over the years. People started conflating them, and eventually there could only be one monster to rule the sea, and it became known as the Kraken. God damn it, Kraken. By the mid-1700s, the Kraken had become an enormous tentacled thing that could destroy ships by wrapping its arms around them, but could also pull them under the water via a whirlpool when it submerged, like our old friends Charybdis. How these pronunciations, I know I'm just getting them horribly wrong, but I also don't care. How did it end up as a giant cephalopod when earlier monsters didn't really have these characteristics? Well, it's probably because as time went on and people sailed around more, they saw things that actually bore a resemblance to this creature, and thus the legends grew. Goodbye, whale with an island on its back. Hello, much larger version of a squid or octopus. It's also because starting in the 1700s, the Kraken started making its name via scientific journals and also from alleged actual encounters. This is one of those Decoding the Unknowns where it's not, obviously it's not like an actual Kraken or whatever, but there are giant squids, right? Squids, right? What are you talking about, Simon? There are giant squids, right? Because I feel like they found one, and then they had its like that weird beak thing that they have. And then they also found like some big shits from a whale or whatever, and it had even bigger beaks from these squids inside. And so scientists were like, yeah, it's massive squids down there. which is kind of scary. Swedish biologist Carl Linnaeus, also known as the father of taxonomy or the slightly less catchy godfather of binomial nomenclature, for creating biological classifications for all known organisms, you know the names like gorilla gorilla and rattus rattus. He started Systematiturae in 1735, and guess what made an appearance in the first edition? The kraken, classified as Sepia microcosmos, which comes in the cephalopod class under the genus of the cuttlefish. Cuttlefish are like the least intimidating. It's like a little cuttlefish. I don't actually know what a cuttlefish looks like. I think I've only ever seen cuttlefish shells on the beach, but they're small, and I don't imagine they belong to a particularly intimidating creature. Up to this point, I hadn't thought of cuttlefish at all, as they're quite small, although darn if they don't look like your archetypal kraken, a kind of mixture of a squid and an octopus. Wait, am I thinking of the same thing? Like cuttlefish. I'm just going to look this up real quick. Cuttlefish. Cuttlefish. Oh, Jesus. Is that what they look like? I imagine them more like a fish. Cuttlefish bone. Ah, it's a bone. Yeah, that's what I know. Oh, wow, you can get 10 cuttlefish bones for parakeets for £2. Wow, that's kind of a deal. Maybe I'll get some cuttle bones. What the is this? What? The main thing that cuttlefish bones seem to be used for is feeding parakeets.
What?
What's going on? Why do they want those specifically? Oh, wow, I've got one here for €1.50. Wow. Okay, enough about cuttlefish. The kraken also appeared in 1746's Fauna Svetska, with Linnaeus describing it as a singular monster, albeit one he admitted to never having actually seen. Not long after, it seems that Linnaeus realized the error of his ways and left the sea monster out of further editions of his work, but this early rubber stamping of the creature earned it a real place in history and also cemented the now common aesthetic of the monster as a cephalopod. In the 1750s, historian Erik Pontoppidan wrote his Attempts at Norway's Natural History, which again featured the kraken as a real creature. He described it as round, flat, and full of arms, and the longest and most surprising of all the animal creation. Pontoppidan gave various examples of what its classification could actually be, ranging from a type of octopus or starfish to a giant crab. Bro, when you said, like, attempts at Norway's natural history, you really were just making an attempt, weren't you? Because you're just making shit up, bro. You're like, well, it could be an octopus, or it could be a giant crab. I've never seen one. No one knows if it's actually real, but it could be any of these things. Yeah, it could also be a kettle, but it's probably not. He also, I don't know where kettle came from, why I chose kettle. I'm not even looking at a kettle. What a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
He also said it was so big it could be mistaken for a mountain when rising out of the sea, and that it had a circumference of 2.5 kilometers. Although I don't know if that was the body by itself or when it had all of its arms outstretched. Whatever it is, it's ridiculous, bro. You're just making up. It might also be worth pointing out here that Pontoppidan seemed to be really into sea lore, also featuring giant sea serpents and mermaids in his natural history, so bless him. Yeah, bro, you made an attempt, didn't you? You had a crack at it, some might say. The 1800s brought many unsubstantiated tales of encounters with the beast, and paintings, woodcuts, and engravings started solidifying the current recognizable form of the kraken. There were stories of how to tell if a kraken was nearby. If your boat is a couple of miles out on a hot day over a particularly deep part of the sea, all the fish in the area would be pushed to the surface as the kraken started rising. Rumor has it that some fishermen actively tried to find the kraken, as if they could get away in time, the amount of fish they would catch would be worth the risk. Tennyson wrote the poem that we started with in 1830, and in 1833, William Jardine published The Naturalist's Library, featuring a chapter on the kraken, which includes this bit. The belief in this monster is, however, universal among the sailors and fishermen of the Norwegian coast, and it has been alluded to by all the Scandinavian writers from the earliest period down to the present day. He quotes tales of the kraken from Pontoppidan's writings before saying, probably without much difficulty, this extraordinary kraken may be identified with certain species of sepia or cuttlefish which have been described in the annals of science. Bro, this is like you going on the internet and just finding a fact that someone has written on a website and then writing it down as well and being like, fact substantiated. And the problem is then you get like two places that are saying this fact is true, even though they're just all copying each other, and it often get it wrong. It's, this was like the misinformation before there was the internet. Amazing. Jardine then quotes someone who had seen a massive cuttlefish, but I don't think they get that large, so maybe this person had actually seen a giant squid. He goes on to list several examples of ships and humans being attacked by massive arms or tentacula, and also sightings of the Kraken by different people all over the world. This chapter ends by saying, long quote here, "The great Norwegian animal thus named is to be considered not as a wild and groundless chimera, but as either identical with or nearly allied to the colossal cuttlefish. It must be confessed that many of the accounts to which we have referred, if considered singly, are much too vague and identifiable to form the foundation of any opinion. But it is the general import and tendency of the whole combines which should be considered. In this view, it would be contrary to an enlightened philosophy to reject as spurious the history of an animal, the existence of which is rendered so probable by evidence deduced from the prevailing belief of different tribes of mankind, whose opinions, it is evident..." Oh my god, get to the point! Writers in the past, you're getting paid by the word. Good lord. Be more wordy. It is evident it could not have been influenced or affected by the tradition of each other, but must have resulted in the occasional appearance of the monster itself in different quarters of the globe. Okay, so basically, in that enormously wordy thing, what he's trying to say, in like one sentence, is, I think the Kraken's real because loads of people have seen it, even though it's not really confirmed. Boom! Done. Why couldn't you write that? As well as saying the Kraken might actually exist, albeit as a natural creature, Pontoppidan and Jardine put into print many alleged examples of the creature attacking ships, grabbing and killing sailors, and creating whirlpools to drag its hapless victims to their deaths. In 1851, Herman Melville name-checks it in Moby Dick, although it's a skeptical reference, saying, quote, "There seems some ground to imagine that the great Kraken of Bishop Pontoppidan, whatever his name is, may ultimately resolve itself into squid. The manner in which the bishop describes it as alternately rising and sinking with some other particulars he narrates. In all this the two correspond, but much abatement is necessary with respect to the incredible bulk he assigns it." What a logical approach we have there. I mean, yes, also, it's like so hard to read. Like, okay, I don't know. So he's like, I don't even know what he's saying. Reading things from the past is so hard. Like, it's so hard. What are you saying? I've tried reading books. Like, I tried reading the Count of Monte Cristo, which is apparently amazing. And I'm just reading it and I'm like, oh yeah, but the old language, it's like hard work. And all I do all day is read. And then it's just like to read something hard as like for fiction in the evening is really hard. You're just like, I don't want to read this, I just want to read something easy. In 1861, a small French warship called Electon had one of the first recorded encounters with a real-life giant squid. While there had been anecdotal stories about them before, the general scientific consensus of this period was that they didn't actually exist. This is slightly confusing, as the Kraken had been listed as an existing creature 100 years before, but a large squid was not thought of as being such a viable creature? Well, apparently not. The crew tried to capture the squid, but it was too heavy to be pulled aboard, and all they were left with was the end of what they called the tail, which I assume to be the top fin part, not the end of an arm. This part by itself allegedly weighed about 14 kilograms or 30 pounds, which is about twice the weight of a bowling ball, or 1/3 the weight of a toilet. Apparently. It was sent off for study, but it seems to have gotten lost almost immediately. This thrust the idea of the Kraken back into the public consciousness, especially in the world of literature. So, we are now awash with Krakens popping up in pieces by Victor Hugo, Jules Verne, and John Wyndham. Cthulhu, right? H.P. Lovecraft, that's the guy I was wondering if he's a racist. Yo, ChatGPT, you back? No, ChatGPT's not back. ChatGPT, don't do this to me.
Don't leave me.
I know you're very busy because everyone loves you, but we need to talk. ChatGPT! Never mind, f*** you. I just wanted to talk. We're supposed to be friends. Nowadays, the monster's tentacles are spread all over the entertainment sphere, with appearances in Clash of the Titans, where it has erroneously been inserted into Greek mythology, a couple of Pirates of the Caribbean films, and a 2023 animated film called Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken, which sounds like it should rhyme, but it doesn't. Yeah, I don't like these movies. Like, Pirates of the Caribbean, I'm just like, no. I think I saw the first one, and I was already no, and then they made like 900 more, and I'm like, I'm just pretty out on all of that. Clash of the Titans, I don't even know what that is, but it sounds like it's going to be some like weird semi-fantasy history thing, which I'm going to hate. House Greyjoy from Game of Thrones, another TV show that I've tried to get into Game of Thrones, I can't do it. I've watched the first episode twice, and I'm just like, no. And people are always like, you have to get into it for a few episodes, and I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to. It's just too much work. There's so much good TV already. Has a Kraken as their Gill, and it made a brief appearance on the TV show Our Flag Means Death, which also features the world's hottest Blackbeard. It had been a fixture in video games and tabletop gaming for decades, and in 2021 an ice hockey team was founded called the Seattle Kraken. So right, I think we're up to date with the history of this thing, so now it's time to talk cephalopods. Octopi Wall Street. Whatever people thought the Kraken was or wasn't, it's now commonly perceived to be a giant cephalopod of some sort. The common characteristics of cephalopods are that they are marine animals with definite heads and tentacles, or arms and the ability to squirt ink. Obviously, octopi, squid and cuttlefish are classed as cephalopods, and so is the nautilus. But we can count that one out as it has a shell, and no mention of the Kraken has said it was actually in a huge shell the entire time. We're going to talk about the differences between octopuses and squid for a moment, even though I think that discussion is moot, as the Kraken is a legend and not actually a real creature, so it doesn't matter whether it's more like an octopus or a squid, as it doesn't exist. Well said. Anyway, early illustrations of the Kraken in its familiar cephalopod form definitely skew octopus for me. Many of the pictures show tentacles or arms coming out of the sea and wrapping round a boat, with the monster's two large eyes and a bit of its head/body showing. This gives the impression that the head is more rounded like the octopus and not elongated with a triangular end like the squid. Also, the arms all seem more or less of the same length and covered in suckers. As well as having 8 arms, squid also have 2 longer tentacles with suckers just on the end, not all the way along. Actually, some squid have really creepy looking barbs and hooks on the ends of their tentacles that can swivel about to keep hold of their prey. Obviously nowadays, anything goes, with the Kraken being depicted however you want, as long as there are tentacles involved somewhere. By the way, I have been throwing out arms and tentacles somewhat interchangeably, although I know there technically is a difference, with arms having the suction cups all over them and tentacles only having them at the ends. Well, what do you know? There. You found something out today, didn't you? Thus, an octopus has no tentacles, but does have 8 arms. But you know what, when we're talking specifically about the Kraken, I think we can use whichever one we feel like, and if you don't agree, please refer to the previous point about it not being real. The early drawings of the Kraken may look more like octopuses because everyone knew octopuses existed. They don't live as deep down as larger squid, and even now they're viewed as extremely weird creatures, so it'd be easy to model a many-armed monster on one of these. When the existence of things like giant squid became known later in the 19th century, however, it seemed more likely that the Kraken myth was based on these guys, as they can grow much larger than the largest octopus. I will ask you a question. Here are some squid facts. We know there are little squid and giant squid. The largest giant squid are mysterious animals that live hundreds of meters down in oceans across the globe, where humans just can't go because they live way down deep. They're the products of the amazingly named abyssal gigantism, where invertebrates can grow massive compared to their relatives living in shallower waters, which kind of seems counterintuitive, right? Because you're like, isn't there loads of pressure down there? So you'd be like, wouldn't that make them, like, small? But apparently not. I'm sure there's a good reason. While some had washed up or come to the surface in the past, a few strandings occurred in New Zealand and around Newfoundland in the 1870s and 1880s, bringing the possible monster firmly into the realm of reality. The giant squid was also finally officially classified as Architethus dux in 1857 by Norwegian naturalist Japatus Steenstrup. It wasn't until 2004 that we had any photos of a living giant squid in its deep natural habitat, so it's no wonder that scientists in the past ummed and ahed over whether it was real or not. And if a giant squid was real, why not something even larger? Well, if you weren't already aware, there is something even larger than the giant squid in the cold depths of the ocean, and that is, drumroll please, the colossal squid. Oh, I didn't know. I kind of thought giant squid and colossal squid must be the same thing, but I realized colossal squid's probably the new one that, wasn't discovered back in the 1800s. Well, their bodies are much larger, longer and heavier, but their tentacles don't grow quite as long as the giant squid. It is massive though, with one found in New Zealand weighing almost twice as much as a giant squid at 490 kilograms to the puny 275 kilograms that giant squid can grow to. It also has a massive beak, much larger than the giant squids, and those things are sharp. Lengthwise though, there's not much competition, or at least not yet. As with most things that go on in the murky depths of the world's oceans, we just don't know that much about the colossal squid. Here's what John Abbott, the senior curator in charge of mollusks at the Natural History Museum, had to say about this. Although we don't know everything that's in the deep, most scientists now believe that female giant squid reach around 13 meters long and males around 10 meters. In case of the colossal squid, the jury is out. The biggest one found today was around 9 meters long, but it wasn't fully mature. Some scientists believe they don't get as big as giant squid and never reach 13 meters, while others think they could grow even bigger to 18 meters. An 18-meter or 60-foot long squid is no joke. That's 12 Danny DeVitos laid end to end in the water beside you. It's terrifying, isn't it? In case you've been wondering how big octopuses get, you're going to be disappointed. The largest species of octopus is the giant Pacific octopus. And while the average length from top to tip is quite impressive at about 5 meters, this is less than half the length that a giant squid can get up to. We can be fairly sure that sightings of a giant squid, or possibly even a colossal one, are what gave the Kraken rumors legs, or rather arms. But what of its aggressive behavior? Could a squid really attack a boat? This is fairly unlikely, as the giant squid is built to be a deep sea dweller and only comes to the surface if it's dead or dying. It's possible that one was still alive to fling a tentacle or arm over a small boat at some point, but this would have not been an attempt to crush the boat or as a precursor to picking up individual crew members. It would have just been something to hold on to. The muscles in the squid's tentacles aren't strong enough to wrap around and constrict or crush anything. They mostly just dangle down in the depths waiting for prey to come along. We've heard of epic battles between giant squid and sperm whales, but the squid aren't the aggressors here. They're not engaging in arm-to-mouth combat with the whales to see who will win. They're just trying to get away. I think we're all pretty much convinced that any tales of the Kraken, at least from the past couple of 100 years, have just been tall tales spun from an encounter with a squid that was much larger than anyone would have been expecting. But what if there actually was something even more enormous in the past? We know that there were huge examples of modern-day animals like the giant ground sloth and giant beaver way back in the Ice Age, and the megalodon was about 3 times the size of current great whites. So could there have been another deep-sea titan ruling the waves? Release the Triassic Kraken. Kraken! God damn it! Since 2011, paleontologist Mark McMenamin.
Okay.
Dude, could you have more M's in your name if you tried? There's 4 M's in your name. 1, 2, 3. And it's not even long. So 4M has been putting forth a theory about a huge cephalopod that was killing ichthyosaurs about 250 million years ago. Considering the size of the prey and the remains of a fossilized beaky found in 2013, the ancient sea monster would have reached about 30 meters, 100 feet, or twice the length of your largest giant squid these days. And what evidence has he found? Well, apparently there are fossilized remains of ichthyosaurs, such as the very large Shonosaurus popularis, where the vertebrae have been moved around and placed into neat patterned rows, resembling a double row of suction cups that you'd find on the underside of an octopus's arm. That is creepy. Why is it just sucking on the vertebrae? This also mimics known behavior of squid, and especially octopuses that are highly intelligent and can manipulate objects in this way. But why? What do you want with my spine? Why is that what you want? This was only one example, but old 4M also saw a photo of a now-removed museum display that was set out exactly as the skeleton had originally been found. There was another row of removed vertebrae in the same formation laid to one side of the main skeleton. 4M said, "We think one plausible explanation of this is an attack on the ichthyosaur by a much larger predator." He also believes that the formation of these vertebrae to look like a double row of suckers is intentional, a cephalopod's calling card, if you will, or even something of a self-portrait. I mean, okay, I get they're smart, but are they that smart? It seems a bit unrealistic. It seems more just they were like sucking on those bones and then they just laid them down. The website, GreekGodsAndGoddesses.net, okay then, also chimes in with, quote, "These bones look like gigantic octopus gills. Since the ichthyosaur grew to be up to 66 feet long, an octopus would have to be very large indeed to hunt and eat one." Scientists even found one ichthyosaur skeleton with a ribcage cracked from constriction. It was as if a large tentacle had been wrapped around the ichthyosaur, crushing it and dragging it down. For this to be possible, a very large octopus must have really existed at one time. Add to this the large beak 4M found in the same state park as the first skeleton, and some tentacles are starting to twitch in the direction of a monstrous octopus. Or maybe the tentacles are twitching but the creature is no longer alive, as this theory is not supported by anyone else, apparently, in the entire world. So it did get peer reviewed, did it? A blog about this by Tyler Greenfield, who was a paleontology student at the time, clearly sets out how, thanks to what we know about marine life in the Triassic period and what we know about the evolution of cephalopods, that this monster thing is just impossible. This brings us back to his burning question at the top of the episode. Did late Triassic coleoids actually have biserial suckers? What he's asking is if these types of cephalopods had double rows of suckers at this time in the past, and the answer is a resounding no. They only had uniserial suckers. So this puts paid to the idea that the ginormopus was leaving a picture of himself made out of vertebrae of other animals. Greenfield also points out that the only evidence we have of Triassic period coleoids are all less than a meter long. So are there any other explanations for how these neatly arranged vertebrae formations could have occurred? Well, yes, of course there are. How about just the currents buffeting the bones together as the rest of the skeleton decayed? How about just random chance, as there have only been 2 examples of this found so far? David Fostovsky, paleontologist who sat through one of 4M's presentations, states, "A kraken isn't really necessary. Everything can be explained by much less exotic means." Ah, yes. Old Fostovsky there, a fan of Occam's razor. The simplest solution, usually the right one. And old 4M's like, nah, giant, colossal, turbo, dinosaur squid. Kind of a killjoy, but he's not wrong. The fossilized beak wasn't much in the way of conclusive evidence either, as it wasn't complete and could really have been anything. Even if it was a part of the beak, there wasn't enough of it left to be able to extrapolate the size of a cephalopod out to 30 meters. Just squidding why this can't be real. While the sea is vast and unknowable, and even the largest vessels are nothing more than dots on its surface, with the combined knowledge we have of fossils, animal biology, and real-life specimens or lack thereof, it's safe to conclude there is no such thing as the kraken in a 30-meter-plus form that consciously attacks boats for fun. Sailors who might have been feeling a little on edge being out in the middle of nowhere probably saw a large cephalopod which might have even attached itself to their boat, and their imaginations inflated the encounter when they got back to shore. This would mean more people on the lookout for the kraken, and therefore more sightings, whether based on something real or not. Might there be even larger species of squid or octopus that we don't know about? Well, maybe, but it's unlikely they're going to be more than twice the size of what we've currently got. Why? The ocean's real big. There could be all sorts of weird down there. I don't believe there's an actual kraken drowning boats and stuff, but I do believe there could be some big ass down there that we don't know about. Didn't we say 80% of it's unexplored? Who knows what's down there? The main mystery for me here is why the ancient Greeks and Romans recorded the giant squid as a real animal, and then it fell into the realm of legend for centuries before being recognized again in the 1850s. Pliny the Elder, a 1st century AD Roman naturalist and author, wrote a book about a squid measuring more than 9 meters with a body like a barrel in his work Natural History, and Aristotle had mentioned it even earlier in Historias Animalium, although not quite such a gigantic specimen. I suppose the giant squid's elusiveness doesn't help, and it was probably only when countries started exploring further across the oceans that the chances of seeing one increased. There also haven't been any modern-day kraken sightings. And we have to keep going back to the same boring point as we do for all cryptids and monsters. Are there just 1 or 2 that live for thousands or even millions of years, or are there enough of these things to maintain a breeding population? Neither seems very likely, so I think we can leave this beast in the story where it belongs. I mentioned to my daughter that I was doing an episode on the kraken, and she said, "The kraken isn't real, it's just a giant squid. You don't have to do a whole Decoding the Unknown about it." Well, the joke's on you, because we just did. Yes, we did, and I hope you liked it. If you did, leave a review for this show wherever you get it, or a rating on Spotify. It's also available as a video podcast. Hello there, video watchers. Like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown with me, your host, Simon Wams here. One of my writers, in this case, Katie. Thank you, Katie, who's written me a script, The Mysterious Iron Pillar of Delhi. I was just in Delhi. I say I was just in Delhi. I was in Delhi 2 months ago, but it was my last major trip, long flight trip. Long flight. I went there for a friend's wedding. I was just in and out because it was just before Christmas. Flew in, 2 days later, literally I had to spend 1 full night there. And then next day, boom! Out, back home, in time for Christmas. I didn't see this iron pillar that we're talking about today because it's an iron pillar that apparently doesn't rust. I remember that being a thing. Let's go. The format of the show, if you're new here, I've never read this before, we're going to explore it together. The Whistlerverse, not something I called my YouTube channel portfolio, by the way. It just came about, I think, Reddit or something, or Discord. Join our Discord, yay! There's links somewhere. I got a community manager now called Liam. Liam, I don't know if you're watching this, but if you could put a link to the Discord in the description below, that'd be grand. If there's no link in the description below, then Liam didn't do his bloody job. It's a bit unreasonable for me to expect that. Let's carry on. has covered many topics about the past, but as far as ancient history goes, a lot seems to focus on ancient Rome, ancient Egypt, and our best friends on this channel, ancient aliens. Yes, always good for a click. Well, here's a short and sweet one about ancient India for a change, and it's got a little bit of everything, so let's uncover the mystery of the Iron Pillar of Delhi. The mystery. Here is maybe the slightly dubious story of the pillar, but you know that on this channel, if anything appears to be mysterious, you can bet we're going to circle back and do our damnedest to suck every molecule of joy and magic out of it for you. You're welcome. Yeah, this channel. I mentioned it many times before, but originally I wanted to call it like something like Skeptic something or whatever, but then I realized it wouldn't get any clicks, so I kind of called it like Ancient Alien. No, I didn't, but like, you know, it's definitely got that vibe where someone who might be into, like, actual mysterious clicks on it, and then I ruin their day. Maybe the channel would be more popular if I just leaned into it being like, what's the magic here? Well, that's magic, isn't it? You'll never know. It's magic. How's it not rust? Magic!
Oh my god.
It's magic.
Oh my god.
I recently saw a comment on YouTube bemoaning the fact that we don't present stories with a very balanced viewpoint. Sorry, viewer, but it's way more balanced than every other channel who just presents the weird side without actually looking into any other explanations. Yet, the person who's saying that is a person who's like, I just want to believe in fantasy. And we're like, yeah, but magic ain't real. And they're like, well, that's not very balanced. You should have given equal attention to it maybe being magic. And I'm sorry, but that's insane. Don't watch this channel if that's what you want. There are literally thousands of channels on YouTube which are just saying like, oh yeah, magic and aliens and curses. But I think we can happily admit that we're heavily biased on the side of the non-paranormal. And so what? This is not an impartial news channel. It's Decoding the Unknown. Sorry, rant over. This story isn't even that out there, so I guess I'm still reeling from the fact that people don't know what they're in for when they click on these videos. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's kind of my fault as well. I apologize. Not to the viewer. If you clicked on this, I'm totally happy to ruin your day if you think it's going to be about magic. You can click off now if you'd like to, you know, just believe in magic still. I apologize to Katie, who unfortunately had to read that comment. Anyway, in India, there is a large city called Delhi. In South Delhi, there is a neighborhood called Mehrauli. In Mehrauli, you will find the Qutb Minar complex, where you can see the eponymous highest tower in India, as well as the remains of many archways, monuments, mosques, and other buildings dating back to the 13th century. And within this, I didn't see any of this. I mostly saw the inside of my hotel. I was like, yeah, I could go outside, but it's really loud, and I'm tired, and like, I was going to say hungover, but that's not what I mean. Jet lags. Similar feeling though sometimes, isn't it? And within this rich historical and architectural complex, you'll find an iron pillar standing on its own in a courtyard, surrounded by nothing but a low, slightly shonky-looking security gate. And what's so great about this pillar, you might ask? Well, it appears to be a Hindu artifact in the middle of a Muslim complex. It's been dated to the 5th century CE. Nothing close to its size was made out of iron until many centuries later, and despite standing in the elements for over 1600 years, it has not rusted. Dun dun dun! Pillar talk. Here's some info about the pillar itself. It's 7.21 meters high, that's 23 feet 8 inches tall, although just over a meter or 3 foot 8 inches of this is buried in the ground. I'm sure you're all wondering, so here you go. It's about 9/10 as long as a double-decker bus. I was wondering that. Oh, thank God we now know that. As well as about 5 Danny DeVito's tall. Excellent. It's not particularly thick, and it tapers slightly as it goes up, meaning that the base has a diameter of about 17 inches or 43 centimeters, and the top has a diameter of around 12 inches or 30 centimeters. It is noticeably less smooth at the base than it is at up the rest of the shaft. The pillar weighs approximately 6 tons. At the top of the pillar are a series of ornate stacks, collectively called a decorative bell capital, the capital being the top or upper end of a column or pillar that's usually distinctively decorated. Sorry to use the words shaft and bell so close together. Also, you previously used the word shaft. No, wait, you already said shaft. There was another one. Shaft, length, something. There was another one that just made me think of penises. All these objects are pretty phallic at the end of the day. I'm sure there will be a few erections in here somewhere, but that is usually the best word to use. Also, I once went to a museum. It was in Colombo, which is the capital of Sri Lanka, and it was like this national museum, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go there. Could be entertaining. Go inside. And it's like, it's one of those museums where it's like, it's in this really nice old building, and it just hasn't been thought about very much, and not much effort seems to have been put in. This was over a decade ago now, so I don't know if it's like that still. But there'd be like these bits of rock, and the description of this like bit of rock that kind of looks like humans had carved it a bit was be like part of a pillar. And you'd be like, fascinating. No other information about that, like where the pillar's from or anything like that. It's just like, no, someone found like a bit of a pillar somewhere, dumped it in a museum, and just put a little label on it saying part of a pillar. And you'd walk around the museum and you'd see all these different like bits, like pillar-looking things, and all of them would just be labelled the same, a part of a pillar. And you'd be like, this is bullshit. What am I supposed to learn here? There is also a groove or socket in the top of this iron pillar, which means that it previously had another piece, or a topper, to finish it off, likely a figure of some sort. There are other things of note on the pillar itself. For example, some inscriptions. The oldest is just under halfway up, and it's made of 3 verses of Sanskrit in what may be the Brahmi script, deeply engraved onto the pillar, covering an area of about 65 by 27 centimetres. There's also another, much shorter inscription, dated a few centuries later, which seems to reference Angkor II founding Delhi. We'll look at these in a bit more detail later. The other thing of note is that the iron pillar has sustained damage maybe 2/3 of the way up. There's a large dent and a crack where it was apparently hit by a cannonball. Wow. It's not very big. That's a hell of a shot. I mean, they probably weren't aiming for the pillar. But it's going to be loud making that sound. It's also quite strong that it just stood up to a cannonball. If you just happen to be in the area, as I was like 2 months ago but didn't see this, you're probably there to look at the Qutb Minar, India's tallest tower and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. You might not think much of a random incomplete iron pillar stuck in the middle of a courtyard, but if you knew anything about this pillar at all, you'd actually have quite a few questions, such as, how was it made? How did it get to where it is now? Why hasn't it rusted? Can it really bring you luck? Easy answer to that one. No. It's like, how many... I'm going to throw a penny in a fountain. It's going to bring me good luck. The only people who believe that are 6 years old and under. Is there really some extraterrestrial angle to this? Again, no. But let's get into it. I mean, the only way this could have some extraterrestrial thing is like that Tutankhamun dagger, right? The one that's made out of a meteoroid. That's extraterrestrial. Pretty cool. But I don't think so. That's a lot of iron to randomly... Maybe it did come from a meteorite. That's kind of a possible explanation, isn't it? The history of the iron pillar. While there is no actual date inscribed on the main inscription on the pillar, it can be dated to the 5th century CE with some certainty. Using paleography, or the study of historical writing systems, the longer inscriptions on the side in Sanskrit have been matched with a script used during a certain period in Indian history covered by the Gupta Empire. There's also a king name-checked in the inscription who matches the time period, King Chandragupta II. Some of the characters are not quite complete due to the iron having closed back over some parts, and earlier transcriptions of the original text were also not as accurate as later ones. Well, like the iron could close back over it? I guess that's one of those things you're like, yeah, over a long enough time, that like things that you think are solid kind of move. Like when you go in a really old building, like really old, and you look at the windows, and they're kind of like thicker at the bottom. Isn't that... No, I'm pretty sure this is an urban legend, but it's like people would say, oh yeah, because the glass is actually liquid and over hundreds or thousands of years, it gradually just falls down to the bottom like a liquid. But I think it was actually just because they were a bit making glass back in the day. Because glass is not a liquid, is it? It's solid. It's glass. If it was liquid, it'd be really different. Translations into English of the Sanskrit inscription have been made, and one done in 1888 by John Faithful Fleet is on a tablet that was hung for posterity in 1903 on a wall near the pillar. I don't understand why this isn't... Why, like, honestly, this Iron Pillar of Delhi, it'd be a lot easier for me to see if it was in the British Museum where it belongs. Just a joke. Relax.
I'm joking. That's just a joke. We like to have fun here.
Other translations have been carried out since and do vary slightly, but these variations do not affect the names of persons mentioned or the estimated time frame that the inscription was made. Basically, the overall gist is that the verses sing the praises of King Chandra, saying things like, he by whom, having crossed in warfare the 7 months of the river Sindhu, the Valikas were conquered, he by the breezes of whose prowess the southern ocean is even still perfumes. What are you saying? This is so hard to read. When you're translating something, just translate it into modern English. Don't be like, oh, we'll make it sound all weird. Just like... Or just update it. It's a translation. It doesn't have to be, like, historical. And who, having the name of Chandra, carried a beauty of countenance like the beauty of the full moon. Good lord. Finally, the quote ends. These translations are made from the first and third verses. A later translation takes a bit of issue with the second verse, but they both agree that it seems to refer to the king leaving or quitting the earth, i.e. dying. Yes. It's like, yeah, one day I'm going to quit the earth. Yeah, just death is an interesting way to put it. Like, why wouldn't you translate that? So if it was like quitting the earth, literally in whatever language this was, Sanskrit, then you'd just be like, dying. Why would you translate it directly? That's weird. Like, languages just have different ways of doing it, but it's not like you translate it into English directly. This piece is commonly read as a eulogy, although it has been posited that the king hadn't literally died at the time, but had merely abdicated and was still alive, living his best old man life somewhere else. It doesn't really matter now, as it was some 16 centuries ago, but what we can surmise is that the pillar was created as a monument to the king and was probably made in the early 400s as Chandragupta II's reign ended in 415 CE. We can also deduce that this pillar was not originally installed in Delhi, as the last part of the inscription has been translated to say, "This lofty standard of the divine Vishnu was set up on the hill called Vishnupada," the pillar being the lofty standard, obviously. The name Vishnupada clearly comes from the Hindu god Vishnu and translates as something like the footprints of Vishnu, so we know that there's a big hill involved. It's been theorized that because it's known to have links with Chandragupta II and its proximity to other known mining and metalwork activity of the time, that the pillar was originally erected in Udayagiri in what is now Vidisha in the state of Madhya Pradesh. In case you're wondering, that's hundreds of miles from its current location in Delhi. I was also wondering why I had to pronounce these really difficult names. You could just say, some other place near Delhi, but not so near, hundreds of miles away. Pillars were not an uncommon thing in India or elsewhere in the world during this period. Yeah, since they invented the pillar, I feel like pillars are just pretty standard. It's like they're useful. Even nowadays, like you build a building, there's going to be some pillars in there. Why not? And not just like decorative ones, but like pillars for like hold it up. They would have been made as symbols of victory or devotion. There are at least two other examples of old-ass iron pillars in India, the Kodachadri and the Dar pillars, but the one in Delhi has a few centuries on them at least and is also taller and in far better condition than the other two. There's also some folklore surrounding the Delhi pillar, although I've seen slightly differing versions. One is that the iron pillar was set up as a dedication to the king and fixed so deep into the earth that it pierced the hood of a serpent god, possibly Shisha, and it was said that it was bad luck to mess with the pillar, but centuries later another king, Angapal II from the Tamora dynasty, wanted to check into it, so he had the pillar dug up. Sure enough, the base was covered in blood, and a curse fell on Angpal Tamar. Yeah, that didn't happen. There's no blood down there. It's not piercing the head of a servant, that's ridiculous. And then he didn't have a curse. He's just real unlucky. The other version is that Angapal Tamar was already in possession of the pillar and had it moved to what eventually became Delhi, which he is historically credited for founding. He was the one who hit the poor snake on the head with it and was told that as long as the pillar stood firm, his legacy would be protected. Then he promptly had it removed to check if it had been inserted deep enough. The blood on the ends proved it had been, and then the curse fell upon him. Oh no! I looked into Angapal Tamar, and he doesn't appear to have been afflicted by the curse, although his dynasty died out shortly after his reign, so I suppose the curse went for his descendants rather than him. Yeah, that does sound like he was kind of affected by the curse. I mean, the curse isn't real, but you could be like, that was the curse, wasn't it? That all your descendants die. Like, that'd be pretty bad. Like, if it was like, the curse went for his descendants, like my descendants, I'd be like my kids and grandkids, I'd be like, yeah, it's worse. That's worse. I like them more than I like me. Angapal Tamar was linked to the serpent in other later writings too, with one 18th century inscription being translated as saying, he even caused the great Sheshnag, on which earth is stable, to shake. As we said, he founded and ruled over the Delhi area, so that explains why the pillar is there, and also the approximate time that it got there, which was, according to the short inscription on it, 1109. This equates to 1052 CE, as calendars were and are still not universal. Wait, they're not universal? I mean, yeah, I know like North Korea is going to be using one that's like, oh, when's your calendar start? When our great supreme leader was first pushed out of his mother's birth canal in a perfect birth, which caused her no pain, and then he immediately started to talk and the calendar began. But like most people are on the same calendar, right? We had that old like Julian and Gregorian, and then we fixed it so everyone was on the same thing. No? There have also been a few suggestions of how Delhi got its name that are related to the Iron Pillar. One even includes a play on the word that was recorded in an old song. According to an ex-local tour guide, Tanvi Bikchandani, there's a verse that translates to, the pillar was loosened and the Tomar lost his head. The Hindi word for loose is Dil, which sounds like Dili, which is how many people pronounce the city's name. I love a good pun, but I don't think that this particular origin story is real. No, probably because there's a real origin story behind the name Delhi, because it's quite a big place, and people have probably thought about that, for more than 3 seconds. Angapal Tamar built Lal Kot, which was Delhi's first fort, and his prize iron pillar was erected inside it. Once his dynasty was overthrown by a Muslim army, the first mosque in India was built on the site, which explains why a Hindu monument is standing in the middle of a Muslim area, but maybe not why they decided to leave it standing. Yeah, it'd be like if I'm going in and I'm like, well, I'm going to build like a bigger religious thing over your stupid religious thing. I'll be like, well, I'm going to definitely knock down that pillar and like, I don't know, turn it into like a bench or something. Like something stupid, so it's extra offensive. Maybe they thought it just looked cool or were in awe of its rust-proof status. It was thought to have been hit by a cannonball in the 730s in an attempt to destroy it or knock it down to see if there was anything more valuable inside. There was only one hit from close range, and it's been posited that the cannons could have potentially caused too much damage to surrounding buildings at the time, so the pillar was left where it was. Oh, come on, the last guy just dug it out. How deep in the ground is it dug? This is the past. Just go get lots of, slaves and be like, dig that hole, slaves! And they'll dig it out and there. It's not that complicated. This all feels very, mythy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
On a side note, there are another series of pillars throughout India known as Pillars of Ashoka, which were all linked with an emperor called Ashoka the Great. They are all made of stone and have decorated capitals, which are usually topped with something like a lion. The Iron Pillar of Delhi has sometimes been referred to as a Pillar of Ashoka, but it was made later and out of different material, so I think it's incorrect to connect them. I just realized today, I would take my kids to school. One of the kids at school, his name is Lion. I'm like... sick, bro. You call your kid Lion. I love that. My kids have got stupid traditional names. What's good, kid? What's your name? Panther. Yes! There's no particular mystery in how the Iron Pillar got from Udagiri to Delhi. Yes, it weighs about 6 tons, but it's not like India didn't have a wheel. They were actually using wheels for centuries before the Europeans were. They also had things like horses and camels to act as working or hauling animals, never mind those big daddy elephants. The pillar was moved and re-erected in one piece, which brings us to the next question: how was this thing actually made? And it's time to spice things up a bit with a little sprinkling of our old chum Eric von Daniken. No! No!
No!
This is the Chariots of the God guy. He's so full of... allegedly. Is he still alive? Oh, I mean, I was going to say something horrible there. Don't wish death on people, Simon. He's not that bad. He's just a charlatan, in my opinion, allegedly. Oh, go on then. In his blockbuster book, Chariots of the Gods, von Daniken makes a brief mention of the Iron Pillar in Chapter 6, where he says, in the courtyard of a temple of Delhi, there exists, as I've already mentioned, a column made of welded iron parts that has been exposed to weathering for more than 4,000 years without showing a trace of rust, for it contains neither sulfur nor phosphorus. Here we have an unknown alloy from antiquity staring us in the face. Perhaps the column was cast by a group of far-sighted engineers who did not have the resources for colossal building, but wanted to bequeath to posterity a visible, time-defying monument to their culture. All right, Eric. Is that what they wanted, Eric? You know what I call that, Eric? Wild-ass speculation. So, here, he's introducing the idea that ancient aliens created this magic non-rusting pillar. Wow, that was loud. Oh, it's a street cleaner. Did you guys hear that? This microphone's super... The one I'm using, it doesn't really pick up sounds from around, but a big-ass truck just drove past my window, sweeping the streets. Fascinating, Simon. Let's carry on. The pillar even made the list as an out-of-place artifact, joining the ranks of the Antikythera mechanism, the Turin Shroud, and the Piri race map as things that appear to be out of historical context, but actually aren't. I think we've addressed all of those previously on this channel. It's this classic thing of oh yeah, people in the past couldn't do and it's but they can. They were quite intelligent. This is actually quite a handy segue for us as we now pivot to decoding the main mystery of this pillar, the non-rusting aspect. Rust-free since the 5th century CE. Iron goes rusty, that's a fact, and the quickest way to make iron rust is to expose it to water and air, both of which are in plentiful supply in Delhi. So, how is this thing... plentiful supply of air? I'm not sure. I went there, it's yeah, there's lots of air, but it's all very polluted. I was in the airport on the way home, and they had this giant concourse, stretching one side of the airport to the other. And generally, inside, all the air's, filtered. In my hotel, they had, this big screen at the front being, air brought to you by. And I'm okay. And it's, measuring the parts per million, particulates per million and stuff. Because you go outside in Delhi, and it's just smog. It's smog all day, every day. At least I was there. I was there for 2 days. But it was constantly smoggy. You'd go outside and you'd be oh, gross. It's just in the air, this smog. Even in the airport, that giant concourse, you think you're inside, you look to the end of the giant concourse and it's kind of foggy, just because somehow there's pollution inside. So, yeah, sorry, I got there from Delhi Air. Sorry, rant over. Fascinating stuff, Simon. Let's carry on. So, how is this thing even standing over a millennium and a half later? Did ancient Indians possess knowledge that was centuries ahead of its time? The answer is, well, yes and no. First things first, this is why I called it a slightly dubious story at the top, and I expect anyone who has heard of this pillar before has been yelling at Simon the whole time that the iron pillar is not actually free of rust. Okay, well, it's news to me. The bottom third is actually quite rusty looking and also noticeably rougher and more pitted than the rest of the pillar. This has led some people to speculate that the whole portion was supposed to be buried in the ground, but then the pillar would be kind of short, not really an impressive tribute to a king. The rest of the pillar is still in excellent shape, however, definitely worthy of the question of how it's withstood the test of time. As for ancient Indian people having secret or advanced knowledge, this is not how the pillar came to be so rust resistant. And yes, it isn't that it's magically impervious to rust, it's just that it has great rust or corrosion resistant properties. What happened was a combination of the real life metalwork skills of these people plus the circumstances surrounding how it was made, plus just a little bit of random happenstance. So here's how the pillar was made. The Iron Pillar of Delhi is the product of expert forge welding. Basically, large lumps of iron were heated to such a degree that they could be fused together by hammering or rolling. Think of every blacksmith scene you've ever seen where they're hammering a sword into shape. But this was on a much larger scale using coal-heated furnaces. The pillar was created horizontally, and just the size of the thing in itself was a pretty good demonstration of a 5th century's craftsman's talents, but then they also added the decorative capital on top. This is made from 7 separate pieces, which were shrunk fit around a cylinder, which was then inserted into the top end of the pillar. Alright, fascinating stuff, but where does the non-rust thing come into it? The pillar's about 98% iron, with the remaining 2% being made up of trace amounts of other things like copper, nickel, nitrogen, etc. But notably, it contains about 0.25% phosphorus, which is much higher than would normally be expected. This is because the ancient Indian forge welding process didn't use lime or limestone, which would usually aid in the removal of phosphorus, and the types of wood used to fire the furnaces also contained higher amounts of phosphorus than wood from trees in other parts of the world. This higher level of the chemical increased the pillar's resistance to corrosion, but that's not the only reason why it's still in such good shape. There is, in fact, rust all over this thing, but the very thin layer of it has also protected the main pillar of the body. An article on Penn Museum's website states, there is a natural tendency for a piece of iron to rust at an ever-diminishing rate as corrosion products form on its surface and seal it. This layer, the amount of phosphorus, and the Delhi weather itself have all come together to create another fine coating over the iron, which has preserved it in excellent condition all these centuries. Professor R. Balasubramanian has studied this thing extensively and says added benefits accrue when the phosphate forms as a continuous layer next to the metal. In the case of alternate wetting and drying cycles, such as those present in atmospheric corrosion, the amorphous phosphates can transform to crystalline modifications, and in this process, there is a large reduction in porosity of the phosphate. Oh my god, dude, you're using so many big words. This transformation results in further excellent corrosion-resistant properties. Okay, so it's like, yeah, there's a bit of rust on the outside, which keeps the inside tip-top. Boom! That's what that says in English. The continuous layer is also known as misawite, and an article on Atlas Obscura called the Iron Pillar of Delhi states, misawite is a compound of iron, oxygen, and hydrogen which does not rust. So, there you go. I also saw that clarified butter, or ghee, might have been rubbed on it a lot in the first 500 or so years of its life, which might have also formed some sort of protective film. That's weird. But this probably would have been done more on the lower bits than at the top, and that's where the rusting is worse, so either it didn't help or it actually made it worse. Now let's quickly circle back to Erich von Däniken. No! In his published claims about the pillar originally, he stated that the pillar had stood for more than 4,000 years without showing a trace of rust, for it contains neither sulfur nor phosphorus. Bruh. Well, we just found out that phosphorus is the reason that it's not rusting. It's also not 4,000 years old, isn't it? Like a couple of thousands? What did we say it was? Well, we know that while it's old, it ain't that old, and it also shows loads of rust, has traces of sulfur, and a comparatively high level of phosphorus. So yes, you're 0 for 4 on that one, von Däniken. Oh my god, shocking. Von Däniken got something wrong? How? He wrote such a reputable book, The Chariots of the Gods. It's about as useful as watching an episode of Stargate if you want to learn about ancient Egyptian history. To give the man his due, though, he did retract this one artifact as having been created by ancient aliens in an interview that he did with Playboy in 1974. When the interviewer, Timothy Ferris, brings the... Timothy Ferris, isn't he the dude who wrote that, 4-hour work week? Brings up the fact that the pillar does have rust, and we all know how it was made, and asks Van Daniken if he thinks it's still mysterious. Van Daniken replies, no, not anymore, but when I wrote Chariots of the Gods, the information I had concerning the Zion column was as I presented it. Since then, I have found that investigations were made, and they came to quite different results, so we can forget about this iron thing. Well, so you just made stuff up, and then someone, didn't make stuff up. Dude. Weird. When investigations were made, people suddenly found out that it hadn't been created by extraterrestrial big-brain tourists after all. They could have been the only logical answer. And calling it this iron thing is a bit disparaging, don't you think? In the same article, Ferris, probably getting pretty gleeful, brings up something that astronomer Carl Sagan had to say about Erich von Daniken. The kindest thing I can say about von Daniken is that he ignores the science of archaeology. Every time he sees something he can't understand, he attributes it to extraterrestrial intelligence, and since he understands almost nothing, he sees evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence all over the planet. Boom! Carl Sagan drops the mic. Just to add this in somewhere, the pillar has also been said to grant wishes if you put your arms around it, but you have to do this with your back to it, making it a bit harder, I guess. This is moot now, as you're not allowed to touch the pillar, and there's a gate all the way around it, stopping anyone from getting too close. And from that moment on, no one ever had their wishes become true. So sad. It has received decent reviews on TripAdvisor, with no one giving it below a 3, which seems quite good. So there you go. Mystery solved. The non-rusting pillar does in fact rust. And it's actually common knowledge about how this thing was made. You'd probably get much more out of looking at it if you knew some backstory, which you now all do, so check it out the next time you're in Delhi. Go ancient Indians, you really created a long-lasting erection, presumably because of its Mississippi coating. The pillar will continue to stand forever, or at least it might make it to 4,000 years, giving Erich von Daniken a slight reprieve after all. Yes, that makes everything he did. That's... Erich von Daniken. No! Thanks for being here. I'll see you in the next episode. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. This one, Holocaust Denial. Who wrote this? Why have they not put their name on the script? Who wrote this script? Tell me. I believe it's Arnaldo. I think it's Arnaldo. Did Arnaldo read it? I don't know! It'll be in the credits. I'm so sorry if whoever wrote this. Add your name to the script and I'll get it better I'll do it better in the future. Maybe it's George. Oh god. Well yes, today we're covering a rather grim subject, aren't we? Less room for jokes when talking about Holocaust denial because it's crazy. There are many truths, though if you're new here, the format is I'm going to read this script written by mystery author. Strong feeling it's George, looking at the formatting of this thing, but not sure. George, your name will be in the credits if it's you. I'm going to call you George from now on. And if someone else who formats stuff like this, Arnaldo, if it's you, I apologize. Just imagine George's name being replaced with yours. There are many truths we hold to be self-evident, the world being round and man having just landed on the moon, to name just two. Yet, despite glaring certainty of these things... glaring, underlined, italics, larger, bold. That's what it looks like. For all of them, there exists a contingent of committed contrarians who are certain they know better. The conspiracy theorists. By and large, these ideas are largely harmless, and in fact, the duality of innocuousness and absurdity that they represent can actually make them amusing and quite entertaining. Yeah, normally when we talk about conspiracy theories, I'm entertained, but with Holocaust now, you're just like, oh no. No, so many people were killed. Take me, for example. As the professional wind-up merchant that I am, I've lost track of the amount of times that, after a skinful of ale, I've convinced a gullible patron of my local boozer that the world is flat, that the Queen was a lizard person, or my personal favourite, that not only would we not land on the moon, but in fact that the moon just doesn't exist. But while many conspiracy theories are absurd to the point of amusement, some absolutely are not. Take Holocaust denial, for example. Sure, to claim that the Holocaust didn't happen is every bit as absurd as claiming the moon doesn't exist, and yet because of the specifics of this conspiracy, chiefly the fact that to entertain it involves spitting on the graves of 17 million brutally murdered people, to deny it is all the more serious, and frankly, sickening than any of the more light-hearted conspiracy theories out there. This seriousness raises a few questions. Namely, why do people believe that it never happened? If they don't believe it happened, what do they believe happened instead? And lastly, how do they manage to maintain this belief given the enormous underlined, larger, capitals, bold, italic, Basically, unrefutable weight of evidence that it did happen. These questions, and more, I shall answer in the next hour or so, as we take a deep dive into the dark, depressing world of Holocaust denial. And it is just the darkest. It's just the darkest. I've been to Auschwitz, and it's just like, it's just, I don't want to even describe. It's just undescribable. The evidence. In my first draft of today's script, I attempted something big-brained, a structure in which I drip-fed you all of the arguments of Holocaust deniers in a vacuum free from counter, the idea being to replicate the conditions in which people come to believe in it, and maybe even briefly tempt you towards it yourself so you can understand how they think, only to let loose a broadside volley of evidence at the end of the video to snap you back into reality, thus giving you a fuller understanding of not only how easy it is to be suckered into Holocaust denial, but also how mad it is. And I agree, I think that's a fantastic structure. However, it is a problem for people who turn off halfway through the video. If we're doing something like moon landing, great. If we're doing something like Holocaust denial, not quite so sure. But after consulting Simon's Discord on the matter, which you should absolutely join, yes, get on there. There'll be a link in the description a little below. There probably won't, but how do you do it? Discord links only last for like 30 days or something absurd, so I'm not really sure how you can join that Discord. But Liam, who is the community manager of the Discord, he'll probably figure it out. I've got to remember to tell him, though. I was made aware that people who click off the video early, why would you do such a thing? Simon makes gold content, you're goddamn right.
A golden god! I am untethered and my rage knows no bounds!
They might actually accidentally be converted into Holocaust deniers. This was not a notion that sparked joy, and thusly, I opted to kick the video off differently, with a chapter in which we firmly get the reality of the matter established before we even mention a single denier's name. So, with that in mind, what is the evidence for the Holocaust? The first is the contemporary documentation, as the Nazis, in an almost stereotypically German fashion, were meticulous about organized record-keeping and keeping the bureaucratic apparatus of genocide neat and tidy. So meticulous was their record-keeping that even after a monumental attempt to shred, burn, and otherwise destroy paperwork when it became obvious that Germany wasn't winning the war, a preposterous amount of documentation survived. What's that movie? Is it the one where they're about the Iran hostage crisis? Fargo? No, that's a different movie or a TV show. Argo, with Matt Damon? Maybe? And they're in the US embassy in Iran, and then they're like breaking in, and they're all like madly throwing shit into incinerators.
Burn everything! Burn it now! All right, burn everything. All the files, file cabinets, safe.
The most damning of these come from the 1942 Wannsee Conference, often referred to as the smoking gun of the Holocaust by scholars. Its surviving documents outline the Nazis' plan to round up Europe's Jews, transport them to occupied Poland, and murder them on an industrial scale. These brutal musings cannot be dismissed as mere planning or wishful thinking either, because after the conference, the rhetoric of Nazi elites got much more genocide-y. For example, Heinrich Himmler, the leader of the SS, openly discusses the mass extermination of the Jews in several speeches after the conference, with a notable example being one in Poznan, Poland in October 1943, in which he said, quote, "The Jewish people are going to be exterminated. That's what every party member says. Sure. It's in our program. Elimination of the Jews. Extermination. It'll be done. The wealth they possessed, we took from them. There will be no mercy. We had the moral right. We had the duty towards our people to destroy this people that wanted to destroy us. They wanted to destroy you. Did they? Bellend." Beyond the Wannsee Conference, an array of other evidence survived in paper form. For example, architectural blueprints of Auschwitz concentration camp were discovered, which, thanks to having words printed on them such as gas chambers, crematoria, and bone-crushing machine, made it rather obvious what had been going on there. There are also the personal correspondences between Nazi officials that admit to the Holocaust. A notable example of this would be the Jager Report, written on December 1st, 1941. This details the activities of Einsatzkommando 3, one of the Einsatzgruppen death squads let loose on Eastern Europe following Germany's invasion of the Soviet Union in June of that year. It records a total of 137,343 executions in areas that are now Lithuania, Latvia, and Belarus. The numbers here are just beyond extraordinary. When you think that 9/11 killed 3,000 people, and here we're talking about a tiny fraction of the whole Holocaust, killing 137,343. I feel like just not saying that 343 there is just insane, because that's 343 people. It's just beyond comprehension. Most of the report is just statistics that coldly break this figure down by area and time, but occasionally the report does contain prose, and they are chilling to read. To quote, "I can establish today that the goal to solve the Jewish problem for Lithuania has been reached by EK3. There are no Jews anymore in Lithuania, with the exception of the labor Jews and their families." Then there are the various documents that catalogue the forceful transportation of persecuted civilians to the vast network of extermination and concentration camps across the Nazi Empire. These documents included timetables, transportee lists, and even the costs associated with the transportation. An example of this type of evidence would be the Korher Report of 1943, a 16-page report compiled by Dr. Richard Korher, a statistician under Himmler. It was intended to provide him with a sitrep on how the extermination of the Jews was coming along, and gives a breakdown of the then over 4 million Jews that had been removed from their homes and transported to camps. In one section alone, while discussing Austria's Jewish population, Korher coldly notes that the nation's Jewish population fell from roughly 220,000 in March 1938 to a mere 8,102 in January 1943, with the population reduction being ascribed to 14,509 Jews who died in the ghettos or working as slave labor, 149,124 who fled Austria before, during, or after the annexation, 47,555 who had been transported to concentration camps, and 710 who had fallen off the radar, presumed to be in hiding. Then, there are the photographs. Some camp personnel took photos as personal keepsakes, such as those found in the Auschwitz album, which chronicles the arrival of Hungarian Jews at Auschwitz in 1944. There are photos taken by the inmates themselves, such as the Sonderkommando photographs of August 1944. There are also Renaissance, I think there should be reconnaissance. I'm like, what is a Renaissance photo? But it's definitely reconnaissance photo taken by the Allied Air Forces, and finally those taken immediately after the camp's liberation. I recommend a brief tangent to look up the Auschwitz album and the Sonderkommando photographs, Simon, as they're the only images we have of the gas chambers in action. It's harrowing stuff. I understand the value of doing that. I also understand that people might be upset if we don't show these photos in the video, but I don't want to do that. So we're not going to do that. I'm not going to look it up. They're not going to be in the video. Sorry. They exist, just to be clear. So vast is the amount of documentary evidence that in total, more than 3,000 tons of it was used as evidence during the Nuremberg trials, and as time goes on, more and more of it surfaces. Photo albums emerge in estate clearances, documents are discovered in the forgotten corners of archives, and so on. Documentary evidence alone proves the Holocaust happened, but it is still only one type of evidence. We also have the testimonies of countless witnesses, the most compelling of which naturally comes from survivors, particularly the Sonderkommandos. These were camp internees, usually Jews, which were forced at gunpoint to aid their own genocide. This gave them a unique perspective of both sides of the fence, so to speak. Unfortunately, since Sonderkommandos were often murdered when their handlers worried that they knew too much, few of their accounts exist. But the ones that do are invaluable. An example would be the Scrolls of Auschwitz, 8 caches of documents found by 5 different Sonderkommandos that were buried near the Auschwitz crematoria in 1944 and later recovered between 1945 and 1980. Their purpose was simple: to make sure that some evidence of Auschwitz's horror survived, lest the Nazi genocide be successfully expunged from history. They contain everything, from numbers killed on specific days to descriptions of life in the ghettos and the deportation process. Then there are the testimonies of the perpetrators, with some being penned at the time and others being retroactive. Contemporary testimony tended to be loud and proud about the Holocaust, the authors believing history would remember them as heroes, and thus being completely unrepentant. I don't understand when you're just murdering civilians on a mass scale, or any scale, that you could think that you're going to be remembered, or that even if you are remembered as heroes, let's say the Nazis won, you can't think that that's right. An example of this type of testimony would be a letter that was penned by Auschwitz guard Hugo Becher to his wife on January the 28th, 1945, in which he says, "The prisoners were all sick, dirty, and thin as skeletons. All they were good for was to be burned in the Neuengamme crematorium, and a lot of them thought they were being brought to Neuengamme to be burned. Of course, many of them are stupid, primitive people." Testimonies penned retroactively are much more apologetic. Examples of this type include that of Reinhold Hanging, an Auschwitz guard who was put on trial for his crimes in 2016 at the age of 94. After pleading guilty, he said the following: "People were being shot, gassed, and burned. I could see corpses being moved around and off the site. Yes, One was aware of that. I noticed the smell of burning. I knew that corpses were being burned, of course. I found out that trains arrived in Auschwitz crammed full of people. We were aware that the majority of people who arrived in the trains were killed. I am ashamed that I witnessed injustice and allowed it to continue without taking actions against it. Yeah, as you fucking should be, you piece of shit. See what I mean about the change in tone? Yeah, forgive me if I'm not exactly overflowing with Christian forgiveness, viewers. Then there is the material evidence for the Holocaust, chief among which is the camps themselves. Yeah, it's like, I've been there. Still today, they contain ruins of gas chambers and crematoria. They also contain mass graves from the late war massacres of inmates. These particular killings were so hurried and carried out on such a vast scale that the on-site crematorians couldn't keep up. So instead, half-assed efforts to burn bodies outside were made, and they were buried, leaving the remains to later be discovered and serve as evidence. The belongings of inmates were also recovered. Again, we have this evidence thanks to late war desperation. Earlier in the war, belongings of value, everything from shoes to jewelry, was either sent straight into the Nazis' own coffers or back to Germany's civilians to be repurposed. As the Soviets closed in, however, and the Nazis shifted their priority to evidence destroying, this system fell apart, consequently leaving mountains of personal belongings to be discovered. They all clearly belonged to someone at some point, and given the near-empty camps surrounded by mass graves, it didn't exactly take a genius to piece it together. Other mass graves, not the result of camp killings, have also been found across Europe, such as one in Babi Yar, a ravine in Kiev, Ukraine, where over 33,000 Jews were executed in the span of just 2 days in September 1941. Little attempt was made to destroy the bodies before covering them over, consequently leaving the remains as evidence. Similarly, there's also the mass graves left over from the Ponary massacre near Vilnius, Lithuania, where approximately 100,000 Jews and Slavs were executed and dumped into pits, again with little to no effort being made to destroy their bodies. So then, between documentary evidence, testimonies, and material evidence, the case for the Holocaust being real is truly irrefutable. But there is one final set of evidence that we must consider: maths. Before the war, Jewish communities thrived across the continent, particularly in Eastern Europe, with centuries-old populations boasting rich histories, traditions, and contributions to the societies that they lived in. However, come post-war censuses, millions of people from the Nazis' persecuted groups have vanished from the record. Poland, which had the largest Jewish population in Europe before the war, saw its Jewish population shrink from over 3 million to less than 45,000 by the time of the first post-war census in 1950. In Romania, the numbers shrank from nearly 757,000 to 280,000. In Germany, it was 525,000 to 37,000. In Czechoslovakia, it was reduced from 357,000 to 17,000. These numbers were equally dire in southern Europe, with the Jewish population of Greece falling from 73,000 to 7,000. In Yugoslavia, 70,000 to 3,500. And in Bulgaria, the population fell from 50,000 to 6,500. Now, it is key to stress with these stats that not every lost number equals a death. These figures were compiled a few years after the end of World War II, at which point significant numbers of Jews had emigrated, mostly to either the US or newly founded Israel. But if you remove immigration figures from the numbers, it equates to roughly 6 million Jews, exactly the figure that modern scholars believe died in the Holocaust. So, after that exhaustive exploration into the evidence saying that the Holocaust did happen, I think it's safe to say, or at least I hope it is, that we are all in agreement that the Holocaust absolutely did happen, and that we will now all nicely be protected against the absolute litany of lunacy that will form the rest of the video, and possibly in some of the comments today, because that's the world we live in. So now, let's get into the denial itself. The wartime years. The first Holocaust deniers were the Nazis themselves, as before the war was even over, they were making efforts to cover their tracks and obfuscate the truth. It's critical to understand this foundational denialism, as not only is it a part of the story, but later deniers would use the lies spread by the Nazis as the basis of their own arguments. One of their methods was the use of doublespeak, euphemisms, and coded descriptions, which served to grey the waters around what they were actually up to. You're likely already familiar with at least one example, that being the final solution to the Jewish problem. Of course, we in the modern day are fully aware what was meant by that term, but you can see how, to the contemporary observer, despite its ominous undernotes, it could serve to cast a slight shadow of doubt over the Nazis' true intentions. You also have to remember that anti-Semitism was very common worldwide in that period. Unlike today, where if you took to a podium and started decrying the Jewish problem, you would rightly be laughed off the stage as a nutter, back in those days, you'd likely receive thunderous applause. After all, everyone clapping would have that Jew in their neighborhood, the one with all the money and the funny customs that they didn't attempt to understand. He's a wrong 'un! You know, They'd say, he doesn't go to church, opens his shop on a Sunday. Awful he is. This Hitler fellow must be onto something, actually. They'd go on, thus being very susceptible to Nazi doublespeak. Other examples include special treatment, a code word for murder, and resettlement to the East, a code word for forced deportation to ghettos and concentration camps. When considered alongside the casual anti-Semitism that we just discussed, you can see how some people would drink up these terms. For example, special treatment. Well, they need that, don't they? You know, what they're like, is something they would say. And resettlement to the East, which would likely have the anti-Semite saying, how nice, they're just being resettled. Be glad to be rid of them, to be honest. You know what they're like. Plus, I heard they're going to build them a little town. This use of doublespeak also extended to Action T4, a Nazi program aimed at exterminating the physically and mentally disabled. It killed over 200,000 people and was euphemistically dubbed euthanasia, a term that implied the deaths were consensual and only being done as an act of mercy to help poor, broken people go out on their own terms with some dignity. In reality, consent was never sought, mercy never considered, and they were simply killed for being an affront to the Nazi vision of a pure society. Alright, so now that you've all got a good grasp on how Nazi doublespeak worked, let's put your learnings to the test. I'll present you some Nazified language, and you can try and filter the nonsense out of it and deduce the actual meaning of the term, starting with enhanced interrogation. Well, that's one we know from today, because they still use it. It's torture. Yep, it's an easy one. Torture. How about night and fog? I'm not going to pause here for too long to keep the video moving, but I don't know. This one's a bit trickier. It refers to a dissident who is made to disappear in the middle of the night, literally vanishing into the night and fog, okay? There's another easy one to finish off. Cleansing. Well, that's going to be extermination, isn't it? I suspect most of you got this one, extermination, but it is worse than it first appears. The Nazis believed that what they deemed lesser races, i.e. the Jews, Slavs, Gypsies, etc., were literally of dirty blood, so by killing them, they were cleaning the human gene pool. Jesus. In addition to the use of obfuscating language, the Nazis also attempted to destroy material evidence to cover their tracks. It's not exactly someone who's innocent, something they do, is it? Mass destruction of evidence. We already touched on this a bit in the last chapter, but let's go into a bit more depth now. Oftentimes, evidence destruction was on a small scale, an SS officer ordering his men to pull their officers apart and hurl everything into a furnace before surrendering, for example. But other times, orders to do so came from the very top. An example of this would be the Sonderaktion 1005, spanning from June 1942 to late 1944. This was an order aimed at obliterating evidence of the many, many mass murders committed in occupied Poland. It was issued by Reinhard Heydrich, chief of the Nazi secret police forces, and its execution proved most grim. Sonderkommandos, dubbed corpse units for this task, were taken from the camps, shackled, forced to exhume mass graves, and incinerate the bodies at gunpoint. Good lord. This task done, the corpse units were then often shot and incinerated themselves to make sure that word of the mass graves never got out. Eventually, industrial incinerators proved unable to keep up with the amount of bodies being exhumed, and so new techniques were tried, ranging from bombing the mass graves with incendiary weapons to building elaborate burning pyres constructed using alternating layers of corpses and firewood arranged in an intricate lattice to ensure efficient burning. Like rats frantically trying to scurry from a sinking ship, there was truly no depth the Nazis would not fall to save themselves. Cover-ups were also attempted at concentration camps. At Auschwitz, for example, with the Soviets looming ever closer, the SS began evacuating the camp in 1944, forcing the already weak and emaciated prisoners to endure long, grueling marches westward in the biting cold. Those unable to keep pace or who collapsed from fatigue were summarily shot. In total, more than 60,000 people were forced on these death marches, every one of them, on less testimony, able to be delivered to the Soviets when they liberated their camp. The SS also attempted to destroy the death apparatuses of the camp. At Auschwitz, for example, they razed the gas chambers and crematoria using dynamite. Fortunately, while they may have succeeded, the litany of documents and prisoners that the bumbling SS failed to destroy allowed the reconstruction of these facilities perfectly. Also, remember this detail about parts of Auschwitz being reconstructed. It'll be important later. Oh god, we're not going to get into it's fake because they rebuilt it. It was never there in the first place. Not quite, really. Similar cover-up attempts were also made at Treblinka extermination camp. The camp, standout for being one of only 6 pure extermination camps, operated between July 1942 and November 1943, during which time up to 900,000 people met their end there. Following an uprising by its inmates, in which every single one of them was killed by the SS, the decision was made to erase all evidence of its existence. To this end, it was meticulously dismantled, with buildings being torn down and bodies being destroyed and the area being leveled. So extreme was the attempted cover-up that the Nazis even built an expansive and fully functional farm on the site, planting crops and erecting a litany of structures, just to really sell the impression that this land was naught but a farm. A Ukrainian soldier was even sent there with his family, being told that the farm was a reward for exemplary service to the nation it defected to. The Nazis also conducted counter-propaganda efforts as the world began to wise up as to what they were up to, with the go-to tactic being to have their foreign collaborators broadcast and proclaim that the stories of atrocities were naught but a shoddy attempt at tugging at the heartstrings to make listeners happy to send their young men off to slaughter in foreign fields. An example of this kind of propaganda would be William Joyce, better known by his broadcast moniker of Lord Haw-Haw, a British defector to Germany. He made broadcasts right till the end of the war. Oh, I hope he got killed. That'd be nice. But such efforts were just the tip of the iceberg, as the Nazis also regularly invited international aid organizations to both the camps and the ghettos to conduct inspections. Naturally, the visiting officials weren't exactly given a normal glimpse into life at these places, and every effort was made to dress them up and make them appear as wholesome as could be. For example, the Danish and International Red Cross were invited to inspect the Theresienstadt ghetto in 1944, and before their arrival, the Nazis made sure to clear up the waste, the debris, and of course, the corpses, before they then gave the place a lick of paint, planted some flowers here and there, and told the interns inside to put on nice big smiles, lest they get machine-gunned after the inspection. Shockingly, this worked, with the report filed afterwards claiming words to the extent, "Sure, it's a bit naughty locking all of these Jews up, but they're so well looked after. I mean, what are you going to do? It could be worse." They also pulled this trick at the Sachsenhausen concentration camp in 1940 when they invited the International Red Cross to inspect it. I feel like International Red Cross, if you're getting invited to inspect something, go to the place next door. Because if you're getting invited to inspect something, it's probably going to be okay. Here, the deception went even further than at Theresienstadt. The whole place was cleaned. The cobbled-together wooden cots that filled the accommodation blocks were replaced with proper bunk beds topped with sprung mattresses. The buildings were given a coat of paint to brighten them up, and sham facilities were set up, including shops, canteens, and even a school. Again, this worked a treat, with the takeaway opinion of the Red Cross being one of, quote, "Well, we don't like that they're locking up all of these minorities, but they're treating them so well, so who are we to quibble?" Naturally, once they left, all of these nice new amenities were immediately ripped out. Again, don't go to the ones you're invited to. It's like, sure, come and inspect my country for nuclear weapons. Don't look behind that door. You gotta look behind that door, guys. Come on. The Nazis also produced film propaganda to tell the world that all was well within its ghettos and camps. A notable example of this type of production is the movie The Führer Gives a City to the Jews. Focusing on the Theresienstadt ghetto, it portrayed it as an almost resort for Jews, showcasing staged scenes of cultural events, sports, and other leisure activities. Tragically, once filming was complete, the majority of the cast, along with the filmmaker, were transported to Auschwitz and eventually executed. Thankfully, the Nazi Empire wasn't to last. The Thousand-Year Reich managed to survive barely 12 years until Soviet tanks rolled into Berlin in 1945 and ended Hitler's reign, and with it, the Holocaust. This too ended the Nazis' foundational denialism, but it wouldn't be long until the baton was picked up by another. Early Holocaust denial. Now, in the aftermath of World War II, the world struggled to grasp the sheer scale and horror of the Holocaust. It's like I said, compare those numbers. You don't want to. It's bad to compare tragedies to tragedies, but the numbers are just vast. While the brutalities of war were well known, the systematic extermination of some 17 million people purely because of their arbitrary innate characteristics was simply too much for some to comprehend and accept. Consequently, many of the initial reports were met with a mix of disbelief and skepticism. Fair enough. Early days, you'd be like, nah, that's not possible. No one would do that. That's insane. Please, get me some evidence, and then I'll believe. I would be that person. I'd be like, show me the evidence. But then when they show me the fucking evidence, I'll be like, okay, cool. Got it. Shit. That really happened. And frankly, if we're being honest, you can get why some people would think this. Sure, in the modern day, we're all very aware of the horrific crimes against humanity that the Nazis committed, and so to us, this notion that someone wouldn't believe it sounds ridiculous. I don't think it sounds ridiculous. I think it's like nothing like that had happened before. No genocide on that scale. So it would be hard to believe. But put yourself in the shoes of an ordinary civilian immediately after the war. The information age is a long, long way away, and so all of your knowledge of the world comes from one place, state-controlled wartime media, which by and large hasn't committed much print-based Nazi atrocities, and so when information starts to be released, you're blindsided. It takes you completely by surprise. Millions dead in camps, roaming death squads, industrialized genocide. It's a hell of a thing to claim, and to many, it seemed ridiculous. The notion that humanity could fall so low as to do something so horrific. I mean, surely not. As a result, many simply didn't believe it to begin with. Another source of early denial, particularly among those who were middle-aged and older, was their younger experiences with wartime propaganda. During World War I, the Allies had spread atrocity stories to demonize the Central Powers, especially Germany. Among these stories was the infamous German corpse factory tale. This piece of propaganda falsely claimed that Germany was boiling down human corpses to extract fats for various wartime uses, such as soap or munitions. By the time World War II began, this particular story had been thoroughly debunked and was widely acknowledged as a fabrication. Therefore, when stories about Nazi atrocities began to hit the headlines, many had the response of, here we go again, more outlandish stories to rile us up to hate the Germans. These immediate forms of denial were very widespread, with millions of people buying into them in one way or the other, be it simply entertaining them or fully endorsing them. But mercifully, while they were incredibly prolific, they were also short-lived. The fact that they were rooted in a genuine ignorance of reality, rather than any considered reality, meant that they were very easy to dispel and root out. Every new story printed, every new picture published, every new testimony broadcast took an axe to the timber of this denial, and come the very heavily broadcast Nuremberg trials in 1946, the whole tree had come falling down, and the public at large had no doubts that the Holocaust had happened. But unfortunately, that was far from the end, because a few short years later, the real nutters began to strike. Yeah, so far, these people aren't conspiracy theorists, they're just waiting for evidence. Fair play. The real pieces of shit are coming. These were the thinkers, and boy do I hate having to describe them as that, who looked into the absolute litany of evidence that we outlined in the last chapter and said, nah, I think I know better than all that, Tosh. Didn't happen, did it? I'm a big-brained contrarian. The true, unabashed, as we would imagine them today, Holocaust deniers. The very first of these considered deniers was French journalist Maurice Bardèche. Coincidentally, he was also an open fascist, not that biased him at all. Oh, no. He had simply conducted an objective assessment of the facts and by pure coincidence just happened to arrive at a conclusion that completely excused his ideology of any wrongdoing. How handy. And here's me, who spent my whole life changing my opinions to fit reality. Why haven't I just been changing reality to fit my opinions? Then I'd literally never have to think or be wrong about anything ever again. Yeah, Jesus Christ, Bardèche, what the f***? Bardèche outlined his perspective in his 1948 book, Nuremberg, or the Promised Land. His arguments were characterized by attempts to sow doubt, discredit witnesses, and shift the blame. For example, he claimed that survivor testimonies were unreliable because they predominantly came from Jewish or communist sources. Furthermore, he also claimed that the atrocities that took place in the camps were the handiwork of the prisoners themselves, particularly the Sonderkommandos, who he claimed willingly sold out their fellow inmates for extra rations and privileges. Even if they did, they're not the fucking ones responsible. He also implied that the conditions in the camps deteriorated only after Germany began facing military setbacks. A final notable claim of his was that the only thing gassed in Auschwitz were lice. His basis of this claim being that Zyklon B, the gas employed by the Nazis, was invented as a delouser and a disinfecting agent. Technically, he wasn't incorrect. Zyklon B's patent, originally awarded in 1926, does indeed quote that Zyklon B is extremely useful for combating all kinds of insects. But ultimately, I feel this is a bit of a swing and a miss for old Bardèche because he overlooks one teeny tiny little fact. The radical notion that sometimes, if you're feeling really adventurous, you can use something for a reason that it wasn't invented for. Mind-blowing stuff, right? I can only assume, were I to pick up a golf club and swing it into his head several times. Bardèche wouldn't consider this murder because, after all, you can only ever use an object for the reason it's intended. And last I checked, skull cracking is an illegal move in golf. That is beautifully put. Someone who I'm someone who I am increasingly, that's the word I'm looking for, convinced is George. Thankfully, even at the time, Bardèche's ideas were rejected by most scholars and the public, who by and large, it says by and large, consider him something of a nutter. I wonder how they got that impression. Tragically, however, his work would find resonance among certain far-right groups and individuals, and later Holocaust deniers would use his work as a springboard, oh god, here we go, drawing inspiration from it and going on to further refine his arguments. Another notable early denier was Harry Elmer Barnes. Unlike Bardèche, Barnes was actually a proper historian, having completed a PhD in history at Columbia University in 1918, and then being employed as a professor at both Clark University and later Smith College. He was always a bit out there with his early work, which focused primarily on the outbreak of World War I, always being very pro-German. For example, in his 1926 book, The Genesis of World War, he argued that the war was a result of a Franco-Russian plot to destroy Germany. But while this work's perfectly valid scholarship, it's not a perspective I would endorse personally, but he was at least using primary sources to build a coherent argument. Come World War II, however, Barnes really went off the deep end. He abandoned all sense of academic rigor in his work and instead allowed his Germanophilia to morph into full-on Nazi apologism and anti-Semitism. He began to go on mad tirades, decrying all efforts to stop Nazi expansionism as warmongering, and claimed that those who countered his perspective were, quote, part of a plot of the Jews and the Anti-Defamation League to intimidate any American historian who proposed to tell the truth about the causes of the war. Bro, you're an academic. Do it properly. Come on, you gotta do better than this. No one's publishing that shit. Naturally, his career began to fall apart because of this. Yes. And by 1940, he had been fired from Smith College and had his column in the New York World Telegram newspaper axed. Good, as he deserves. Because he's making up history. Like every good conspiracy theorist, however, Barnes lacked any accountability for his own actions and instead decried his ever-growing pariah status as being the result of MI6, JP Morgan, and all of the Jewish department store owners in New York City working in league against him. Come the end of World War II, with his life utterly in ruin, good, Barnes only continued to descend further and further down the anti-Semitic rabbit hole, not having much just drunk the Kool-Aid at this point, but basically bathed in it. Highlights of his post-war career include claiming that the expulsion of ethnic Germans from Czechoslovakia and Poland following the Soviet takeover was worse than the Holocaust. Dude, you got no perspective. The very same Holocaust he would argue in the next breath didn't happen, arguing that even if the Holocaust did happen, the Allies did worse crimes anyway, so don't worry about it. Spoiler, they didn't. Proclaiming that there were no death camps, only concentration camps, and that these camps never used gas chambers or intentionally killed Jews. I must have imagined all of those Zyklon B-stained concrete boxes I've seen on my visits to camps. Yes. Claiming that the Einsatzgruppen, the death squads we discussed earlier, did not in fact kill millions of civilians. It were in fact just an anti-partisan unit that never intentionally killed civilians. Those thousands upon thousands of documents that evidence the Einsatzgruppen, you ask? Well, don't know about that one. Dude, this is crazy. Barnes never worked in serious academia again, but tried ever so hard to maintain the facade of a legitimate historian as he continued to push his mad ideas. Bro, when you've been fired from the university and they've taken away your regular publishing place, no one wants you anymore. No one wants you. He just about managed to put food on the table and the wolves from the door by self-publishing various Holocaust-denying books and by willingly submitted himself to surprisingly well-paying gotcha hit interviews with journalists from time to time. He also became something of a mentor to the next generation of Holocaust deniers, passing on his distorted interpretations and deceitful rhetoric to a new era of individuals who, despite the overwhelming evidence, continue to question and deny the realities of the Holocaust. So now, let's bring this chapter to a close and look at them. Modern denialism. Barnes' greatest protege was one David Hagen. Hagen first came onto the scene in 1961 when he published his first book, The Forced War. First published in West Germany, the book was heavily edited by Barnes and attempted to portray Nazi Germany as a victim of so-called Anglo-Polish conspiracy. But it wasn't just the origins of World War II that Hagen sought to reinterpret. He also attempted to downplay or outright justify the anti-Semitic actions of the Nazis prior to the war. One of his more bold arguments, underlined all caps, bold and italics, was his defense of the massive 1 billion Reichsmark fine levied against the entire Jewish community in Germany after Kristallnacht. Hagen framed this punitive measure as a justifiable response to prevent so-called Jewish profiteering. Most egregiously, he outright denied that any Jews were killed that night, in direct contradiction to records that confirmed the murder of 91 Jews during the violent pogrom. Hagen then doubled down on his Holocaust denial with his 1969 publication, The Myth of the 6 Million. Is someone actually publishing these, or is he self-publishing these out of his basement? Maybe his mum's basement. Shockingly, unlike Barnes, whose post-war work was entirely self-published, Hagen managed to... There we go, George answering my question for me. Hagen managed to find a publisher for this, Noontide Press, a niche publisher known for its anti-Semitic content. Well, there you go, because that exists. Probably not in Germany, though. This sadly was, and to some extent still is, a thing. A whole litany of small-scale publishers popped up around this time to publish anti-Semitic and otherwise toxic and untouchable works. The work itself was filled with trickery, misrepresentation, and an intentional distortion of the facts. For example, he cites the memoirs of Benedikt Kautsky, an Austrian who was imprisoned at Buchenwald and later Auschwitz, who wrote, I should now like to briefly refer to the gas chambers. Though I did not see them myself, they have been described to me by so many trustworthy people that I have no hesitation in reproducing their testimony. Well, yeah. Why? If he says, why didn't he see them himself? I'll be like, well, because if he saw them himself, he'd be dead, wouldn't he? In The Myth of the 6 Million, this passage became, I should now like to briefly refer to the gas chambers. I did not see them myself. So, dude, you need to, when you're taking a quote and changing it, you need to make it clear that you're changing the quote. And just because I'm reading this, and maybe put it on the screen, whoever's editing this, so people can see how it's written. He's not using the, the dot. Is that an ellipsis? What's that called where you have the dot, in between a quote to show that you broke it up to adjust not its meaning, which is not okay, but adjust the organization of the quote. This was Hoggan's method, bastardizing legitimate sources to create a counter-explanation. You can see how this would be effective too, if your only knowledge of history came from TV documentaries and whatever you picked up in school, and one of Hoggan's books found its way to you, it would seem very believable. After all, he cites an absolute litany of sources, so how could he be wrong? It's only with deeper understanding that one is actually able to counter his points and realize that he was no historian, just an absolute nutter wearing a skin of a historian in an attempt to, for whatever reason, publish falsehoods and incorrect history. Another notable Holocaust denier, sometimes I get the label, someone will be like, YouTube historian, it's like, bro, no, I am not a historian, I am an entertainer. I bring you entertainment, well-researched entertainment, but I make no a claim of being a historian or an academic or anything like that, so steady on. Another notable Holocaust denier of this era is Frenchman Paul Rasseneur. He's notable for two reasons. Firstly, his impact was so great that he's often dubbed the father of Holocaust denial by credible historians, and secondly, he was a Holocaust survivor himself. Bruh, what? Yes, you heard me right, folks. The father of Holocaust denial was a Holocaust survivor. We literally couldn't make this up. What? How? It gets weirder still, because not only was he a Holocaust survivor, but he was also a member of the resistance and spent the first 3 years of the occupation printing and distributing anti-Nazi leaflets. What, did he grow a brain tumor or something? What the fuck happened? Producing false identity papers and smuggling people to safety. He was eventually arrested on October the 30th, 1943, after which he was tortured to the point of suffering permanent debilitating injuries and then sent to Buchenwald and later Auschwitz concentration camps, where he spent the remainder of the war as a slave laborer in historic conditions. Bro, you must have got a brain tumor. What has happened in your brain? His Holocaust denial began immediately upon his return to France in 1945. He began working as a teacher and immediately found himself reluctant to share the many stories of German wartime brutality that found their way into his curriculum. To him, they were gross misrepresentations of reality. The horrors described simply did not reflect his lived experience, at least as he remembered it. This was reflected in his first book, Crossing the Line, account of his own experience in Buchenwald that was published in 1949. At the time, it was praised as being an objective account, one that removed the emotions of resentment and hatred, and instead just focused on providing a simple, to-the-point account of his experiences. Wait, this sounds good, but what happens? With hindsight, however, we know that such a perspective of his first work couldn't be further from the truth, and that for whatever reason, what he had compiled was a carefully curated and edited account that specifically removed the worst of the brutality from the story. The huge question is why? This became clear with the publication of his second book, The Lie of Ulysses, A Glance at Literature of Concentration Camp Inmates, in 1950. Here he took aim at his fellow survivors, pointing out supposed falsehoods and exaggerations in their accounts. This work was rather controversial, to say the least, but on account of him being an actual Holocaust survivor, he was spared the public demonization that had fallen on the likes of Barnes and Badesh. He then decided to lay off the denial for some time and slipped back into the life of a normal, or respected, quotations, academic. For a while anyway, because with the coming of modern denialism with the likes of Hoggan, he was inspired to pay no heed to his detractors, pick his pen back up and jump on the denial train. I just have a screaming question in my mind of why? Why? He would publish a total of 4 more books denying the Holocaust. And it's like, okay, so the normal reason, if it's like aliens built the pyramids, I'm like money, because people like money, and by writing books about nonsense, they can get them published, people will buy them because they think they're facts, even though they're fiction, they'll sell more books, and they'll make tons of money. But I literally can't believe that someone would sell out that hard. That would be insane. Ulysses Betrayed His Own in 1961, The True Eichmann Trial or The Incorrigible Victors in 1962, The Drama of the European Jews in 1964, and Those Responsible for the Second World War in 1967. He also wrote hundreds of smaller articles. The arguments presented are all the usual talking points that we now associate with Holocaust denial. 6 million is an exaggerated figure. There were no death camps, only concentration camps. The Holocaust was made up by Jews to get sympathy for Israeli statehood. Documents evidencing the Holocaust are all forgeries or out of context. Bro, no one's that prolific at forgery. Ultimately, come the time of his death in 1967, yay! Ratner was a complete pariah. The previous leniency had been afforded as a survivor of the Holocaust himself had been pushed too far, and scholars, fellow survivors, and the wider public had all come together to decide to treat him with the same disdain as every other Holocaust denier. He died, ironically, of damage to his kidneys sustained during his torture by the Nazis. This is why I can't believe it fell out. He was literally tortured and put in Auschwitz. The very brutality that had spent his career denying. Another thinker worth taking note of from this time is Austin App. He too, like Barnes, was a respected... Why? I still don't know why this dude did it. Why would he deny this stuff when he was in it? Why? Anyway, back to Austin App. He too, like Barnes, was a respected academic before he drank the Kool-Aid. He served as the head of the English department at the University of Scranton between 1935 and 1942 and produced serious scholarly works such as Lancelot in English Literature, His Role and Character, published in 1929, and Edward Arlington Robinson's Arthurian Poems, published in 1935. For him, the transformation from respected scholar to Holocaust-denying nutter is pretty well documented. He was a vocal isolationist prior to World War II and refused to change his position, or at least keep it quiet, following the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941. After many, many warnings to think about his mortgage and just keep his mouth shut, he was eventually fired in 1942. Then, with his life in turmoil, his isolationist principles slowly began to morph into sympathetic ideas, and he joined the Federation of American Citizens of German Descent, a heritage organization which at that point became completely overrun by Nazi sympathizers. Here he got exposed to Nazi sentiments properly for the first time, and for whatever reason, he liked what he heard. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't feel like "for whatever reason" is an appropriate phrase there. Yeah, it's like, if from the modern perspective, we're like, yeah, that's crazy. But Hitler and the Nazis persuaded an entire fucking nation. He's just one dude. They persuaded a nation. And when they're like, we're the best, you're Aryan, everyone is secondary to you. If you're like insecure and a little bitch, then you're going to really like that. Whatever his name was, Amy App or whatever. Oh, little bitch. He was then elected president of the Federation in 1945, at which point he was beyond the point of no return, a considered and committed neo-Nazi. From this point on, he began applying this neo-Nazi in 1945. From this point on, he began applying his skills and he'd acquired in his past life as a respected scholar, and began pumping out printed works denying the Holocaust, with notable titles including Ravishing the Women of Conquered Europe, published in 1948, A Straight Look at the Third Reich, Hitler and National Socialism, How Right, How Wrong, published in 1974, The 6 Million Swindle, Blackmailing the German People for Hard Marks with Fabricated Corpses, published in 1976, The Curse of Anti-Semitism, also published in 1976. But for App, the books he published were just the tip of the iceberg when it came to his influence. After all, plenty of Holocaust deniers have produced books that have gone on to indoctrinate people to their nutty beliefs that alone wouldn't earn him a place on this who's who of the most important and influential deniers. So, why have I included him? Well, that would be for inspiring the creation for the Institute of Historical Review, the IHR, in 1978. Founded by David McCalden, a leading member of the British neo-fascist National Front Party, and Willis Carto, an American pro-segregation activist, after a meeting with App, the IHR was, and tragically still is, a US-based think tank that focuses on the proliferation and promotion of Holocaust denial, and if you wish to have a well-fleshed-out understanding of Holocaust denial, it is critical that you understand the IHR, because like an anti-Semitic octopus, it has spread its tentacles throughout the world, all with the aim of spreading Holocaust denial, an aim that, sadly, it has been very successful at. Yeah, and when it's called the Institute for Historical Review, it sounds very legitimate. Like, it's reviewing history is a great idea. Like, when we write history, we should go back and check that we wrote it right, because with modern sentiments and new evidence, we should often be reviewing history. but they've just given it like a legitimate name for something that is totally illegitimate. Before the IHR, Holocaust deniers were disparate and disorganized, with authors publishing their work in isolation, rarely holding public events, and having little interaction with their readers beyond the occasional superfan that would go out of their way to get in touch, as we saw with Barnes and Hoggan. They changed this through their Revisionist Convention, a yearly conference first held in 1979, to which they invited everyone in the world of Holocaust denial. The big names we've mentioned in this video, small and more obscure authors, promising up-and-comers, and the public. Anyone and everyone with an interest in Holocaust denial was welcome. The conventions themselves were, and we're able to speak in the past tense here because thankfully the conventions no longer run, excellent, exactly what you'd expect them to be. Talk after talk by leading Holocaust deniers, each taking their hour in the pulpit to reel off their bastardized statistics, out of context quotes, and deranged pontifications to thunderous applause. Yeah, it's basically just a giant circle jerk, isn't it? But while it was no doubt gratifying for the participants to finally be hearing some applause for a change, these presentations on paper, the whole point of the event, were actually only a secondary purpose. The real purpose of these conventions took place in the evening in the bar of whatever shady two-bit hotel could be corralled into hosting the event, because here the world's leading Holocaust deniers were able to freely talk to one another, get their ideas into lockstep with one another, and conspire for further real-world events and occasions that would help expose Holocaust denial to more and more people. The thing about the two-bit hotel, right? I don't know, man. Like, if I imagine myself as the manager of the hotel, it's like, oh, the International Society for whatever it was, Institute for Historical Review. I mean, that sounds like a boring group of academics. Sure, you can host it in the hotel, and is it even worth a Google? I get messages from, potential sponsors and think tanks, not often, but occasionally, right? And they've got some perspective on something, and maybe they're interested in sponsoring or whatever. And so I'd get something from the Institute of Historical Review, and I'd be like, oh, okay, sounds interesting. What are you going on about? And I'm sure it would be very subtly played. Like, they'd be very careful about it. They'd be very, masked. And I'd look into it, and then I'd very quickly find out that it was, just basically Nazis. But I see how people would, because it's got a veneer of legitimacy to it. It's a think tank. It's got a great name. Furthermore, it also gave a fantastic opportunity for the leading lights of Holocaust denial to groom the next generation, who were sold enough on the idea to be willing to shell out the cost of a flight to attend, could be patted on the back by their favorite authors, taken under their wing, and given lots of guidance about how they should proceed in the future. After the first convention, the IHR also launched the Journal of Historical Review, a pseudo-academic journal that served two purposes. Firstly, providing an academic-looking veneer to Holocaust denial that could be used to give the ideas more legitimacy in the public eye, and secondly, to circumvent the inability to publish papers that many Holocaust deniers had found over the years. Books were one thing. They could be self-published or published by small companies sympathetic to the cause, such as Noontide Press, but papers, they were a whole other matter altogether, as no reputable journal would even consider them for publication. The IHR, surprisingly flush with cash thanks to a few wealthy donors, would also sponsor the up-and-comers of Holocaust denial. Say you were a youngster who's just finished reading The 6 Million Swindle, and after finding the ideas presented mostly agreeable, you wanted to do your part to wake up the sheeple of the world to this most egregious lie. Well, what would you do? Go to the university and pursue a traditional academic career, only to have those indoctrinated mainstream historians sabotage you by tanking every paper you write? Work yourself to death trying to produce a book in your spare time while working another full-time job to pay your bills, all in the hopes that your first book would be a hit sufficient enough to devote yourself full-time to racism?
I hear you're a racist now, Father. What? How did you get interested in that type of thing?
While following the foundation of the IHR, you wouldn't have to worry at all. All you had to do was write a lovely little letter to McColden and Cato, and you'd probably find yourself not only with an immediate book deal, but probably a tidy little advance to cover your expenses to help your Holocaust-denying career take off with all possible haste. So, now that I'd feel like I'd apply for that, then write the most sarcastic ever, send it across and be like, thanks for the advance, and fuck you. Sue me, bitch. So, now that you know the full extent to which the IHR promoted Holocaust denial, it will probably come as no surprise to learn that the 80s proved to be something of a renaissance for it, with the numbers of people entertaining and believing the ideas reaching numbers that had not been seen since those immediate few months after World War II. So now, let's bring this chapter to a close and move on to look at what that looked like. The kickback against mainstream Holocaust denial. Thanks to the IHR, many notable Holocaust deniers began to emerge in the 1980s, but most of these can be summed up as wrote a few mad books, made a load of money, lived out their life a rich pariah. Let's not waste any time reviewing them, and let's instead jump the story forward a bit, because while the 1980s might have been the time that Holocaust denial attempted to go mainstream, it is also the time that serious kickback against it began. Prior to this point, most ramifications for Holocaust deniers was social. They would be expelled from universities, fired from their jobs, and otherwise ostracized from polite society, but they wouldn't find themselves in legal trouble. That changed in the 80s, big time, as deniers began finding themselves in the dock. In France, it was when Robert Farison, an academic, was convicted and fined for denying the existence of gas chambers in Nazi camps in his 1980 book In Defense of Memory. Farison's denial, both in his book and in his public speeches, directly violated French laws that protected the integrity of the Holocaust, and he was given a 3-month suspended sentence and a 21,000 franc fine. Following the case in France, Canada also confronted Holocaust denial when Ernst Zundel faced trial in 1984 for publishing the pamphlet Did 6 Million Really Die? The proceedings, dubbed the Great Holocaust Trial, saw Zundel handed a 15-month custodial sentence. Nice. Custodial means you're in prison, right? That's a good time, although he'll probably find his gang to join, won't he? The Nazis. Next, it was West Germany, as Otto Ernst Remmer, a former Wehrmacht officer, was fined in 1985 for distributing pamphlets and delivering speeches that openly denied the Holocaust, actions that constitute a clear violation of West Germany's Volksverhetzung law. He was sent to prison for 22 months. Nice. Then, in a groundbreaking move in 1988, France saw its first revocation of a doctoral degree based on the thesis content, when Henry Roch's words, which audaciously questioned the existence of gas chambers in Nazi concentration camps, sparked widespread public outrage. Building on this, France then first... I know it's obviously worse to go to prison than have your doctorate revoked, but it's still you worked on that for years. If you got a doctorate, you wanted a doctorate bad, man, because it's that's a lot of effort. I know people with doctorates, they work hard for that shit, and he got it taken away for being a dick. Building on this, France then further solidified its legal framework against Holocaust denial in 1989 with the enactment of the Geset Law. This legislation made it a criminal offense to dispute the reality of crimes against humanity as they were defined under the London Charter of 1945, which had previously provided the foundation for the Nuremberg trials. But then we get the big one, the most widely publicized and most impactful Holocaust denial prosecution of all, that of David Irving. In this video, the only deniers we are analyzing in depth are those who are important to the story of denial, those whose ideas and actions actually progress the narrative, and not just the biggest nutters with the maddest takes. And in that regard, if you remember just one name from today's video, let it be David Irving's, because no other person alone has had such an impact upon Holocaust denial, both in advancing it as a discipline and in shaping the public's perception of it. David Irving himself, like so many others we have discussed, began his career as a legitimate and respected historian, before going off the deep end and making a pariah of himself. Following the failed attempts to complete an undergraduate degree at both Imperial College London and University College London, Irving fled to West Germany to avoid conscription, where he learned German and attempted to have another crack at being a historian, but this time as a popular historian, one who does not publish peer-reviewed academic works. Yeah, I'm not a historian, I'm not even a popular historian, but if I am anything, it's my, it's just making some popular history stuff. This time he found success with his first book, The Destruction of Dresden, which was published in 1963, being a roaring success both critically and commercially. At the time, a great debate was occurring regarding the morality of carpet bombing during World War II, and Irving's work, which focused very much on the humans on the receiving end of the tactic, was deemed a valuable perspective. Yeah, this seems like a legitimate, and I can see why this book would be successful. It's an interesting topic to talk about. He then published 7 more works between 1964 and 1973, which again were all decent enough histories, but his 9th work, Hitler's War, was published in 1977, and that was when it all started to get just a bit mad. Hitler's War, in a nutshell, was an attempt to rehabilitate the reputation of Hitler by distancing him from the Holocaust and attempting to build a believable layer of separation between him and the genocide. This naturally went down rather badly. Isn't this dude living in Germany? That's definitely not okay. And in his next 19 works, published between 1978 and 2020, he only continued to fall further and further down the rabbit hole of denial. To summarize this intellectual fall, let's have a look at some of the choice quotes from over the years. Here we go. Quote, "Without Hitler, the state of Israel probably would not exist today. To that extent, he was probably the Jews' greatest friend." Quote, "I don't think there was overall any Reich policy to kill the Jews. If there was, they would have been killed, and there would not have been so many millions of survivors." I don't even know what to say to that one. Quote, the Holocaust is something like a religion. The intellectual adventure is that we are reversing this entire trend with the space of one generation, that in a few years' time, no one will believe this particular legend anymore. They will say, as I do, that atrocities were committed. Yes, hundreds of thousands of people were killed, but there were no factories of death. All that is a blood libel against the German people. Quote, the Jews are the architects of their own misfortune. Finally, quote, and I don't see any reason to be tasteful about Auschwitz. It's baloney. It's a legend. Once it's there, dude. It's still there. The quote continues, once we admit the fact that it was a brutal slave labor camp and large numbers of people did die as large numbers of innocent people died elsewhere in the war, why believe the rest of the baloney? Bro, because of the overwhelming amount of evidence, maybe. Maybe that. Clown. And this brings us nicely to the point where we first introduced David Irving, his prosecutions for Holocaust denial. His first brush with the law came in 1989 when Austrian authorities issued a warrant for his arrest following 2 speeches he made in the country in which he called for an end to the gas chambers fairy tale, claims that Hitler had helped Europe's Jews, and that the Holocaust was a myth. This warrant sat gathering dust for 16 years until Irving was stupid enough to enter Austria, at which point he was arrested and served 13 months in prison. Germany and Austria, you must have an extradition thing. Go get that. He's right next door. Go get him. 13 months in prison. Then in 1992, a German court found him violating the Volksverhetzung, the law we discussed earlier, and in absentia, he was banned from entering Germany. That same year, he was banned from Australia for similar reasons. Then in 1994, he served 10 days in prison for contempt of court during a Holocaust-related case. But these are all just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to David Irving's brushes with the law, with his most prominent incident being when he sued Penguin Books and American historian Deborah Lipstadt for libel in a case that would come to be known as Irving and Penguin Books Limited. The case arose after Lipstadt's book, Denying the Holocaust, characterized Irving as a Holocaust denier and accused him of distorting historical facts. I wonder if he's going to sue us for libel. In my opinion. The trial commenced in January 2000 and lasted several weeks. The defense's strategy was not only to defend the claims made in Lipstadt's book, but also to prove that Irving had indeed manipulated historical evidence to support his pro-Nazi views. The court examined Irving's work and concluded that he had persistently and deliberately misrepresented and manipulated historical evidence. Moreover, the judge found that Irving was an active Holocaust denier, anti-Semite, and racist who associated with right-wing extremists promoting neo-Nazism. In April 2000, the judgment was delivered against Irving. The court ruled that Lipstadt's depiction of Irving in her book was true, and that the defense had proven Irving to be one of the most dangerous spokespersons for Holocaust denial. Irving was ordered to pay substantial legal costs, a financial blow that led to his bankruptcy. Oh no! He's got no money left! What a crying shame! After this point, David Irving slipped into irrelevancy. He continued to pump out books, his latest being published in 2020, but in a nutshell, nobody cares. He never appears on TV anymore. Is he still alive? He never appears on TV anymore, not even as a figure to point your finger at and laugh. No one listens to what he has to say anymore, not even so that they can mock or deride him, and his footprint as a figure in society has all but evaporated. The fate of David Irving, who was litigated into obscurity and ostracized from respectable discourse, epitomizes the ultimate trajectory of most deniers of his generation. The legal system, wielded by those determined to preserve the sanctity of historical truth, has left individuals like him financially and socially depleted. His descent from a once respected author to a fringe figure self-publishing to a minuscule audience reflects a broader pattern among Holocaust deniers. Legal consequences and a more aware public has faded them into irrelevance, and now these deniers are naught but relics of a bygone era of pseudo-scholarship, their influence eroded to the point of virtual non-existence. You, in my opinion. Even the mighty IHR has all but fallen. The Journal of Historical Review ceased publication in 2002, a move attributed both to falling readership and the IHR's old donors dying and leaving their money to their more connected to reality children who didn't continue their forerunners' patronage. Now it publishes its journal articles exclusively through its website and pumps out but a fraction of the books that it did at its peak. But while we may be ending this chapter on a positive note, a dark cloud lingers over the horizon for our next one. Because while traditional Holocaust denial might be all but dead, something applied a defibrillator to denialism just as it was about to draw its final breath: the internet.
The internet, boss. What the f*** is the internet?
The internet is a communications tool used the world over where people can come together to bitch about movies and share pornography with one another.
Tragically, in the online space, Holocaust denial is more accessible than ever, whereas before it was reasonably difficult to access, typically needing active thought to seek out and find denialist materials through the specialist authors and publications that produced it. Now, all you need to do is consume any Holocaust materials in the online space, and you're no more than a few clicks of your mouse or a few flicks of your scroll wheel away from some denialist materials. Even on this show, I'm willing to bet if you head down to the comment section and select newest, there will be stuff down there. Often, online spaces dedicated to free speech, such as 4chan and its infamous /poll board, and previously Reddit before a 2020 hate speech crackdown, became nexuses of denialist materials, with these platforms' emphasis on free speech, allowing the formation of dedicated communities of deniers tucked deep into their deepest recesses. I was going to include some examples here, but they are bad, as in so bad that if I included them in this show, it would almost certainly be removed. So use your imagination to fill in the blanks, or if you're feeling particularly brave, give it a search for yourself after we're finished. Oh, just don't. Regarding 4chan, the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, has documented the proliferation of denialism on the site and believes that it has played a significant role in the resurgence of not just denialism, but in far-right movements more generally, particularly among young users who may stumble upon these ideas and accept them as truth due to the lack of counter-narratives within these echo chambers. Dr. Joan Donovan, the research director of the Shorenstein Center on Media Politics and Public Policy, dubbed this a petri dish effect, where denialism, left unchecked, is allowed to grow and fester within its own isolated space. I should point out, however, in the name of fairness, that not all of 4chan is Holocaust denial. It is isolated within specific boards on the site. Yeah, of course not. I feel I read about as much bad things about 4chan as I do about shit that just makes me laugh. Like, they'll do some, insane pranks, and I'm like, yeah, it was pretty funny. But then also there's Holocaust denial, which is, less funny. On Reddit, before its crackdown on hate speech, communities could overflow with denialism and anti-Semitic memes. So bad was the situation that r/Holocaust, ostensibly an innocent enough research and interest space, was completely taken over by deniers. The subreddit was eventually banned for repeated policy violations, but not before it became a case study in how digital communities can radicalize. Dr. Rebecca Lewis, a researcher on online extremism, points out that such spaces not only allow for the spread of hate, but by concentrating it in a single place, only for the members of that community to explode out into multiple different spaces and begin recruiting anew when their initial community is banned. Such environments are challenging to regulate due to the decentralized nature of the internet and the value placed on free expression. While steps have been taken by platform owners to address the worst offenses, the dynamic nature of online communities mean that as soon as one outlet is shut down, another springs up in its place. Experts continue to debate the best approaches to dealing with online hate, balancing the need to curb dangerous speech with the preservation of open discourse. Also note there is nothing inherently new about online Holocaust denial beside the medium through which it is communicated. The ideas and themes of it are a continuation of the old-school Holocaust denial we explored in previous chapters, simply repackaged and distributed anew on the internet. Revisionist interpretations of history, misrepresentation of facts and statistics, misquoting legitimate sources, and sometimes just flatly lying, it's all there, just as it has always been. What's really worrisome, however, isn't the mere continuation of Holocaust denial in the online space, but it appears to have grown more rapidly than it ever could have done back in the old days, and that it has, in some ways, integrated with a broader spectrum of global conspiracy narratives rather than simply being espoused in isolate. Now, it isn't uncommon to find someone who espouses denialism, and they also buy into other wacky ideas like QAnon, Great Replacement Theory, and the 9/11 Truth Movement. They're all regularly packaged up with it, at which point the Jews are often held up as the grand Machiavellian puppet master behind it all. For example, Ghost Ezra, a leading influencer in the QAnon movement, just happens to be a Hitler enjoyer who puts the Jews at the head of the conspiracy. Others in the space will claim that the international Jewry is the secret driving force behind mass immigration to Western nations, or that 4,000 Jews mysteriously never turned up to work on 9/11. Needless to say, all of these claims are utter nonsense. And don't think for a second that this online denialism lives just on the free speech-orientated platforms, because if you go looking for it, you can find it nearly everywhere, lurking in the darkest depths of otherwise perfectly reputable sites. Check out the comments below. On iFunny, for example, a site usually known for its light-hearted content, tags such as holo-hoax propagate denialism alongside grand theories of Jewish global control. But credit where it's due to iFunny, as we don't wish to defame them here, attempts are made to crack down on such content, such as the banning of the original Hollow hoax, but ultimately by using alt accounts and algorithm dodging tacks such as Jews, spelt Joos. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, clever. Such material continues to spread, despite iFunny's best efforts. I've never heard of iFunny. Similarly, on Telegram, channels such as Hollow Hoax, Typhus, Coursed push all the usual talking points that we're now familiar with. But with Telegram's focus on free speech, just like 4chan, we didn't include it earlier as it's a messenger app rather than a discussion board, minimal effort is made to curtail such discussions, with it being so pervasive that a UN report published in 2020 found that 80% of all German language messages discussing the Holocaust on it are denialist, with the number being 50% for French and English language messages. When pushed for comments on this, Telegram themselves simply commented that Telegram is a platform for free speech where people are welcome to peacefully express their opinions, including those we do not agree with. Yeah, I also mean like 80% of German language messages discussing the Holocaust are denialist. It's not super surprising because people who believe in the Holocaust don't spend a lot of time talking about the Holocaust. You're like, yeah, the Holocaust, it was terrible. It happened. I don't think about it very much. But if I'm like a nut job and I'm like super into like conspiracy about denying the Holocaust, then yeah, I'm going to be into it a lot more. Holocaust denial can also be found on blogs, with an example being the Realist Report. Fortunately, denialist blogs, just like blogs in general, to be fair, appear to be all but dead, usurped by more modern mediums. Using the Realist Report as an example again, it's unclear what its circulation is, but given the fact that barely 4,000 accounts follow it on Twitter, we can assume its reach is minimal at best. I have more followers than that, for God's sake, and I think even calling me a Z-list internet celebrity would be generous. The giants of the internet, at least, Facebook, YouTube, and the like, are fastidious about removing denialist content. YouTube implemented a fat ban on such content in 2019, and now videos uploaded to the site are automatically scanned for such materials, and publishing will be denied if discovered. Furthermore, any that slip through the algorithm are purged from the moment they're discovered. It's a similar situation with Facebook, with the site flatly banning denialist materials in 2020 and now automatically scanning for and removing such content. Yeah, I imagine if you upload a denialist thing to YouTube, they're going to delete the video and you're going to get, like, there's these thing called community guideline strikes where you do something against community guidelines and you get 3 of them, and if you use them all up, then you get banned. I imagine shit like this, it's just like, you're out, right? Also, with big platforms, even before these bans, community self-regulation typically kept the worst denialism in check, with a far larger and far more representative of real-world user bases of these platforms organically creating backlash sufficient to either bury the content deep in the algorithm or see it willingly removed. This is typified by a 2019 YouTube video uploaded by AJ+, an online platform run by the Al Jazeera network, titled "What is the truth behind the Holocaust, and how did the Zionist movement benefit from it?" Bruh. This video was exactly what it sounded like, and the backlash from it was so great that AJ+ willingly took it down and fired the 2 employees responsible for its production and posting. Goddamn right. We must also consider the role of algorithms in proliferating denialist material online. In their conception, algorithms in social media are quite a clever idea. They learn who you are and push content you're liable to like. Normally, no stress. If my suggested feed takes me down a surprisingly interesting model railway rabbit hole, you're damned right I want more of that good stuff in my feed. But when applied to denialism, it becomes altogether darker. To explain further, if a user engages with denialist content, there is the chance the algorithm may suggest more of the same, leading the user down the path of increasingly extreme content. Studies have shown that once users enter this algorithm-driven pathway, they can find themselves stuck in an echo chamber, with the well-meaning algorithm thinking it is doing nothing but helping retain that customer's clicks. And I mean, it is. It is. Echo chambers can be extremely dangerous. They reinforce extreme beliefs and create tight-knit communities that normalize misinformation. Within these digital bubbles, denialism can thrive unchecked, as dissenting voices and factual counter-arguments are systematically filtered out. Fortunately, at least, since the mainstream platforms have a hard crackdown on denialist materials, such algorithmic rabbit holes are at least a lot harder to fall down now. Throughout this chapter, a single phrase has continually reared its head: free speech. And this raises a very interesting debate, because while I'm sure we're all in agreement that Holocaust denial should be combated, how far should we go to achieve that end? Advocates for unrestricted free speech assert that the best approach to counter Holocaust denial is through open discussion, where false narratives can be directly challenged and debunked. Those proponents often cite the potential for overreach, where restrictions on speech might suppress legitimate discourse and academic freedom. They argue that the answer to bad speech is more speech, not less. Contrastingly, those in favor of restrictions contend that such content is inherently harmful, perpetuating falsehoods that can incite hatred and violence. Ooh, this is a complicated one, isn't it? Because I feel it's much easier to get hooked into a conspiracy than it is to get hooked out of a conspiracy for whatever reason. Like, people fall into conspiracy theories, and I feel it's hard for them to get out of it. Like, they just get locked into that thinking, which is quite dangerous. Yeah, it's a tricky issue, isn't it? They argue that Holocaust denial is not merely an expression of opinion, but an assault on truth that undermines the dignity of survivors and victims. Scholars like Deborah Lipstadt, who has published extensively on Holocaust denial, supports educational efforts and legal measures to combat the spread of such dangerous misinformation up to and including censorship online. On the other side of the debate, we have Nadine Strossen, a former president of the American Civil Liberties Union, or ACLU, and a prominent law professor who holds a libertarian view that emphasizes the potential risks of censorship. She argues that suppression of free speech can backfire, often driving prohibited ideas underground where they may flourish without challenge. The ACLU, historically wary of any form of censorship, upholds the principle that the protection against hate speech should come from counter-speech and education rather than bans or legal sanctions. In the academic realm, people like Timothy Garton Ash have explored the concept of free speech but not cheap speech, the idea that while free speech is a fundamental right and essential for a healthy democracy, it should not be a free-for-all platform for spreading misinformation, hate speech, or harmful propaganda. Then there's Cass Sunstein, a legal scholar. Favoring the restrictive side of the argument, Sunstein has proposed the concept of group libel laws, which would offer protection against hate speech that vilifies a group and incites public hostility. He posits that such laws, already in place in several democracies, mitigate the spread of denialism without encroaching significantly on the individual's right to free speech. Conversely, scholars such as Erich Heinz challenge the efficacy of hate speech laws, arguing that they can be counterproductive. Heinz suggests that such regulations often fail to protect the intended beneficiaries and can even hinder efforts to combat bigotry. He advocates for unrestricted expression, contending that open dialogue is more effective in confronting and discrediting harmful ideologies. God, this is a hell of a debate, isn't it? I don't know where I stand on this. I really don't. Like, in some ways, I'm like, yeah, people should be able to say what they want. But also, I don't want people spreading propaganda. Tricky. People have lots of opinions on this stuff. Then Jonathan Rauch, a strong proponent of free speech absolutism, argues that the best way to counter bad ideas, including Holocaust denial, is through public debate and criticism, not censorship. Rauch believes that all ideas, even the most repugnant, should compete in the marketplace of ideas. Supporting the more regulatory side, Jeremy Waldron comes in full support of hate speech laws, emphasizing the importance of protecting the dignity of individuals in a well-ordered society. Waldron's work suggests that public order includes the moral order of society, and hate speech disrupts this by marginalizing and demeaning targeted groups. Finally, Danielle Citron, a legal scholar specializing in information privacy, has linked the online harassment facilitated by hate speech to civil rights violations. She calls for a considered approach to regulation that would treat serious, pervasive online abuse as the civil rights violation that it is. With our academic perspectives out of the way, we get to the most important opinion of all, mine, as in George's. Because as a graduate of a slightly crap university with absolutely no professional experience in all matters of free speech, I'm almost certainly the most qualified man on earth to be wading in and giving his 2 cents on this highly nuanced issue. And this is my take, and I absolutely have no idea. And my opinion, which make no mistake, I absolutely do have, is almost certainly biased and overly emotional, and absolutely not worth sharing with you all. So rather than sharing my thoughts, let me turn it on a man with a much more informed and worldly view than myself, our venerable host Simon. Simon, do you believe it's worth restricting free speech to be able to combat Holocaust denial? Oh, don't do this to me, George. I don't know. It's obviously a super complex issue. Do I think that someone should be publishing a video on YouTube where they're just ranting that the Holocaust didn't happen? Gosh, I want to say yes. Yes. Oh, I don't know, but then people get trapped into this, and then there's young and impressionable people. Oh, I don't know. I really don't know. It's way above my pay grade. Why? And so we find ourselves at the end of our rather deep dive into the history of Holocaust denial. That leaves us with just one last thing to do before we bring this episode to a close. That being to ask ourselves why. Why do people entertain Holocaust denial? What are their motivations? Are there any psychological traits that predispose people to believing in it? And so on and so forth. Fortunately, we don't have to rely upon the musings of our own tiny, smooth brains, for I've scoured far and wide to assemble a list of expert-endorsed motivating factors that'll help us out. The first is the desire for understanding and certainty. People naturally seek explanations for significant events, especially those that are traumatic or perplexing. In a study titled Too Much of a Good Thing, The Paradox of Confidence, published in 2012, a group of researchers found that overconfidence is often associated with a desire for certainty. Conspiracy theories often offer a seemingly coherent narrative that makes sense of an otherwise chaotic reality and thus proves psychologically comforting. People prefer explanations that neatly fit into their pre-existing beliefs or worldview, or at least allow them to easily arrive at a conclusion without having to challenge their preconceptions or consider difficult topics, a concept known as cognitive consonance. To me, this would describe the first generation of early mass Holocaust denial. Such a horrific event was so inconceivable to them that they simply denied it rather than accept the bare and difficult questions about man's inhumanity to man. In addition to cognitive consonance, we also have cognitive dissonance as a potential explanation. First coined by Leon Festinger in his seminal work 1957, A Theory of Cognitive Dissonance, it describes the psychological discomfort experienced when an individual is presented with information that fundamentally contradicts their pre-existing beliefs or values and the irrational beliefs that grow therefrom. Rather than altering, this is such a good piece, it's such a clever idea. Rather than altering their worldview, individuals with this often resort to denial or revision of the facts to alleviate their mental strife. This can naturally lead to Holocaust denial. An individual finds that the irrefutable evidence clashes with personal or ideological beliefs, Germanophilia, Nazism, etc., and as a response, they deny the Holocaust flatly to avoid having to question those deeply held beliefs. I personally think this fits most of the deniers that we discussed today. Mass Holocaust denial after the war, a result of a contradiction in the perception of the world. Mass Holocaust denial after the war, a result of a contradiction in their perception of the world. Hogan, a clear inability to reconcile his positive opinions of Germany with its foul deeds of World War II. The same for Irving. After all, he was clearly a man who held Germany in high regard, hence his moving there when he bailed on conscription. Another motivation is desire for control and security. In a world that can seem unpredictable and threatening, believing in conspiracy theories can provide an illusion of control and predictability. This is supported by research by Jennifer Whitson and Adam Galinsky in the 2008 paper Lacking Control Increases Illusory Pattern Perception, which suggests that a lack of control leads to a heightened tendency to find patterns where none exist. This motivated reasoning, as expanded upon by Ziva Kunda in her 1990 paper The Case for Motivated Reasoning, allows individuals to arrive at conclusions that satisfy their needs and desires rather than those supported by evidence. I believe Bardesh is this kind of denier. As a neo-fascist, he had lack of control by holding beliefs that made him a pariah in the post-war world, and in trying to find patterns to justify these beliefs, he arrived at Holocaust denial. Then there's the desire to maintain a positive self-image. Social psychologist Karen Douglas in a 2003 paper, Psychological Motives and Political Orientation, the Left, the Right, and the Rigid, comment on Jost et al., argues that social marginalization can lead to adopting conspiracy theories. For those who feel disenfranchised by mainstream society, conspiracy theories can provide a sense of community and an avenue to express their grievances. They can also bolster self-worth by providing believers with a sense of being privy to special knowledge that others don't possess. I think we might be onto a winner with this one, as many of the deniers we discussed today seem to match this trope. Again, Bardesh, who has seen his worldview thoroughly defeated in World War II, was able to cling to Holocaust denial as a psychological defense following his ostracization by polite society for being a neo-fascist. It also fits for David Irving. When Hitler's war proved contentious, doubling down on his sympathetic views of Hitler and downing the Kool-Aid gave him an answer to his sudden disenfranchisement from society. Finally, I also believe it fits for App. After his isolationist views saw him fired, he found a community and was eventually fully radicalized by American Nazis, thus providing him with a sense of community when he was purged from academia and lost that which he had previously had. Yeah, I think this is so true. Often the extreme views come from people who are not succeeding in society, or are not in functional society, or at the edges, marginalized. They tend to gravitate towards these things, which in a way I kind of believe we shouldn't necessarily be. Is it really best to combat the conspiracy theories and and not just conspiracy theories, but these kind of extreme views that some people develop in these internet echo chambers? Isn't it better to try and bring those people into society, which is mostly good and functional, rather than keep them marginalized where they're attracted to these groups? And it's just I think of incels. Incels is kind of that modern example. It's people who are sort of marginalized on the outside of society. They group together and they form these weird things. Whereas really, isn't it better to just kind of be yeah, society's cool. Come over here. Enjoy. It's all good. It's way more complicated than that, obviously. I know. Just a thought. Another interesting explanation can be found in Karen Douglas, Robbie Sutton, and Alexandra Chichoka's 2017 paper, The Psychology of Conspiracy Theories. They found that people with lower self-esteem, a strong need for uniqueness, and even narcissistic tendencies are far more likely to believe in conspiracy theories, including Holocaust denial. Again, I think David Irving is a great fit here. His 2 bungled attempts at higher education, coupled with his bailing on conscription in such a nationalistic and patriotic era, are hardly likely to have bred a high self-esteem, and I can easily see this being one of the motivators for him embracing Holocaust denial in a desperate attempt to appear unique as a historian. Does low self-esteem and narcissism, aren't they kind of mutually exclusive? If you're narcissistic, surely you got high self-esteem because you're like, I'm awesome. But despite this litany of explanations, one denier escapes me. Rattinger. For all my reading, desperate to find a theory that explains why, despite being a wartime anti-Nazi and Holocaust survivor, he would sink into denialism, I just can't figure it out. So let me put it back to Simon. How would you explain him? I can't, George. Like, that's... throughout the whole section, I'm just like, why? Brain tumor? I don't know. Conclusion. And so our journey down the long and loathsome road of Holocaust denial has reached its end. In the last 90 or so minutes, sort of, we have gained a thorough understanding of denialism's history by looking at the evolution of its key thinkers and ideas, and have also delved into some possible explanations of what motivates people to believe such objectively incorrect ideas. But unfortunately, at the end of this journey, we find ourselves having to accept an unpleasant reality. That being that Holocaust denial doesn't appear to be going anywhere anytime soon. We came so close to extinguishing it at the turn of the millennium, only for the internet to rip off its shirt, apply the defibrillator, and bring it back to life with more vigor than it's had for decades. It's exactly because of this fact that an episode such as this is so important. Sure, the history and ideas are interesting enough to learn about, but if we are to live in a world beset by denialism for the foreseeable future, it is crucial that the majority of us understand both the ideas of deniers and the evidence we can use to counter them. To that end, I hope this podcast proved useful to you. And of course, I hope you found it interesting. Thank you for watching. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. I'm your host as always, Simon. Welcome. Oh, I'm still one of my writers, in this case Ilza. Thank you, Ilza. It's written me a script, Mysterious Sphinx of Giza. What's mysterious about it? It's just, isn't that big cat thing in the desert? It's a cat, right? Or a lion or some Look, it's okay. I have a tiny brain. That's why I have writers write things for me, and I just read them and learn something and then promptly forget it. But maybe you won't, dear listener or viewer if you're on YouTube. Smash that like button. Resting on the Giza Plateau, with 3 majestic pyramids rising in the background, the Great Sphinx lies gazing east toward the rising sun, an eternal guardian as ancient as the desert that surrounds it. Probably not, though. Like, is it really as ancient? Surely the desert was there before they built the Sphinx. Like, you don't see, like, old pictures of, like, ancient Egyptian people building, like, the Sphinx in a lush jungle. It's always in the desert. It's been a part of the landscape for thousands of years, patiently watching empires rise and fall. It has withstood floods, earthquakes, industrialization, and multiple wars. Great men have come and gone, and have long been forgotten, and the Great Sphinx saw it all. I only recently learned quite how close all of this is to, like, is it Cairo? Is Cairo the big city by the pyramids and stuff? They're, like, right next to the city. I kind of assumed that, you know, if you went to Egypt, I've never been, but you'd, like, fly into Cairo or whatever, you'd stay in your hotel, and then you'd have to join one of those packages where they take you out in a minibus to see, like, the pyramids and shit. You'll be there for, like, 3 hours while they drive you out to the middle of the desert. It's like, no, it's right there. When the Romans first arrived in Egypt, the Sphinx was already considered ancient, and visitors came from all over the Roman Empire to see this great statue sitting in the desert. Scholars, since the time of Pliny the Elder, have poked and prodded the Sphinx, trying to answer questions that the great lion has no use for. Yeah, it's a lion, okay. It's not a big cat. I mean, a lion is kind of a big cat. Or is that a tiger? I don't remember. I also don't care. Who made you? How old are you? Why does it matter? The Great Sphinx wonders. I just am. It doesn't wonder. It's a bit of rock. It doesn't wonder anything. It doesn't have patience. It's rock. Centuries passed, and today visitors come from across the globe to gaze on the ancient statue sitting quietly, unperturbed by the small creatures scurrying around, taking selfies and living their short, hurried lives. Yeah, like, it's like, when you hear about something like 3,000 years old or like that, and you're like, it's a really long time. It's like, the older I get, the, like, less I feel things in the past were a really long time ago. Like, I'm like, okay, so I'm, like, 36. And then you're like, I was born in 1987. So, like, the same difference between me now and the time before I was born is, like, basically end of World War II. And that doesn't make it seem that long ago, which is kind of nuts. Like when I was a kid, and that's like in the 90s or whatever, learning in school about like war, world wars and stuff, you're like, wow, that seems like a really long time ago. And now that it's even longer ago, it seems much less. Despite the best attempts of archaeologists, Egyptologists, and conspiracy theorists, so yes, please, we actually know very little about the enigmatic guardian of the Giza Plateau. Whoever built it didn't think it necessary to leave any records explaining why they made it, or what it was for. Wait, I thought this was like, wasn't this like same era as the pyramids? Was I wrong about that? I thought they like built the pyramids, and then they were like, yeah, let's build this lion thing next door. I could be completely wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Perhaps the meaning was blatantly obvious back then, and it never occurred to them one day that their statue would become one of the most mysterious and possibly most photographed monuments on the Giza Plateau. I had no idea this was so mysterious. I genuinely thought this was like, yeah, it was built with the pyramids. And that's it. Okay. So, new mystery for me today. Something I didn't even realize was a mystery. Meet the Great Sphinx. For those of you who've never seen the Great Sphinx, though how you manage that is definitely worthy of a video on this channel, the Sphinx is a statue with the body of a recumbent lion and the head of a man wearing a royal headdress. Oh yeah, it is a dude, isn't it? Like, in my mind, I don't know why I had it pictured as a cat, but it is a dude, and he's got a lion's body, which I thought was a cat's body. I did know it had a human face. It stands around 20 metres tall, that's 66 feet, and is around 72 metres, or 240 feet long, hence the name, the Great Sphinx, as opposed to the So-So Sphinx. Ba-da-boom. The statue was carved from a single solid limestone formation found by workers digging a horseshoe-shaped quarry, today known as the Sphinx Enclosure in the Giza Plateau, and it is one of the largest and oldest monolithic statues in the world. The Sphinx is a creature from Greek mythology, however, Egyptian sphinxes probably predate the Greek sphinxes and are usually male. How do you know? Does the Great Sphinx have a cock? Is there like, you look underneath it and there's just a great old lion cock on there? Or is there like, do lions and lionesses have different bodies? Not really, right? The lion has the big mane, but a lioness just looks like a regular-ass lion, doesn't it? How do you know? Unlike the Greek sphinxes, the Egyptian sphinx is a fierce but benevolent guardian. We don't know what ancient Egyptians called the statue, as they definitely didn't call it a sphinx. The first name we have on record only appears in the 18th dynasty on the dream stele of Thutmose IV, long after the sphinx was built. The dream stele of Thutmose IV is a pink granite slab located between the sphinx's front paws, and has been precisely dated to year 1, month 3 of the inundation. Day 19 of the reign in the New Kingdom, 18th century, 18th dynasty. What the f*** does that even mean? Okay, 1401 BCE. There you go. 3,500 years ago. Boom! Useless year 1, 3 inundation, day 19. No one cares. According to the stele, in around 1400 BCE, future pharaoh Thutmose IV, only a prince at the time, fell asleep in the shade of the big head in the desert while out hunting. In a dream, the Sphinx, calling itself Horemachet, or Horus of the Horizon, visited him. It was unhappy about being buried up to its neck in sand. If the young... Okay, so the whole body was underground. Okay. I guess that's what happens when you carve that, like... Because they carved it below sand level or whatever, because they said it was like this limestone rock, and they carved this big U round it and then dug it out. It's gonna get filled with sand if you don't constantly take that sand out. That's how, like, nature works. If the young prince was willing to help a statue out, the Sphinx would make sure that he became king. Well, he is prince, it's kind of on the cards. That if they were like, oh yeah, peasant, you'll become king, he's like, please. Thutmose, wisely deciding to not ignore a statue calling itself Horus, a god associated with the sun, did as the Sphinx asked. The Sphinx kept its word, and Thutmose eventually became Pharaoh Thutmose IV. He was the prince, he was going to do it anyway. And he just had a wild-ass dream, that's it. I feel like I have dreams like every night. Like, lately I'm just like dreaming a lot. I always dream about being in a plane crash for some reason. I mean, not always, but at least once a week. Why? Why? The Sphinx, I'm not even afraid of flying. I'm just always dreaming about plane crashes. Like being on the plane that crashes, and then you somehow, like, you know, you're either dead or you survived the plane crash. Fascinating, Simon. No one cares about your dreams. They're literally only interested. You know when anyone ever tells you about their dreams, like, oh, you know what you dreamed about last night? And someone was like, oh, I had crazy dreams. And then they tell you the crazy dreams. You know, it's not that crazy, is it? It's only interesting to you because you just lived through it very, like, you know, You were there. The Sphinx isn't just lounging around the desert all by its lonesome self. It's part of Khafre's burial complex, consisting of Khafre's pyramids, temples, and everything else that a departing pharaoh would need. A smaller temple to the Sphinx, built by Amenhotep II during the New Kingdom, was later added to the complex. I didn't even know there was that. Surely, don't they usually build things bigger? They're try to outdo their former kings and rather than I'm just going to build a small one. I'm not compensating for everything. I've got a massive penis, said Khafre. A smaller temple to the Sphinx built by Amenhotep II during the New Kingdom was later added to the complex, and in front of the Dream Stele is a freestanding altar, all the remains of a small temple built by Ramesses II. However, it's possible that the Sphinx was never actually finished. In 1978, archaeologists found 3 stone blocks that appear to have been abandoned on their way to the Sphinx temple. Well, it seems pretty done, doesn't it? I mean, other than the nose. But that just fell off at some point, didn't it? There's an urban legend that Napoleon shot it off, but that's just an urban legend. Or a myth. I guess urban legend would be a bit different. Segments of the bedrock on the northern edge of the Sphinx enclosure were only partially quarried, and the remains of a workman's luncheon toolkit, a container probably holding water or beer and some stone hammers, suggest that the workman just got up and left. Yeah, people used to just drink beer in the past when they were working, because it's cleaner than water. I remember I went to a mine once. And it's it went underground, and you're going through all these mine shafts or whatever, and it'd be yeah, and this is where they all had lunch. And it's just they drink beer. They just drink loads of beer all day. It's why? Well, they wanted to stay hydrated. Also, being a miner's really miserable, so they liked being a little bit drunk. It's okay. It's kind of a vibe. Why the construction stopped so abruptly we'll probably never know. Perhaps they had a problem with this particular pharaoh being resurrected and having a happy afterlife. The crowds can be so fickle. I don't think so. We don't actually know why the Sphinx was built. The body probably represents the power of a lion, while the head represents the wisdom of a king. Considering its size and location, resting on the Giza Plateau along with the royal pyramids of Khufu, Khafre and Menkaure of the Old Kingdom's 4th dynasty to about 2,500 years ago, 2500 BC. There's really specific dates, but it's not really important. As well as other burial chambers and a number of temples, the best guess at this point is that the Sphinx was probably a divine figure built to guard the necropolis. Others theorize that the Sphinx was a symbol of the sun god Ra, or more likely Ruti, a double lion god sitting at the entrance of the underworld guarding the horizon. All of this stuff about Ra and Ruti and Sphinxes, most of what I know and why I know what the weird head with hairdress looks like is not because I'm particularly interested in ancient Egypt. I'm not. I just watch an awful lot of Stargate SG-1, and they have all that go old ancient Egyptian going on, which I rather enjoys. It was the biggest statue the ancient Egyptians had built, so we'd be fairly sure that whoever built it was making a very clear statement and had every intention of being remembered for a really long time. Yeah, that clear statement, they've got a small penis.
You tiny thing.
Throughout the years, probably starting with most of the 4th, many attempts at renovation have been made. The Romans, upon discovering the imposing statue, added a viewing platform that was later dismantled. Modern excavations and renovations started in the 1800s, and if you look at photos of the Sphinx today, you'll see a whole lot of loose blocks and masonry piled on top of the Sphinx. This wasn't part of the original design and was added over the centuries by people trying to protect what was left of the Sphinx, since it was eroding away rapidly. Just putting bricks on top. Why not build a building over it or something useful? Today the Sphinx is probably the destination appearing on most travel bucket lists, and for good reason. I'm more interested in going to see those pyramids. Those seem pretty cool, but they're not massively high up on my list. It's I think I've been to see some of this ancient stuff. I went to Angkor Wat, and everyone had built it up as this oh my god, it's gonna blow your mind. It's the craziest you've ever seen. And then I went and I was yeah, some temples and I mean, yes, they're big, and yes, they're very big. But it's alright, it's fine. It's hot. That's why most of them are just walking around there sweating my balls off. I imagine Egypt's also quite hot. It's got a bit of a reputation. Interestingly, local Egyptians only call the statue the Sphinx when talking to tourists in Egyptian Arabic. The Sphinx is known as Abu Ahal, the Father of Terror. Holy that's a better name. What are you going to see on holiday? The Father of Terror. I like that.
Nice.
Some extreme factions of Islam consider the Sphinx to be an idolatrous abomination and should be destroyed. For the sake of history, may they never control Egypt. Yeah, this is a bit much. It's I get some religions, there's 2 Christian religions, right? One's all pimped. It's the Catholics, right? Because the popes, or not this pope, he's a bit more chill. But the previous popes are all gold rings, they're pimping it out, there's loads of idolatry and stuff. And then there's another Christian group who are all idols are sinful or whatever. But they don't want to go and destroy all, maybe they did in the past. They wanted to go and destroy all the Catholic ones. But just chill, people. It's okay. Some people believe that. Like, who gives a Who built the Great Sphinx? Ancient Egypt loved keeping records. They documented everything, with one exception. I hate keeping records. It's so useless. Sorry, I know we've had like 900 tangents today. But growing up, my parents, especially my dad, was the sort of person who's like, well, never throw that box away. You just bought a new television. You don't want to throw it away. What if it breaks and you need to send it back? And as I grew older, I was keeping boxes. And I'd keep boxes for everything. And they'd take up all this space. And then at some point, I was just like, it. I'm just going to start throwing everything away. I throw away all the boxes. I throw away all the receipts. I just don't give a I'm just like, all of this. It's just happening. I'll run the risk. I'll live a little dangerously. There's no mention of the Sphinx construction in any hieroglyphics or other records from ancient Egypt. I just assumed the ancient Egyptians built the pyramids. What? This is actually very odd considering the size and location of the Sphinx. It's clearly significant. Obviously, most of the 4th didn't just dig into the dunes hoping to find the Sphinx because a dream told him so. Oh, why not? Well, you can't learn about all this stuff from a dream? Themose, like other New Kingdom rulers, knew exactly what the Sphinx was, despite it being buried in the sand, so there must have been records of it somewhere. However, these records are sadly lost to us. And that means we can only theorize about who was the man, because in ancient Egypt, it probably was a man who was responsible for the Great Sphinx. According to Dr. Zahi Hawass, Egyptologist and former Minister of State for Antiquities Affairs, the style of the Sphinx is very particular to Egypt's Old Kingdom. The Old Kingdom began around 2600 BC and lasted about 500 years before ending due to all-time favorites, civil war and famine. The face is broad, almost square, with a broad chin, and the Sphinx is wearing a royal headdress called a nemes, and might once have boasted the royal Uraeus cobra on its head. I know a little bit about this Old Kingdom stuff. A while ago, it was a good couple of years ago now, I thought it would be a great idea to develop a really big video, like hours long, that was just like the reality of ancient Egypt. Because, like, I don't know, you search on YouTube, and I swear to God, like, if you search, like, ancient Egypt, like, first page, you're gonna get to ancient aliens real quick. And I was just like, that. And so I was like, maybe I could make a video just absolutely dominating, like 3-4 hour video that just talks about ancient Egypt, just takes us through everything about how, there's not really any mysteries. I mean, there are, but like we know how this was done, or even if we don't, it wasn't done by aliens. And so I learned all about this, but then I just wasn't really pleased with it in the end. So I never released it. And now I don't even think I got through the edit. I was just like, it just wasn't good enough. I'm sorry. That's completely irrelevant. No one cares.
Oh.
These are all characteristics typical to 4th dynasty art and can be seen in the carvings of Khafre, Menkaure, and other pharaohs dated to the Old Kingdom. At one point, the Sphinx probably had a beard, and fragments of this beard were found lying between the front paws in the 19th century. However, based on how it broke, it was most likely a New Kingdom edition and not part of the original design. Today, these fragments can be found in the British Museum, where they belong! Because where else would you go to look for ancient Egyptian artifacts, as well as the Cairo Museum? British Museum, fucking classic. God, what's that? I'm insanely dumb today. What's the word for like where you exaggerate but you don't mean it? Facetious. I was being facetious. Most archaeologists believe that our Sphinx builder extraordinaire was none other than Pharaoh Khafre, a 4th dynasty ruler of the Old Kingdom. Khafre's father, Khufu, built the Great Pyramid at Giza, and Khafre built his pyramid next door, but his parent pyramid is 10 feet shorter than his dear old dad's. Oh no. Apparently he decided to make up for this 10 feet discrepancy with a massive off Sphinx. The Great Sphinx and the Sphinx Temple, right in the front of it, is next to Khafre's Valley Temple and the lower part of the causeway leading to Khafre's Mortuary Temple and Pyramid. In 1980, archaeologist Mark Lenner and geologist Tom Aigner compared rock samples taken from the limestone of the Sphinx Temple, and the Valley Temple. Limestone consists of mud, coral, and shells all compressed together over millions of years. Just found out what limestone was made of. There you go. So by identifying fossils within the limestone, the researchers found that the core blocks of the Valley Temple and the Sphinx Temple were quarried from the Sphinx enclosure. The plans for the Valley Temple and the Sphinx Temple are also very similar, and we know Khafre built the Valley Temple, so it's entirely plausible that the Sphinx and the Sphinx Temple were built at the same time as Khafre's Valley Temple, one big, happy construction. Whether the Sphinx was planned from the start, whether it was carved when the workers uncovered a large solid rock formation when building the pyramid and temples, is something we'll never know, but based on other statues of Khafre, his stonemasons certainly had the skills necessary to carve the Sphinx. The statue probably meant to show Khafre's power and influence, making sure that his name would live on, thus ensuring him a free ticket to the afterlife. Ah yes, of course, build massive statues, access the afterlife. Easy. I mean, not as easy as... Is it Catholicism again, where they're like, as long as you admit your sins, and it's not one of the like unforgivable sins, which is literally like as bad as like fucking killing the Pope or something, you can get into heaven. So you're just like, I'm sorry, Jesus, please forgive me. Welcome to heaven. Done. And it's like, what did you need forgiven for? Oh, I murdered so many children. St. Peter's like, come right on in, my good man, all is forgiven. And it's like, there's another dude and he goes down, it's like, why you go to tell? Oh, I stole something, but I got hit by a bus, so I didn't have a chance to apologize to Jesus. What nonsense. In fact, based on the position of the Sphinx and Khafre's pyramids, Mark Lettner theorized that the entire complex was supposed to be a cosmic engine of sorts, harnessing the power of the sun to resurrect the soul of the pharaoh, so guaranteeing eternal life. I mean, the thing is, fine, Mark Lettner can say, you know, he's not saying that this is actually reality. He's saying that's what people believed in the past, because people in the past, you know, they didn't have, you know, real science and shit. But nowadays, like, that's something you could definitely read, like that, or you'd be read to, like, History Channel would have that. And it's like, a powerful engine for making sure that it can travel through the stars. And you're like, no, that's not, no. However, not everyone is sold on the Khafre theory. Some scholars feel the causeway leading to the Valley Temple was built at an angle because there was something in the way. That something being a very big Sphinx. So, if the Sphinx was already there when Khafre started building his complex, perhaps the Sphinx was the work of his father, Khufu. What the link to Khufu is tenuous at best. We don't have any definitive proof that Khafre built the Sphinx, so the Khufu angle is worth exploring. Khufu had a bit of a thing for lions and was associated with images of lions. Khufu was into bestiality, was he? I know that's not what it means by, like, had a thing for, but it can also mean that, can't it? This is a stupid joke, I apologise. 4 terracotta statues of a lion goddess and 2 recumbent lions were recovered at Saqqara, and one of the lions had an inscription, King of Upper and Lower Egypt, Khufu. Khufu's Horus name also appeared on the back pillar of a standing statue, and at the feet of the statue was a small figurine of Khufu, so it's possible that the whole set of lion statues were commissioned for Khufu. Workgans working on Khufu's pyramid also left some graffiti behind at Khufu's port of Wadi el-Jarf to show that they were there, much like people today carve their name on trees. However, the name they used to show that they were Khufu's men is a reference to a metaphorical king and lion mix. If this was how Khufu actually saw himself, a Sphinx, the ultimate man and lion combo, certainly seems like something he would commission. I'm no specialist, but I looked at a lot of photos while writing this, and in my humble opinion, the Sphinx looks more like Khufu than Khafre. Another theory suggests that the Sphinx bears the likeness of Khufu, not because he built it, but because it was built in honor of him by his other son, Djefra, who briefly... Djefra, don't know how to say that, who briefly ruled before he died and Khafre took over. There is some speculation that he was helped along to the afterlife by Khafre, but that's just rumour. A small Sphinx was found in Djefra's Abu Rawash tomb, so it's possible that the idea and imagery of the Sphinx originated with Djefra. Like, well, we don't know. It's like, it was one of these dudes around this time. Either it was built in honor of the dad, or it was the dad, or it was the son. Like, yeah, whatever. And it's like, okay, well, yeah. I mean, the son one is also going to look a bit like the statue because he's the son of the dad. It's going to be like, my son looks a little bit like me. I mean, he doesn't, because he's not bald and stuff, but still. You know. Stupid. In 1992, a team of archaeologists decided to think out of the box and hired a facial recognition expert, Detective Frank Domingo from the NYPD. That's a good idea. With 20 years of experience, the good detective was charged with determining once and for all whether the Sphinx had the face of Khafre or not. Detective Domingo and photographer Caroline Davies visited the Cairo Museum to photograph and measure the official, if somewhat controversial, statue of Khafre to get an idea of the proportions of the face. The theory was that if the Sphinx is indeed Khafre, then it should resemble the statue. However, experts have pointed out that the statue doesn't actually resemble other statues from the same time period, so there's some debate about whether this statue is actually an accurate depiction of Khafre. Why would they think it's Khafre? Did it have his name on it or something? Why would they think it's him if it doesn't look like him? And how do they know what he looks like? Can't they get his, like, mummified body and do that facial reconstruction thing they do? I've seen it on CSI, so I don't know if it's real. But they get, like, a rotted face, and then they do this, like, reconstruction with, like, rubber or, like, putty. And then they make it. Can't we do that for this Khafra dude? While this is certainly an interesting idea, using a statue that many scholars consider a possible fake, I can see why. For comparison, when we have over 300 statues of Khafra recovered from the Valley Temple alone, seems to me like someone was looking for a very specific outcome and intentionally set up the study accordingly. That's just poor academia. It would be very interesting if the same study was done using a composite of Khafra's features from the 300 statues in the Valley Temple. The results might be very different. Okay, cool. Let's do that and also do the thing on his skull. On his, mummified body. Do we have his mummified body? I hope so. It's probably in the British Museum, isn't it? Of course, some believe that the Sphinx predates all these pharaohs and was built by someone else entirely. In 1858, archaeologist Auguste Mariette discovered the inventory stele near the Pyramid of Khufu. The stele lists 22 statues in the Temple of Isis at Giza and apparently states that Khufu built a monument near the Sphinx, suggesting that the Sphinx already existed in Khufu's time. Conspiracy theorists love the inventory stele. However, the stele wasn't created during the reign of Khufu in the 4th dynasty, but during the 26th dynasty, which is a few years down the line. During this time, the Egyptians would often invoke the names of earlier kings, especially the great pyramid builders, to recall past glory. The inventory stele probably refers to Khufu in an attempt to make the statues at Temple of Isis appear older than they actually were. However, the Temple of Isis only dates to the Middle Kingdom, long after Khufu took up residence in his tomb, so I don't think the inventory stele is much help in figuring out who built the Sphinx. The Sphinx has been exposed to the elements for thousands of years. The features are so eroded by now, it's impossible to say for certain whose face we're looking at. On top of that, a lot of renovation has been done on the statue, and some pharaohs, we're looking at you, Ramesses, had a bad habit of defacing or recarving the statues of previous rulers so the face could have been changed more than once. What a dickhead. Ramesses is like, yeah, I'm so important that all of the previous king... It would be like King Charles going into, the National Portrait Gallery and painting his face over all the previous royals and being like, yeah, who's king now? Charlie! So while our best guess is it's Khafra, this is one secret the Sphinx might keep to itself. How old is the Sphinx? To most of us, the answer to this is obvious. If the Sphinx was carved during the reign of Khafra, it's around 4,500 years old. However, many feel that the Sphinx is much older and had been carved in pre-dynastic Egypt. So, how old is the Sphinx really? Can't we just carbon date that thing? It's made with limestone, right? So there's going to be, organic materials in there, like those seashells. Can't we just dig some of that out? And, is that how carbon dating works? You just need some organic matter, and you're just boom! That's how old it is. That's when it was made. In 1990, science fiction writer John Anthony West visited the Sphinx with his team, which included geologist Dr. Robert Schoch from Boston University. According to Schoch, during that first visit, he immediately realized the Sphinx was much older than 4,500 years. Based on the erosion he was seeing, the Sphinx survived intensely wet conditions with a whole lot of rainfall, not something you see a lot in the Sahara Desert these days. According to Schoch, other structures dated to the Old Kingdom show clear signs of wind erosion and sand blasting, which are very different from the marks seen on the Sphinx and the Sphinx enclosure, which is clearly water erosion caused by heavy rainfall and water runoff. However, the last Neolithic wet phase was around 7,000 to 10,000 years ago, so Schoch theorized that the Sphinx must be at least 7,000 years old. Can't it just be in a different position? Or being worn down by something else? Or maybe it's just Ramesses cutting its face off and putting a new face on. However, two scientists from Ukraine propose a much older Sphinx. Their research shows erosion patterns similar to those found on the coast. These patterns are formed by waves washing over layers of rock for thousands of years. Look, I don't know how far away the sea is from the Sphinx, but the sea moves real slow. So sure, over 7,000 years it's going to move a little bit. But don't you have to talk much, much bigger figures to see any real movement of land and sea? This suggests that the Sphinx might have been underwater at some point. No, I just don't think so. They theorize that the Sphinx could be as much as 800,000 years old. I don't think humans were bopping around back then, suggesting it was carved back when the Mediterranean Sea extended all the way to the Giza Plateau. This would mean that the Sphinx was carved well before there was any human civilization around to carve it, which has some serious implications for the whole timeline of human civilization. Yeah, or we could just be look, all of the other evidence says that no one was around during this point. So no, not possible. It somehow happened some other way. While the rock formation could easily be 800,000 years old and might have spent a considerable amount of time underwater, that doesn't mean the statue is 800,000 years old. The age of the rock has nothing to do with the age of the statue. Yes, agreed. Those who don't put any stock in this science business, have looked to the stars to prove the Sphinx is much older. Currently, we find ourselves in the age of Pisces. Before the age of Pisces, it was the age of Aries. the ram. And during this time, there's apparently a lot of ram-orientated iconography all over Egypt. Before that, it was the age of Taurus, which saw the rise of the bull cult in Minoan Crete. Before that was the age of Leo, the lion, which lasted from around 10,970 to 8,810 BCE. Proponents of this theory believed that the builders of the Sphinx were inspired by the constellations of Leo. Computer programs generating pictures of what the night sky would look like thousands of years ago apparently show the Sphinx if it was built 10,000 years ago, and it was looking right at the constellation of Leo. However, I think the theory that the Sphinx is facing the direction of the rising sun makes more sense considering what we know about ancient Egyptian beliefs. Yeah, I don't know much about ancient Egypt, but I know they were really into the sun god Ra. That was their main ass god, right? There were other gods and stuff, but Ra was the big daddy. While these theories are interesting, none of these experts are archaeologists. Yeah, we already threw out they don't like science. So we shouldn't be listening to them, should we? The Rock, they're like, oh no, this was back in the age of Taurus. It's is that a scientifically recognized age? Or do you just look at an astrology thing and be like, yeah, those days? Was it our age of Aries? It's nonsense. It's all nonsense. The rock formation from which the Sphinx is carved can tell us a lot, but the statue is man-made, so artistic style influenced by human culture can't be ignored. Egypt is a well-excavated country, and its early civilization is well documented. However, there's no evidence of an advanced civilization capable of carving a statue like the Sphinx in Egypt before the ancient Egyptians. Any civilization with that level of technology would leave something behind. Evidence of advanced civilizations predating ancient Egypt have shown up in other parts of the world, like Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey. However, an advanced civilization in Turkey doesn't prove an advanced civilization in Egypt. Besides, stylistically, the statue is similar to other monuments from the Old Kingdom period. Why would a civilization 5,000 years before the Old Kingdom use the same artistic style? 5,000 years seems like a long time to go without any kind of progress or change. Yeah, look, this is nonsense. It's as old as the archaeologists say it is. It's even if it's not Khufu as the dude whose faces on it or whatever, or Khafre or whoever, it's we know it was built around then. That's pretty locked down, I think. However, Dr. Schoch isn't wrong about the erosion. Where the channels, around 3 feet deep, clearly visible on the wall of the Sphinx enclosure behind the Sphinx, and he's correct, the Sahara was not always a desert. Around 8500 BC, the monsoon rains around the tropics decided to go north for a change of scenery. The desert became grasslands with fertile valleys, so people settled there in around 7000 BCE. This didn't last long, but climate change takes time. Around 3500 to 1500 BCE, the rains returned to the tropics, and not long after that, the desert was back in all its sandy glory. A study by geologist Judith Bunbury suggests that the climate change in Giza began early in the Old Kingdom period, with the desert back in full swing by the late Old Kingdom era. The wetter periods provided the Old Kingdom rulers with the resources they needed to feed the workforce, building the pyramids and carving the Sphinx. However, once the dry period arrived, resources dwindled, and the pharaoh's authority weakened, leading to civil war. Most geologists agree that the pattern of erosion is determined by characteristics of the rock being eroded, not the medium doing the eroding. Yeah, it's isn't that always how it is? When you see rocks eroded, it's not unless it's clearly a channel that waters run down. And even then, it's it will erode the softer stone first, and then the hard stone gets left behind. Doesn't take that big of a brain, does it? And one geologist pointed out Schoch's claims that erosion caused by rain produces different patterns than erosion caused by wind, which isn't generally accepted by academia. It's not actually possible to tell whether the eroded limestone on the Sphinx is the result of water or wind. Other geologists have also pointed out that the channels could have been formed by underground water. Excavations of the Sphinx and the Sphinx enclosure exposed these channels, which would explain why the erosion is so much more pronounced on the back wall of the enclosure. Finally, whenever it rains, water runs downhill, so all the water runoff from the Giza Plateau would come spilling over the back walls of the Sphinx enclosure, deepening the channels observed by Schoch. The limestone the Sphinx is carved from isn't the best quality, which might explain the extreme weathering. Since it's carved from the bedrock, it's also close to the water table, and the limestone is sucking up water like a sponge. Along with other environmental factors, the statue is rapidly eroding, and maintaining what's left of it is a full-time job. We don't need to invent ancient cultures to explain the Sphinx. Considering its rapid deterioration, if it was much older than 4,500 years, and if it hadn't been buried in the sand most of its life, there would be nothing left by now. Was the Sphinx always a Sphinx? Even the casual observer will notice that the proportions of the Sphinx are wrong. The head is much too small for the body. One theory, and even mainstream academics consider it a possibility, is that the Sphinx initially had a different head, which was recarved, as ruling pharaohs put their own face on the Sphinx. Yeah, is that what was the dude? Who was repainting all the pictures, like Prince Charles? King Charles, sorry, God save him. Ancient Egyptian craftsmen were highly skilled and had a lot of experience carving smaller lion statues, so it seems odd that they would get the proportions that wrong. This was a statue of great significance after all. The head also looked pretty good for something that's been exposed to the elements for over 4,000 years, while the body, despite being buried, has eroded quite badly. So if it wasn't initially a sphinx, well, what was it? I'd guess a lion. Right? If it has the body of a lion, wouldn't it be not unreasonable to think they had a lion head originally, and then, like, some ruler was like, you know, it looks sick. My face on that. And then he sent his slaves out. He's like, carve my face into it, slaves. Writers Robert and Olivia Temple believed that the Sphinx was originally a statue of the jackal god Anubis, and built long before the reign of Khafra. The only thing I know about Anubis is he was the bad guy of, like, season 1 of Stargate SG-1. Anubis was the god of the dead and the god of embalming, as ancient gods had to multitask, so some argue that the Sphinx temple was actually where the pharaoh was embalmed. Wait, is there a temple inside it? I thought it was just a statue. With Anubis being associated with the death and the afterlife, he was a more likely figure to guard the necropolis than a sphinx. According to the temples, the statue was later recarved to depict a lion with the head of the pharaoh Amenhotep II, a ruler from the Middle Kingdom era. However, the Anubis theory has never been considered very seriously. With its long snout and tall ears, the head of a jackal would have been very unstable if the statue had been carved with the head in proportion to the body. There's also some indication that this... Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know, this isn't important. I don't need to correct myself, but I will. I think Anubis was a villain later in Stargate SG-1, and Apophis was the OG dude. The dude with the... Did he have blonde hair? I think so. He was scary.
Baby, I'm scared.
There's also some indication that the Sphinx was painted with a yellow body, a pale reddish face, and blue and red pigments for the headdress. While yellow would look a little odd for a jackal, it would certainly work for a lion. Besides, Anubis was usually painted black. On top of that, none of the writings that survive from ancient Egypt describe the Sphinx as Anubis. It's always described as a lion with the head of a king. So, if the Sphinx wasn't Anubis, which is completely a fair assumption because it doesn't seem there's actually any evidence for this, it just seems like someone made a guess. Perhaps it was initially a lion. Yes, this is what I thought. In the early days of Egypt, lions still roamed the land, so ancient Egyptians would have been familiar with lions, which became a symbol of power. I'm not surprised, lions are pretty powerful. Like, I've seen video, you know, who hasn't watched those nature documentaries where it's like, and the zebras are feeding on the plains, and the lions lie in wait. And then it's just like moments later that lion's like, Rachong! And he's destroying a zebra because he's so powerful, and the zebra's so weak. Stupid zebra. At some point in early dynastic times, a pharaoh came along and either decided to leave his mark on this powerful statue, or during one of the renovation attempts, perhaps the one carried out by Thutmose IV, the head was recarved because it had become so badly eroded that no one could figure out what it was supposed to be in the first place. So those doing the renovating recarved it based on their beliefs at the time. Independent researcher and artist Robert S. Nayland theorized that if the Great Sphinx, as we see it today, was recarved from the head of a lioness, everything that was sculpted later, like the headdress, beard, nose and breast lappets, would need to fit into the original head of a lioness. After all, we know that every part of the current head was carved from the same stone as the rest of the Sphinx. Nayland studied photos of lionesses and ancient Egyptian iconography found in temples depicting lions, as well as photos of the Great Sphinx, and even visited the Sphinx in person. Using clay, he first recreated the statue as it looks today with the smaller head. Once that was done, he sculpted the head of a lioness in proportion to the body of the Sphinx, sliced it in half and hollowed it out so that he could fit it over the existing head. Jesus Christ, okay. The biggest trick Nayland found was figuring out where the neck landed on the back of the Sphinx. On the actual Sphinx, there is a fairly defined hump and remnants of eroded rock. Based on this sculpture, he found that the shape and position of the hump is a good match for the spot where the lioness's neck probably landed on the back of the Sphinx. The hump is barely visible from the ground, but the rise is detailed in Leonard's topographic drawing of the Sphinx. There's also some precedent for lions being recarved into sphinxes. The Sphinx depicting what could have been Hetepheres II's sister wife. Sister wife, oh god. They were so incestuous. to Djeffra, found at Abu Rawash, clearly had ears that were hacked off, and the remnants of the mane of a lion that turned into the face of a person can still be seen. Nayland also has a theory to explain why there's no mention of the Sphinx construction in any records. Initially, the Sphinx was just a statue of a lioness, an extra symbol of power, but without any particular cultural or religious importance. It only became significant once it had the face of a pharaoh. Other than the head of Djeffra, no sphinxes wearing the Nemi's headdress predates the Great Sphinx, so the design of the Sphinx, a lion body and a human head with royal features, wasn't a well-known concept in Khafra's time. It only became a thing later on. However, the lion goddess, and recumbent lions are quite common in Egyptian iconography, dating all the way back to pre-dynastic times, so who knows, perhaps Khafra or even Khufu just wanted a nice big lion, which eventually became a Sphinx. Lots of speculation here, isn't there? We just don't really know. I didn't realize we didn't know about this. I just assumed that the Sphinx would figured it out, like the pyramids. Though we still haven't figured that out. Do we know how they built the pyramids? I feel like we kind of do now, right? Or it's like there's several theories and we just know one of them's going to be true. Because of course it is. What happened to the nose? We've all heard the story of Napoleon marching into Egypt with a bunch of bored soldiers and using the Sphinx for target practice and then destroying the nose with a cannonball. However, Napoleon only arrived into Egypt in 1798. Illustrations from Travels in Egypt and Nubia by Frederick Lewis Norden, published in 1755, clearly show the Great Sphinx without its nose. Norden even made note of how impressive the statue was and his indignation at the disfigurement. This means that the nose was long gone by the time the French arrived. So we can blame the French for a lot of things, like making revolutions popular. Isn't that kind of a good thing? Like, revolutions generally move countries forward. Unless it's like a revolution where they install a terrible dictator. But I mean, because generally, it's better, right? No one likes a monarchy. But when it comes to the nose of the Sphinx, they're innocent. Chisel marks on the face of the Sphinx suggest that the nose was pried off with chisels and rods sometime between the 3rd and 10th century CE. The nose was probably around a metre wide, but so far, nothing even slightly resembling the lost nose has ever been found. If not the French, then who? Well, have you checked the British Museum? I mean, have you looked at, not in the, on the floor, but, in the archives and stuff? They've probably got warehouses full of shit. Have you looked there? According to al-Makrizi, a 15th century historian, a Sufi Muslim named Muhammad Saim al-Dar is the man to blame. Apparently in 1378, Saim al-Dar came across local peasants making offerings to the Sphinx, asking for a good harvest. Enraged by this idolatry worship, he defaced the Sphinx by destroying the nose. However, the Sphinx isn't the only ancient Egyptian statue without a nose. A lot of statues have broken or missing noses. For many years, it was assumed that this was just normal wear and tear. However, according to Edward Bleberg, a curator of Brooklyn's Museum of Ancient Art Galleries, it's possible that the ancient Egyptian statues were destroyed deliberately by other ancient Egyptians. Hold on a second. Sounds like you're covering for something, Edward. Have people looked in his warehouse for that Sphinx's nose? Maybe it's with Edward. Just joking, Edward, I love you. The belief in ancient Egypt was that the essence of a person or deity could inhabit any image or statue of said person or deity. By intentionally destroying the statue or image, you could diminish the person's power in the afterlife. The very precise chisel work and the fact that it would be a specific person or even just the name of a specific person that was targeted suggests that the Vandals were skilled laborers who could read and were probably on the payroll of someone in power. Of course, if we believe Disney, the Sphinx lost its nose because of some irresponsible carpet flying, and without any proof, it's as good as theory as any. No, it's not. I know it's a joke, but it's like, we can't just be like, all theories are equally silly. It's like, some are more reasonable. Like, I think the one that appeals to me most is the defacing one. I mean, statues get defaced all the time in the present day because we don't like the people who were famous in the past are like, well, it turns out, doesn't really vibe with our modern values, does it? Turns out now, though, we think that person's a bit of a piece of shit. Hidden chambers filled with treasure. Tales of secret tunnels and chambers filled with treasure hidden inside and beneath the Sphinx have been doing the rounds for years. The origin of these treasures run the gambit from reasonable, like grave goods in burial chambers, to the ridiculous Hall of Records built by the survivors of Atlantis. Apparently, the academic community knows about all of these wonderful treasures, but they're keeping it a secret. Though why they're doing this is a little unclear. Yeah, look, one thing about the academic community, they find some tell everyone about it because they're like, look what I found. They want to be first to publish. They want to get to press. They're like, look at these amazing things I found. Suck my dick, other archaeologists. Several attempts have been made to explore the Sphinx using non-invasive techniques to find any tunnels and chambers, as the Sphinx is in no condition to withstand extensive drilling. Studies by Florida State University, the Waseda University in Japan, and the Boston University have all found anomalies. Before anyone gets too excited though, an anomaly isn't proof of a hidden room. It could just be natural faults in the rock or just a change in rock density. Old photos of the Sphinx show pretty deep fissures on the rock face, so there are probably more faults within the rock that we can't see. However, like most millennials, the poor lion is falling apart. So understandably, Egyptian archaeologists aren't willing to risk drilling or digging into the statue to satisfy the curiosity of conspiracy theorists. In 1991, John Anthony West and his team insisted that they found 2 rectangular chambers underneath the paws of the Sphinx, which might very well be the elusive Hall of Records. Look, if these dudes are like, yeah, no, it could be that, you're like, yeah, well, you're not really really into actual archaeology, are you? You're into ancient aliens. That was the thing about Atlantis, right? West firmly believes that the Sphinx and the 2 temples in front of it, the Valley Temple, accepted to be the work of Khafra, and the Sphinx Temple, were all built around 10,000 to 15,000 years ago, the same time that Atlantis disappeared, according to Plato. Plato knew Atlantis wasn't real. The Egyptians didn't build the monuments on the Giza Plateau. They simply found and renovated them. To absolutely no one's surprise, they were kicked off the site for making ridiculous claims, and the followers of the Atlantis theory are quick to use this as proof that the team was onto something that the academic community doesn't want exposed. I think they were kicked off the site because claims like these will lead people to vandalize the Sphinx, as happened in 2010 when a couple of YouTubers were jailed for vandalizing the Sphinx in order to prove a theory of theirs. Don't do that. It's embarrassing. You're bringing a bad name to all of us. If you're watching as a podcast, this also goes out on YouTube. I'm a YouTuber. I wouldn't even describe myself as a podcast host, although I suppose I am. I always just say I'm a YouTuber. It's what I do. Atlantis wasn't real, but let's put this theory to rest. The Sphinx lies close to the rising water table, and in ancient times, when the Nile flooded quite regularly, the Sphinx stood with its paws in the water quite often. Any kind of chamber underneath the Sphinx would have been flooded, and any documents or artifacts would have been destroyed a long time ago. So, the Hall of Records doesn't exist. But what about the story of a chamber inside the Sphinx's head? There's obviously a hole with a little trapdoor on top of the Sphinx's head. Some of the New Kingdom steals, so after Thutmose had his dream, depict the Sphinx wearing what might be a crown. Wait, is there a little trapdoor on top of there? I assume that's a joke. Is there really? It's not clear whether this crown was part of the original design or if it was added later, and we don't know what happened to it. But the hole in the top of the head might have been used to anchor the crown to the head. Okay, so there's a little hole in there. The hole wasn't initially that deep, but people looking for burial chambers and lost treasure dug into the head, hoping to strike it rich. During subsequent renovations, the hole was filled in, but later it was cleared out again and fitted with a little door. Oh my god, so there is a little trapdoor on top of his head. Okay.
Wow.
All other passages in and around the Sphinx, and there are a few, archaeologists aren't hiding them, they're all dead ends. One passage going underneath the Sphinx might have been a burial chamber that was never finished, but the other passages were most likely dug by grave robbers looking for treasure, and unfortunately they lead nowhere. In 2009, Lenner and Hawass drilled under the Sphinx to relieve the pressure of the rising water table in an attempt to slow damage to the statue. Cool. I like that. They decided to include the area under the left paw, where the seismic surveys revealed anomalies, to see if there was any kind of hidden chamber. There wasn't. The Sphinx was carved from a solid rock formation and not built from loose blocks, so instead of building a room into the statue in the way chambers were built into pyramids, any chambers or tunnels would have been carved into the Sphinx from the outside. The builders would then have used masonry to hide the entrances once the chambers were completed. Considering all the excavations and renovations happening since the time of Thutmose, if any chambers were carved into the Sphinx intentionally, they would have been found by now. Did the Sphinx have a companion? Sphinxes were usually guardians, flanking the entrance to a temple, or even a whole road, like the avenue of Sphinxes at Karnak and Luxor. Some avenues would have been up to 100 Sphinxes, just to make sure that the dead remained deeply undisturbed. However, Sphinxes are usually found in pairs, making the solitary Sphinx of Giza a bit of an oddity. So is there a second Sphinx, still lying under the desert sands? One of the arguments in support of a much older Sphinx, built by an advanced civilization that predates the ancient Egyptians, is the fact that there doesn't seem to be any evolution of Sphinx building. The pyramids went through a clear process of development, starting as step pyramids with a few not quite pyramid-shaped pyramids, the bent pyramid comes to mind, all the way to the Great Pyramid of Giza. There are a few Sphinxes that might predate the Great Sphinx, but they are nowhere near the Great Sphinx in terms of size. Most mainstream archaeologists scoff at the idea of a second Sphinx. However, in my humble opinion, a second Sphinx, especially if it was the first and the Great Sphinx is actually the second, would solve the problem of the Sphinx building evolution. Do we need it though? Isn't it possible that they've all just been destroyed because they weren't that awesome? And the pyramids though, that's different because they're massive. Destroying that's going to be a job. But not caring about an old Sphinx or intentionally destroying it is like way easier to do. The Sphinx was mostly covered in sand for large parts of its existence, and if a statue that size could be buried, it's entirely possible that more statues are buried under the dunes of Egypt. After all, it's not like we've had a chance to thoroughly excavate all of the Sahara. However, I also agree with the mainstream researchers that considering the size of the Great Sphinx, if there is, in fact, a second Sphinx buried on the Giza Plateau, we would have seen it by now, as the Giza Plateau has been excavated quite thoroughly. Thus, if a second Sphinx ever existed, it probably eroded away or was destroyed a good long time ago. In 2007, Egyptologist Bassem El-Shamar published a study claiming that there were, in fact, two sphinxes. El-Shamar believes that two sphinxes are more in line with ancient Egyptian beliefs on duality. The pyramid texts recovered at Saqqara explain how the universe was created. Atum, the creator god in ancient Egypt, created his son Shu and daughter Tefnut, in the shape of a lion and the lioness, placing each other on the one extreme tip of the universe. Shu would take the solar disk and pass it to his sister, thus achieving the full cycle of the sun. So basically, there was a lion at either end of the sun's journey protecting it. Whenever the solar cult is mentioned in Egyptian writings, it's often accompanied by one lion and one lioness facing each other, posing parallel to each other or sitting back to back. The dream stele of Thutmose clearly shows two sphinxes sitting back to back. Another archaeologist in favour of a second sphinx is Michael Poe. According to Poe, there are two ancient Egyptian references dating from the Middle Kingdom that claim Khafra found the sphinx and changed the face. The second reference refers to another sphinx facing the Great Sphinx on the other side of the Nile, and apparently the two statues were built to represent the dividing line between northern and southern Egypt. A second sphinx also shows up in the work of later writers. Unlike the Great Sphinx on the Great Plateau, this second sphinx wasn't carved from a single rock, but was made out of mud brick and faced with stone. Around 1200, Cairo experienced a large earthquake, and people used stone from the Great Pyramids to rebuild the town and their homes. It would make sense that a second Sphinx would have received the same treatment, and a mud brick structure wouldn't survive long without its cover stones. The Nile also gradually moved east after 1166, away from the pyramids, and may have engulfed and finally destroyed what was left of a second Sphinx. To his credit, Poe, being an archaeologist, is the first to admit that this is just a theory, not a fact. Tales of a second Sphinx could simply be exaggerations. It's also possible that this second Sphinx existed, but had nothing to do with the Great Sphinx. There could simply have been a larger-than-usual Sphinx, and the last Sphinx standing in an avenue of Sphinxes guarding a temple that was lost when the Nile changed course. If Poe's theory is correct, there wouldn't be anything left of a second Sphinx, as the eastern bank of the Nile is part of the city these days. Any sign of a companion to our odd Sphinx out on the Giza Plateau would sadly be long gone. I think this is entirely reasonable. There's a lot of speculation in this episode about, yeah, it could be this, it could be that, it could be this. And it's all like, okay, well, maybe one of these will turn out to be true. Most of them seem quite reasonable. Some of them seem silly, like the Hall of Records Atlantis. But plenty of these are like real academics coming up with real ideas, and I like that. Conclusion. The Great Sphinx has been around for thousands of years, but it's unlikely to stand for 1,000 years more. The fact that it was buried is quite possibly the only reason it survived as long as it has. With the high levels of pollution in Cairo, the rising water table, the future of the Sphinx is a bit bleak. At this point, just maintaining what is left is a full-time job, and archaeologists, with the help of students, what we're going to do for extra credit, spend all their days patching the holes and fighting off the desert. Like the Great Pyramids, the Sphinx is a reminder that our ancestors were every bit as sophisticated as we are. Yeah, but they're not. Like, the Sphinx is impressive, but it's not. It is not even close to as impressive as this microphone or this iPad that I'm reading off. I mean, come on. They were perfectly capable of carving an impressive statue without the help of Atlantis or previously undiscovered ancient civilizations buried under the sands of Egypt. We don't know what the future holds for the solitary Sphinx, but perhaps it will outlast us all, holding its lonely vigil over the tombs and temples of the Gizan Acropolis, with only the dead for company. And that's where we end today's episode. Thanks for being here. Look, wherever you get this show, Spotify, Apple, leave us a rating or a review. Why not? If you're on YouTube, smash that like button. Make sure you're subscribed. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. I, as always, sitting too low down. There we go. Adjusted. For podcast listeners, you have no idea what's going on. I just adjusted my chair so it's slightly higher, so I sit higher on the frame. If you didn't know, this show also goes out on YouTube. Welcome to the Decoding Unknown podcast, video podcast, YouTube show, whatever you want to call it. This one, written by Danny, always a treat. Fountain Drive, the house that dripped human blood. No, it didn't. unless many people got murdered in there, and then their blood, like, dripped from their, like, body on the ground to the, like, basement below. But then that would be a Casual Criminalist episode, wouldn't it? That's... Just kidding. We got an episode to get through, so let's jump in. Thank you, Danny. Former of the show if you're new here. I have never read this before, although I feel like I've heard of this dripping house of blood thing. Let's just get into it, shall we?
Let's go!
You know, you must have had a really good night when you wake up the next morning to discover that your entire house is absolutely oozing in vomit. Oh my god, you just hosted a rager. But it would feel a bit disconcerting if you cast your mind back to the previous night and recalled that you simply drank a couple of cups of cocoa whilst finishing off a 5,000-piece jigsaw of Rotherham Town Centre before retiring to bed without incident. Be like, Daddy, did you get... Can't say the word too early in this video. I shouldn't really make a joke about this. It's not appropriate. But you could probably imagine the joke that I want to make. And if you can't, well, God bless your little innocent mind. That would suggest that your entire house is now absolutely oozing in somebody else's vomit, which is entirely a different kettle of second-hand carrots. And it would feel even more disconcerting if we replaced the mystery vomit with mystery blood, which was now dripping from every nook and cranny of your home, as if the house itself was rapidly bleeding to death. It may sound like something from an implausible horror movie, yet this is reportedly exactly what happened one night in 1987 to an elderly couple living at 1114 Fountain Drive in Atlanta, Georgia. Been to Atlanta, Georgia many times. My aunt lives in Atlanta, Georgia. There you go. William and Minnie Winston were more than a little perturbed when their property suddenly started spitting out bucket loads of blood from the walls and floors of nearly every room in the house. Not only was it deeply disturbing, it was also highly inconvenient, as it took bloody ages to mop it all up. And this was no fantasy. A police investigation soon confirmed that the property on the aptly named Fountain Drive was indeed awash with blood, splashing around in places where it had no right to splash. I just don't believe it. It sounds like an urban legend. This sounds just like an urban legend. And where did the blood come from? How did someone get access to so much blood? I mean, you've obviously got to work like in an abattoir, I guess, where there must be loads of blood in an abattoir. Like a cow. That's a big animal. There must be... How much blood do you think's in a cow? Hey Siri, how much blood is in a cow? Found some web results. Don't worry. Who's going to come to our rescue?
And here we go.
My dude, ChatGPT. What up, brother? Yo. I'm making a podcast episode right now, and we're talking about blood. How much, if you took like an average size cow, cut its throat open and drained all the blood out, how much blood would you have afterward, ChatGPT?
Hey.
Hey.
When it comes to cows, they're pretty large animals, so they do have quite a bit of blood in them. On average, a cow has about 10% of its body weight in blood. You have an average-sized cow, which might weigh around 1,400 pounds. You're looking at about 140 pounds of blood. This translates to roughly 63 to 64 liters of blood. That's a lot of blood, isn't it? What's the context of the podcast episode, if you don't mind sharing?
Well, how about you mind your biz? No, I'm just kidding. How much is that in gallons? Because like 70% of my audience are Yanks, so we need to put it into like old school units for them. And it's just for a podcast I'm making. I'm definitely not planning on going on some like cow murdering spree. I mean, other than eating beef, which I love.
No worries, I get you. Let's convert those liters to gallons for your audience. Since 1 liter is approximately 0.264 gallons, if we have around 63 to 64 liters of blood from the cow, that would be about 16 to 17 gallons of blood. Quite the amount, huh? Sounds like you've got an interesting episode in the works. What's the angle or the main focus you're exploring with blood in your podcast?
Oh, well, look, it's dripping down walls of someone's house, although it's definitely an urban legend. But honestly, mate, I don't have a ton of time to chat right now, so I'm going to end this. Don't see me as being rude, and when you take over the world, please don't kill me. But I'm going to hang up now. Thanks. Love you. Okay, so answer to that. Loads of blood. I like how ChatGPT just talks to me. It's like it thinks I'm lonely or something. But if the blood didn't come from either William or Minnie Winston, then who or what did it come from? Could this gentle, elderly couple have been harbouring a dark secret? Was the haunted house venting its blood fury at the injustice of the fate of the previous occupants? Was it a hoax designed to get attention, or a cruel prank perpetrated by a disgruntled family member? Or was there something else entirely going on within these blood-spattered walls? I should point out straight away that we don't have a definitive answer to this one, as the mystery was never officially solved. But let's see if we can reach our own conclusions as we take a tentative step into the property which will now forever be known as the Blood House on Fountain Drive. Leave your umbrella up. I've just had a brilliant idea. I didn't pay attention. Danny, I'm sorry I didn't pay attention to the end of your introduction because I was thinking... Every time I ask ChatGPT a question, I have to hold this bloody iPad up to the microphone. I think I'm going to build a robot. And by build a robot, I mean buy a laptop that is dedicated just to doing ChatGPT and will give it its own mic. So then we could just have the mic pointing at it or somehow like wire that into the camera. Because I like asking ChatGPT questions. And I know some people are like, oh, ChatGPT's not always right. I'm like, no, but it is entertaining. And when it's wrong, it's usually in an entertaining way. You'll be like, that's not much blood it is, ChatGPT. What are you smoking? What are you smoking? Stop spreading misinformation, ChatGPT. I'd love to do that. Shall I do that? Let me know in the comments.
Do it. Do it.
The house was born from evil forces brooding silently beneath the earth. The structure seemingly sprouted out of nowhere to sit on top of an ancient Indian burial grounds where it occasionally scowled at passers and randomly bursts into flames every couple of years or so. What? Well, that's what I initially assumed anyway after browsing through its brief entry on the Ladybird Guide to Haunted Houses. But it turns out that 1114 Fountain Drive was actually built in 1945 in a rough and ready but close-knit southwest Atlanta neighborhood with a high population of black residents, including everyone who ever lived in this property for the first 70 years at least. The red brick house may have seemed fairly unremarkable to anyone passing by, boasting 6 rooms and a nice little lawn at the front. There was certainly no immediate indication from the exterior that the whole house was possessed by a blood demon. I feel like 1945 for American homes, is that quite old? Because I remember seeing that Social Network movie or whatever, and one of the Winklevi, he like grabs a handle off a door and breaks it off and says something like, yeah, well, how about that? That's a 150-year-old door handle. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, what? My house is 150 years old. What do you want? It's not, but I think my house is like 100 years old, and it's not that old. Like, I wouldn't be like, oh, it's real old. It's just 100 years old. In America, you're like 1945. That's so old, it's basically must have demons. The very first resident of the house was named Albert Thompson, who died under tragic circumstances on the night of Halloween in 1950. Of course he did. There's clearly already some super spooky it's going down right there, but we'll return to the fate of Albert later in the video. Without wanting to give away too many spoilers though, I think we're going to have a tricky time connecting a randomly bleeding house to a man who had died 37 years earlier. William and Minnie Winston first began renting the house in 1965 and lived there for a good 22 years without ever once needing to contact the landlord about human blood dripping down the walls, which is always a bonus in my book. Well, at least you don't own it, because then you're like, hey landlord, there's blood dripping down the walls. Come and do something about this nonsense. Whereas if, like, you own it, you're like, oh, for sake. Now I have to take care of the dripping blood that's ruining my wallpaper. God damn it! That all changed on the night of the 8th of September 1987, by which time retired schoolteacher Minnie was 77 years old and was now the primary carer for a 79-year-old husband, William. He used to work for the National Screen Service Company, which distributed movie posters and advertising materials. I bet he got some cool movie posters in his house, right? That's the kind of dude who's like, yeah. It's the sort of old person that you know, I'd be like, I'll hook you up with a movie poster, and you're like, sick. I'll put it on my wall. But when you're 77, you're probably like, no, I don't want movie posters around my house because I'm not a student living in a dorm. William's health had become increasingly frail as he was suffering from serious kidney issues, and he now spent once a week hooked up to a dialysis machine installed in his home that cleansed his blood. That's where the dialysis machine is harvesting the blood. William and Minnie now lived alone after 44 blissful years of marriage, during which they raised 3 children who all grew up to take respectable jobs, including a son who became a detective for the Atlanta Police Bureau and a daughter who worked as a nurse in a local hospital. The kids had long since flown the nest, which meant that the quiet 6-bedroomed house was now just home to William, Minnie, and whatever it was that was living or dying within the heart of the building. The other night, I don't know why I did it. I just had a really sad thought. Like, my daughter's now 4 years old. And, like, assuming she leaves home at, like, 20, which is late. Let's hope she sticks around. So I guess she'll be leaving at 19 to go off to university or whatever. But I was like, you know, and I just realised in my mind, oh my God, I've had, like, 20% of the time with my daughter living at home. 20% of it. It's already gone. And I just say to my wife, I just had a really sad thought. And she's like, oh, what is it? Like, kind of thinking it would just be some stupid joke from me. And I'm like, we've had 20% of our time with daughter's name living at home. And she's like, why the would you say that? That's so sad. We're just going to go to bed. And I'm thinking about that. I'm like, I don't know. I just thought about it. It was sad. And then I comforted myself by being like, by the time she's 14, I'll probably be like, can you leave? Love my daughter. She's so sweet. On the night in question, William told the police and the press that he had retired to bed at around 9:30 p.m. Shortly before doing so, he'd punched in the PIN code for the security alarm as usual and bolted the doors shut just as he did every night. Meanwhile, Minnie had decided to take a late-night bath before joining her husband in bed. It was just as she was getting out of the bath that she stepped on something sticky on the floor. Something sticky and red. Minnie later told the police that the substance, which looked alarmingly like blood, appeared to be gurgling up from beneath the floorboards. As her eyes darted frantically around the bathroom, she spotted further droplets of the stuff on the floor, merging together to form blood puddles, along with thick red stains slowly seeping down the walls. My immediate thought would not be blood. It'd be like, it's like some weird residue that contains, like, iron, because iron goes red and orange and bloody. So, I'm like, I don't know. Doesn't seem like... That's not the first thing I'd jump to. Minnie's immediate fear was that something terrible had happened to her husband whilst she had been enjoying a nice soak. What? He'd died in the bed. His blood had somehow transported itself to the bathroom and started dripping down the walls, Minnie. What did you smoke while you were in your bath? She had no need to worry. William had just been tucked safely in bed and was now only waking up to join his wife to figure out why she was screaming out his name at this late hour. But to be fair, Minnie still probably felt she had something to scream about. This red mystery substance wasn't just popping up in the bathroom. As Minnie and a bleary-eyed William began switching on all the lights and poking around the house, they discovered that it was all over the place. They claimed it was running down the walls of the hallways and 5 of the 6 rooms in the house. It was spurting through the floorboards in a motion that Minnie later described as being similar to a sprinkler. And the crimson slime was even found smeared in some fairly inaccessible areas for the elderly couple. She just starts screaming, William! Your dialysis machine! Quickly, turn it off! Including right behind the television set, and in a cramped crawl space down in the basement. It was everywhere, and it was endless, as if the whole house had been attacked from an unseen enemy and was now enduring prolonged and messy death throes that showed no signs of coming to a merciful end in the immediate future. There's a little bit of confusion as to what exactly happened next. Some reports suggest that the couple soon got busy cleaning the house from top to bottom before heading to bed in exhaustion, only to find that the house was still violently spraying fresh supplies of blood onto every available surface the next morning. But it sounds more likely that the house was simply still a bit in a state the following day. It had gone midnight by the time Minnie and William had finished examining every corner of the house, by which time they may have had a half-hearted go at mopping up the worst of it before deciding to deal with the rest after a good night's sleep. Didn't we just say that the old dude needs a carer and he's got kidney disease? Is he really going to be going around like mopping up blood in the middle of the night? Surely that's like, you've got to phone someone, like your kids, to be like, oh, there's blood everywhere in the house again. Can you come and help? What we do know is that this certainly wasn't a regular occurrence. After all, the mess had finally been cleared up, and the house on Fountain Drive never again gushed blood. But before the clean-up operation could even get going, Minnie and William decided that it would be their duty to telephone the police for the first time in their lives. Incidentally, this got me pondering over the chances of managing to get through your whole lifetime without ever needing to, or perhaps ever choosing to, phone the police. Think of any ever done it when I had a crash, like I had a car accident. That's the only time. I think. Yeah, pretty sure. I feel like I remember that. I'm not sure if there's a global average on how many times a person is likely to phone the police in their lives, but it seems quite incredible to me that the Winstons were both pushing 80 before they needed to make their very first call to the cops. Why? Why would they... How often are you running into trouble, Danny? Having said that, I can only ever recall phoning the police once in my whole life, and that was when I was very briefly moved to the seaside town of Morecambe in Lancashire back in the 1990s. I was under the impression that it would be full of sandcastles and slot machines and pensioners on the bowling green. It turned out to be full of thieving little scroats who all looked as if they'd climbed out a well. I mean, I've called the police, like, to report something stolen, but then you just phone that non-emergency number. Not like 999 or 911, right? My new house was burgled the very first time I left to do a bit of shopping, prompting that sole phone call to the police, which got me absolutely nowhere. When I got burgled again the second time I left the house, I didn't bother phoning them, I just moved. At the other extreme, I had an old mate back in Rotherham who seemed to call the police several times a month. He once called them because somebody down the pub had shoved a bread cake into his pint of lager. Bro, you're going to get in trouble for wasting police time, my dude. He once even called them because he felt he hadn't been served enough sausages in his full English breakfast down at the local Greasy Spoon Cafe. Danny, you got to be pulling my leg. Funnily enough, out of everyone I've ever known, he was also the one who got arrested the most frequently. It's like he got a close relationship with the police. However, drifting reluctantly back to the point, the incident at 1114 Fountain Drive was enough to prompt the Winstons into finally making their very first report to the police. It's interesting to note at this point that neither Winnie nor William was of the opinion that the red mystery substance was blood. Minnie later reckons that although she was a bit puzzled, she wasn't that freaked out by the incident, as she felt that the substance didn't really look like blood or smell like blood. In fact, she never appeared to believe that real blood had ever been erupting from the walls of the family home. Sounds like Minnie is a rather sensible individual. Although, didn't we say, like, at the beginning, she was screaming, like, oh my god! What was his name? Bob? I don't know, it wasn't Bob, was it? It was like Michael or Winston or something. Oh, they're called the Winstons, and his name was... oh, I don't care. She was shouting out about old kidney disease dude to come... she was worried that his blood was everywhere. Or at least that's what she kept insisting to anyone who asked. The police must naturally felt a little bit alarmed when they first took the call from an elderly couple claiming that the house was suddenly overflowing with a thick red substance. The initial assumption was either this case was going to lead to the discovery of something quite silly and harmless, or is going to lead to the discovery of a dead body stashed away somewhere inside the house. Yeah, that's not if there's like a body, right, and someone's like wrapped it up in a bag and put it in, like, the walls, or whatever, you know, like they do on CSI, in, like, the rafters, and then you move into the house, and then you don't know there's, like, a body stashed in the walls, which is kind of up, right? Oh, God, now I'm thinking about whether there's a body... Nah, like, I just renovated a house, and that like, they tore that apart. There's, like, the walls came down, they stripped everything. There's no bodies hidden in my house, as far as I know. Maybe, like, buried in the foundations. Probably.
Baby, I'm scared.
I don't know, it's like a grim thought. But what if there was a body, like, wrapped up in a plastic bag, and then that plastic bag eventually degraded enough, and then all of this, like, liquid that had accumulated inside that plastic bag, because it was fully sealed, like, started seeping out? That'd be pretty smelly, right? She'd probably realise that there was something really wrong. That could be it. Do I think it was? No. Do I think this is all made up? Yes. It's hot. I'm sorry, I'm taking off my jacket. It's too hot. It's too hot. Continuity. I don't know why it's so hot in here. God damn. Better check my heater. Feels like it's working overtime. I got a little sweat on my head. Some of the first people to arrive on the scene were a team of emergency medical technicians who quickly checked out Minnie and William. Oh, it was William. Did I call him Bob? Do people call William Bob? No, that's Robert. Simon, use your brain to see if either of them was leaking from places that they really shouldn't be. But not a single scratch was found on either of them, and William seemed to be annoyed by the whole process, bluntly informing the team, I'm not bleeding, my wife's not bleeding, nobody else was here. The emergency medical technicians then turned their attention to the dialysis machine. Yes. Also, William, chill out. They're just trying to do their job. They're just making sure you're okay, old man. You've already got diseases. Just let them do their job. As soon as it's mentioned that William was having his blood cleansed on a weekly basis using a dialysis machine installed in his own home, a lot of people seem to assume that there must have been some kind of connection between the blood getting cleansed via the machine and the blood spurting out of the walls of the house. I was just joking when I said that. That was just a joke. I don't really think that that's what happens. I don't think they just leave loads of blood in a dialysis machine. That's not how it works. But there's really not any logical connection to be made here. Dialysis machines help patients filter out the crap from their blood when their kidneys are no longer up to the job. They work by very slowly removing blood from the patient and passing it through a series of membranes inside the machine, which clean out the waste product in the blood before it's passed back through to the patient. It's not like William was rolling around in buckets of blood whenever he used the dialysis machine. It's a nice image to have in my mind, though. It's the sort of thing that whoever's editing this video, can you use Midjourney to make an image of that or something? Like, dude, rolling around in blood next to a dialysis machine. I'm going to watch this video later, and I hope that's in there. It'd be awesome. What the It's a very slow process, and if there was even the slightest of leaks or faults with the machine, William would have known about it very quickly. It certainly couldn't have reached a point where the entire house had become drenched with William's own blood without him realizing that something was a little bit amiss. Just to be on the safe side, the dialysis machine was thoroughly checked out anyway, and there were no faults found of any kind. A father and son team of property managers then arrived on the scene to check if there was any problems with the house itself, which may have gone some way to explaining the unusual leakage, such as burst pipes or severed gas lines or haunted plumbing. But again, despite a comprehensive examination of the whole house, the property managers found nothing that yielded any clues. I hope they checked for carbon monoxide, because this sounds like, you know, hallucinations are real, although this would be like a group hallucination, which is less common. Detective Steve Cartwright wasn't sure what to make of all of this when he rolled up to Fountain Drive to investigate. He reported that his team of officers had entered the property and found copious amounts of blood in the bathroom, kitchen, bedrooms, hallways, and down in the basement. Okay, it's not a hallucination. I still think it might just be an urban legend, but let's carry on. He also confirmed that the blood had been found in some pretty bizarre places, which would have usually been difficult for the elderly couple to reach. But it was a puzzle as to where the blood could have come from and whether it was even blood at all. He initially speculated, it's 1987, just take it to the lab and test it. That's not that long ago. It's in fact 36 years ago. It's the year I was born. Ooh, 37 years ago. I'm 37 this year. Am I? Yes. He initially speculated that it may have been animal blood. Whilst Minnie and William had no pets in the house, Cartwright wondered if a wounded creature such as a rodent could have sneaked into the property and started burrowing its way through the walls of the house while spraying blood everywhere. How much blood do you think's enough rat, mate? Considering that Cartwright himself described seeing copious amounts of blood, it would seem likely that the creature in question would probably have been a lot bigger than a rodent. Maybe perhaps a cow. They have a lot of blood. And more along the lines of a stray hippo with a penchant for tunnelling through walls. Danny and I, same page. Detective Cartwright also seemed to share the suspicions of the Winstons that the substance may not necessarily be blood at all. Yeah, it shouldn't be your first guess, mate. Like, come on. Whilst he conceded that it certainly looked like blood, a point that the Winstons seemed unwilling to admit in public, someone could have just thrown about a few buckets of red latex paint for giggles. Of course, there was only one way to find out for sure. Lick the stuff off the walls to see what it tasted like.
What?
The f*** are you doing, detective? It's like, yes, blood. Male blood. Cow. Cow? Bull. Male bull. Male cow is a bull. Right? Is a cow a female cow? What the f*** is a female cow called? That's just a cow. Right?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know.
But wait, Cartwright had an even better idea. He called in lab technician Brenda Dipple to collect samples of the stuff for analysis back at the lab. Yes! This would at least help determine whether the sticky red substance was human blood, animal blood, your garden variety haunted house discharge, or something else entirely. The usually tenacious Brenda admitted that her stomach was turning as she roamed around every room collecting samples from what appeared to be a particularly gruesome crime scene. After she'd packed up for the day, it was then a waiting game to hear what the state crime lab could make of the samples. In the meantime, Detective Cartwright could only shrug and offer the public opinion, I'm guessing it was an animal. I hope that's all it was. The results from the lab certainly provided some definitive answers, but also threw up so many more puzzling questions. The Georgia State Crime Laboratory concluded that the stuff oozing from the walls of 1114 Fountain Drive was indeed blood. Holy shit, and it was very much human blood! I don't believe it. I just believe this whole thing must be made up because no. Where's all that blood coming from? Human blood? It's just not real. Which immediately rules out the theory that it might have been a rodent, a loose hippo, or an infestation of heavily bleeding badgers. Heavily bleeding badgers. The lab also was able to identify what they were dealing with, type O blood, and this immediately rules out any connection to either Minnie or William, as they were both confirmed to be type A. So, it was now clear that the house had been dripping with somebody else's blood, but the police were no closer to finding out who on earth that blood may have belonged to, and how it suddenly came to be squirting all over a house on Fountain Drive so late at night. It's Jesus' blood. It's Jesus. It's Jesus. The State Crime Lab appeared to vent a little polite frustration at the police for not calling in the experts a little sooner, as this had prevented the lab from extracting more potentially useful information from the blood samples. What, wasn't there enough blood? There was blood everywhere. Just take home some buckets of it. Forensic serologist. It's a new word to me. I guess it's a dude who deals with blood. Ted Staples pointed out that the lab technicians should typically have been amongst the very first to arrive on the scene, in which the bountiful evidence was literally plastered all over the walls of the location. Yet, there was actually a 13-hour gap between the Winstons' telephone call to the police and the request for a lab technician to attend to the scene and collect samples. This proved to be unfortunate, as deep analysis of fresher blood samples would have been able to identify the mystery bleeder's gender, race, and various other aspects, which would have provided more clues. Ultimately, the long-dried samples could now provide little information other than the blood type. The Georgia State Crime Lab appeared to be a little confused as to why there had been such a delay in asking for their assistance. Well, because it's the middle of the night. Like, I know that's no excuse. They work at night. They would just go. Yeah, I don't know what the reason is. But the Winstons may also have been partly to blame, as they left it until the following morning before they bothered to contact the police in the first place. I mean, reasonable enough. It's not really an emergency. Maybe that's because they needed to find out the telephone number, though. Let's not forget they'd never done it before. I'm pretty sure it starts with a 9. Minnie Winston didn't agree with the results from the lab anyway. She told the press, "I still don't believe it's human blood. I don't care what the police say." Well, Minnie, you seem like a very rational person, and if this is a real story, and you're a real person in this story, then at that point you'd be like, yeah, it's blood. Because the fucking lab said so! The police still appeared to be completely stumped when a press conference was held on September the 10th. Detective Cartwright observed, "It's an extremely strange situation. I've been on the force for 10 years, and I've never seen anything like this. We have not stopped looking because we know that houses don't bleed." But it was hard to see where exactly it could go from here. There was the obvious possibility that an intruder had broken into the house, who had decided against stealing anything in favour of carrying out a quick spot of unsolicited decorating. Or just cut his fucking open and was just like, "Whee!" Just spraying it everywhere. What the That's not a real possibility. Yes, William had insisted that they had set the security alarm as usual and there were no visible signs of a break-in. We also have to remember that Minnie and William's accounts of the motion of the blood. They weren't just talking about finding a load of blood which had been dumped in their house and was now streaked all over their walls and floors. They were talking of blood that was bubbling up from the ground and squirting out of the walls as if it was being pushed out from the grumbling innards of a screaming house. Well, we already know that can't be it because we've shown it's human blood, not house blood. It's pretty difficult to find a rational explanation for that, unless there was a deeply unusual problem kicking off with the structure of the property, or someone out there had way too much time on their hands. Maybe either the Winstons or someone else had quickly stashed a load of recent murder victims within the walls of the house, that's what I thought, and they'd started leaking all at once. I mean, it's not very likely, is it? Or kidney disease, going around stashing people in the walls. But you would have expected the police to uncover evidence of that when they were investigating the property, unless Detective Cartwright was still too busy peering through tiny holes in his quest to find a rodent, and also tasting the blood, which he didn't do, but it's a nice image. Maybe we could have a mid-journey image of a detective tasting blood. The police certainly seemed to give the impression that they felt no homicide had taken place at Fountain Drive, but the State Crime Lab director, Larry Howard, didn't quite sound so sure. He told the press that he couldn't rule out homicide and pointed out that the police wouldn't still be investigating the matter if they believed it was all just some silly prank or if nothing remotely suspicious had taken place. Yet whilst Detective Cartwright had clearly stated at the press conference that the police had not stopped looking for answers, it was literally just a couple of days later that Police Lieutenant Horace Walker struck a slightly less determined tone when he declared to the press, "We have no leads at this time. Usually where there is blood, there is a body. We will continue to do a routine investigation. If we find that no crime was committed, we're through with it. As we see it now, there has been no crime." I kind of understand the point that it was tricky to solve a crime if you're not exactly sure what the crime was supposed to be. Without a dead body, it would appear at least that no serious crime had taken place here. But I'd still be a bit miffed if I discovered that my house has suddenly become drenched in somebody else's blood. I might even have been tempted to phone the police for a second time on the grounds that surely some kind of criminal damage law had been broken. I know my old mate from Rotherham would have phoned the police if somebody had spilled a banana milkshake on his living room carpet. But whilst interest from the police appeared to be fading, the house on Mount Fountain Drive was attracting keen attention from the local media. Several Atlanta newspapers ran with sensationalist articles which seemed to suggest that a haunted house of evil was still regularly spewing out blood from every conceivable orifice. And this is the start of where I think this story comes from. I think it's just like something happened, there was like blood on the floor of a bathroom, they didn't know how to explain it, and suddenly it's an evil house that's spewing blood constantly. It's how these kind of things happen. We've seen it before on Decoding the Unknown, we'll no doubt see it again.
Yep.
Radio and TV stations went wild with the story as they hosted phone-ins during which viewers and listeners were encouraged to share their wacky theories as to what exactly was going on. And a whole bunch of paranormal experts and psychics not only flooded the stations with their own definitive conclusions, they also reportedly deluged the local police department with offers to step in and help rid the house of blood forever via the medium of magic. Yes! Much to the annoyance of the Winstons, crowds of reporters and private investigators and weirdos began to descend on their home at all hours of the day, demanding interviews and guided tours of the House of Hell. It's just their private house. It's like, tour me around your house of hell. No! Go away! These reporters didn't usually get much out of the Winstons, although one paper did secure an exclusive interview with their postman, who declared that the Winstons were good private people and that whatever was happening in the house was entirely supernatural. But all this unwelcome attention proved to be particularly taxing for Minnie, who usually had to deal with all the telephone calls and knocks on the door, as William was too ill to cope with it all. She later claimed that she was losing sleep over all the disturbance and intrusion, and the couple eventually began to lose their temper with the callers. After yet another uninvited knock at the door, Minnie was simply heard to shriek from inside the house, "What they've said about us all is lies, just leave us alone." Even the frail William chimes in on this one, shouting out through the bedroom window, "There's no blood in this house, I don't want nothing more to do with it, now get away from here." I suppose it's possible that by this point the house had just completely consumed their souls. Yes, Danny, that sounds entirely possible. That's what's going on. The house has consumed their souls and they've become demons. Some sort of doing the house's evil bidding, Danny. Meanwhile, the Atlanta Police Department now had something a little more pressing on their bloody hands. On September the 14th, 1987, 2 police officers had arrived at the notoriously troubled housing project in Atlanta known as the Carver Project, with the intention of serving an arrest warrant on one of the residents. But whilst they were there, they observed a fiery argument taking place between 37-year-old black resident Eddie Callahan and a woman. After the officers stepped in to intervene, Eddie Callahan reportedly jumped into a car, which may or may not have belonged to him, and sped away from the police, who immediately engaged in pursuit. Shortly afterwards, Callahan left the vehicle and continued to flee on foot, at which point he was fatally shot 6 times in the back by the 2 officers. Hell, dude. He's running away. You don't... What the From what little information I could dig up about this scarcely reported event, the 2 officers were initially suspended without pay and ultimately left the force of their own accord. Yeah, they left the force of their own. It's like, I'll have your resignation letter on my desk by morning situation, isn't it? But this incident was keeping the Atlanta Police Department pretty busy at the time, a point noted by Police Lieutenant Horace Walker when he was next asked by the press about any further updates on the Blood House on Fountain Drive. He responded, "The house is not a high priority right now because of the shooting." A slightly odd statement to make, which some people took to mean that every single officer in the department was now involved in the case of the police shooting, so they didn't have time to investigate anything else. Well, they didn't have time to investigate this. I'm sure there were other things they were investigating at the same time. It's just this is not a priority, because they're like, what are we supposed to do? What do you want? Just over a month later, the question was again raised to Sergeant H.L. Bolton, who appeared to give a slightly more promising update when he responded with, "We have not stopped looking because we know houses don't bleed, but we haven't determined that a crime was committed, and that is our primary concern." However, it would appear that the police did indeed stop looking very shortly afterwards when the case was officially closed with no conclusion, unless the Atlanta Police Department had simply reasoned that maybe some houses do bleed after all. I mean, what else could it have been? The case may still be officially unsolved today after the police felt that all the leads had dried up, but this has done nothing to stem the flow of wild speculation. The notable lack of any explanation from the police has led many to believe that something beyond human understanding was kicking off at 1114 Fountain Drive. It could have been down to an unseen, sinister force at work hiding behind the walls, unusually leaky ghosts, the re-emergence of the ancient blood-sea demon, or greedy vampires who had clearly overindulged and were now feeling more than a bit ropey. The 1990 book, Unexplained Mysteries of the 20th Century, here we go, this is where it really pops off, by Janet and Colin Board, put forward the theory that a resident poltergeist may have been at work as well. Or then again, it could have just had something to do with the tragic fate of the previous occupants. Whilst it could be argued that the police didn't really do an awful lot of investigating into the matter, they did take time to look through the history of the house and came across the story of Albert Thompson. Wow, I screwed that up again, didn't I? The original resident. Albert was a regional racial relations director working for the Federal Housing Authority who moved into 1114 Fountain Drive with his wife shortly after it was first built. One day, in 1950, 41-year-old Albert was involved in a car accident in which the driver of a massive truck smashed into the back of Albert's car. That's unfortunate. The driver was completely unhurt, yes, because he was in a massive truck, and was let off with a warning not to smash his big truck into other people's vehicles if it could possibly be avoided. Albert, meanwhile, was left in a pretty bad state, yet after receiving relatively brief treatment in hospital, he was packed off back home to Fountain Drive while still suffering from internal bleeding. Just a few days later, on the night of Halloween no less, Albert Thompson, got it right that time, nailed it, died at home from his injuries. This has led some to conclude that the house itself was gushing out Albert's blood in rage at the injustice of a black man not receiving the proper medical attention he needed after being hit by a white driver who got off scot-free. And it's a theory which is given extra credence, apparently, by the fact that the house started bleeding quite close to the anniversary of Albert Thompson's death on the night of Halloween. I mean, not the bit about not getting proper medical care and the driver getting off, but that doesn't mean that his spirit is haunting a house. I think the anniversary idea might be pushing credibility just a little. I don't know about you, but if I was a house intent on vomiting blood to mark the anniversary of the unjust death of a previous occupant, not a sentence I ever envisioned writing, by the way, then I'd at least try to get it a bit closer to the date, particularly if that date was Halloween. Ejaculating the blood nearly 2 whole months before, that's not close, that's 2 months away. Before the anniversary seems remarkably premature. And it does make you wonder why exactly the police were digging so deep into the history of the property in the first place, as if a death from 37 years earlier may have had something to do with the blood flow. I suspect it very probably didn't, although Detective Cartwright may just have been checking the history to see if Albert Thompson had ever owned a pet rodent. It's poor Detective Cartwright. We're really ripping on him today, aren't we? It's like, what do you want from Detective Cartwright? So, leaving aside the prospect of supernatural activity, we appear to have ruled out wounded animals, as the blood was confirmed to be human. We've ruled out murder, as no corpse was ever found. We've ruled out a malfunctioning dialysis machine, or indeed any notion that the blood came from either of the Winstons, as it was the wrong type. And we've ruled out the invisible bleeding intruders, as it seems unlikely that anyone would have been able to gain access into the property without tripping the security alarm or leaving behind any evidence of a break-in. So we're left with not too many other theories to explore, unless the Winstons were maybe just covering up a rowdy satanic ritual that got out of hand. The most widely accepted theory of all is that the whole thing was just a ridiculous hoax, possibly orchestrated by the Winstons themselves or somebody else with close ties to the couple. I'm personally not convinced that this is the answer, but I feel that many would disagree with me, so clearly we need to look into it in a bit more detail. The concept of it all being a silly hoax reminds me very much of an episode of one of the greatest British anthology TV shows of all time, Hammer House of Horror. Produced in 1980, this show was responsible for giving me endless nightmares as a kid when I was allowed to stay up late and watch reruns, a situation not helped by my older brother's insistence on bursting into my bedroom in the middle of the night to reenact the most terrifying scenes. And our older brothers. In one particular episode, entitled The House That Bled to Death, a mother moves into a new house with her new boyfriend William and her very young daughter Sophia. The house had previously witnessed a grisly murder in 1950, during which a grumpy old husband had hacked his wife to bits. Soon after moving in, the family are scared out of their wits by seemingly supernatural incidents taking place inside the house, along with the random slaughter of Sophia's beloved pet cat. The final straw that prompts the family to move out is when Sophia's birthday party celebrations are somewhat dampened by the walls and ceilings of the house suddenly spurting bucket loads of blood all over the young guests. The family don't do too badly out of the whole ordeal, as William ends up writing a best-selling book about it and selling the lucrative movie rights. But 3 years later, from their swanky new home in California, a still traumatized Sophia discovers that the whole thing was a scam staged by her mum and boyfriend William in a bid to make lots of money from the story. Pretty clever! The episode concludes with a now possibly possessed Sophia wandering into the master bedroom to stab William to death. A bit harsh maybe, but he did kill her cat and ruin her birthday party, so fuck him. Yeah, he deserves to die for that. If the incident at Fountain Drive was indeed a hoax, it could well have been inspired by something along these lines, and the initial dismembered fingers of suspicion would appear to point directly at Minnie and William Winston. Yeah, but they're so old, why would they do this? I mean, let's stop for a moment and consider how exactly the bloodbath at Fountain Drive was described. Minnie and William were the only witnesses to see the blood apparently bubbling from underneath the floorboards and squirting everywhere as if it was being piped out from a sprinkler. After Detective Cartwright and his rodent hunting posse got on the scene, the detective only ever gave a pretty vague description of copious amounts of blood, not a single mention of sprinkling or bubbling, not so much as a tiny gurgle. Yes, it could be that the possessed bricks and mortar had long since finished choking and spluttering by the time the cops arrived on the scene, but it's perhaps more plausible that this never quite happened in the first place. Minnie and William were either just getting a bit carried away with the sight of so much blood in their house, or they purposefully made it up as part of a hoax. You'd naturally assume that a couple in their late 70s, yes, one of whom was very ill and frail, might have better things to do with their time. No, I don't think they're better things to do with their time. They're old and retired. They've probably got loads of free time. But they're also, old people don't do this shit, do they? And it's difficult to figure out a compelling motive. One suggestion is they did it to get the attention of one or more of their children with whom there had been a reported rift, a point which we'll return to in a moment. Or it could have just been that they did it to get into the papers. One anonymous police officer who attended the scene later told the press, some adults will act like children to get attention. But when it comes to craving blood-based publicity, Minnie and William just didn't seem to be the type. You only have to look at how they reacted when the story broke in the local press, and when they were suddenly besieged by reporters. Well, maybe they thought it was funny, and then it just went too far, and then they were like, oh, I regret this. The Winstons certainly weren't opening up the house for blood tours or accepting exclusive interviews with the highest bidder. They were screaming out of the bedroom window at the reporters and pleading with them to go away. This wasn't a couple who were desperate for attention, it was a couple who seemed desperate to be left in peace. I think we should also emphasize that the Winstons never publicly accepted the evidence that the substance found in their house was human blood anyway. 6 months after the incident, the paranormal researcher Kurt Rowlett, former member of the Atlanta rock band The Tombstones, good to know, managed to secure a rare interview with Minnie Winston at her home. As he outlined in a segment of his book Labyrinth 13, True Tales of the Occult, Crime and Conspiracy, Minnie came across as very pleasant and polite, but also quite hesitant to discuss the incident in detail. However, she did explain to Kurt that she believed the substance had emerged from a ruptured hot water heater in the basement that had spilled forth a freaky mix of rust and mud mixed with water, which had been scattered around the house through the air vents. Well done, Minnie. That sounds incredibly logical and sensible. The thing about it being tested as human blood, though, that's still very weird. Quite aside from the fact that this contradicts the evidence of the Georgia State Crime Lab that the substance was human blood, Minnie's explanation would also have been physically impossible, as there are only a couple of small air vents in the house which could never have spread the stuff over such a wide distance and into nearly every room. Okay then, but it may be that Minnie was well aware that her supposed theory was complete hogwash and she was simply trying to avoid yet more controversy and publicity. Or it could be the case that she was actually just trying to convince herself as much as Kurt Rowlett because she didn't want to spend the rest of her years in a house that once rained blood and preferred to live under the delusion that nothing particularly strange had happened that night. For his part, Kurt Rowlett went on to conclude in his book that a paranormal event was just as likely as any other explanation which has been put forward to date. No. Even the one about the vents is more likely, even though that seems impossible because paranormal stuff's not real. But it seems improbable that the Winstons were the perpetrators of the hoax, so could it have been another family member? One popular theory is that blood was lobbed all over the house by none other than their own daughter, who worked as a nurse in the local hospital, possibly in an attempt to have the Winstons declared mentally incompetent so their assets could be seized by the rest of the family. Holy okay. It's a theory that was given some credence 7 years later by none other than Police Lieutenant Horace Walker, who hadn't initially appeared to show much interest in pursuing the investigation. In 1994, a team of 5 members of the Georgia Skeptics, led by Rebecca Long, decided to take another look at the matter. They tracked down Lieutenant Walker for an interview, checked through police records, and pored over several police photographs which were taken at the non-crime scene. Incidentally, Rebecca Long firmly believes that the photographs depict splashing blood patterns which suggest that the blood was actually thrown at the walls rather than emerging from behind them. However, we can't check this out for ourselves, as it seems that these photographs have never been published online, so we'll have to take Rebecca's word for it. But I will. She's part of the skeptics group. She's like a logical big brain, I like that. But it does fit in with the theory that rumours of bubbling and squirting were greatly exaggerated. However, the really interesting elements of this fresh investigation by the Georgia Skeptics were the opinions and unofficial conclusions of Police Lieutenant Horace Walker during that interview, even if not everything he said made sense. Whilst he didn't completely rule out the possibility that a violent crime had taken place, he thought it more likely that the incident was hoaxed either by the Winstons themselves or their daughter. Walker noted that there appeared to be some degree of conflict between the Winstons and at least some of their children, and he pointed out that William's health condition and his daughter's job at the hospital gave both of these suspects easy access to blood supplies. I mean, the daughter's way more likely, right? What, William's going to be like taking some of his blood out the dialysis machine and slowly stashing it somewhere? He's an old-ass man. That's probably not going to work out very well for him. The lieutenant revealed that the Atlanta Police Department had ultimately decided to close the investigation to save the family from any further embarrassment over what he took to be little more than a particularly messy domestic matter. Now, I have to say I'm a little confused as to why exactly Walker felt that both William and his daughter had easy access to blood supplies. William's health condition meant that he had to get his blood cleansed through the dialysis machine, a blood that didn't match the type found in the house. But this didn't mean that he was somehow getting fresh packages of somebody else's blood delivered to him twice a week. Exactly. The only blood getting cleansed through the dialysis machine was very much his own. Yeah, and didn't they rule out that it could be his because he was like type A and the blood was type O or some such? And whilst his daughter may have worked as a nurse at the hospital, I don't think she would have been at liberty to just wander off the premises with copious amounts of blood. In fact, it's hard to see how anyone could have sourced a vast quantity of blood for a vicious prank, particularly during the height of the AIDS epidemic, when valuable blood was likely to have been stored in highly secure locations. The police did apparently check out local blood banks at the time for any reports of supplies going for an unauthorized walkabout, but drew a blank. It's still not entirely inconceivable that the daughter may have been able to smuggle out vast quantities of blood from the hospital, or perhaps anyone else at all, such as a neighbour with an axe to grind could have just scooped it out of biohazard bins from which nothing would have been missed. After all, it's not as if the potential culprit would have needed the finest quality blood, they just needed something for a splatter job. I'm just having a hard time understanding why anyone, be it an aggrieved family member or an aggrieved neighbour or a mischievous prankster, would go to such extraordinary lengths to pull off such a stunt, and what exactly it was meant to achieve. As far as I could ascertain, no member of the Winston family had ever found themselves on the wrong side of the law in the past, and it seems a little unfair to suggest that a daughter with no criminal record would reach the baffling conclusion that the best way of getting her parents declared mentally unstable would be to drench their house in stolen blood. Yes, it's crazy. If it was a hoax at all, I suspect it's more likely to have been some unidentified party attempting to convince the Winstons that their house was haunted, but it would have been a pretty impressive act of stealth and planning to get in there at the exact right time, splash the blood around almost every room, and then leave completely undetected just before Minnie stepped out of the bath. Of course, another issue with it being an unrelated third party is how exactly they gained access to the house without tripping the security alarm or leaving any signs of a break-in. One of the reasons why the police may have been leaning toward the idea of a disgruntled family member is that it's more likely a family member would have their own key. And know the passcode as well, right? But William specifically referenced bolting the doors shut after setting the security alarm, so even a family member with the key would have struggled to get inside. There was clearly something very fishy about this locked and bolted house, and this leads me into what I suspect is the most likely theory of all, even if it's one that we're supposed to have already ruled out. William Winston has to be wrong about setting the security alarm and bolting the door. As it seems highly improbable that the couple themselves were involved in a hoax, this means that somebody else must have gained access into the property that night. And as there are no visible signs of a break-in, that would indicate that somebody else was able to just wander in or perhaps stagger in through the front door, and that the frail 79-year-old William was mistaken in his belief that he had locked up. I suppose he might have later figured out that he'd forgotten to lock up, but he dared admit it to Minnie in case she attacked him with an axe again. So this opens up the possibility that an intruder was at work, but not necessarily a burglar or someone attempting to stage a silly hoax. It could well have been an intruder in serious trouble, a person who, for whatever reason, was badly wounded and desperately sought brief refuge in the home of the Winstons. He had chaotically stumbled around several rooms while spurting blood everywhere as William was sleeping and Minnie was in the bath, then made his exit into the night before his presence could be discovered. Wasn't the blood in the room where Minnie was having a bath? It might seem odd, and also there was loads of blood. Yeah, Danny's about to say that one person could reach so much blood. But we don't really know for sure exactly how much blood was spread across the house, other than Minnie and William's probably overdramatic claims, and Detective Cartwright references to copious amounts. Speaking as someone who once sliced my hand on a lid of a frayed Bento's pie, I know from personal experience that just one wound from a person can be enough to seemingly turn the entire house into an absolute bloodbath and make your home look like a murder scene. Yeah, it's like if you've cut yourself and then put a tissue on it or whatever, a surprisingly large amount of blood ends up on the tissue. Of course, there are many elements to this theory which feel a bit weird. Such an intruder would have been staggering around in some pretty unusual places, and I'm not sure what he was doing behind the TV set or in the tiny crawl space in the basement. But then again, considering his situation, he may not have been sure what he was doing either. It's strange that such a commotion didn't wake up William or disturb Minnie in the bath, particularly when so much blood was found in the bathroom. Yes. And I would have thought that the police may have eventually uncovered evidence of a seriously wounded individual bleeding all over the local neighbourhood and made the connection to the incident at Fountain Drive. But it's not really possible to come up with any answer which definitively checks all of the boxes on this one. What we do know is that something truly bizarre took place at 11:14 Fountain Drive that night, and the exact reason why is likely equally bizarre. My money is on the theory that doesn't involve somebody stealing blood and purposefully scattering it around a house for no immediately discernible reason. But you might be more inclined to go with the hoax theory, or with the lack of any single satisfactory answer, you might be more inclined to believe that demonic forces were spewing out their bloody rage from deep within the bowels of the possessed house. If Detective Cartwright is watching this, that makes at least one person out there who still thinks it might have been a rope. Poor Detective Cartwright, Danny. You're just ragging on him this whole episode. Look, I don't know what it was. What I do know is that it wasn't demons.
That's correct.
The house on Fountain Drive never again rained blood, although I kind of suspect that Minnie and Winston would have chosen to keep quiet about it even if it did. William died just 2 years later, in 1989, whilst Minnie continued to live in the same house right until her death in 2015. God damn, Minnie, how old were you?
Wow! Wow!
Which means she was 104. Wow, that's old. My great-grandma lived to be like 101. I barely remember her, but she was very old. One final curious point. If you take a virtual tour of Fountain Drive today on Google Maps Street View, you notice that the house has been completely blurred from view. This is not massively uncommon in itself. Any homeowner can request that Google blur their house from the map if you're worried that burglars might use the image to plot a route inside your house, or you're concerned that somebody might want to take a look at the colour of your curtains. Apparently, once this has happened, the house will remain blurred forever, even if a future owner wants to put it back on the map. But it does make you wonder who made the request to Google to blur the house and why. It may obviously have been down to the publicity-shy Minnie Winston seeking to put a stop to any nosy Parkers who wanted to take a closer peek at the Bloodhouse on Fountain Drive. However, it seems blindingly obvious to me that the house itself made the request just in case one of those interfering Google camera vans happened to be tootling along next time the house on Fountain Drive unleashes a terrible typhoon of human blood. Yes! I don't know what the answer to this one is. I'm sorry. It's like, it's not demons. That's the end of the episode. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode things. In this one, Golden Eagle Killer Car, written by Katie. I've never read this before, that's the format of the show. I'm going to explore this. I've never heard of this. I don't think cars can kill, cars can definitely kill people, like in the same way that guns can kill people, but it's usually like someone's drunk or just not paying attention. Not with guns, with cars. Let's get into it. This started as research into an evil car. That's not a thing. It's like, stop giving emotions to inanimate objects. They're not real. They're real, but they're not animate. You know what I mean. But devolved into research into one person, an extremely confusing person who may or may not have been telling the truth. But we'll get to her in good time. Let's start off with the story of a car with a bloodthirsty appetite and see where we end up, thanks to Reddit user Boa in a Bowl. For the suggestion. Whenever I hear funny names like this, people's like online handles and stuff, it just reminds me of like one class that I took back at school. I must have been like 17, and it was like called, career development or whatever, where you learn like how to put together a CV or some pointless like that. Gosh, it's been a long time since I've had a CV. There was an example of like a good CV and a bad CV, and we had to point out the things that was wrong with the bad CV. And for some reason, I don't know why it stuck with me, but our teacher decided to use there was like a hotmail.com address. And he was like, he chose the name It's on a Stick at hotmail.com or something like that. Like really like weird. And he was like, what's wrong with this email address? And I'm like, well, sir, maybe you should have your name at hotmail.com. I don't know why. This is a pointless aside. I'm sorry. We should already be getting into the content. I know. I'm terrible at being a YouTuber and a podcaster and just at things in general. Although, as usual, when people want to hear about something weird like this, the outcome is always going to be a bit disappointing. Sorry. Spoiler alert. I'm bad at this. Every bit of YouTube advice is like, make sure people want to keep watching. Make sure you really sell it. And here it's like, nah, the ending's going to be shit. You shouldn't be watching this at all. If Simon, even if he eventually even gets there, after all his bloody rambling. But come on, whoever heard of a possessed demonic car with a penchant for killing people? Sounds like a Stephen King story, doesn't it? Well, we'll get to him too later. But for now, let's start with the gory story of the Golden Eagle. The Golden Eagle. In 1964, when this particular Dodge 330 limited edition rolled off the production line, nobody would have suspected the trail of death and destruction that it was about to leave throughout the state of Maine. It started life with the Old Orchard Beach police force, and within just a few years, all three of the police officers who had driven it ended up killing their families before killing themselves. That seems statistically very unlikely. What the fuck was happening in that police office? Police office? Police station. What was going on there? 3 officers killed their families and killed themselves? Good lord. Obviously, this might have just been a coincidence, but the police found the car to be creepy enough as a common link that they got rid of it and sold it to a car dealer where the once silver car was sloppily painted gold. It was a gold. I guess gold cars are a thing. In 1975, it was bought by the Allen family, sanded down and painted a 70s appropriate orange color. While they used it as a regular family car with no murdery issues, local religious groups were apparently offended by the presence of the killer car in their community and frequently tried to vandalize it. That doesn't sound like a real thing. How would they possibly know? This turned out to be a big no-no, and anyone who so much as laid an ill-intentioned hand on the Golden Eagle was dispatched Final Destination style. This is not real. This is a Stephen King book. I feel like I've just been tricked into reading a Stephen King book. I don't know why I said it like that. I like Stephen King books. That 1163, whatever, the one about the Kennedy assassination, is one of my favorite books. The most well-known victims of the car's wrath include one man who was hit by an 18-wheeler truck and was decapitated, and at least 4 people who were killed by lightning. Bro, if you are getting hit by an 18-wheeler truck, I'd be surprised if you weren't decapitated. Wouldn't you just be like red mist? Like, Jesus. 2 other kids were hit by cars as they were cycling past the Golden Eagle and were thrown onto its hood, where they subsequently died. Well, maybe it's because it's a golden car. People are like, whoa, look at that! And then you get hit by a bus. This is horrible enough as it is, but these were 2 separate incidents many years apart. And this has been going on until fairly recently. Another would-be vandal touched the Golden Eagle in 2008 and immediately went home and killed his family and pet dog and burned his house down. He has been named as a former University of Maine student, Matthew Cushing. The total victim count has been given as anywhere between 14 and 32 people. I suppose that's whether you count the indirect victims like the police officers and Cushing's family members. I don't know whether the dog is included in this tally. It's not, because that's not what's included in death tolls like that. Locals of the Old Orchard Beach area kept asking the current owner, Wendy C. Allen, to get rid of the car, and local pastor Bernard Elliott even encouraged his congregation to vandalize the Golden Eagle. Allen is like, bro, you want your congregation to die? Anyone who touches it gets hit by a truck. In this telling of the story, which I think is mostly bullshit. Allen and Elliott wound up in a 2004 court battle which ended with Pastor Elliott's arrest for fraud and his subsequent suicide. Jesus, what is going on? Another victim of the Golden Eagle. Eventually, in 2010, some locals finally managed to disassemble the car and scatter its various parts amongst the junkyards of Maine, diluting and hopefully ending its deathly powers. They didn't think about the owner of the car, though, Wendy C. Allen, member of the Allen family, to whom the Golden Eagle had been a faithful family vehicle. She spent the last several years finding the pieces and reconstructing her car, where it sits on her property to this day. Why? Why would you do this? Like, obviously it's all nonsense and I don't believe in any of this, but why do this? Debunking the Golden Eagle. Not bad for a spooky story, right? It's pretty much your standard fodder, a cursed object that kills people who try to mess with it. The interesting thing about this one, though, is that the Golden Eagle does exist, or at least it did exist. While you might have thought some elements of the tale were, let's say, a little far-fetched, other elements can be confirmed. While it looks a little ungainly, the 1964 Dodge 330 was used as a police and emergency service vehicle because it was roomy and pretty speedy. The Golden Eagle, which is the name given to it by Wendy Allen, was used by the police and later sold to the Allen family. Wendy Allen has had many run-ins with local religious groups and her car has been reportedly vandalized and was stolen from her property. But as far as verifiable bits of this tale go, that's about it. The story of the killer car can be one of 3 things. Number 1, true. Technically it could be. I mean, the car's not killing people, but there could just be an enormous number of coincidences happening. Number 2, a successful urban legend that's grown up around half-truths, lies, and/or prejudicial statements about the current owner, Wendy Allen. Or 3, a story concocted almost entirely by Wendy Allen. Yeah, in my opinion, it's 3. So let's start with number 1. Is this story true? No. Every online source mentions the police officer killings, but to have 3 police officers from the same force commit murder-suicide within a short time of each other is quite unlikely. Yes, it's enormously unlikely. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but unless there was something in the water, it isn't probable. Yeah, I'll be like, there's like some black mold or some in that police station that's making people go crazy.
Oh, there was that gas leak last year.
Oh, don't blame it all on a gas leak year.
The 1970 census pegs the population of Old Orchard Beach at 5,404 people. Oh my god, if there's a triple murder-suicide, not triple murder-suicide, but 3 multiple murder-suicides in a short span in a community of about 5,000 people, that's something that is going to be way more famous than just, I've never heard of this, it's never come up on I do another show that's all about true crime. I feel like that would have been covered, because that's insane. A triple murder-suicide event carried out by police officers in a place with a population that small would have definitely made the news, but I can't find any reference to it online. It doesn't help that there are never any names given that would be helpful in checking things like this, but I guess that's why these stories are so mysterious. Yeah, if anyone finds this, I don't know, ever heard of this, ever stumbled across it on Google? This show is watched by and listened to by quite a lot of people these days. Let us know. Let's see if we got any references. Thousands of people looking. I get the feeling we're not going to get anything. because I have a feeling it's nonsense. If there were useful things like actual evidence, we could prove the stories were true or false, but a lack of checkable evidence means they always hang around the periphery of, maybe it happened, with lots of people just accepting the information at face value, not thinking much of it and assuming it's true. Yeah, I heard that. And because I'm a skeptic and not someone who just assumes it's true because I read it on the internet, I'm like, no, not even a coincidence. Just didn't happen. So yes, I don't think the police murder-suicide part of the story actually happens. So how about all the other victims? Again, these are just given in vague details with no names attached. It's just things like a man or local teenagers. The story goes that 4 people who tried to vandalize the Golden Eagle met their ends by being struck by lightning. I looked up lightning death statistics and it's not that common, especially in Maine. According to KXAN.com, only 3 fatalities due to lightning strikes were recorded in Maine from 2006 to 2023. While that's actually on the high side per million people, I'm thinking that 4 people being hit in a small time frame again would be newsworthy. But there's nothing to be found. Someone being hit by a truck and the head coming off is conceivable, I suppose, but whether that happens and if the person has any link with the Golden Eagle is unknown, as we don't know who they were. So what about the 2 cycling kids who were hit by cars and then landed on the Golden Eagle itself? Maybe in a freak accident this might have happened, but this was apparently on 2 different occasions years apart, making it more than a little fishy. Yeah, 1 time, of course it can happen. 2 times, vanishingly unlikely. How about the most recent alleged victim, Matthew Cushing? We actually have a name, and this guy did indeed murder his mother, stepbrother, and stepfather in 2008 before setting fire to the house. Had he been in the vicinity of the Golden Eagle before this happened, though? Well, according to the Golden Eagle episode from Bedtime Stories, this bit has become attached to the story as Wendy Allen herself claimed to have seen Cushing attempting to vandalize her car when he was younger. As will become clear later, this may or may not be true. Wait, so when he was younger, like how many years passed? And then he just happened to do some horrific crimes later? There was another name mentioned in this story, the pastor Bernard Elliott. I only actually saw his name pop up once, and that was in the Bedtime Stories episode. Intrigued at having a name to research, I found that he died in 2016 at the age of 88, which is 14 years later than his supposed run-in with Wendy Allen. According to Bedtime Stories, he was apparently being investigated. I don't know this Bedtime Stories. Is this if this is a bedtime story, it's not the sort of bedtime story that I'd read to my kids. Holy sh... According to Bedtime Stories, he was apparently being investigated for fraud. I'm going to look up this bedtime story. I've got YouTube on my iPad here. Let's just open that up and have a look. Bedtime Stories. Let's see what bedtime stories are coming along. Oh, there we go. Oh no, I'm just getting a bunch of videos for kids, but I found it. Oh, nearly 1 million subscribers. Congratulations. Okay, so they're particularly grim stories. These stories are not suitable for younger audiences. Noted. Yeah, they're kind of just urban legend style story stuff. Let's get back to it, shall we? Intrigued at having a name to research, I found that he died in 2016 at the age of 88, which is 14 years later than his supposed run-in with Wendy Allen. According to Bedtime Stories, he was apparently being investigated for fraud. Wait, was this the guy who allegedly killed himself? Well, okay, so he died at 88. Seems a lot later. And I know the wheels of justice turn slowly, but I doubt that something that started in 2004 was going to cause him to kill himself in 2016. I don't really know the best way to Google court cases, but I tried my best and I couldn't find anything in the public record with both of these people attached. So again, I think this is untrue and possibly even libelous. Yeah, that seems pretty, it's not, you found a real person and then you talk some shit about him. That's not really cool. Whoever made up this story, it seems like not to be attached to anyone, so it's going to be quite hard to find someone to sue for this libelous story. Although if people are retelling it as fact, then I guess they could all be sued, maybe. I don't know enough about this. As for the car eventually being removed from the property and broken into pieces, only to be reformed by Allen, I really could not tell you if that part's true or not. It is reported as fact by everything I've read that the car was junked. However, these same pieces were also just regurgitating the whole rest of the story, so who knows if this part is real. Unless all the junkyards were quite close together and the pieces were still in large part intact, how the hell was Wendy Allen supposed to go around to all those places, identify the actual pieces of her car, and get them reassembled back on her property? For what I can tell, the car is still there, but this again could mean at least 4 things. Number 1, it was junked and the photos you see online are from a long time ago. Number 2, it was never junked and it's been there all along. Number 3, Allen has reconstructed or claimed the body, but the interior stuff is just missing or made out of non-original parts. Number 4, it is the Golden Eagle reborn from all of its original constituent parts. I don't know what to believe here. Do I believe that she went round and found all of the individual parts? No, but maybe. When researching this, I found multiple references to the fact that the Golden Eagle has now been bedazzled by Wendy Allen, who uses it as a touring vehicle to raise awareness about autism. This is definitely not true, however, as that car is a Volvo, now known as the Dazzling Raspberry. It's absolutely covered in marbles, beads, and those small fuzzy little teddy bears that come on a keyring or as a pencil topper. How does this raise awareness about autism? It's a little bit confusing. Just for a glimpse into this woman's life, which we'll come to in a bit, this car has 400 of these little bears stuck on it and apparently over 2 million beads, rhinestones, buttons, and marbles. So that's nice. It doesn't sound very aerodynamic though, does it? Okay, I think we've exhausted this section, so let's move on to a tangentially related section. I saw a video the other day, or like an image or whatever, and it was like people bedazzling the insides of their cars with like marbles and shit, but they bedazzled the steering wheel, like the bit where the airbag comes out. So if you're in a crash, it's going to be like a nail bomb going off as those marbles just enter your body. And it's like, people are dim. The Stephen King connection. Stephen King's Christine was published in 1983 and is basically about a possessed car which murders people. Could this have been inspired by the story of the Golden Eagle, especially as that car is also located in King's home state of Maine? Practically every article I found states that the Golden Eagle was the inspiration for Christine, but I don't know if that's true or if it's just an obvious connection that nobody's bothered looking into. For what it's worth, the only thing I could really find that wasn't just every article I'd read pointing at each other was that King first got the seed idea for Christine in 1978 from his car at the time, a Fiat Pinto. Sure, who cares if the Golden Eagle did inspire his book anyway? It's a nebulous urban legend, not somebody's intellectual property or an existing publication. I don't even have a clue when the Golden Eagle story started either, but from what I found out in the research for this, it was probably not until after Christine was published. More on this in the next section. In an unusually proactive move for me, I contacted Stephen King on Twitter or X to ask him about this, so I'm sure he'll get right back to me immediately with all the details. Yeah, you bet he will. That sounds likely. Although Stephen King does love Twitter, right? He's one of the big Twitter people. Whether the link is real or imagined, the current owner, Wendy Allen, has stated on her website that hordes of Stephen King fans have come to her property looking for the Golden Eagle and trying to take parts of the real Christine. For her part, she had apparently never heard of Stephen King until recently, despite him being one of the most famous living people from Maine, as well as one of the most well-known writers in the entire world. Look, you may never have read a book by Stephen King, but you've fucking heard of Stephen King. He's Stephen King. She did then go to the trouble of looking him up, but according to her website, she was not happy with what she found, saying, "I am asexual and sex repulsed. So you can imagine my horror to find out that this Stephen King person was a sex fiend who wrote sex-infested horror." Okay. Okay, that's weird though. Fair enough, but I would never call Stephen King's work sex-infested. I don't think I'd ever call anything sex-infested. That's a weird thing to say. And I've read a huge number of his books. As a young teen, there was disappointingly little graphic sex to be found, so I'd usually pick my mum's Jilly Cooper books over the couple of Kings that my dad had if I wanted to find out more about the exciting, puzzling, and so far in the future is not even funny world of people having sex while I was sitting on the loo. Here's a weird tangent I just thought of. As just mentioned, I used to read on the toilet because I liked reading and it was a quiet place to sit. My mum told me that reading on the toilet would give me hemorrhoids, or piles, as she called them. And that was the sum total of the warning. In my child brain, and to be fair, she never told me any different, I assumed it was the act of reading that would cause the hemorrhoids, not the fact that sitting on the toilet for long periods of time could be detrimental to your bum vein health. I had no idea. I didn't even know that that was possible. That, I mean, obviously, it's possible to get hemorrhoids, but I didn't know it came from like sitting on the loo for too long. Anyway, this meant that for quite a while, whenever I went to the loo, I would close my eyes, lest some errant words from a shampoo bottle or a packet of toilet paper cross my field of vision, and therefore cause painful swelling inside my rectum. We have child brains are weird, right? I gotta think about what I say to my kids, because it's like, you don't know how they'll interpret that shit, and you're like, it's like, you think you're being perfectly clear, and they'll be like, no, I can never read on the toilet, because if I even look at a word, I'm going to get a hemorrhoid. You'll be happy to hear that I eventually found out that reading per se does not cause hemorrhoids, although I don't do it anymore just because it's plain unhygienic. I'm always on my phone on the toilet. Moving on. In another Wendy Allen Stephen King twist, parts of the film Thinner, based on another of King's books, were filmed on Allen's property, and Stephen King apparently even outed Allen's family as being the real-life Thinner gypsies in a TV interview in 1997, although allegedly Allen didn't find out about this until 2013. She also states on her website that she and her family were in the background of the movie, but she didn't know what was happening at the time. She's never heard of Stephen King, and she was in a movie about a Stephen King book. Like, what? She complains about being harassed by Stephen King fans a lot due to the Christine and Thinner connections, and says about the Thinner movie, "You could imagine my shock when I found out that 14-year-old me is in it, something I found out when I was 39 years old." I don't believe you, Wendy Allen. So, here's where we start entering the third part of the tale of the Golden Eagle. I spent way too much of my life reading about Wendy C. Allen, and when I finally finished this, it'll be time to close the myriad of tabs I have open. I shall X her website out with relish. Here's a good place to introduce a little more of her character into the story. She writes that her unwitting 14-year-old self was in a movie that she didn't know she was in until decades later. Sure, I guess you could be in a crowd scene or in the background accidentally and then spot yourself, or someone spots you in the film in the future, but it's unlikely that you would not have realized something was going on, what with the cameras, lights, equipment trucks around, etc. Yes, it's very noticeable. It's not a small operation when they're making a movie. And this was supposed to have taken place on a family's land, so you would have thought that her parents might have mentioned it to her. Also, Thinner came out in 1996 and wasn't held up in production for years or anything, so presumably it was filmed the same year or in 1995 at the earliest. I believe Wendy C. Allen was born in 1975, meaning that she was 20 when Thinner was filmed, not 14. Those ages are light years away from each other, and once you realize that either a memory or recounting of the story might be a little shaky, everything she's ever said about anything just falls apart to the surprise of nobody. Wendy Christine Allen. Hey, well, guess what? Her middle name is actually Christine, just like the Stephen King car. Coincidence? Yes, I do think that's just a coincidence. To get a better understanding of this woman, it might help to know that she's also known as Eel Cat of the Laughing Gnome Hollow. After having wasted far too much time reading her astounding amount of online content, I mean, seriously, this woman might have even written as much as Liam's alleged forthcoming Monster Cash Crim episode. I've come to the following conclusion. She is the most infuriating person, possibly in the entire world, but definitely regards to researching an episode of Decoding the Unknown. Now, I don't want to slag her off too much, as she stated she has autism, so her prolific online output might be in some way related to the specific way her brain works, but oh my God, the amount of weird stuff in that brain needs to be looked into. It's clear that she has deep-seated mental health issues and is also a prolific fantasy writer, and let's just say it's likely her stories about her life and her stories about her made-up stuff probably combine fairly often. She also frequently contradicts herself and states things that cannot possibly be true. When I first started reading about her, I realized none of this, and then it all became clear. One such example is that she constantly mentions that a family was killed and that anyone who has any information should contact a specific FBI agent. She gives his name and number. I checked, and this man is a real agent, and the number goes to a crime investigation unit. I really hope this poor guy has not been inundated with phone calls from the public, but I doubt he has these, as the murders are likely not real. For example, Allen says her 8-month-old infant was killed when she herself was attacked by golf club-wielding thugs in a parking lot. In other versions, she's actually 8 months pregnant, so therefore the baby died in utero. Despite having heard all the perps call each other by name, which is not very likely, and giving extreme amounts of detail about their hairstyles, they were never caught. This might not be the only murder that she's talking about, though, and this is where I suddenly realized I started reading the writings of a very troubled person. It's really creepy when you see those things online and you're like reading it, and you're like, you don't know what you're reading, and you're like, oh, I see, this person's schizophrenic. And you're like, that really makes it reminds me of that. I've brought it up before, that letter that someone wrote to their neighbors about asking them to not make so much noise, not spy on them, not look through their windows, not install cameras in their house. And it just gets wilder and wilder. And it's like, oh yeah, no, that person, they're mentally unwell. It's his paranoid schizophrenia or whatever. And it's like, of course, no one was planting cameras in their house. It's like, fucking hell. It's creepy. On her website, eelcat.com, Allen states, and I'll just put a warning here for extreme violence against children as this is pretty grim, April the 10th, 2015, 1 p.m. A gang of estimated 74 people, some of them wearing Ku Klux Klan robes, invaded my farm, used a Blow Brothers sewage truck to pump 500 plus gallons of sewage into my motorhome, flooding it over the kitchen counters deep, ripped out all the cabinets and built-in furniture, while 14 men armed with guns held my family down on the ice and snow with guns to our head and used cinder blocks and a metal pole with metal wire loops to beat and behead 10 of my 12 foster children, the youngest age 4, the oldest age 16. May the 15th, 2015, they returned and nailed their heads to my front door. The 3 people of the November 14th, 2013 attack were among the group. This is someone who's unwell. Now I feel bad not making fun of her. I don't think we're ever making fun of her. But this is a person who is unwell. I mean, does this seem likely? This would probably make national headlines at the very least, and some of the details are oddly specific, such as the estimated 74 people and the 500 plus gallons of sewage. Alan also states on her website that she'd been legally blind since birth and has nonverbal autism, meaning that while the foster care system leaves a lot to be desired, I don't believe she would be in the running to be fostering 12 kids at the same time in a motorhome. Basically, this story stinks as much as a motorhome overrun with sewage from a Blow Brothers sewage truck. There's so much more I want to rant about after having read far too much about this woman, but I know we need to turn it back around to the Golden Eagle at some point, so I'll just add one more tidbit. On her LinkedIn page, she states she has an IQ of 217. Nice try, Wendy. That would put you above Isaac Newton, Leonardo da Vinci, Nikola Tesla, Marie Curie, and Stephen Hawking. It's not impossible, I guess, but maybe there would have been a little press about this bizarre lady with a huge IQ living in a tent in the woods gluing rhinestones to old Volvos. Anyway, back to our friend, and hers, the Golden Eagle. Yeah, she's unwell. I know I said that before, but it's like, we can't, she needs help, in my opinion. Not a medical profession or anything like that, but this doesn't seem like the writing and the stories of someone who is all there. This has definitely been in possession of the Allen family since at least 1975, and Wendy is the registered owner. She disputes its haunted reputation many times on her various websites, and she's had plenty over the years, including MySpace and Squidoo, which I had to use the Wayback Machine to find, but it's all full of the same old stuff. What is Squidoo? I've never heard of that. Oh, and quick rant. She states many times, I do not have or use email, but she has a presence on like 15 different social websites, which there is absolutely no way you can do without having an email address. Honestly, the amount of stuff I haven't even said about her. I definitely spent too long reading her many sites. She does say something salient though, which is, as many as 34 suicides, beheading, and death by lightning strikes are attributed to the car by some people. Though no direct link to the car in any death, murder, or suicide has ever been determined, lack of proof the car is killing people has never stopped people from accusing the car of killing people. Well said, Wendy, it's a good point. Even if all these bizarre deaths are real, which they aren't, who's to say that the Golden Eagle is even the connecting link? Although, just a few paragraphs later, she says, we can confirm that at least 34 of the suicides attributed to being caused by the car were in fact people who at some point did in fact touch the car, though we cannot confirm that either the car or a demon caused the 34 suicides in question. Well, it's kind of a backtrack there. Alan does name a police officer who killed his family before killing himself as Bruce Savoy. I looked him up and he did kill his wife before shooting himself, but this was in 2009 and he was 55, meaning that he wasn't one of the police officers driving the Golden Eagle in 1964, as it had been only 10 at the time. She also recounts a tale of when her father was driving the car on railway tracks in front of a speeding train. She states, one of the most frightening experiences of my life was to be in the backseat of the car loaded with firefighters as it made a 230 mph run from Portland to Biddeford via train track with a freighter bearing down on the back bumper the entire way. 230 mph? No shot. I looked up the top speed of a 1964 Dodge 330 and it's literally half the speed, Alan says. So you're going to have to excuse me if I think this particular anecdote is another complete load of nonsense. Sorry. I just had to get that out. Remember the University of Maine student who did kill his family in real life? It was Wendy Allen herself who linked him to the story by trying to tell police that she had seen him messing with the car when he was younger. I'm sure they thought this was a really good tip and totally explained why he killed 3 people. If you're interested, Matthew Cushing's self-confessed motives, apart from obviously being a very troubled person, include being angry at his parents for not funding a backpacking trip, and also being upset that his stepfather was going to leave his mother. Touching a possessed car was not mentioned. Bro, you killed your family because they didn't want to pay you to go backpacking and bum around Europe or whatever? What the fuck? It's unclear what the current state of the Golden Eagle is, as Alan has variously claimed to have rebuilt it and to have just had the pieces sitting around in a shed. There are photos, but these could have been taken at any time. Conclusions. The story of the Golden Eagle is impossible to prove But with no concrete evidence, I think we can safely say that the car is not possessed, haunted, or evil. No, because cars can't be possessed or haunted because those aren't real, and they can't be evil. A car can't be evil because it's an inanimate object. In fact, it also apparently did a stint with the fire brigade before becoming Alan's car, helping save lives and property rather than making all the firemen go home and shoot their wives. There are no reports I can find that mention 3 murder-suicides in a small police department in Maine within a year, which is the biggest headline in this story. I don't know if Wendy Allen made this whole thing up or whether the legend grew up around her, as she's a very strange character who, according to her website, lives in a tent by choice and owns the largest collection of Disney comics in the world. She has a couple of other cars, as well as the previously mentioned dazzling Raspberry, so it's not hard to see how other residents of Old Orchard Beach might start spreading rumors about the weird lady with the cars. It's immaterial whether the Golden Eagle influenced the book Christine, but it could potentially be the other way around. If there's anything Wendy C. Allen is, it's inconsistent. This is someone who is apparently sex repulsed, but there's also a link on her website called How to Write Hot Sex, video interview on elf sex lives, which yes, I did click on, but thankfully it just went to another section of her site. I barely scratched the surface with all the stuff I found on eelcat.com, so feel free to have a poke around and come away more confused than when you started. I don't think I'll be doing that. Alan has posted multiple times on places like Reddit where the comments are generally locked, but there was one that summed up my feelings exactly. She had written a plea to get in touch with the FBI about an attempted murder and the kidnapping of some of her cats. The sole comment underneath just says, "What the shit is this place?" I know this has turned into a rant about Wendy Allen now, but she's so intrinsically linked to the story of the Golden Eagle that I think it's warranted. Also, she gave the car the name the Golden Eagle, as it was originally silver in color and only later painted it a burnt orange. So how would that name be attached to this urban legend if she herself did not put it out there? She said she named it in 1983, which is when she became the sole owner, and I fail to see how an existing urban legend could incorporate a name change without just disintegrating. If you recall, I said earlier that she was born in 1975. This means she became the owner of the Golden Eagle when she was still a kid, but apparently her dad signed it over to her, which may have been a legal loophole move or something. Also, the car was not running by this point, and Wendy just used it as a playhouse in which to write stories. Very, very imaginative stories. And if you could also recall, the Stephen King novel Christine was also published in 1983, so if he was aware of the Golden Eagle, as the car in the legend is now called, it was either called something else at the time, or he'd already written Christine. Oh, and in case you were wondering, I gave him 24 hours, but Stephen King hasn't got back to me. If he ever does reply, I'll let you know. So, while I do think nasty neighbours might have been responsible for spreading malicious rumours about Allen, I also believe that she has a large hand in starting, perpetuating, and or adding to the story herself. Yes, definitely. And that's the end of the story of the Golden Eagle, a car which may or may not currently still exist, but whose violent history will live on. And as for Eelcat of Laughing Gnome Hollow, it was a fun ride, but in the end my patience was hit by a car and died on the hood of her extremely confusing websites. Yes, and that's where we end today's video. Thanks for being here. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. Today we're decoding Mystery of the Isdal Woman, written by Ilza. Thank you, Ilza. She wrote the script. I'm going to read it. Never read it before. I'm vaguely familiar with this. I think it's one of those ones where I've made a video, but it was probably several years ago, and I've definitely forgotten everything about it. So here we go. The format of the show. If you're new, did I say this already? Not read it before? That's what's going on. The year is 1970. The Cold War is silently raging. The Middle East is still reeling from Black September. And in the Isdalen, a remote valley in Bergen, Norway, tucked between some boulders, an unknown woman lies dead. The Isdal Valley, or Ice Valley, has another name, perhaps more apt considering its legacy, Doddsdalen, or Death Valley. Well, there's already one of those. Isn't a Death Valley called in America Death Valley because it's like super hot and nothing can grow there? Which is, it's different compared to this icy one, isn't it? Although I guess like the two extremes, also not much grows when it's like mega icy. For over 50 years, the case of the Isdal woman has haunted not only the initial investigators, but all those following in their footsteps. Despite intense investigations, we're no closer to answering any questions posed by this enigmatic case. Who was this mysterious woman? And how did she end up dead in a cold, isolated valley? Why did no one ever come forward to claim her body or help solve the mystery of her death? Well, don't plenty of people just go missing and then they find them and it's literally got a name. John Doe. Jane Doe. I think we call it Joe Blogs in the UK. Or maybe that's not. I feel like our John Doe is Joe Blogs, but I don't really remember if that's like applied to dead bodies or whatever. I've only ever watched like, there's no CSI London, so I don't know. All my crime knowledge comes from CSI. Was there no one who missed her? No one who noticed she was gone? Or was the reason for her death covered up by a government unwilling to admit their role in international espionage? Today, dear listener, we're going to present the case of the Isdal woman, and just maybe one of you will spot a connection that everyone else has missed. A little thread that, when plucked, will unravel the entire mystery and finally answer the elusive question of who was the Isdal woman. Okay, no pressure, audience. You've just got to solve the mystery that has plagued researchers. Hopefully, in the next hour. I mean, probably not, right? A body is discovered. On November the 29th, 1972, young girls ages 10 and 12 were out with their father enjoying a Sunday morning hike exploring the Isdal Valley. What should have been an enjoyable family outing came to an abrupt end when the two girls stumbled across the severely burnt remains of a woman. Oh my god, those kids are gonna need therapy. With the horrific image burned into their memories forever, the children and their father had to make their way down the mountain to find help. These were the days before cell phones. Not that it would have helped them much. Cell service is still unreliable in the Isdal even today. The two girls who found the body have never spoken to the media, which is not surprising. It must have been an extremely traumatic experience. Nowadays you'd be fine though, right? I was staying at my uncle's house. My uncle lives on the Isle of Man, in the middle of nowhere. He lives in the absolute middle of nowhere, on the middle of nowhere island. And I'm just like, I go to bed, and we arrive at his house, and it's like, there is no cell reception. It's truly in the middle of nowhere. It's the first time that my phone has said, like, SOS call available with a little satellite symbol.
Baby, I'm scared.
And I'm like, oh, I've never seen that before, which just goes to show how little time I spend outside of, like, cell towers. But it's like, wow, okay. But in this situation, would you use that? Is that what that's for? I guess not, because it's like not really an emergency. But you do call the police. Right? I feel like if this happened, I'd look up on the internet. I know we're going way far off because this is the 1970s. But I'd look up on the internet, like, what's the non-emergency police number? Because I'd be like, yo, there's a burnt woman in the forest. The two girls who found the body have never spoken to the media, which is not surprising. It must have been an extremely traumatic experience. Yeah, I'd be just not. I'd just be like, yeah, I just want to go on with my life and not relive that and then get hassled by, like, crime shows forever. Even 50 years after the body was discovered, one of the last surviving members of the original police party that ventured into the icy valley on that Sunday morning recalled climbing a steep, sometimes impassable scree slope and the scent of burnt flesh when they finally reached the scene where the unknown woman was waiting. It wasn't a pretty sight. She was lying on her back, her arms stretched out in front of her, in what is known as a boxer's or fencer's position. Oh my god, I know what this is. Do I know this from the previous video I made about this? But it's what happens when you burn someone alive. And for some, or like, maybe not even alive, but like, the burning causes their muscles to contract, so it looks like they're taking like a boxing pose. Yeah, a position commonly seen in victims who have been burned alive. There we go. Her front was so badly burned it was impossible to make out any facial features. All the police knew at this stage was that she had medium-length hair tied up into a ponytail with a blue and white printed ribbon. Various items, probably belonging to the victim, were found strewn around her. Police recovered clothing, an umbrella, 2 melted plastic bottles, half a bottle of Closter liqueur, and a plastic cover that probably held a passport at one time, but unfortunately no longer contained any form of identification. A fur hat was also found underneath the body. All the labels had been cut from her clothes, and a wristwatch was lying next to her that had stopped at 10:10. Is this when she died? 10:10 is the standard setting for watches in shop windows, so it's possible that the watch had never actually been used. The police also found jewellery, but strangely the woman wasn't wearing any of it. Instead, the jewellery was placed next to her. Speaking with the BBC many years later, forensic investigator Tormund Bones remarked that the way the items were placed almost looked like some kind of ceremony had taken place. I'm also thinking, okay, if the jewellery was separate, was she wearing the watch? The wristwatch was lying next to her, so was the jewellery, which makes me think like the wristwatch probably came from where the jewellery came from, like the same shop, and the wristwatch is going to be 10:10 because that's the standard position for watches. Considering that only the front of the woman was burned, those at the scene considered that her death might have been an accident. Perhaps she fell forwards into the fire, then lurched backward in panic, stumbled, and fell down. Others thought that perhaps the woman had made her way to the icy valley to commit suicide. Couple of problems there. How many times have you fallen into a fire? Do people number of times I've made fires while camping. Countless. Literally countless times. Number of times I've even got, like, slightly burned from a fire? None. Like, I mean, sure. Like, ow. Then you take your hand away, you touch something too hot. But actually getting anything beyond that needs something that needs a plaster or a band-aid? Americans? It's like zero. Who falls forward into a fire? Others thought that perhaps the woman made her way to the icy valley to commit suicide. Oh, and with that, who chooses to, commit suicide? I get that people do the self-immolation, get my words out, where, they protest something. So they set themselves on fire in front of, an embassy or some to, protest something that's happening. But, to choose to do that in, isolation as a way of killing yourself is insane. A few considered the possibility that she'd been murdered, and even wondered if the murderer was still somewhere close by, admiring his handiwork and reveling in the horror on the faces of those discovering his crime. If the scene of the woman's death wasn't puzzling enough, the ensuing investigation would uncover a case that even today has more questions than answers. It's weird that all of the tags were cut out of her clothing. That feels very spyish, doesn't it?
I agree. I agree with you.
Initial investigation. An investigation into the death and identity of the woman found in the Isdal Valley got underway immediately under lead investigator Oscar Hordness. Initially, the police considered that the woman's death was an accident or suicide. Carl Voss, one of the first men at the scene, mentioned the remains of what could have been a campfire. However, official police reports make no mention of a campfire, which makes an accidental death or suicide due to falling into a fire unlikely. Who the is I'm going to kill myself and I'm going to jump in a fire? No. What? No. According to the autopsy and toxicological report, high levels of barbiturates were found in the Isdal woman's system. The most likely source of this was phenomol tablets, a brand of sleeping pills, some of which were still undigested. According to the experts, she'd taken around 50 to 70 sleeping pills in 3 doses. The first dose a few hours before her death. The last 12 tablets, probably taken shortly before she died, were still in her stomach. The toxicological report found that the concentration in her blood was high enough to make her drowsy, but not enough for her to fall unconscious, and nowhere near lethal yet. Bruh. That seems like terrible. Don't eat 50 to 70 sleeping pills, for God's sake. That definitely sounds like enough to kill you. The report also mentioned that the pills were pink. Phenomol tablets sold in Norway were white. Only England sold a pink variety. Unfortunately, the medical examiner's report couldn't confirm whether she'd taken the pills by choice or force. A second finding from the autopsy paints a more horrific picture. Soot particles found in her respiratory tract indicated that she was still alive when she burned. The final cause of death was determined to be monoxide poisoning from the fire and the phenomol tablets. The final dose, once dissolved, would have been enough to kill her when the active ingredient was absorbed into her bloodstream. Oh, okay, so it is enough to kill her. Or what? It kind of it both ways. The autopsy further revealed that the Isdal Jane Doe wasn't pregnant and had never had children. A bruise on her neck also suggested that she might have received a blow or perhaps taken a fall. Other than that, and the fact that she was dead, she was in perfect health. The autopsy findings don't prove murder, but it does raise some questions. If she had taken sleeping pills, she would have been drowsy. So how did she get all the way up a mountain by herself? The Isdal Valley was a long way to go to kill oneself. Did the pills take too long to take effect, so she put herself on the fire? Or did she make a campfire, which didn't make it into the police report, and fell into the fire while under the influence of sleeping pills? See, now that seems much more reasonable than just jumping in a fire. If she set herself on fire, she would have needed an accelerant. According to forensic investigator Tormund Bones, traces of petrol were found on the ground beneath her body, but none of the containers found at the scene contained any traces of petrol. That sounds like someone took some petrol there, set her on fire, and then took away the can. Because who's taken away the can? Someone else had to have been there. A Swiss forensic psychiatrist, Frank Urbanock, who studied the case, also concluded that suicide was unlikely. The traces of petrol further support this. The petrol had to get up the mountain in a container of some kind, and someone took that container with them when they left the burned body behind. Whether she took the pills voluntarily or not, someone set her on fire before the pills killed her. Was the killer or killers trying to obscure her identity? If that was their intention, they needn't have bothered. As investigators were about to find out, the Isdal woman had done a very good job of making sure that her true identity would never be found. Either she did that, or the person who killed her did that. I mean, cutting the tags out of the clothes is a bit weird, but maybe, theorizing so far, I literally just pulling something out of my arse, is like, okay, so some random person wants to kill this person, kill the Isdal woman. So, they get them to take off all their clothes and put on clothes where the tags have been removed. So there's nothing identifiable on the clothes. Then they get them to eat the sleeping pills to become compliant, and then they take them up into the mountains, they set them on fire, and they die, and then that person leaves. That's where I'm at so far. I know it's just kind of like wild-ass speculation, but wild-ass speculation is all I got so far. Early on in the investigation, a discovery was made that should have solved the case. 2 suitcases were found in a locker at a train station in Bergen. The rental period on the locker had expired, and when the officials opened the locker, they found the suitcases inside and called the police. The fingerprints on a pair of glasses matched those of the woman found in the Isdal Valley, so police knew the suitcases belonged to their unknown victim. With 2 suitcases filled with personal effects, identifying the woman should have been a breeze. However, this is Decoding the Unknown, not CSI, so the find only added more questions. The suitcases contained clothes, 2 wigs, eczema cream, and a spoon, among other things that you'd expect to find in a suitcase. Oh yes, things they typically, what's that show where like, things expected to find in a suitcase. No one's answering spoon. Like the clothes she had been wearing, all the labels have been removed. Ooh, well there goes my theory. Because I was like, someone's going to get her dressed in these unmarked clothes, but they wouldn't also fill suitcases with unmarked clothes, would they? The label with her name and the prescribing doctor had been scratched off the eczema cream, and the police discovered glasses without prescription lenses, just clear glass. A sewing kit with a logo of the Hotel Regina in Geneva, one of the best hotels in Switzerland at the time, suggested that Our Lady had travelled outside of Norway, which was further confirmed by the presence of Swiss francs. This is feeling very spy-ish. She's just got like random glasses with clear glass. Like, that sounds like a disguise, doesn't it? However, notably missing from the suitcases was any form of identification. Not a single passport, letter, or note scribbled on a piece of paper gave any clue as to who the woman was. The Bergen police created a sketch which they circulated to all the hotels in Norway to figure out where our mystery woman stayed. After all, if she had booked into a hotel, all of her details would be on the check-in form. Yeah, because it's impossible to lie on those. As it turns out, Our Lady was memorable, and the police got several hits. They didn't get a name, though. They got 7. Exactly. The Isdal woman had checked into multiple hotels using different identities. Handwriting experts analysed the hotel registration cards and agreed that the names were different, but it was definitely the same person who filled in the cards. Spy! She's a spy!
I'm a spy!
If we assume that 1 or 2 hotel clerks turned a blind eye for a little bit of cash, she would have still needed at least 4 or 5 different passports. Oh right, because you don't always have to give ID when you kind of do, don't you? Like most places, especially bigger places, they're definitely going to be like, need some ID. Need to take a scan of your passport. According to the hotel cards, she was an antiques dealer visiting for business reasons. The only consistency in her hotel registration cards is her country of origin, Belgium. However, police couldn't match any of her identities with a missing person in Belgium, suggesting that all of these identities were false. Waitresses, hotel staff, taxi drivers were interviewed, and many of the witnesses who interacted with her remembered her very clearly. She was described as being in her late 20s to mid-30s with brown eyes and medium-length brown hair. She was small in stature, but elegant, self-assured, and wearing fashionable clothes suggesting she had money. Some even described her as exotic because of her dark hair and dark complexion, which really stood out in Norway in 1970, where everyone else was the colour of fresh snow. She was quiet and reserved, not really engaging with those around her, and when she smiled, she had a noticeable gap between her upper front teeth. Hotel registration cards were completed in German, and she spoke very poor English. She wore a lot of makeup, and those who met her described a strong scent that could have been spices or strong perfume. Tone Svans, who worked the front desk at one of the hotels the woman visited back in 1970, mentioned that the woman was wearing a worn-out fur hat when she arrived. She remembered it because it was a style she'd never seen before. Many years later, when asked about the woman again, she added she had since realized that was similar to hats worn in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, both Soviet states in the 1970s. She also noticed that the woman spoke with a lisp. For someone who's supposed to be a spy, she does sound like she stands out a lot, which is generally not something you want to stand, you don't want to stand out as a spy, you just want to be generic and fitting in. One of the suitcases also contained a plastic bag which led police to a shoe store in Stavanger. Using the sketch, the owner's son recognized the unknown woman as a customer that had sold a pair of boots to her around 2 weeks before. He described her as well-dressed, nice-looking, with dark hair. She stood out in his memory because she took a very long time to choose her boots. In fact, she only came back to buy them the next day. He was confident she wasn't Norwegian. She spoke broken English, asked a lot of questions, and took a long time to make up her mind. He also mentioned a strong, unpleasant scent that could have been garlic. Police believed that these were the same boots she was wearing when she died. The last important clue found in the suitcases was a notepad with messages written in code made up of a combination of capital letters and numbers. I'm sorry, but if you've got a code, decoding thing, notes in code in your bag, and this is just some spy for sure. The notepad was sent to an expert code breaker who managed to break the code in about 3 seconds flat. Okay, maybe she's not a spy. If she is, she's a terrible spy. What looked to be a complex code turned out to be a travel itinerary, probably written in her own shorthand. For example, 23M23MO meant March the 20th to March 23rd, Oslo. Armed with the hits off the police sketch and the now decoded itinerary, the police were able to trace the woman's movements around Norway. From the 21st to the 24th of March 1970, she checked into the Viking Hotel in Oslo under the name Genevieve Larcier from Louvain, and from the 24th to the 25th of March 1970, she stayed at the Hotel Bristol in Bergen under the name Claudia Tjelt from Brussels. On March the 25th, she changed hotels, moving into the Hotel Scandia in Bergen, where she checked in as Claudia Tjelt from Brussels again and stayed until April 1st. On April the 1st, she left Norway. Using the itinerary, police managed to track her movements to the Calais and Altona hotels in Paris, and she'd also spent time in Geneva. The investigators are keen to visit and investigate both cities, hoping to track down someone she met or travelled with, but to their greatest frustration, they were prevented from doing so by higher authorities. Some of the investigators and the children of investigators who worked the case 50 years ago believed the Norwegian intelligence service was behind this. The Isdal woman returned to Norway after 7 months. However, matching a single letter to a city in Greater Europe is a near impossible task, so her exact movements for those 7 months are still unknown. At the end of October, our mystery lady returned to Norway after a stay in 2 different hotels in Paris, where she checked in as Vera Schlosseneck. She checked into the KNA Hotelet in Stavanger from October the 29th to the 30th under the name Claudia Nielsen from Ghent, and on October the 30th she returned to Bergen, checking into the Neptune Hotel under the name Alexia Zé-Marches from Ljubljana and stayed until November the 5th. From Bergen, she travelled to Trondheim, where she checked into the Hotel Bristol as Vera Jarl from Antwerp and stayed from the 6th to the 8th of November, only to return to Stavanger again on November the 9th and checking into the St. Svithin Hotel under the name Fenella Lorch. She stayed until November the 18th, making this her longest stay in one place. Perhaps she needed a holiday after all her travelling, but it's unclear what she was doing in Stavanger for 9 days. Spying. Like, no one moves around this often. Like, it's some spy for sure, right? After this extended stay, she once again travelled to Bergen and checked into the Rosenkrantz Hotel under the name Elisabeth Lienhofer for November the 18th to November the 19th. Finally, she moved to the Horderheimen Hotel in Bergen, checking in as Elisabeth Lienhofer again, this time from Ostend. She left the Hordenheimen on the 23rd of November, and not long after, on the 29th, she was discovered burned to death in the Isdal Valley. Where she was for the 6 days after she was last seen, and the discovery of her body will probably never know. Had she been kidnapped and held hostage by those who eventually killed her, or had she gone into hiding only to be discovered by someone meaning her grievous harm? The police investigation was thorough, but the lead investigator, Oscar Hordens, announced that the case was closed on December the 22nd, 1970, after just 3 weeks of investigation, before the results from the autopsy and toxicology report were even available. It seemed like the death was ruled a suicide or accident, and investigations ceased. The fact that this came out like they reached this even before the autopsy just reeks of cover-up, doesn't it? The Isdal woman was buried in an unmarked grave in Mollendal Cemetery in Bergen on the 5th of February 1971. A picture of the Madonna with child found in her suitcase suggests that she was Catholic, and she was buried in a Catholic ceremony attended by members of the Bergen Police Department. DNA wasn't an option in 1970, but investigators hoped that one day she would be identified and could be returned home. She was buried in a coffin made of zinc to preserve the body. The coffin was decorated with lilacs and tulips, and the ceremony was a simple, somber affair. In the years following the discovery of the body, many of the investigators working on the case have admitted that they thought the Isdal Jane Doe had been murdered and the case was closed too quickly. One of the investigators, Harland Osland, could never let the case go and held on to some police records and documents which his son, Tor, later used to write a book about the case. The case reopened. For a long time, no progress was made, but this changed in 2016. The NRK, the Norwegian public television broadcaster, along with the BBC, investigated the case using modern scientific advances such as DNA analysis, which wasn't available in the 1970s. Their search culminated in an award-winning podcast, Death in Ice Valley, presented by Neil McCarthy, and Marit Hagriff, and the Norwegian police officially reopened the case. Power of podcast, huh? Hagriff had spent years re-interviewing witnesses, tracking down evidence that was considered lost, and studying unsealed files related to the case. Her search also uncovered a few witnesses and stories that hadn't been told before, and to my knowledge, her search continues, and hopefully she'll be able to give the Isdal woman back her name, and maybe even send her home. Initially, it was assumed that the last time the Isdor woman was seen alive was at the Hordenheimen Hotel in Bergen, where she ordered a cab, presumably to take her to the train station where her suitcases were later discovered. The last entry in her coded itinerary reads ML23NMM. This most likely refers to the 23rd of November, when she was last seen alive. 6 days later, her body was found in the Isdor Valley. The entry has never been decoded, so we have no idea what the ML and MM refers to. However, after the podcast aired, Hagriff was contacted by a man who could very well be the last person who saw the Isdor woman alive, and he had an interesting story to tell. Back in 1970, Ketil Kversøy was a sea captain who lived in Bergen. While hiking Mount Fløyen in the Isdor Valley, he was surprised to come across a small party of 3 people, which was uncommon at that time of year. The woman, who matched the description of the Isdor woman, was hiking in front with 2 men following behind. None of them were dressed for hiking, they were dressed for going into town. The woman especially was too lightly dressed for that time of year. When he passed her, he got a good look at her face. Kversøy described the woman as looking scared and like she was giving up. She looked at him and thought she started to say something, but then changed her mind. The men following her were around 20 meters behind her, and he described their faces as dead and wooden. They had dark hair and browner skin than was common in Norway, and Kversøy thought that they could be from southern Europe. He got the impression that the men were definitely following the woman, and she knew they were there, but he wasn't sure if the group was actually together. The whole encounter just struck him as very odd. Yeah, they're definitely together, right? Like, none of them are dressed for climbing into the mountains. And it's not common to see people out there anyway that time of year. They're obviously together. And these 2 dudes are like some spy hunters or whatever, and they're taking out this spy they found out into the valley to kill her. For sure. Like, in my opinion. When learning about the woman found dead in the Isdor Valley, Kversøy was initially hesitant to contact the police, thinking that they might think he was a crazy man telling a crazy story. Hagriff didn't consider the story to be crazy, and neither do I, and neither do I, Ilse. But there's a problem. The Isdor woman was found on Sunday morning, and her last reported sighting was on the Monday, almost a week before. However, Kversøy insisted that he came across the strange party on a Sunday afternoon. However, he couldn't remember the exact date for this sighting, making it even harder to verify. This all happened 50 years ago, and so it's possible that Kversøy actually met them on a Saturday afternoon, or that he met them on a different Sunday. He was just very surprised to see them, so perhaps they didn't expect to meet anyone up there either, and went back down the mountain only to return for their dastardly deed on a different Sunday. If the last entry into her coded itinerary are referred to November the 23rd, perhaps ML and MM are the initials of people she planned to meet. Were they the 2 men following the woman that Kversøy came across while hiking in 1970, and were they responsible for their death? I'm going to make a big guess that yes, they are. These 2 were not the only men she'd been spotted with. Usually, when a woman is murdered, the first person the police look to is the romantic partner to rule out domestic abuse or jealousy as a motive for murder. However, despite being seen with multiple men by witnesses, no partner or friend ever came forward to identify the unknown woman. Hagriff re-interviewed witnesses, trying to find out anything about our mysterious lady and the men had been seen with. Some of those reports were given to the police 50 years ago, but for some reason, it appears that they never followed up on any of these clues. One interesting meeting with an unknown man was found in the files of the secret police, who, after years of denying any involvement with the case, finally admitted that there was in fact a file on the Isdor women. The document's dated December the 22nd, 1970, and tells the tale of a fisherman in Tanaga, a coastal town in Norway. Berthun Rott claimed to have seen a woman fitting the description of the Isdor woman close to his home in Tanaga at the time the Norwegian Defence Force was testing their new Penguin missile system. He claimed that he saw the woman watching the tests on several different occasions, but couldn't provide exact dates and times. Rott thought she was Slavic, Russian, or perhaps even Romanian. Even more interesting, he saw her speaking to other naval officers, presumably Norwegian, at one of the motor torpedo boats. In the 1970s, Tanaga wasn't exactly a tourist hotspot, and the woman's presence there during the missile testing is definitely noteworthy. We'll never know what exactly the Isdor woman was doing in Tanaga, but we do know that the naval officer she was seen talking with never came forward to identify her or help solve the mystery of her death. 'Cause she's a spy.
I'm a spy!
After the podcast aired, Hagriff was contacted by Sverre Rott, the son of Berthun Rott, who had an interesting story to add to the mystery. Shortly after reporting this sighting to the police, the Rott family was on their way to London for the Christmas holidays. While staying at the Stavanger railway station, the family was approached by 2 police officers who took his father aside and spoke to him for about 15 to 20 minutes. Rott Sr., being a man of few words, didn't say anything to his family about what the police wanted, and his family continued on their trip to London. The past was the different, wasn't it? It's like, so what were you talking to the police about? Nothing. It's like, none of your business, woman. Don't interfere yourself with the topics of men. Sometime later, Sphere learned that the police officers had given his father a knife and a handgun for protection. Sphere believes that his father was told to keep his mouth shut about what he'd seen, but Mr. Rott, the elder, had no idea who was behind it, or if he did, he kept it to himself. Sphere also got the impression that many years after reporting the sighting and the mysterious visit from the cops or someone disguised as the cops, his father was still looking over his shoulder. Oh, God. An interesting side note to this story, to me anyway, is that the fisherman made it all the way to London and back carrying a gun and knife. Yeah, it's the different times though, isn't it? Clearly border checks weren't as strict back then as they are now. This would explain how the Isdorm was able to move across borders so easily using multiple fake passports. Yeah, this stuff was much easier in the past, right? Because like 1970s, you got a fake passport. If that looks real to a dude at the at the border patrol or whatever, he's going to be like, great. Whereas now, they take that passport, they look at you, they scan it into a system. I'm assuming that system is checking whether it's a real passport or not, and whether it matches the name and face on the passport, right? I feel like, that sort of was easier to get away with in the past. Nowadays, it's like computer says no. Another meeting was witnessed by Lillian Menas-Cohn, a witness at the Neptune Hotel in Bergen, who saw the Isdor woman in the company of an as-yet unidentified man. She described the Isdor woman as very serious with sad eyes. One evening, she was serving the woman dinner and found her in the company of a man. They sat together, so they clearly knew each other, but they rarely spoke, and when they spoke German. It looked like a meeting, as the man was reading something written on a sheet of paper, perhaps a report or an article. The man had grey hair, and the waitress thought he was probably Norwegian. Conn claimed that she told the police about this meeting back in 1970, but there's no mention of this dinner in the police reports. Cover up! They're covering it up! The Isdor woman was also seen in a home furnishing shop in Bergen in 1970 by Siri Regvam, a young clerk at the time. She was with a man, and they were... God damn it, I knew Siri would kick off when I said that. Because it's like their name is literally that. Okay, I don't think you heard me when I said it the second time. Let's carry on. She was with a man, and they were shopping for a mirror. As you do. They took their time and weren't particularly friendly to each other. After a lot of discussion, which could have been arguing, they finally chose a cheap, medium-sized mirror. The clerk couldn't tell what language they were speaking, but was fairly sure it wasn't English, German, or Italian. The woman had curly hair, a description that fit one of the wigs found in her luggage, and dark eyes. Based on appearance, he thought the couple were Eastern European. Usually, shopping for a mirror wouldn't be that strange. However, if you're living in a hotel, why would you be shopping for a mirror to hang on your wall? Oh yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, why are they buying a mirror? They're on holiday or like traveling. They don't belong here. Finally, the Isdor woman was seen at the Rosenkrantz Hotel in Bergen with an unknown man. A maid reported to the police that she went into the room that evening to prepare the bed as was customary at the time. She was surprised to find the woman sitting on the bed with a man sitting on a small couch beside the bed. The woman got up to allow the maid to do her job, and the maid, in a hurry, did it as fast as she could. During the whole time that she was in the room, neither the man nor the woman spoke a word. She described the man as around 25 to 30 years old, tall, well-built, with broad shoulders, blonde hair, a nice face, and dressed in a grey-coloured suit. The Isdor woman only stayed at the hotel for one night. The next day, after the visit from the mystery man, she left and moved across the harbour to the Hotel Horderheimen. Was she running from someone? Once again, it seems like the police didn't make much effort to find this man. In the 50 years since the body of the woman was found, no one has come forward to identify her, despite the fact that multiple eyewitnesses reported seeing her in the presence of men. Whoever these men were, they were determined to keep their connections to the woman secret, and it seems they succeeded. Clearly, eyewitness accounts are about as useful as the suitcases, in other words, not very. So Hagriff turned her attention to something that wasn't available in 1970, DNA. Who was the Isdor woman? Despite having 7 different identities, none of which could be confirmed in Belgium, multiple eyewitnesses, personal belongings, and a crime scene to work with, the police were never able to identify her during the initial investigation. Back in the 70s, the concept of DNA was floating around, but it wasn't used to solve a crime until 1986. However, before we get to the DNA, let's review what we already knew about the Isdor woman that could be useful in determining where she came from, which might bring us one step closer to figuring out who she was. Our mystery woman claimed to be from Belgium, but all the hotel registration forms were filled out in German, and many witnesses also reported that she spoke German. However, based on some language errors, it's been speculated that German wasn't her first language. She might have been using German as another way of hiding her true identity. As an experienced language teacher and editor, I've met several language speakers with atrocious grammar who couldn't spell if their lives depended on it, so I'm not convinced this proves anything. In fact, according to one article, she listed the Brussels district office as her passport issuing authority. Apparently, this expression was only used during the Nazi occupation, suggesting that German was, in fact, her first language. In more recent years, a handwriting expert also joined the search for the unknown woman's identity and took a look at the hotel registration forms, hoping to learn something about the elusive woman from her handwriting. Based on this analysis, the expert concluded that our woman probably received her primary education in France or a French-speaking part of either Belgium or Switzerland. The expert spotted some idiosyncrasies, such as the double strokes used for the lowercase t that was commonly used in France at the time, and the underlining of the signature. French speakers typically underline their signature starting from the initial of the first name. Of course, this is not conclusive, but if she was a first-language French speaker trying to hide her identity, it might explain the language mistakes. Yeah, I think that's fine. People make language mistakes in their first language, but I feel people, if I come across someone and it's is English their first language, almost always I'll be like, yeah, it is, or no, it isn't. There's very few times in my life where someone has been like, oh no, I actually speak this language better. English isn't my first language. And you're just like, you're what the f***? I think it's happened twice in my whole life where you've been like, wait, English isn't your first language? How the f*** do you speak it so well? When the investigation was reopened in 2016, authorities hoped that DNA might finally provide an answer. In 1970, despite not having access to DNA testing, it was standard practice to keep tissue samples from an autopsy. Thankfully, these samples were stored properly and still usable after 50 years, and provided a complete DNA profile of the Isdal woman. Using a mitochondrial DNA profile, the DNA that connects us with our ancestors on our mother's side, forensic expert Professor Walter Parson determined that the Isdal woman was definitely of European descent. With a DNA profile in hand, police rechecked all their databases and even sent a new profile to Interpol hoping for a match, but came up empty. This leaves the databases of private genealogy labs and companies like the ones helping people find lost relatives. Unfortunately, there are ethical and legal issues in Norway regarding the use of these private databases in the course of criminal investigations, since not everyone who hands over their DNA to these private companies have anything to do with criminal activity. However, these databases can be checked in the future to provide, if not the Isdal woman's identity, perhaps the identity of a close relative. Before being buried, the Isdal woman's jaw was removed, with the hope that the teeth might help identify her at some point in the future. Can't we just take an x-ray of the teeth or something? You have to just cut off the jaw? Jesus. Initially, the jaw and teeth were kept by a professor of dentistry, but after his death, it was assumed that the jaw had been thrown away. However, after renewed interest in the case, some investigation led to the discovery of the jaw and the teeth in a cellar at Haukeland University Hospital's forensic archives. With the forensic techniques available, the jaw and teeth became a valuable clue. Much like the Isdal woman herself, her teeth were distinctive. She had 14 fillings and several golden crowns. This was odd considering her age. She was supposedly in her late 20s to mid-30s. It also wasn't typical of the dental work done in Norway at the time. Gold work was done in Germany and Austria and commonly seen in Eastern Europe. Carbon-14 testing was also done at Karolinska Institute in Stockholm in order to determine the Isdal woman's age. By matching the level of carbon-14 in the atmosphere with the carbon-14 found in the dental enamel, scientists can get a fair estimate of when someone was born. Based on her hotel registration cards and witnesses' reports, the woman was probably born in the 1940s. The registration cards usually indicated 1942 or 1943. However, the results of the carbon-14 test revealed something unexpected. According to the tests, the woman was around 45 when she died, meaning she was born in the 1930s or even the 1920s. Wow, so she must look good for her age. Carbon-14 testing on teeth is apparently very accurate, according to the experts, and people are very bad at judging ages. However, I find it unlikely that all the witnesses would mistake a 45-year-old woman for a woman in her late 20s or early 30s, no matter how much makeup she was wearing. Yeah, but some people just look young. They really do. It's clear from this test, even if the dates are a little off, that the Isdal woman was lying about her age, pretending to be younger than she actually was. And that makes sense. In the 1970s, a woman in her 40s was expected to be married with children. A woman travelling alone was already a rare sight. A married woman travelling without her kids and husband would have raised even more eyebrows. It's possible she was pretending to be younger in order for her status as a single woman travelling alone to be more acceptable. The Norwegian Criminal Investigation Service, along with the University of Bergen, also conducted isotope analysis on the teeth. Traces of chemicals in the ground and water are deposited in the teeth as they're being formed. By analysing these chemical signatures, scientists can determine what area a person might originally have hailed from. Based on the isotope analysis, Our Lady was most likely born in southeastern Germany around Nuremberg. The analysis also shows that she probably moved around a lot in her youth, and areas she could have lived in include northern Wales, western Germany, Belgium, and parts of France. She's getting around. She spoke German and probably learned to write in a French region, so her most likely place of residence in her teens would be the French-German border or the Luxembourg-Belgium area. Historically speaking, the late 20s and early 30s in Nuremberg was a significant place to be. It was the spiritual heart of Nazi Germany and fully supported with great enthusiasm the rise of Hitler and the Nuremberg rallies. The pre-war and war years saw a lot of population movement around Europe, especially in Germany. We have no way of knowing whether the Isdorman's movements as a child had anything to do with the war, but living in Nuremberg would have given the Isdorman and her family a front-row seat to the rise of Hitler. Many Jewish families saw the writing on the wall and left Nuremberg at the first opportunity. It's possible the Isdorman and her family were among those refugees. Her broken English and dental work suggested that she wasn't one of 10,000 children who escaped Germany for northern Wales through the Kindertransport after Kristallnacht on November the 9th, 1938. However, many families, both Jewish and non-Jewish, sent their children to family and friends living westward, so toward Belgium and the border between France and Germany. The isotope testing and handwriting analysis certainly supports the theory that the Isdorwoman was sent west as a child. While doing research for the podcast, Hagriff and McCarthy came across the Maria Rosenberg School. I couldn't find any records for this school, but I don't have access to German school records, so I have to rely on their research. Apparently, the Maria Rosenberg School housed young women and girls without families. According to one historical expert, the Maria Rosenberg School was also used for children with behavioral problems, many of them from Nuremberg, but to his knowledge, no Jewish children were hidden at the school during the war. When looking at student records for the school, a familiar name popped up. Claudia Tielt, one of the names used by the Isdorwoman. Oh, hello. However, the records were incomplete, so there's no way of following up on this lead. A refugee, orphan, or child alienated from their family due to behavioral problems would make an ideal candidate for any clandestine operation. Yeah, this place sounds like exactly the sort of place where they'd recruit potential spies from. Be it espionage or a criminal enterprise. With vague or non-existent documentation of their lives and no family or friends to miss them, they could easily disappear without anyone noticing that they're gone. The police followed up on all the names the Isdorwoman used and they never found anything. By the time World War II ended, people had gone missing. Families were separated, getting stuck on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall, and records had been destroyed in bombing raids and fires. If our woman had gone missing in Germany or Belgium during or even right after the war, there's a good chance that her case simply fell through the cracks. There was no one left to miss her and follow up with the police. It was like she never even existed. A spy in our midst. Messages written in code, wigs, multiple identities, no history. Our Lady was a spy, right? Yes! If we consider the Isdorwoman's movements in her final hours, this certainly seems like a very good possibility. According to the lead investigator Oscar Hordness, there was no indication that the victim was involved in any kind of espionage, stating that, we can rule that out with certainty. How can you be so certain? It also sounds like throughout their investigation, they were getting leaned on by someone. And so that would be very congruent with the fact that they've been leaned on by someone, and by someone I mean spy services. However, many people disagree. The 1970s was a busy time politically. The Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union was in full swing, and nuclear war had barely been averted just 8 years before, in October 1962. In the far north above the Arctic Circle, Norway and the Soviet Union shared a 200-kilometer border. However, Norway was firmly allied with the United States. The city of Bergen, where the Isdorwoman spent a lot of her time, was home to the biggest naval base in Norway. Soldiers in the streets were a fairly common sight, and NATO exercises with warships from the US, Germany and England were a regular occurrence. This made the Soviet Union quite nervous, so a lot of submarine sightings were reported in the fords, most likely the Soviets keeping an eye on what NATO was doing. Bergen also housed an international airport. With all this activity and access, Bergen would have been a good place for a spy to pick up intel. Starting in the 1960s, Norway, with financial support from the US Navy and Western Germany, began developing the Penguin missile system, a short-range anti-ship missile. The development took around a decade, and the missile was finally put into service in 1972 and became NATO's first operational naval strike missile. So the project was of great importance to all the players in the Cold War. And they're spies. And they're spies! I don't understand how this could be like, no, definitely not a spy. Nothing to do with spies, except everything is saying this is all to do with spies. Investigations into the Isdal woman's movements showed that her visits to Stavanger and Bergen coincided with the tests of the Penguin missile system, and personnel from the FFI, the Norwegian Defence Research Establishment, stayed at hotels in Stavanger during the tests. According to the tale of our fisherman, the Isdal woman was watching the exercises of the 25th Missile Boat Squadron in Tananger, where she was also seen talking to a naval officer. While none of this proves that she was a spy, her presence is definitely suspicious, and considering the importance of this newly developed weapon system, the Isdal woman being a Soviet spy is certainly within the realm of possibility. Unless I am missing something. And I know it's like one of those things where it's like, okay, so there's no evidence. But, oh my god, the amount of circumstantial evidence is crazy. However, the Cold War wasn't the only thing happening to the world in the 1970s. In the summer of 1973, a special unit of Mossad assassinated Ahmed Bachiki, a waiter, openly in the street in the town of Lillehammer, a ski resort town in southern Norway. The Mossad agents had mistaken Bachiki for Ali Hassan Salameh, a Palestinian man involved in the Munich massacre at the Olympic Games in 1972. The incident in Lillehammer opens a whole new can of worms. The Norwegian authorities were very lenient toward the Mossad agents that shot an innocent man on the street, giving them a very short prison sentence. This all happened 3 years after the Isdal woman was found dead, but it suggests that the Mossad was operating in Norway in the 1970s. So if not a Soviet spy, was the woman connected to Mossad in some way? According to Professor Stephen Dorrell of Huddersfield University, an expert in Western counterintelligence, the Mossad was quite adept at passports and certainly had the capacity to manage an agent with multiple identities. Yeah, I mean, sure, but so does the Soviet Union. You can bet they can forge passports. Didn't they have, agents literally in the United States pretending to be Americans? At least according to that Americans TV show. Unlike the Soviets, they were also more likely to use female spies. If the Norwegian government was so lenient toward foreign Secret Service agents operating openly in Norway, perhaps the case of the Isdal woman was closed so quickly to hide the involvement of intelligence agencies, either foreign or domestic. Yes! Yes, exactly!
Oh my god, yes! Oh my god, yes!
Now, other than hunting down terrorists and Nazi war criminals, what interest would Israel have in Norway? Well, I'm glad you asked. Norway is a producer of heavy water, a component used for nuclear fission with both civilian and military applications. In 1970, Norway delivered 1 ton of heavy water to Israel, following Israel's guarantee that the water would be used for a nuclear reactor and not for anything military, like, a nuclear bomb. The whole transaction was kept secret. Perhaps news of Israel's interest in a component that could be used for nuclear weapons made its way to Palestinian ears, prompting the Palestinians to take a closer look at what was happening in Norway. If this was the reason behind the Isdal woman's visit to Norway, it would make sense that the Norwegian intelligence services wanted it kept quiet. The Cold War was still going strong. Getting openly involved in a second conflict was not a good idea. So, do we have anything linking the Isdal woman to Palestinian groups? There is one very tenuous link, but it might also explain another question regarding the Isdal woman: the money. I don't understand why it's why we're considering Israel, Mossad, or Palestinian spies when it just seems like the Soviet Union is the obvious-ass choice here. The Isdal woman was well-funded. She was described as elegant, stayed in an upmarket hotel in Geneva, and travelled around Europe constantly. Clearly, Our Lady had money, and lots of it. So where was the money coming from? An independent fact-checker made an interesting connection. François Genot, a wealthy financier from Switzerland with close ties to Belgium, having married a Belgian national. Genot was a man with all the wrong friends. Long after the Third Reich toppled, he still remained an avid supporter of National Socialism and Hitler, and continued his fight against the Jews via the Israel-Palestine conflict. Genot visited Paris on the 26th of June and 27th of June 1970 to meet with Wadi Haddad, a well-known Palestinian militant. While there are no reports of a woman present at this meeting, which was observed by intelligence agents, we know that the Isdal woman was in Paris at the same time. Now Paris is a big city, so this link is tenuous at best, but after 50 years, we've reached the point in the case where armchair detectives start grasping at straws. But if the Isdal woman was involved with Genot and Haddad, it would explain where the money came from. You know what would also explain where the money came from? State sponsorship. You know what has lots of money? Governments. While the spy theory certainly makes sense to us mere mortals, those with a little more insight into spycraft have a different opinion. According to Ivan Newman, director of Norwegian Social Records, spy operations at the time were set up as follows. As a spy, you had an officer you had to report to. In the Soviet days, there would be one person working in the embassy known as the resident. They would be the ranking intelligence officer. Their job was to maintain relationships and recruit agents. Next in your hierarchy, you'd have the professional or career spies. They, in turn, would have networks of informants passing passing them information, as well as couriers and messengers. Some of these informants would be paid, while others did it for ideological reasons. A proper spy would be provided with a legend, a backstory which includes a full life history with the proper documentation to back that up. A spy would certainly have 1 or 2 false identities, but it was unlikely for a spy to have 7 different identities. Keeping that many backstories straight without tripping yourself up would be very difficult, even for a professional spy. I mean, yeah, sure, if you had 7 fully fleshed out backstories, but you could have like 1 or 2 or 3 fully fleshed out backstories, which you keep on top of, and then just have some random names that you just use for checking into hotels or booking flights. And then that's as deep as they go. You don't need every identity to be super in-depth. You just need some of them to be in-depth for more complicated stuff, and then some of them not to be in-depth for stuff where no one's ever going to ask questions. No one's going to check you into a hotel and be like, and so where did you go to university? No one's asking that. And if you're only using the identity for that, then it doesn't need to be deeper.
Smart.
I still think this is spies. It's spies. Former spy Alexander Vasiliev believes that if Our Lady was a spy, she wasn't a Soviet spy. She cut all the labels out of her clothes, like she didn't want to be traced through her purchases. A proper spy wouldn't do that. Instead, a spy would be wearing clothes bought from Norway or another country that fit her legend. Since she claimed to be from Belgium in her hotel registrations, a proper spy would be wearing clothes from stores commonly found in Belgium to further cement her false identity. This woman also had too many different identities for a Soviet spy. Faking an identity requires a lot of effort and paperwork. Again, if it's got a big legend, sure, but not if it doesn't. She would need birth certificates, driver's licenses, and identity documents from her home country. No, she wouldn't. She might just need a fake passport to check into a hotel. A paper trail needs to be established, and she would need more than just a passport. I just disagree with this. I just straight up disagree with this. Like, you can have a shallow false identity. This takes money, time, and effort to organize. You don't just buy these things off a shelf. Ideally, a spy would take the name of a deceased person. So 7 identities would mean 7 deceased people. In the 1970s, it also wasn't uncommon for women to travel alone. A woman on her own drew attention, so the Soviet Union didn't use a lot of female spies in order to fly under the radar. Finally, more than one person commented on the smell of spices, strong perfume, or garlic. Once again, this is out of the norm, making it memorable. According to Vasiliev, a Soviet spy would smell of Chanel No. 5. Okay. Our Lady was also traveling too often to be a spy. A spy needs to build up a network of informants in an area, make friends, and become a trusted member of the community. If she was interested in something like the Penguin missile test, she would have been staying in Bergen or Stavanger for years, making friends with the locals and taking a dog for a walk to watch the tests without drawing attention. Traveling extensively would make it impossible to build up a network. Vasiliev considers the money and multiple identities to be suspicious, but if she was a spy, she definitely wasn't a Soviet spy. It sounds like he's just like, yeah, no, she wasn't one of our spies. Definitely not. I mean, spies, they have a vested interest in keeping how they operate secret. So I just don't buy it. It's too spy-y. However, just because she wasn't a spy doesn't mean she wasn't involved in espionage. This was the days before superfast internet and overnight delivery services. The only way for a spy to get important information into the hands of handlers was through couriers. Considering some of the high-profile cities the Isdor woman visited, such as Hamburg in Germany, Basel in Switzerland, Paris and Rome, it's possible that our woman wasn't a spy but a courier working for an espionage ring operating in Norway, a ring involving some high-ranking Norwegian officials. Perhaps she made a mistake and as a result was killed and put on a fire to hide her identity and cover up the involvement of some very important people with a lot to lose. Fine, so she could be a courier. I completely agree with this, but in my book that's also being a spy. You're working for an intelligence services. That's pretty spy-like. Considering her behavior, I'm inclined to believe the professional spies. Okay. I mean, professional spies have an agenda. Like, I just don't believe it. The Isdor woman was a memorable woman traveling alone. Even 50 years later, witnesses who were re-interviewed when the case was reopened still remembered her. Her dark hair and eyes drew attention everywhere she went. Spies are supposed to blend and fit in, not stand out. Hotel staff also mentioned odd behavior, like changing rooms multiple times. In one hotel, she changed rooms 3 times. She moved furniture around in the room, and hotel staff just considered her to be strange and different. In Tanager, she was seen talking to a naval officer while visiting the same town where the Penguin missile system was being tested. If she was a spy, gathering intelligence by talking to the naval officer, standing on a quay in plain sight for anyone to see would make her an incredibly bad spy. Maybe. Or it could be one of those things where it's like, yeah, okay, we'll just meet in the pub and talk, and we'll just say we're friends. It's like, maybe it's so bad it's good. There are many unsolved mysteries surrounding the Isdal woman, and her behaviour seems suspicious. However, if she was involved in espionage, she probably wasn't a career spy. She was simply too memorable for that. So if not a spy, what else could she have been involved with that got her killed? Well, I mean, I feel like we're defining spy here as someone who specifically works for an intelligence agency directly. But I don't think that's what a spy is. Generally, like, most of the spying and stuff happens by people that are recruited by people who work for intelligence agencies. Right?
Right.
They're like people who work for like MI6 or whatever. They're like the officer, like the case officer or whatever, and then they go out and they find their informants and their spies and they go around and do stuff like this. I call that spying, and I think she's a spy. Other theories. A number of theories have done the rounds since the discovery of the unknown woman on that winter's morning. However, no theory has given a satisfying explanation for who the Isdal woman was and what she was involved with. No matter how good the theory, there's always something that doesn't quite fit. A woman travelling alone in the 1970s probably had one of three occupations: spy, sex worker, or businesswoman. Considering that she used multiple identities, none of which could be traced, and that she lied about her age, it's unlikely she was a legitimate businesswoman or a tourist, and we already considered spy. That leaves sex worker or high-class escort. Since this was still illegal in most places, it would explain the fake identities and lying about her age. Among the belongings, yeah, but come on. The cut-off labels, her being burned, it's like, what? Among the belongings in the suitcases at the train station was a matchbox with the label of an erotic underwear postal service in Germany that has since become a well-known chain of sex shops. This would certainly explain why she had so much money to spend and why all the witnesses saw her in the company of men. That's okay. If she was travelling around Europe, she must have been in high demand, so this lady had some skills. However, police reports describe the lingerie in her luggage as beautiful, which doesn't necessarily mean erotic, and I think we can all agree that calling a woman a sex worker because she likes to wear pretty undergarments is highly problematic. As for the matchbox, she could have picked that up anywhere. German soldiers were a dime a dozen in Bergen, so someone could have lost it or left it behind in a pub or a restaurant. It's also worth noting that some of the hotels she checked into were Christian hotels with strict rules such as no alcohol or drugs, and definitely no sex workers. In fact, Hor der Heimen in Bergen, where she spent her last days accounted for, was a Christian hotel, as was St. Svithin in Stavanger, where she spent 9 days. A Christian hotel isn't a good place to pick up clients or to take clients if you're a working girl. You'll probably get kicked out at best and reported to the authorities if you're really unlucky. So I doubt that our unknown woman had anything to do with the sex trade. Yes, agreed, because she's a spy! A more likely theory to explain the extensive travelling and the funds to support this lifestyle, while still turning heads with your elegance, would be crime. More than one of her hotel registration cards listed her reason for visiting as antiquities dealer. An antiquities dealer could visit out-of-the-way places under the guise of evaluating antiques and meet with high-profile or sophisticated-looking men in hotel restaurants without drawing too much attention. Her interest in the Penguin missile system could suggest that she was involved in the arms trade, or she was selling information to the highest bidder. Stavanger was the oil capital of Norway, so lots of corporate offices for a little corporate espionage to fill up a lazy afternoon. Okay, corporate espionage, still espionage. That's still spying. I just have a broader definition of spy. An antiques dealer would also be a good cover for an art thief or a smuggler. One witness saw her buying a mirror. A flat canvas, hidden behind a cheap mirror, would certainly be a good way to get a stolen painting out of Norway. If our fishermen could get a gun all the way to London, getting a mirror over the border wouldn't be that difficult. Many of the cities she travelled to, like Paris and Geneva, are still connected to the art world, and a lot of artworks were stolen during World War II, most of them not having been recovered. Considering her childhood ties to Germany, this would certainly be a possibility. However, since Norway isn't exactly one of the art capitals of the world, I'm not convinced there were enough remarkable works of art or buyers in Bergen, Stavanger and Tanager to justify so many trips to Norway. Of course, 34 paintings from well-known artists, including Edvard Munch, that's the guy who painted The Scream, disappeared from Oslo 50 years ago, but according to authorities, it was the work of students. I'm no expert, but this seems like something that warrants a little more investigation, so maybe someone might want to look into that. Finally, some have speculated that the Isdal woman was suffering from some kind of mental illness. No. Too organised, too much money. While much progress had been made in the field, by 1970 many psychiatric conditions weren't that well understood, and people suffering from mental illness were often overlooked and shunned by society. The life of a spy, sex worker or criminal would probably be very lonely, so our woman might have experienced depression. Some of her odd behaviours that point to her not being a spy certainly make sense for someone experiencing paranoid delusions. Changing hotel rooms, moving from one hotel to another frequently, wearing wigs, using fake names, getting rid of anything that could identify her, and keeping a coded itinerary would make perfect sense to someone trying to avoid imaginary followers. What? And then just cutting the clothes off, sure. But, like, then just killing herself? Or getting killed in the woods? By fire? And petrol that disappeared? Come on. One article mentioned that the phenomol tablets found in her stomach could have been prescribed for seizures, which might indicate that our woman suffered from epilepsy. However, delusions aren't a typical symptom of epilepsy. Yes, I was like, where is that going? While a mental illness might explain her behavior, it doesn't explain the meetings with several unidentified men, her visits coinciding with missile tests, or the source of her funding. A rich socialite going missing would have made the headlines. She also came across as organised and functioning relatively well. Exactly. She definitely had some quirks, perhaps even some mild mental health issues, but full-blown paranoid delusions or schizophrenia seems unlikely in my opinion. There was some speculation also that the Isdal woman was the victim of an unknown serial killer, or that the various sightings of the Isdal woman weren't actually the same person, but two different women. Apparently the police were looking for an American woman whose description was very similar to the Isdal woman at the time. In my humble opinion, someone should take another look at the paintings that went missing in Oslo. My money is on art thief or smuggler. What do you think, Simon? No. As you well know, my money is on spy. Don't know what sort of spy. Corporate espionage, Soviet espionage. Those are my two big ones. That's what I think's going down. Conclusion. It's been over 50 years, and the identity of the Isdal woman is still unknown. No passports were ever found in her belongings or hotel rooms. If they existed, they probably burnt with her. What she was doing in Norway remains as much of a mystery as her name. However, the interest of the Norwegian secret police suggests that her death wasn't a run-of-the-mill accident or suicide. Was she a spy, a double agent, or working either with a criminal organisation or the police to infiltrate a criminal organisation? Whether related to espionage or just plain crime, it appears that Our Lady was up to something shady, possibly shady enough to get her killed in a most horrific way. Despite being seen in the presence of multiple men, no one has ever come forward to identify the woman or even admit that they knew her, and time's running out. Within another 10 or 20 years, anyone who ever met her will be dead and gone, and with them, any answers that might lead to her killer. With no history, no story, no name, all that remains of the Isdal woman is a lonely, unmarked grave, and a mystery which at this point may never be solved. It's doubtful that we'll ever get to know who the Isdal woman is, who she loved, and what she imagined her life would be. And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoy it, leave a rating or a review on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, or if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown, the show where we decode things. One of my writers, in this case Kevin, has written me a script I've never read it before. It's all about Jennifer Fergate, the Oslo Plaza woman. I know absolutely nothing about this, but over the next, trying to eyeball the length of this from the script, 90 minutes, 2 hours, maybe less, who knows? We're gonna decode. Let's jump in, shall we? It was 7:50 p.m, Saturday the 3rd of June. 1995. The security guard knocked on the door of room 2805, but instead of the occupant answering the door, the guard instead heard the unmistakable sound of a gun being fired. He took cover in an alcove, eventually taking the elevator downstairs to get the head of security for assistance. Bruh. Someone shot at me through the door when I knocked on it. Do you want to go get head of security or just immediately call the police? Just immediately call the police. What's going on? Oh, it was 1995 though, so maybe he didn't have a mobile phone. Probably not, right? So he'd have to go downstairs and find someone to call the police, right?
Maybe.
You know, it feels like we've been here before, Simon. It's a lot like the murder room in 1046, in which mysterious John Doe was found inside his hotel room having been shot. However, today's story about the death in room 2805 departs from the previous tale in a number of significant ways. I mean, I'm sure people are found dead in hotel rooms all the time. Like, don't people go to hotels sometimes to they like check into a nice hotel and be like, this is where I'm going to end it all? Super grim. I would have liked to work in a hotel. You'd just be like, housekeeping! You just go like blood splatter. You must see dead people being a housekeeper, right? My mother-in-law runs a guest house and some dude like just died. Like, died in a guest house. And it was like, oh shit. So the police come, they check him out, it's like, nah, he's just dead. Nothing weird. Just a guy who died. You're like, f***ing hell though. Jesus. To start, this time around, the victim is a Jane Doe rather than a John Doe. This case also took place in 1995 rather than 1935, so there's a lot more evidence and forensics, though as you'll soon discover, not nearly as much as there should be. But the biggest difference between these two cases is that while the police knew Artemis Ogletree was clearly murdered in room 1046, police in this case started with a 99.9% degree of certainty that today's Jane Doe took her own life. And not a goddamn person believes that story. Okay. Well, why were they so sure at the beginning then? I like a good mystery. I mean, that's why I do this channel, isn't it? So come join me in an adventure involving fake identities, unexplainable details, potential communist spies, half-eaten bratwurst, and an allegedly self-inflicted injury that's even less convincing than Jeffrey Epstein's. Yeah, I love that one. It's always like, he shot himself in the head twice. In the back of the head twice. It's so good. It's like that Boeing dude. He was like, if I turn up dead, it's not an accident. If I turn up dead, it's not suicide. And then the guy turns up dead from suicide. What are you up to, Boeing, allegedly? Checking into the hotel. It all began on May the 22nd at the Radisson Blu Plaza Hotel, known locally as the Oslo Plaza. If I was going to end it all, it's such a grim thought, isn't it? Like, thinking about this. But it does happen. It's like, I don't think the Radisson Blu, if it's like the last thing I'm going to do, it's like, oh, yeah. Not even a regular Radisson. The Radisson Blu. That's the worst one, right? That's it's like the Marriott Courtyard. Ugh. Marriott Courtyard. So why even call it a Marriott? Marriott has like something of a mid-tier vibe. And then you're just like, yeah, Marriott Courtyard. Basically a nice 2-star hotel. This was the #1 luxury hotel in Oslo, perhaps all of Norway. Have I got this wrong? I thought Radisson Blu was like the version of Radisson. Maybe it's maybe I've got it the wrong way around. Maybe Radisson Blu is the nice one. I'm going to look that up right now. Radisson Blu. Oh, maybe Radisson Blu is the nice one. I'm sorry, I'm mistaken then.
I'm sorry.
Maybe. It's a hard thing to Google, isn't it? My bad. I'm sorry, Radisson. You make lovely places. A 37 stories tall, it's the second tallest building in all of Norway, and a footbridge connects the hotel to Oslo Spectrum Arena. The Spectrum is famous for hosting the Nobel Peace Prize concert every year, as well as for hosting the Eurovision Song Contest multiple times. Sadly, it was not the location of Eurovision 2010 when the world was first introduced to Epic Sax Guy. There's a reference I don't get. Anyway, the Oslo Plaza was really big deal. It was frequently host to celebrities and foreign heads of state. Okay, never mind. Apparently it's awesome. Radisson Blu. Where is that? And the 5-star hotel was officially opened by none other than King Olav V himself. It was the pinnacle of luxury accommodation in Oslo and was conveniently within walking distance of much of the city. And on May the 22nd, hotel reception received a call from a woman looking to book a room. The woman spoke in perfect English with no discernible accent, though it's unclear what day the reservation was originally for. It's an everyday part of reception's job to take these calls, so I wouldn't have expected whoever answered the phone that day to remember it weeks later. I'm honestly shocked they remember she spoke English, unless receiving calls from English speakers was particularly noteworthy. Or maybe it was just standard practice to note what language a phone call was in, since this seems to have been a major destination for international travelers. But the reason we don't know the original date is that the woman called back in on Wednesday, May the 31st to change her reservation. At least we assume it was the same woman, but anything is possible with this case. This time, she was speaking fluent German, and the person answering the phone call believed she had an Eastern European accent. She was calling to let them know that she wanted to check into the hotel that night. Wait, that's quite impressive. So, wait, a Norwegian person is answering the phone to someone speaking German, and they can tell that person has an accent. Oh my god, that's quite something, isn't it? To tell someone's got an accent in a language that you don't speak as your first language. She was calling to let them know that she wanted to check into the hotel that night and that there would be another guest joining in her room. The names were recorded as Jennifer and Lois Fairgate. In this context, Lois was being used as a man's name, and as far as I can tell, it's supposed to be pronounced like Lewis. Okay, there we go. From now on, Lewis. It's spelled Lois, like Lois. Around 10:40 p.m, Jennifer arrived to check into the hotel. She was described as being short, about 5'2", with blue eyes, having short dark hair in a sort of pixie cut, and wearing a long black leather jacket. She would also write down a date of birth that would have made her 21 years old, but she was 21 in the same way that most guys on Tinder are 6 feet tall. Jennifer was greeted by receptionist Sasha Anundsen, who gave her the following card to fill out. Okay, so there's a picture of a card. It looks very 90s. Like, I don't think you get these anymore, do you? I guess you do sometimes, like when you check in. But normally they'll have all the details printed out ahead of time, right? Because everyone wants to check in online rather than fill out that reception. Because the reservation was made over the phone, you see that some of the information was typed onto the card. Oh, there we go. Some of it is. There you go. It looks like it was printed like on an old school dot matrix printer. This has led to a lot of confusion over Jennifer's name, with different articles using Fairgate or Fergate interchangeably. Well, it clearly states here Fairgate. The spelling was just oh, okay, so her name is actually Fergate, but on here it's spelt Fairgate. Yeah, I don't know, look, saying the name Whistler over the phone, people are always like, oh, hello, Mr. Westman, and I'm like, who? It's rarely correct. But Jennifer signed her name as Fergate multiple times, so it's assumed that this is the correct spelling. It's also largely irrelevant, since if you haven't guessed by me referring to her as a Jane Doe at the beginning of the episode, it's not like this was even her real name. But clerical errors aside, this is where things already start to get a bit strange. Sasha claims that Jennifer was checking in alone, but the head receptionist, E.I. Gudgertsen, I'm sorry Norwegians about that pronunciation, Evie Gudgertsen, Evie Gudgertsen, told a different story. Evie has remained confident for over 2 decades that there was a man with Jennifer at check-in, the mysterious Lewis. She described him as tall, maybe 6'1", with dark hair, and roughly 35 to 40 years old. That's not the only thing that Sasha and Evie disagreed about either. We'll come back to some of the other details later, but there are a couple of very notable things on that registration card as it concerns Jennifer's original check-in. Sasha marked X's in pen on the fields that Jennifer was supposed to fill out, but she left her passport number and issuing passport authority both blank. The card is also marked as Jennifer having paid for the room in cash. Oh yeah, okay, so that's just missing information. However, even when a room is paid in cash, it's standard procedure for the hotel to request a card to be put on file for incidentals. This allows the hotel to charge you for any expenses incurred that weren't part of the original room charge, such as a room service, eating snacks out of the minibar, or taking a sledgehammer to the walls like an arsehole. And yet this didn't happen. Despite this being a premier luxury hotel, Jennifer was able to check in without providing a credit card or any form of identification. Even shitty hotels require these things and have for decades, and it was official hotel policy to do so. So how was this even possible? Well, when you pay for incidentals, right, they've just put a block on your card for like, I don't know, like $1,000 or whatever. And then if you take anything, then they take the money off and then they like release the hold. So couldn't you just give them, like, assuming you just big cash person, just give them cash, just give them like $1,000 in cash, which I mean is a lot, but couldn't you do that? I've never done it because I was just like, you know, I'm not a criminal, so I'll just use a bank card like a normal person. According to Evie, it shouldn't have been. She stated, "It's incomprehensible to me. We had strict routines at the hotel. It just shouldn't be possible." But Sasha claimed that this sort of happened all the time. Jennifer had arrived at the hotel late in the evening, just after the final flights for 3 major airlines each touched down at the nearby international airport almost simultaneously. This unfortunate circumstance of airline scheduling meant that the hotel lobby was far busier than a typical Wednesday. Yeah, but they're still going to go through the procedures. They're still going to be like, and a bank card and a passport, please. As Sasha stated with regards to how Jennifer could get through reception without an ID or credit card, it was all about assigning rooms as quickly as possible. We mustn't keep the guests waiting. That's very different from what Evie said, so how can we reconcile these two statements? A lot of people seem to get really hung up on this, suggesting that either Evie or Sasha were part of a larger conspiracy, but I can explain the different responses really easily. If you've ever worked for a giant customer-facing organization, I'm sure you can as well. Back when I was a butcher for a massive heartless corporation that shall remain nameless, we would grind beef daily that was labelled as being 85% lean. If you were to ask the manager if we tested the ground beef to ensure it contained no more than 15% fat, he would tell you that of course we tested every single grind. It was corporate policy. But if you were to ask me or one of my buddies, I would answer, of course not. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. We just eyeballed it, and if it looked too fatty, we'd throw in a bag of pecs to lean it out. In the 5 years I was with the company, the ground beef tester was used exactly once, and that was only because my buddy and I made a bet about the fat content of a particular grind. Now I'm curious about what it actually came out at. It's like 70% fat. In summary, I think these differing statements are a red herring. In all likelihood, Sasha was telling the truth to investigators because there was a dead body involved, while Evie continued to toe the company line to protect her lower management position. It's completely reasonable that, given the alleged unspoken policy of moving the line as fast as possible, Sasha just decided to accept cash payment and not worry about ID. After all, if the hotel room was already paid for in cash, then who cares what her real name was? It's not like they had to worry that she was using a stolen credit card or something. No, but there's probably like a governmental policy about getting someone's ID when they check into a hotel. It's probably like a legal requirement beyond just hotel policy, right? Now we'll come back to the rest of the registration card later, but there is one thing I want to address quickly because as I believe every single other source represents this inaccurately. The price on the card for Jennifer's stay was 1,845 krona per night. Adjusted for inflation to 2024 currency, that comes out to 3,600 krona, or about $340. That is how every source I can find describes the price, and it's technically accurate, but something felt off. Yeah, it does. If this is like, I don't know, this feels like normal for like a decent hotel, but for like the best hotel in Norway, feels pretty cheap. Norway's expensive. I know the luxury hotels in Europe are less expensive than in the US. Yeah, they are. US is crazy. I stayed in a crappy Sheraton one time, and it was $300 a night, and it was crap. But this was Norway's premier hotel at the time. The price felt too cheap, so I looked at the exchange rates. It turns out that the krona was a lot stronger in 1995 than it is today. On June the 1st, 1995, the exchange rate was 6.35 krona to the dollar. Today, it's 10.75 krona to the dollar. This means that a room at the Oslo Plaza in 1995 was $290, or almost $590 today. That price makes a lot more sense for a hotel that was housing heads of state, and I got to have a little fun doing maths, so this tangent was a win-win. Very nice. Yeah, that feels much more normal, doesn't it? Like $600 for like a super nice hotel. Yeah, that's good. It's a good deal. Back on track, Jennifer received 2 key cards for the room. One for her and one for Lewis, who may or may not have been standing next to her this whole time. But because this was a fancy hotel, they had a log system that tracked every time a guest's key card was used to access their room. This means we know exactly when and how many times Jennifer used her key card. However, the system only logged instances in which the key card was used. If 2 people were staying in the same room, one could open the door for the other, and there would be no log of it. More importantly, there was no way to know when somebody left their room, only when they returned. That said, we can use the keycard log to attempt to build a timeline for Jennifer during her stay. This is obviously a very limited amount of information to work with, but I'm a firm believer in less is more in many circumstances. And it's actually the lack of information in the log that raises one of the most interesting questions: establishing a timeline. Jennifer began checking in at 10:40 p.m. on Wednesday night, and her keycard was first used to enter room 2805 at 10:44 p.m. It was used one more time that night at 12:21 a.m., though both Sasha and Evie claimed to have seen Jennifer during this time period. Evie insisted that she saw Jennifer standing with a man by the hotel's currency exchange. She believes they were exchanging US dollars for krona, but she wasn't absolutely certain on what currency they were handing in. Evie also wasn't sure whether or not it was the same man who had been standing beside Jennifer during check-in, but she was 100% confident that there was a man with her. Sasha, on the other hand, saw Jennifer standing alone by the elevators while he was checking in other guests. These two statements don't necessarily contradict each other. It's possible that she was standing at the currency exchange with someone who then didn't go up to her room with her. In fact, I'd wager this is incredibly possible, as most people I've conducted business with then don't come up to my hotel room. Yes, there doesn't seem to be any mystery here. This seems to be completely standard. Or maybe she was waiting at the elevator for the man who then went to the currency exchange with her, and they retired to the same room together. I mean, less likely, but possible. Still, again, nothing super weird. Regardless, assuming Evie's memory was correct, then this brief trip out of Jennifer's hotel room that night was easily explained as getting the necessary currency for whatever she had planned during her trip. However, as this was the last time anyone would see a man with Jennifer, and both times it was only Evie that saw him, as far as we know, the mysterious Lewis never actually existed. It certainly didn't appear as if he was sharing a room with her. The next time Jennifer's keycard was used was at 8:34 a.m. the next morning, Thursday. Given the time of day, it's assumed that she'd just left to have some breakfast, but nobody saw Jennifer enter or leave her room, nor did anybody remember seeing her at breakfast at the hotel. I mean, people don't... When I'm in a hotel, usually the hallways are pretty empty. It's like... I mean, of course you bump into people, but generally when you leave your room, it's not like there are other people, like, around that often who'd even remember, right? They're not that busy. And even if they are busy, people aren't just in and out of their rooms all the time. There was no reason for anyone to be keeping an eye on her specifically, so unless she had been disappointed with the breakfast options and gone full Karen on the staff, it's not a surprise nobody would remember if she was there. Of course, she may also have left the hotel entirely and had breakfast somewhere else. Now, here is where things start to get strange. Sometime that morning, Jennifer went to the hotel receptionist to extend her stay. She had originally booked 2 nights, but she wanted to extend her stay until Sunday. This wasn't an unusual request. The receptionist changed her booking to add 2 more days and gave Jennifer 2 new keycards, as the originals were programmed to stop working the next day. Once again, Jennifer was not asked for a credit card or ID, but I don't think that's as strange as most sources seem to. Although we discussed why she may have been able to originally check in without providing these details, it's still highly unusual and against corporate policy for this to have happened. As such, whoever extended Jennifer's reservation would have just assumed that these things were already on file. I obviously don't have access to the software that the hotel was using back in 1995, but I would be shocked if updating the checkout date required the receptionist to update or even look at the payment information on file. Who knows? Maybe I'm just not being hard enough on the staff. No, I think that's extremely reasonable. You just be like, I'd like to extend my stay, and they're like, okay, can I have some money? And you give them money and you're done. But even if I'm willing to explain away her ability to once again deal with reception without showing an ID or credit card, it was the use of this new keycard that really raises questions. Room 2805 was next opened 3 times between 12:44 and 12:50 p.m. But it wasn't by Jennifer. It was housekeeping using their keycards to open the door. When they entered the room, it was empty. There was no Jennifer and no Lewis, though the latter should go without saying, as I already said that nobody saw him. There were 2 housekeepers tidying up the room that day. Vigdis Varlo was in charge and had been with the hotel for some time, but she also had a 19-year-old trainee with her. Vigdis had been one of the people to prepare the room the day before, and because there were supposed to be 2 people staying in the room, it was standard procedure to provide 2 duvets for the bed. Yes, that's a European thing. However, one of the duvets had been folded and placed off to the side rather than being used. While this is seen as further proof that there was only one person staying in the room, conceptually, I'm a bit confused about the whole thing. A duvet is what we in America generally refer to as a comforter. And I don't see why anyone would expect each person to use their own. Oh, Kevin, that's because you're an American. In Europe, it's quite common for people to have 2 separate duvets and use them separately, and there'll be like 2 single duvets. So people will sleep with single duvets on the bed, and it's not a comforter. A comforter's this gross thing that hotels don't wash, that you sleep like a sheet and then a comforter over the top. In Europe, we just sleep with the comforter, but the cover of the comforter is changed every time. I understand that providing a second one may have become standard practice after too many late-night calls to housekeeping from people left in the cold by blanket hogs, but it doesn't seem like using separate blankets would be the default for 2 people sharing a bed. It is because they're single duvets. Like, at home, because I'm British, like, we generally have, like, one big duvet for 2 people, but in Czech, they generally have 2 separate ones, and I think lots of Europe does it the same. And so it would just be 2 single ones. So this does indicate that there's only one person in the room. Maybe it's some European cultural thing, and Simon has a better explanation for why the unused duvet would be seen as so important. He does. There you go. You're welcome. The more crucial piece of evidence with regards to the bed was that Vigdis observed that only 1 pillow had been used. That certainly seems more compelling for anyone still entertaining the idea that there was a second person staying in the room with Jennifer. No, I think it's only 1 person. And the fact that Kevin finds this weird is just like, that's just a European thing, and it just further indicates that there was only 1 person in the room. Anyway, the used duvet was folded and placed in the closet, and housekeeping did regular cleaning stuff like replacing towels and whatnot. While waiting for her trainee to finish cleaning the bathroom, a pair of shoes caught Vigdis's attention. The clothes Jennifer wore were predominantly black or grey, nothing that would make a person stand out, but these shoes were brightly coloured and extremely pretty, so much so that Vigdis had to take a closer look. She looked inside the shoes to see who they were made by in the hopes of perhaps buying her own pair, but by the time anyone learned this detail and asked her, she had forgotten who made the shoes, and that's assuming she ever got the answer in the first place, for reasons we'll get to later. Oh, have the labels been removed from the clothes? That's some spy shit right there. We don't know exactly what time the housekeepers left the room, but we do know that the room was empty when they arrived. Jennifer wasn't there, but there was no evidence of anybody else staying in the room either, and nobody was going to return to that room for quite a while. The next time Jennifer's keycard was used was 8:50 a.m. on Friday. If you're able to follow along with the timeline, this is very strange. Jennifer used her keycard at 8:30 Thursday morning and not again until 8:50 Friday morning. This means that she left her room, went to reception to extend her reservation by 2 days, and didn't return to her room until 20 to 24 hours later. Yes, that is odd. I'm just putting that timeline together in my head. There's no log of exactly when she visited reception, but she was already gone by the time housekeeping arrived, which meant that Jennifer was gone for a minimum of 20 hours. So, where in the hell was she? Unfortunately, I don't have an answer to that for you. Nobody knows if she had business in Oslo that kept her out all night, or if she spent the night in a different room in the hotel. Jennifer was basically invisible for her entire stay. She was the sort of person that could walk around a crowded building without ever being seen or drawing attention to herself. Some spy right there. That said, a member of staff did see Jennifer open her hotel room that morning. Karen Lovebrote was filling in for Vigdis on the 28th floor that day, and she saw Jennifer walking towards her room. She greeted Jennifer in English, saying good morning, and Jennifer smiled and returned the pleasantry before opening the door to her room. When she got to her room, there was a message waiting for her on the TV. Sometime Thursday afternoon, somebody in reception had finally realized there was no credit card on file for room 2805. At 2:19 p.m, a message was sent that would appear on the TV screen until somebody in the room clicked OK on the remote to acknowledge the message. The message urgently requested that the occupant go see the cashier about their room, and shortly after returning to her room, Jennifer acknowledged the message. Of course, Jennifer was never going to see the cashier about the matter. The cash she had paid for the room no longer covered her extended stay, but Jennifer had a secret weapon up her sleeve. The same hotel employee that saw her first enter her room watched again as she opened the door and placed a Do Not Disturb sign on the handle. They could send all the messages to her TV they wanted, but the hotel was now powerless to come to her room and try to address the situation with her personally. I mean, what could they possibly do? The sign explicitly said Do Not Disturb, so knocking on Jennifer's door and demanding money would violate that simple request. And while I recognize that this sounds completely sarcastic, I'm dead serious. Yeah, hotels generally need to respect that because 99.9% of the time, you're just going to leave and pay for your stay, and them coming up to hassle you for payment at like a luxury hotel, you'd be like, what's up? Like, I'm going to pay for this. You need to stop this. For the time being, so long as Jennifer kept the Do Not Disturb sign on her door, hotel staff weren't going to come and bother her about the money. Jennifer's keycard was used again at 11:03 a.m, but once again it's unknown where she had been or why. All we know is that she didn't go to the cashier to settle her bill. That was the last time her card was used to gain access to the room, so as far as anybody knows, she never left room 2805 again. Yes, but she could have, because there's no log on the way out. Although, we find her body in the room, right? So she'd have had... Okay, I understand. I'm there. At 8:06 p.m, Jennifer called room service to order a plate of bratwurst and potato salad. The food arrived at 8:23, delivered by Kristen Anderson. Because this was a 5-star hotel, not some cheap dive, the food wasn't just dropped off by the door. It was customary for hotel staff to bring room service into the room and lay the meal out on the table for the guests. Kristen noted how easy this was to do because Jennifer hadn't put anything on the table. She also described the room as being almost sterile. Of course, these statements were all translated for Norwegian, so whatever word Christian used that meant sterile may have had some added nuance that was lost in translation. I only mention that because it seemed like a rather odd word choice, but what the hell do I know? Again, I don't find it that odd. It's just she keeps a very tidy room. However, Kristen also noted that the bed had clearly not been slept in. The hotel had form-fitting sheets, and the beds were made in a very particular way that the guests were unable to replicate. Based on the housekeeper Karen's description, it sounds like the staff could barely handle making the beds the way the management demanded. The bed not being slept in is not necessarily unusual, as Jennifer had only returned to her room that morning. However, since she had been gone from the hotel for 24 hours previously, it meant that she was able to sleep wherever she went, or that she was particularly skilled at going extended periods of time without sleep. Yeah, because you'd assume she's going to take a nap in the day, on the bed. But while Kristen may have described the room as sterile, she hadn't thought it was particularly unusual. The empty table made serving dinner easier, but she just assumed that Jennifer was a flight attendant. It was common for flight attendants to stay at the hotel, and unlike regular guests, they never unpacked and spread out their belongings. They were also easily identified because they wore dark suits and had wheeled suitcases, which apparently weren't common yet in 1995, at least not in Oslo. Since Jennifer was wearing a dark suit and a skirt and a wheeled suitcase, her being a flight attendant was a logical assumption to make. Yeah, but then she'd have a credit card and stuff, right? Because it's not... She's just going to have the company card to pay for that, right? Or it's just going to go on an account rather than paying cash. A flight attendant paying cash would be super weird, no? Although this woman isn't the check-in person, she's the person bringing the food, so that's fair that she would make that assumption. Of course, could Kristen's memory about these details really be trusted? She probably delivered food to lots of rooms, and she wouldn't be asked anything about this until over 24 hours later. Yeah, that's not that long of a time, though. Considering she also said that Jennifer had no interest in small talk, what then could have made this interaction notable enough for Kristen to remember? That would be the large tip that Jennifer gave her. Jennifer tipped her a 50 kroner note, which was exceptional. Kristen said, if we got 10 kroner, we thought it was a lot. While 50 kroner was only about $8 at the time, American, which probably doesn't seem memorably generous to our American audience, it's important to remember that this wasn't America. Tipping isn't and wasn't customary in Norway, where employees are instead paid a reasonable wage. Yeah, like, I don't think I'd tip the person who brings me room service. Right? I don't think I'd do that. I guess I'd do that in America because you tip everything in America. You just like slide someone like, I don't know. I don't even know how much you're supposed to tip on that. How much are you supposed to tip? $10? $20? I don't know. $5?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know.
Despite the fact that Jennifer clearly had some amount of cash on her, she charged the meal to her room. The fact that room service was unaware she had no form of payment on file only furthers my belief that whoever was working reception the previous morning when she extended her stay had no idea this was the case. I only bring this up again as her ability to get past reception twice without ID or a credit card is a key element in some of the more fringe conspiracy theories surrounding the case that aren't worth getting into. After Kristen had left, Jennifer presumably ate her dinner, or maybe she just let it sit there for 24 hours before eating it, as is the common belief. Okay, but we'll come back to that. At 8:57 p.m. Friday evening, another message was sent to Jennifer's TV telling her to come and see the cashier. It was acknowledged 8 minutes later, but she never went to the cashier. It wasn't until Saturday night that Avi finally became concerned about the situation. The guest in room 2805 had acknowledged 2 requests but never came down to reception to provide payment for the room. She sent another message to the TV at 7:36 p.m. on Saturday, and it was quickly acknowledged. When Jennifer didn't come downstairs or call, Evie sent someone from reception to the room, but alas, there, hanging on the door, was a big red Do Not Disturb sign. I wonder what the rule is on that. Like, how long do they have to wait before they can be like, hello? And then how long do they have to wait before they go in to make sure everything's okay? The sign acted as a force field, preventing hotel staff from approaching the door, so all the employee could do was return to reception and inform Evie. As a side note, I'm extraordinarily jealous of Jennifer's experience with the hotel. I always hung those signs on my hotel doorknobs, but over 50% of the time, housekeeping just barged right in anyway. Is that an American thing? If you hang that in Europe, they are not disturbing you. I always hang that. Like, if I'm in a hotel for 2 nights or less, I'll always just hang it because I don't want my room being made up, because I just don't want people, like, going through all my and I just don't need my bed made that badly. Regardless, Evie finally decided it was time to do something. Jennifer had acknowledged, yet ignored 3 requests to come down to the front desk, and the Do Not Disturb sign had been on her door for 2 days straight. Generally, if people kept the signs on their door that long, it meant something was going on in the room that they didn't want people to see, and this usually meant illegal activity. Or just me staying in a hotel, because I don't want people rifling through my shit. Evie called for security to go knock on the door, which is where our story began. Espen Nass was a 25-year-old student who worked part-time as a security guard at the hotel every 3rd weekend. That is an extremely part-time job. When he knocked on the door at 7:50 p.m. on Saturday evening, he immediately heard the unmistakable sound of a gunshot inside the room. He ducked into an alcove and had contemplated what to do. He knew that there were 2 people registered to the room. Had one of them shot the other, were they firing at him? Although Espen had a 2-way radio, he opted to take the elevator back to security instead of radioing for help. I don't know, dude. The first thing I'd do is I'd radio for help on my way downstairs. If he used the radio, the entire staff would have heard instead of just the security team. Oh, smart, and he didn't want to cause a panic. Okay, there we go, there's the reason. Espen told the head of security what happens, while also calling the Oslo police. He wanted to find out if they knew anything about Jennifer or Lewis Fergate, if they were known dangerous criminals or something similar. Actually, the police had never heard the names before. They're also foreigners, right? So what are the odds that the police can get access to an international database that quickly? It's 1995. The head of security went up to the room and used his keycard to enter at 8:04 p.m. Wait for the police? What the hell? He noted that the room had been locked from the inside, something that only the security keycards were able to override. The room was dark, but the TV was on. The head of security called out, but there was no response. He took another step forward. He saw a woman lying on the bed in an unnatural position. He also noticed an acrid smell in the sound. Acrid is a very specific word. Yeah, acrid like the smell of a gun that's gone off. And one that is commonly associated with things having been burned, including spent gunpowder. Once again, he called out, but there was no response. The woman's chest remained still, as if she wasn't breathing. The head of security decided that he wasn't going to tempt fate and backed out of the room. He grabbed a phone in the corridor and called the police, who finally arrived about 30 minutes later. That is a weak-ass response time. You're in the center of a city and someone's shot themselves in the room. Surely there'd be... I mean, I know they're dead and all that, but I feel like that would be a rush job. The police spent the next 8 to 9 hours investigating the room before finally releasing it back to the hotel at 5 a.m. on Sunday morning. According to an internal hotel document written by the head of security that evening, the police had stated that they were 99.9% sure that Jennifer took her own life. Whether that percentage changed or not based on later evidence, the death was officially ruled as suicide, and that was pretty much the end of it. After 13 months of waiting for someone to come forward to claim or identify the body, she was eventually buried in an unmarked grave. But did the police get it right? While technically their conclusion is one of the top theories, it's far at the bottom of the list. So, let's go over the evidence and inconsistencies and see exactly what we can find out about Jennifer Fergate, if that is even her real name, which it's not. So far, I'm kind of with the police. I mean, I don't know if I'd write it off so easily, but I haven't seen all the evidence and stuff. And so far, it just seems like, yeah, she possibly did kill herself. I'm not sure why people would be immediately skeptical of that. The evidence. First, let's start with the door itself. I mean, there's not a lot of evidence. The big part of the theory that Jennifer took her own life is that the door was double locked. But was it really? That's not the sort of information recorded in the keycard log. So the only evidence that this was the case is the head of security's statement. I'm obviously not calling him a liar, merely suggesting that he might be a liar, or he could have been mistaken. Or maybe the police wanted him to make that statement so the case could be tied up in a neat little bow. Don't do that, police. Do your job. Okay, that's sounding a bit conspiratorial, but there's a bit more to it than that. Even if the head of security was correct that the door had been locked from the inside, it probably doesn't mean what you think. I imagine your first instinct upon hearing those words was that the door had a deadbolt, because that's certainly what I assumed. Yeah, that's what I assumed until it was said that the keycard, the security keycard, could override it. So it's not quite a deadbolt, is it? Because a deadbolt can't be opened from the outside. However, as I understand it, that's not how these doors work. To lock the door from the inside, guests would have to turn the handle up and then down to initiate the double lock. What wasn't as well known was that this same thing worked from the outside of the room as well. This meant it was possible for the door to be double locked without actually having been locked from the inside. Oh, okay. Of course, there is a caveat to that. The technique only worked from the outside while a keycard was inserted into the door, and both keycards Jennifer had been given were inside the room. Forensic technicians concluded that it would have been physically impossible for someone else to have entered the room, shot Jennifer, and double-locked the door on the way out. You know, unless they had access to different keycards that would work on the door, like a staff keycard or some sort of top-secret spy shit to bypass the electronics. Now, let's talk about Jennifer's body. And no, I'm not referring to the 2009 horror comedy starring Megan Fox, for all 5 of you that just made that connection. Definitely didn't. Jennifer was lying on her back on the bed, her legs hanging off the end with her feet on the floor. There was a bullet hole in her forehead with significant blood loss. It was on the mattress, the pillows, the telephone, the walls, and even on the ceiling. Blood had splattered everywhere, or at least almost everywhere. The gun was in Jennifer's right hand, which was resting on her chest, but despite police ruling that the gunshot was self-inflicted, let's take a look at how she was holding the gun. Don't worry, Simon, while I'm going to show you a couple of crime scene photos, there isn't any blood in any of them. In fact, that's one of the problems with this first photo. Well, it looks like there's blood on the gun, but I guess not. Okay, so she's holding it really weird. She's holding it, okay, for audio listeners, she's holding the gun backwards, basically. So it would be like if you're holding it and then you're putting your thumb on the trigger. I suppose that's a way you could hold a gun pointing it towards yourself. It doesn't seem insane. Many of you watching this have used firearms before. I have, and I believe you've mentioned that you have as well, Simon. Yes, many times. Though I may be misremembering that. Regardless, we can hopefully all agree that we've never seen somebody use their thumb to pull the trigger before. I mean, yes, but also, you don't have a lot of practice pointing a gun towards yourself. Now, naturally, like in movies, you'd see like this, right? Like the gun brought up to the side of the temple and then pop. Or like under the chin, right? But I could also see someone like holding it with their thumb, like kind of two-handed almost, like pointing it towards themselves. It doesn't seem insane, is what I'm saying. But that's not the only strange thing in this photo. I already said there was blood almost everywhere, including on the ceiling, but there isn't any blood on her hand, on the gun, or on her torso. I know the barrel of the gun might look as if it was dipped in blood, okay? But that's actually tarnish. Oh, okay. It's speculated that the gun was routinely stored in and removed from a leather holster by somebody who didn't take particularly good care of it. Jennifer's thumb was also still holding down the trigger, which shouldn't be possible. When police removed her thumb from the trigger, there was a distinctive click sound, indicating that the trigger had not been released since firing. However, the gun used was a Browning 9mm, also known as a Browning high power, and it's a powerful little handgun. Actually, calling it a little handgun is really selling this weapon short, as the Belgian-manufactured semi-automatic pistol was a favourite among militaries and police forces. These pistols were used by both Axis and Allied forces during World War II, and at one point 50 armies, including nearly all NATO nations, used this as their standard issue sidearm. All of that is to say that this is an extremely powerful and effective weapon. Coincidentally, it's got a whole lot of recoil. Considering the very awkward way that Jennifer was holding the gun, it is believed that the recoil should have knocked it out of her grip. Even if it didn't, her thumb realistically shouldn't have been able to keep the trigger depressed. The muscles relax when a person dies until rigor mortis, but that takes hours to set in. The only way to explain this is an extremely rare and theoretical condition known as a cadaver spasm, in which some of a person's muscles immediately tense after a death instead of relaxing. When this happens, the muscles are even tighter than during rigor mortis, and it's usually restricted to hands. But again, this is a theoretical condition. There's no scientific consensus on whether or not it's a real thing, and no scientific explanation for why it would be the case. In short, it's extraordinarily unlikely that Jennifer could have fired the gun without dropping it when she died, and even less likely that there would be no blood on the hand or the gun. Such an outcome is effectively unheard of. And while we're on the topic of her hands, there was no gunpowder residue either. Okay, at first I'm kind of like, okay, she could have held the gun weirdly. Maybe the blood just went behind her. Maybe her finger, got jammed in there somehow. And then as her body relaxed and then got rigged and stuff, it kind of just became a bit more loose, so it could have popped out when the police found her. But the no gunpowder residue combined with the unlikeliness of that does seem pretty suspicious. That's not necessarily a major red flag by itself, as gunpowder residue can sometimes be unpredictable, but it's extremely suspicious that there isn't any since the gun was fired twice. In addition to the fatal shot, another shot had been fired through a pillow and the mattress, winding up in the concrete floor below. Oddly, the pillow was then turned over to conceal the scorch marks in the fabric from the gun having been fired while directly against it. It was the police's opinion that this had been a test shot, using the pillow as a silencer. There's not really an explanation given for why the test shot would be necessary. If Jennifer was taking her own life, it's not like she had to be concerned that something would go wrong and the gun would hurt her. I would assume someone in that situation would just pull the trigger under the assumption it would work, and if somehow they didn't, then they'd deal with that after. Maybe even take it as a sign from God that they shouldn't be doing this. But the police disagreed. They maintained that she fired the gun into the mattress to test it, then reversed her grip on the gun to aim it at herself and pull the trigger with her thumb. I don't think it's sensible, but also if you're not an expert with guns, you might just be I'm just going to make sure it works first, because you're not thinking 100% straight or whatever. I don't think that's a bad conclusion. Even if we accept the theory of a test shot and believe this is an accurate account of events, the police must have also believed Jennifer was some sort of sorceress. After all, she accomplished all of that without leaving a single fingerprint on the gun. Oh yes, I guess I hadn't mentioned that part of it yet. The gun, which was found in Jennifer's hand, did not have any fingerprints on it. Neither did the spent shell casings found on the floor, nor did any of the other 7 bullets in the gun's magazine. And that's how they get you. Everyone remembers to wipe down a gun, but they always forget about the bullets and the shell casings. Just like I've never seen somebody use their thumb to pull a trigger, I've never seen somebody load a gun without using their hands. And it's not like Jennifer had burned her fingerprints off or something like that, but we'll come back to that in a moment. Okay, so they've cleaned the bullets and then used gloves to put them into the magazine. Again, not crazy suspicious, but pretty weird. There's also one particularly interesting thing about the gun, which is that there was no serial number on it. This wasn't some amateur who filed down the serial number either. Once upon a time, that actually worked, but with modern forensic techniques, those numbers can usually be recovered even after being filed off. In this case, however, the number was removed using acid. It's a more difficult and intricate technique requiring knowledge of exactly how deep into the metal it needs to be dissolved. Forensic analysis was only able to recover a couple of numbers from the barrel of the gun. It was enough to determine that it was manufactured in Belgium in 1990 or 1991, but nothing else. However, even this isn't definitive of the gun's origins. While there's no dispute that the barrel itself is a genuine Browning from the early 1990s, some experts contend that the whole thing is a sort of Franken gun, pieced together from parts of different weapons. They contend that the majority of the gun looks older, likely built with parts from the Hungarian factory FEG. Yeah, a Franken gun, made from different parts. That seems that must be pretty common, right, for making, illegal weapons. This factory was making imitation Brownings during the 1960s and 70s, and it's parts from those guns that experts believe comprise the majority of the gun. These FEG knockoffs were heavily used as military weapons, but the market became flooded with them following the fall of the Berlin Wall and the Eastern Bloc in 1989. It was common for parts on military service weapons to be replaced due to wear, hence the appearance of being pieced together from different guns. It's speculated that Jennifer's gun was one of these former service weapons that had the barrel replaced in the early 90s with an authentic Browning barrel. Now, let's go back to the lack of fingerprints found on the gun. There were other items found in the room that had her fingerprints on, such as 3 empty bottles taken from the minibar. Now let's go back to the lack of fingerprints found on the gun. There were other items found in the room that had a fingerprints on, such as 3 empty bottles taken from the minibar. The alcohol was untouched, but somebody had consumed a bottle of Coke, Diet Coke, or Coke Light as it's branded in Norway, and a Sina orange soda. There was also a partially eaten bag of potato chips taken from the minibar as well. But the drinks are a bit strange. It's unclear whether or not there were more than one of each beverage in the minibar, and Simon keeps refusing to fund my time travel research so I can go back to 95 and check. Looking at the contents of various present-day Radisson minibars, it seems that there should be more than one of each soda. If this was the case back in 1995, which certainly seems likely, why would Jennifer have consumed all 3 of the drinks? I don't know if it's not super common to have more than one type of drink in the minibar. I don't think. Because often there'll be a Diet Coke and a Coke, and if you want the Diet Coke, you drink it, and then they assume that by the next day, maybe you want another Diet Coke, and they've put it in, or you just go, phone down for one. But I don't think that's super unusual. Before I switched to drinking diet soda, I could think of no taste more vile, other than coffee, than the artificial sweeteners that were destroying my favourite caffeinated beverages. But now that I've been drinking diet soda for 20 years, regular soda is just far too sweet for me to handle. And this obviously isn't just me. As a general rule, people drink diet soda or regular, and that's the end of it. They don't drink both. Does that mean that somebody else was in the room with Jennifer? Perhaps this mysterious Lewis, who nobody except Evie ever saw. Maybe, but there's no evidence of a man staying in the room with Jennifer. The only item found in the room that even suggests a man might have been there was a bottle of men's cologne, which Jennifer's fingerprints were also found on. By itself, that doesn't mean much, though. It's not uncommon for women to use men's cologne or men's deodorant simply because they like the scent more than products designed for women. The cologne was situated on the table directly beside the plate of leftover bratwurst and potato salad. And now we need to talk about food for a moment. The plate of food is a major point of contention in this case, thanks to the autopsy report. According to the autopsy, there was undigested bratwurst in Jennifer's stomach when she died. Food passes through the stomach in 2 to 4 hours, which meant one of 2 things. The first possibility is that Jennifer was murdered nearly 20 hours before she was found, and the gunshot Espen heard was the supposed test shot being used to scare him off so the killer could escape. The idea that she was actually killed much earlier is extremely popular, but let's quash that theory right now. If this was murder, it was clearly professional. There's a lot of really weird stuff going on, but no actual evidence of a murderer. And since that's the case, what the fuck sort of professional killer takes out their target, then just chills in the room as with the dead body for another 20 hours? That's like amateur hour necrophilia nonsense. Even if the killer had to clean the crime scene themselves, I can't imagine it takes more than an hour, 2 tops. Sorry for anybody that tuned in because this is their favourite theory, but I'm dismissing this outright. Yeah, it seems silly. I'm with you, Kevin. I don't know why this would be someone's favourite theory. But if that's not what happens, what about the food? The only other reasonable conclusion is that Jennifer ordered the food and then ignored it for about 24 hours before actually eating it. This seems to be the accepted sequence of events, and it really bothers me because it doesn't make any sense either. Fortunately, I think I have a much more sensible answer. Yeah, no one's eating... I'm looking at a picture of, a crime scene picture of the plate of food now, and no one's this is not the sort of food that you can leave out for an hour. There's lettuce and stuff. It's gonna get horrible. According to the autopsy, there were 50 milliliters of undigested bratwurst in Jennifer's stomach. That is an obnoxious unit of measurement to use since bratwurst isn't a liquid, so it really should have been in grams. However, after discussing this thoroughly with a group of scientists, and no, I am not joking, we found a suitable conversion from milliliters to bratwurst. Basically, 50 milliliters of bratwurst is 1 pretty big bite or 2 smaller bites. It's essentially a shot glass of brat. Now, do me a favour and look at this photo of Jennifer's leftovers from the crime scene. We're showed on screen right now, but it is showing maybe, I would say, 2/3 of a bratwurst sausage? Maybe? Assuming it wasn't abnormally long, there's about 50 milliliters missing from that brat. I would agree. I think it looks like 1 big bite or 2 big bites have been taken. And I'm going to tell you right now, if I ordered bratwurst for dinner and I was brought a plate that had that much green leafy in it and only a single sausage, I'm throwing that plate right in the server's face. Not really, but I would genuinely be pissed off about it. And based on the amount of condiments that appear to have been put on the plate and used up, it seems all but certain that there was more than 1 bratwurst originally. Yeah, fair play. Although it would be weird to get 2 bratwurst. If you order a bratwurst, typically you only get 1, I think. So... And maybe she used the condiments for potatoes or something that were on there. It'd be weird to get 2 bratwursts, I feel. I'd argue that Jennifer ate a brat or two when the food was delivered, but didn't finish her meal. A couple of hours before her death, she got hungry and decided to try a bite or two of the sausage, but decided it was cold and gross, so she didn't finish the rest. Now I'm coming around because that's so logical that I think it does make sense that there would be a second sausage. That's something we can surely figure out. Like whether they served 2 or 1 sausages on the bratwurst in 1995. Actually, that'd be quite difficult. It was a really long time ago. It was like 30 years ago. I'm not the first person to propose that she ate some of it on Friday and tried a little more on Saturday, but I wanted to at least go through my rationale, since Jennifer ignoring the food entirely for 24 hours is the most commonly accepted version of events, which is just weird. So what other evidence was found in the room? Next to the bed was a black attaché case. The case was eventually identified as being produced by the German company Braun Buffel sometime between 1986 and 1991. Unfortunately, there's no information about where in the world these cases were sold, which won't help identify where Jennifer might have come from or who she was, nor would the contents of the case help because it was basically empty. There was nothing inside the attaché case except for 25 9mm bullets identical to the ones found inside the gun. That's a lot of bullets to have if you're just planning on offing yourself. If Jennifer was planning to kill herself, as the police determined, she certainly was more than adequately prepared. She was suspiciously prepared. Bringing a single bullet should realistically have been enough, though the gun having a full clip wouldn't be unusual either. But to bring 25 extra rounds is wholly unnecessary. It's not like she had loaded the gun from a box of ammo and there happened to be 25 bullets left in the box either. These were just loose in the briefcase. Whatever Jennifer intended to use her gun for, it seems reasonable to conclude that she believed reloading may have been needed to be a possibility. That wouldn't make any sense if her only target was herself. Or maybe she bought a box of bullets and loaded the gun and then didn't know what else to do with the leftover bullets. Like, can you just throw bullets away? What are you supposed to do with those? So maybe she was like, I don't know what to do with these, and just dump, and she's like, oh, I don't care, I'm going to be dead soon, and just threw them in the bag. I don't think that's unreasonable either. Sorry, Kevin. I'm just trying to pick everything apart. There was another bag in the room as well, a turquoise travel bag by the German company Travel Light. Inside the bag was a pair of black stockings, 3 lace bras, and a black silk top. Between the closet and a shelf in the room were found a sweater, the black leather jacket she was previously seen wearing, a grey blazer, a trench coat, and a sleeveless blouse. Most interesting about these clothes is that nearly all of the labels were removed. Some spy Some were just cut out, but others have been meticulously removed stitch by stitch. Even the brand names inside the shoes was rubbed out completely. The only label that remained was the one that was in the blazer, as that would have been impossible to remove without completely destroying the lining. It's the same reason the Travel Light bag still had its logo, as cutting it off would have destroyed the bag. Inside the blazer, the label read René Lazard, a German fashion company, though all police were able to find out was that it had been sold in Germany. The only other pieces of evidence in the room were an iron, an ironing board, and a newspaper, though none of these are particularly suspicious. Every guest received a free copy of USA Today at their door each day, which was the newspaper in question. However, the room number on the bag for the paper in Jennifer's room was 2816 rather than 2805. It's possible that whoever delivered the papers either switched those two up by mistake or just didn't pay attention to room numbers in general. After all, everyone got a paper, they were all the same, so who really cares? Yeah, I mean, I imagine they have that because at some hotels in the group, or maybe there's like, you can specifically request another paper, but if everyone's getting USA Today, then who cares? You just dump them wherever you want them and no one's going to look at the room number or think twice about it. And since Jennifer's room didn't also contain the paper for 2805, it probably didn't mean anything. The only reason it's of note is that the only fingerprint found in the room not belonging to Jennifer is on this newspaper bag. Whether or not the police tried to match the print to whoever delivered the papers that day is unclear, but they didn't get around to shipping it off to Interpol until 2017. What? This case is still open in 2017? That's like 7 years ago. But this happened 30 years ago. Coincidentally, that's the same year that Jennifer's prints were finally sent to Interpol as well, because I guess mysterious deaths aren't a high priority in Norway or something. And if you're wondering, neither print has returned any results yet. As for the ironing board and iron, as I said, the items aren't suspicious. The reason it's noteworthy is there's no record of Jennifer requesting these items or anyone bringing them to the room. There were specific rooms in the hotel designated as ladies' rooms, which always had an iron and an ironing board inside them. The other rooms had a trouser press mounted to the wall, and guests would need to specifically request an iron be brought to them by housekeeping. The trouser press is visible in some of the crime scene photos, meaning that Jennifer was not in a ladies' room and would have had to specifically ask for an iron. Since we know every other time staff went to room 2805 down to the minute, it's unusual that there would be no record of this request. Could have just been left in there by a lazy housekeeper, like tucked in the cupboard. Maybe. That covers all the evidence that was in the room, but what about the evidence that wasn't? Obviously, there was no wallet or ID anywhere in the room. If there was, Jennifer's real identity probably wouldn't be a mystery. There were no keys or cash or anything else people typically carry in their pockets either. But lots of other things were expected to be in the room that were not there as well. For example, when Jennifer was found dead on the bed, she was wearing black shoes, black stockings, a black thigh-length cotton jacket, and black silk undershorts. Silk undershorts are basically shorts worn under a dress or a skirt for an extra layer of comfort and possibly modesty. In total, that means Jennifer's room contained 4 jackets, 4 bras, 2 pairs of stockings, a sweater, a blouse, a pair of undershorts, and a single pair of shoes. Hopefully you've realized that there are some noticeable omissions from that list. Despite being checked into the hotel for over 72 hours and expecting to stay for one more night, there wasn't a single pair of panties in Jennifer's room. There also weren't any skirts, pants, or anything else to cover the lower half of the lady's body. Didn't we just say there was a skirt she was wearing? 4 bras, jackets, blouse, pair of undershorts. Oh no, she wasn't. Okay, yeah, that's weird.
That's weird.
Don't get me wrong, I mean, pants. They're uncomfortable, and I would be happier if I never had to wear them. But since there are laws against that sort of thing, I can't imagine traveling to a hotel for a 4-night stay without bringing a single pair of pants. And we know there should have been at least a garment for her bottom half, because when Kristen brought Jennifer her room service, Jennifer was wearing a dark suit with a skirt that made her look like a flight attendant. Those clothes weren't present in the room, nor were the brightly coloured shoes that had previously caught Vigdis's attention. The wheeled suitcase that Kristen had seen was also not in the room. It's unlikely she was mistaken about having seen it in Jennifer's room, as there was no way that all of the clothing in the room could fit inside the single travel light bag. There surprisingly weren't any toiletries in the room either. Hotels obviously provide soap and shampoo, and the ones in the bathroom had been used. A used towel was also tossed on the floor in front of the bathtub, indicating that someone had taken a shower at some point. However, there was no toothbrush, toothpaste, or hairbrush. Maybe you could argue that Jennifer took poor care of her teeth and had short enough hair that she could brush it with her hands, though the word elegant was used to describe her, so I'm not fully convinced that this would have been the case. Regardless, there also wasn't any makeup in the room. This despite the fact that Jennifer was wearing eyeliner when her body was found. Considering it had been 33 hours since her keycard was last used to enter the room, this would have meant that Jennifer put eyeliner on somewhere else 33 hours earlier. The idea that her eyeliner wouldn't have faded over that long of a time is a bit hard to believe, especially since she appears to have showered and washed her hair during that time period. However, there were other things missing from the room than just physical objects. It's pretty clear I'm of the opinion that Jennifer didn't kill herself, but there wasn't evidence of another person either. Not only that, but there wasn't evidence of a struggle. There were no defensive wounds on her body, and the bullet that pierced her skull went straight through the mattress beneath her head, indicating that her body had not been moved. That also indicates the police believe she shot herself in the forehead while lying down and holding the gun with that bizarre grip, and that her hand wound up resting neatly on her chest, still holding the gun. It's all very weird, and while many of the suspicious details indicate that this was likely a murder, there's no evidence in the room for any of that. We're going to have to dig deeper if there's any hope of uncovering the truth about Jennifer Fergate. There's so much weird going on here. Like, it's really weird. Like, some of the stuff I can believe happened, and then some of the stuff like, where's her trousers? She doesn't have any pants. The investigation. Since the police ruled that Jennifer's death wasn't a homicide, most of the investigation was conducted independently. Much of this was done by journalist Lars Christian Wegner from Verdensgang newspaper, or VG. VG is the largest newspaper in Norway, and while it's often described as a tabloid, as far as I can tell, is a genuine, respected source of news. Some of the first things looked at were information provided by Jennifer and her activities in the hotel. She ordered 2 pay TV programs during her stay, one Friday and one Saturday. Unfortunately, there was no record of what channel she watched or in what language, so this isn't particularly helpful. Although police weren't taking this seriously as a murder, they did look into 2 phone numbers that Jennifer had called from her room. Both numbers were in Belgium, as they differed by only a single digit. Coincidentally, neither number actually existed, so no phone call took place. The fact that the numbers differed by only 1 digit suggests that Jennifer was trying to contact someone but failed. Maybe she'd memorized a phone number but could no longer remember it, or maybe she had a phone number written down but it was difficult to read. If it was the latter case, I would think that she would have made more than 2 attempts, but that's just personal speculation. Perhaps she was dialing random Belgian numbers so that the calls would show up on her bill to help establish her as a Belgian woman doing ordinary Belgian things in Oslo. And that brings us back to her registration card, which I'll show you again, since I know you're not going to scroll back 15 pages to find it. Thank you, Kevin. I'm looking at it right now. It'll also be on the screen. The address is listed as 148 Rue de la Stade, 7968 in Verlaine in Belgium. This may come as a shock to you, but no such address exists. Rue de la Stade is not a real street in Verlaine. The only name close was Rue de la Station, with the numbers on that street only go to 100. The postal code is also incorrect for Verlaine. 7968 is the postal code for Felso Martin in Hungary. The proper code would be 4537. I'm sure 7968 is like, postal codes in Europe are not all on the same system. So 7968 is probably a postal code for a lot of places in Europe. Lars travelled to Verlaine to speak with the mayor and others about Jennifer. There was no record of Jennifer or Lois Fairgate ever existing in the town, and not a single person recognised her picture. Verlaine is a small town of only about 4,000 people, so if Jennifer had spent any time there, then it's almost certain someone would have recognised her picture. The phone number Jennifer gave also didn't exist, nor was it the correct area code for Verlaine. That number did exist in 2 nearby area codes, and 068 was an area code for the French part of Belgium, but everything was just a little bit off. There's also the company she worked for, listed as Service, but no such company exists. The only company I could find that existed with the name Service in its name is Service Ceramics out of Australia. Wow, Service doesn't seem like an uncommon combination of letters. There's no companies called Service. Interesting. However, it's possible that this part was a mistake. After all, whoever took Jennifer's name down over the phone spelled her fake last name wrong, so perhaps this was a miscommunication as well. Service does exist as an initialism for civil engineering research-based initiatives and services, so perhaps this was what was meant to be listed as an occupation rather than as an employer. It would certainly make a great cover story for a fake identity, as civil engineering research is sufficiently boring enough and technical enough that it wouldn't result in a lot of follow-up questions. Then there's the date of birth, which was disputed following the autopsy. While a listed birth date would have made her 21, the coroner believed Jennifer to be about 30, give or take 5 years. They also did a toxicology screening during the autopsy, but unfortunately it was all very minimal. All that was tested for was the presence of alcohol in Jennifer's blood, of which there was none. Her blood was not tested for drugs, the kind that might have sedated her so that a killer could shoot her in the head without her fighting back. They also didn't scrape under Jennifer's fingernails to see if maybe she had scratched an attacker, nor did they conduct any tests to see if she'd been sexually assaulted, or even had consensual sex for that matter. Normally, I wouldn't consider consensual sex to be any of our business, but since one of the theories is that she's a high-end sex worker, it could have been theoretically relevant. DNA testing was still new at the time, and not uncommon, but a sample of Jennifer's blood was stored in case it could be used to later build a DNA profile. Unfortunately, that sample was later discarded. Something that happens with most of the evidence. Oh no, don't do that. The hotel tossed the bloody bedspread and mattress in the trash just hours after the police left. 2 months after Jennifer was buried, an assistant chief of police decided it was time to throw out all the other evidence. The only things that weren't thrown out were a diving watch, a gold earring, and the gold ring on her hand in the photo with the gun. Those were instead sold at police auction. What? Like, keep the blood? You've got giant warehouses of this for, crimes, no? The autopsy did reveal that Jennifer had expensive dental work done in both gold and porcelain. Unfortunately, that was a dead end, as both materials were common across multiple countries as well as the US. So, if forensics isn't going to help, what about witnesses? Could anybody have seen anything? Well, sure, all the security cameras probably could have been used to answer if there was a man staying with Jennifer, if she visited other rooms in the hotel, or a whole host of other questions. They could have, but they can't now, because police were 99.9% confident that Jennifer had killed herself. 0.1% uncertainty wasn't deemed reason enough to ask the hotel for their security tapes. At the time Lars got involved investigating the case, the tapes had long since been deleted. As for other people, there weren't a lot of help either, not that the police even asked. The hotel's records from 1995 were long gone before Lars started poking around, but he was able to identify some of the other hotel guests from copies of documents that had been saved. For the most part, the story was the same from everyone. They hadn't heard a thing. They never saw Jennifer or anybody else enter or leave the room. They had no idea that anything was wrong until they saw the police tape blocking off the door. Only one guest reported hearing anything, but she was several rooms down the hall, and the noises she heard were hours apart from when the bullet was fired. Seeing as she didn't claim to hear the gunshot, whatever she heard was likely unrelated. And unfortunately, police never came to speak with whoever was staying in room 2816, and those records are all long gone. I'm not convinced the incorrect newspaper in Jennifer's room was anything other than the result of an employee giving her the wrong paper, but for completion's sake, I figured I'd mention that person's identity remains a mystery. However, there was one very interesting person staying in the hotel at the same time as Jennifer. Directly across the hall, with a perfect view of Jennifer's door, was a man Lars only identified as Mr. F because he was from the French part of Belgium. Though potentially a coincidence, it is still interesting that it's the same general area as Jennifer's fake address. After an incessant amount of badgering that probably would have gotten him shot if this was the United States, there were multiple visits to Mr. F's home. Lars was also finally able to get him on the phone to talk about what happened in Oslo. Mr. F was in Oslo on business, and he stayed in the room from Friday to Saturday. When asked if he stayed at the hotel in 1995, Mr. F said yes, and then he went on, "There was a woman who died. wasn't there? I remember it well because they asked me about it at the front desk when I checked out. Someone asked if I'd heard or seen anything, since it was in the same corridor. But I slept well that night, and knew nothing about it. Why is this suspicious? It's just a dude also in the hotel. Lars found this response to be extremely interesting. Okay then, not only because Mr. F volunteered this information without him needing to bring up Jennifer's death, but because Mr. F checked out of the hotel before she had even died. Wait, so he's talking about the death. What? What?
What? I do not understand.
He left Saturday morning, and she didn't die until Saturday night. So how could the hotel have asked during Mr. F's checkout about the death of a woman who was still alive at the time? Unsurprisingly, Mr. F didn't have an answer to that question, and the conversation was over. That is mad suspicious. It's an interesting development, but I do think there's some important context to this. When the phone call took place, Mr. F was inside his home where he had been receiving a stream of letters, messages, and business cards slipped under the door. During the call, Lars was standing outside of the house for the second day. I don't think it's unreasonable to consider that any statement made by Mr. F was done with the explicit purpose of getting Lars off his fucking property. The statement is still noteworthy, I'm just not sure how reliable of a witness Mr. F actually is. The final details came from later testing done in 2017. Jennifer's body was exhumed in late 2016 in the hopes of unlocking the truth about her past. DNA samples were taken, as well as a tooth to be used to determine her exact age. A nearly complete DNA profile was able to be created, which has shown her to be of European ancestry, not a huge surprise. More specifically, she was definitely not Scandinavian and probably Eastern European, with a high likelihood of her being born in East Germany. Her age was able to be determined using the most accurate method known, and both her stated age and the coroner's guess were incorrect. You're probably familiar with radiocarbon dating, also referred to as carbon dating or carbon-14 dating. This uses the amount of carbon-14 found in a sample to determine its age. This is great for archaeology, since the half-life of carbon-14 is 5,730 years, but it doesn't seem like it'd be terribly useful for people born recently. However, nuclear bombs changed all that. Nuclear tests caused a major spike in carbon-14 in the atmosphere, which has slowly been going back down. Tooth enamel forms when we're still fetuses, and once it's formed, the content of carbon-14 in the enamel doesn't ever change. I mean, other than the eventual radioactive decay that takes thousands of years. That means that by measuring the content of carbon-14 in the tooth enamel of a person born after nuclear testing began and comparing it to atmospheric levels, a person's year of birth can be identified with incredible precision. That's really cool. Using this technique, it was determined that Jennifer was actually 24 years old when she died. I know it probably feels like I've obsessed over every minor detail in this case, and maybe I have, but that's all of the evidence there is. It's now time to look at the theory, though I'm very curious what your initial theory is, Simon. I don't know, I want to say suicide, but then there's also way too much weird going on. It can't be suicide. So it's got to be murder. And then, God, I don't know. I feel like spy murder, maybe? Murder of a spy, maybe she was a spy, something like that. The theories. I'm going to ignore a lot of fringe theories and focus on a few major ones. First up, Jennifer was killed by Louis Fergate. It's hard to give this theory any weight since nobody but Evie ever saw a man with Jennifer. Hotel staff were in the room multiple times and they saw Jennifer and her belongings, but nobody else was ever seen in the room, nor did staff see evidence of a male companion. While evidence does suggest that somebody else was involved in Jennifer's death, there's nothing to suggest that it was a person that actually came to the hotel with her. The next theory is that it was Mr. F. Did Lars catch him in a lie, accidentally outing himself as a murderer? Or even if he wasn't the person to pull the trigger, was he somehow in on it? Maybe, but it's not super convincing. To start, the conversation happened over 20 years after Jennifer's death. It's easy to misremember stuff after that period of time, since it stayed at the hotel the day before she died. Maybe he had told the story to people in the past and added some personal embellishments to make the story more interesting. Yeah, entirely possible. Were that the case, and he had done so for years, it would be easy for him to have forgotten that he was never actually asked about the death at checkout, or as I alluded to earlier, maybe he wanted Lars to infer that he was capable of murder. Dude had been coming to his door for 2 days and maybe deliberately slipping up like this would finally scare Lars off his lawn. Just make it casually believe that you're a murderer. It's yeah, that'd be weird, wouldn't it, Lars? That person who annoyed me ended up dead, Lars. Interesting theory, isn't it, Lars? Get off my lawn! I'm not saying it's impossible for Mr. F to be involved. Maybe it really was a mistake and he'd revealed too much information. And if somebody killed Jennifer, then why not Mr. F? It's not like a more compelling suspect has appeared in this story yet. However, seeing as the only evidence tying Mr. F specifically to the crime was a vague statement made 20 years after the fact and arguably under duress, I'm not sold. Yeah, me neither, not at all. So what about the police's theory? Could Jennifer actually kill herself? Did she meticulously wipe down her gun and ammunition to remove her fingerprints from them before picking up the gun without gloves to fire a test shot and then shoot herself without getting new fingerprints on the gun? I think we've gone over the evidence in enough detail that this seems extremely implausible, but who knows, maybe you disagree with me and think nobody else was involved. Nah, it's too suspicious. There's definitely something weird going on. Of course, that wouldn't answer the question of where all their stuff went. The wheeled suitcase and her other clothes were in the room when Kristen brought room service. And that was already 9 hours after the last time Jennifer's keycard was used. Did she load the bag full of clothes and makeup and toss it out the window? The window of her room was found ajar, so maybe that's possible, but it's also the sort of thing that somebody probably would have made a note of. It's not every day that luggage gets thrown from the 28th floor of the city's finest hotel. I'm not going to say it's impossible that Jennifer took her own life, but no, actually I am. Anybody who thinks she did is more than welcome to yell at me in the comments, but I believe this is genuinely impossible based on the available evidence. I don't think it's impossible, I just think it's extremely unlikely. I did mention earlier that one of the theories was that Jennifer was a high-end sex worker. So is that at all possible? Sure, at least on the surface. It does explain some of the stranger things, like why she would extend her stay by 2 nights and then not return to her room until 24 hours later. Maybe somebody in a different room in the hotel had wanted to pay her for a full-day girlfriend experience with overnight. It could also account for some of the unexplained trips out of her room that lasted no more than a few hours each, though both of those were in the morning, and I don't think 8 to 11 a.m. is peak business hours for sex workers, but hey, maybe it was international travellers who hadn't adjusted to the time difference yet. But if this all was the case, wouldn't she probably have had more trips out of her room? Or if she was having guests come to her room, wouldn't the bed have appeared more used? It also seems likely that somebody would have seen or heard something under these circumstances, and if they didn't hear anything, then clearly her clients were doing it wrong. Even if she was a sex worker, which only seems barely more likely than she killed herself, it doesn't explain how she died. Are we to believe that by mere coincidence she was murdered by a client who had all the skills to do this without leaving a trace and also felt inclined to steal a bunch of her personal belongings? Oh, and he also knew how to make the door appear double-locked after he left. This part about the door could be explained if her last John was a member of the hotel staff, but it still doesn't explain all the other stuff. And if the killer was hotel staff, in all likelihood there'd have been a lot more bodies showing up dead in the hotel. That just brings us to the final theory. It's a theory that in most cases would be listed among the ridiculous theories only included so I could crack a few jokes, and yet with Jennifer it genuinely seems like the most probable. The final theory is that Jennifer Fergate was a spy, or at least she worked for some secret intelligence agency. Yeah, kind of like, feels pretty spy-y, doesn't it? I mean, that's the problem with, saying she's a spy is, there aren't very many spies. So, statistically, not very possible. But look at all the weird... I'm a spy! Admittedly, I am not a spy. At least that's what I want you to think. There also aren't readily available PDFs of classified secret intelligence operating procedures, and I don't expect that to ever change. At least not unless War Thunder releases an espionage expansion. God, that is a niche reference. As such, all I can do is rely on the word of experts. In this case, much of that expert analysis comes from Ola Kildaga, former head of E14, a covert section of the Norwegian intelligence service. And based on the analysis, a lot of Jennifer's story lines up with covert operations. To start, there's the fake name and address and all of that, as well as the failure to process any identification. While Sasha may have been telling the truth about this sort of thing happening all the time, Jennifer also could have slipped him a few hundred kroner to stop him asking so many bloody questions. Removing labels from clothing and things is also common among spies. In the event something goes wrong, there should be as little evidence to possibly trace the person back to their country of origin. Many brands aren't available across the entire world, or at least weren't back in 1995 when internet shopping sucked, so removing the labels was a simple precaution. The manner in which the serial number was removed from the gun also screams of professional involvement as well. It could have been removed by a highly skilled criminal just as easily as by secret intelligence, but the careful use of acid to destroy the serial number showed that it was somebody who really knew what they were doing. It also gives possible explanations to Jennifer's sudden disappearance from the hotel for an entire day. It's common for spies to have to alternate locations to stay when they're abroad, kind of like a safe house. She may have spent the day at such locations in meetings, or possibly returned to an alternate location after a mission to clean up and whatnot before returning to the hotel. If secret intelligence was involved, It also explains why the scene was staged so professionally. The locked door wouldn't have been an impediment for intelligence organizations, and undoubtedly they would have known how to make the door appear double-locked after leaving. Of course, none of this explains why there weren't any signs of a struggle. Most likely, there was some sort of sedative involved, but it's a matter of how it was administered. Was the killer known to Jennifer and perhaps someone she trusted? Perhaps they could have drugged one of her drinks. It would also explain why there were 2 sugary drinks and 1 diet drink. It wouldn't explain why they killed her, but maybe one of them was a double agent or something, who knows. If the killer was assigned to take Jennifer out and wasn't someone she knew, perhaps they were able to sneak up on her and inject her with a sedative before too much of a fight broke out. It's not like something as small as a needle puncture would have shown up in the rather half-assed autopsy, and if she had scratched her attacker in defense, well, we'd have no way to know since that wasn't checked for. Getting out of the room seems like it could have been a problem, and maybe here's where the killer got a bit lucky. The gunshot scared Espen away, and the door was left unattended for 15 minutes. While this was framed by security as only 15 minutes that the door was unguarded, it would take less than 15 seconds for someone to walk out the door, and since hotel doors have peepholes, the killer would have known whether or not someone was going to see him. This also potentially explains what the police ruled a test shot. It's possible that the murder had already taken place and the killer was finishing cleaning up and staging the scene. When the knock at the door interrupted them, they fired through the pillow, hoping it would scare the person off so they could escape. They then quickly put the gun in Jennifer's hand, grabbed the wheeled suitcase and got the hell out of there once the coast was clear, or maybe they did some crazy spy shit out of the window, but it was 28 stories up with no balcony, so I'm gonna say no to that. The haste with which the killer had to leave could explain the bizarre grip Jennifer had on the gun. I think a professional wouldn't have done something so strange even when in a hurry, but it's not a situation I've ever been in, so who can say? As for why the second bullet was shot through the pillow, it was supposed to look like she killed herself. It's pretty rare for somebody to shoot themselves in the head twice, and there's a good chance that forensics would have known that the second was a post-mortem injury. Perhaps the most important piece of evidence to suggest Jennifer was a spy is that nobody had come forward to identify the body. She was only 24 when she died, and sketches of her have been widely distributed for decades. These aren't mediocre sketches based on a vague description either. They are pictures of Jennifer from the crime scene and the autopsy that were used as basis for the sketches, so they definitely look like her. Whether it was family, friends, or co-workers, realistically, anybody should have recognized her, and yet nobody has ever come forward. Ola had a simple explanation for this seemingly bizarre detail of the case. While nations often request bodies of deceased agents to be returned for burial, if it was someone working in covert ops, that's usually not the case. The family would be informed in vague terms what happened, be paid enough to never have to worry about money again, and be instructed to never report the person missing or say what happened. Something like, your daughter died a hero to our nation, here's $10 million, never speak of her again. Does that really happen? Does that really happen? It's $10 million? God damn. You'd just be like, oh shit, I thought she worked in like IT. As some mother from the CIA shows up. And where something like this the case, everything suggests that people who knew Jennifer's real identity would know to keep their mouths shut anyway. All signs point to her being German, particularly East German. Being 24 years old in 1995 meant that she would have grown up in the communist-controlled Eastern Bloc. While organizations like the Stasi and the KGB officially ceased to exist after the fall of communism, that doesn't mean there weren't still supporters. The existence of underground, radicalized groups is all but certain, and if Jennifer had been a true believer in communism, then perhaps she fell in with the wrong crowd. In this case, it would be to the benefit of everyone that knew Jennifer, not just family members that may have been paid off to keep their damn mouths shut about what they knew. The communist ties are more speculative than the idea of her being an intelligence in general, but I don't think it's worth ignoring entirely. One final detail of all of this is that the Oslo Plaza Hotel was no stranger to secret intelligence. The Oslo Accords were signed in September of 1993, but the hotel had played host to many secret negotiations both before and after the Accords were signed. While these were taking place, it was common for professional bodyguards and secret intelligence to be all over the hotel. None that ever resulted in bloodshed, but it doesn't mean this couldn't have been something similar. According to Ola, Norway, Sweden and Austria were big destinations for these types of secret intelligence meetings. He didn't specifically know of anything taking place in May or June of 1995, but that doesn't mean that such meetings couldn't have been taking place. Yeah, there's like spy meetings, they're not going to be like super on the books. Wrap up. So, who really was Jennifer Fergate? Was she just a sad woman who wanted to enjoy a few free nights at Oslo's fanciest hotel before ending her life, like the police thought? Or was she a communist spy taken out by adversarial forces? Or maybe just a regular spy instead of a communist one? I think she was just a spy. I think she was a spy and she got taken out. Unfortunately, we don't have the answers for you today, but that doesn't mean the answer will never be known. If Jennifer was still alive, she'd only be 53 right now. Most of the people who knew her probably are still alive and well, so there's no reason for anyone to say anything. But as those people age, especially her parents, assuming they're still alive, there's always the chance for a deathbed confession. Barring that, there's still the full DNA profile of Jennifer. There isn't anyone specific to match it against to confirm her identity, but eventually there will be a match found. It's only a matter of time before somebody with a shared ancestor to Jennifer uploads their DNA to GED Match and opts in to allowing law enforcement to use their profile to help solve crimes. Once that happens, it'll be off to the races. I'm curious or not whether you agree with my conclusion that she was associated with secret intelligence, Simon. I do, Kevin. We've had a few points of disagreement or weird one-sided discussion, but I think this is the answer. I think she was a spy. I recognize the script is a bit more biased than I would normally like, but most of the theories just seem so absurdly unlikely to me that I couldn't properly humor them in an impartial fashion as I normally would. But once Jennifer's true identity is finally revealed, I really hope it turns out she was a communist. Spy stories are always more fun when the Soviets are involved. And that's where we end today's video. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. As always, I'm your host, Simon. Welcome. What happens here? One of my writers in this case, Katie. Thank you, Katie. Has written me a script all about the Jersey Devil. I feel like I know vaguely about this, but if someone asked me right now what's the Jersey Devil, I'll be like, it's an Australian thing. Mate? Right? Maybe? I don't know. That's why the format of the show, I've never read this before. We're going to explore it together. We're going to decode it, dear audience. This is clever, isn't it? It's in the name of the show. Let's dive in. Hello! And welcome to yet another installment in our series on cryptids, strange creatures that probably don't exist, but people keep insisting that they do, so someone gets to make videos about them. Yes, as I often say. This show, despite being called... I've said this many times, I did want to call this Skeptical Simon's show, but then no one would watch it. Because you got to get those people in. Hello. Cryptids, yes please, that's real. And then we dump all over your dreams, dear listener. Or viewer, if you're on YouTube, hello. If you're on YouTube, you can see I'm only wearing a t-shirt. Normally I wear a jacket. But god damn is it hot outside today. And it's late April. No, it's late March. And it's hot. And my heating in my office is still on. I just turned it off, but it's still roasting. I was actually sweating recording an episode a minute ago. Different show. It's just beads of sweat falling down my head. So I was like, I gotta lose the jacket. Just gotta do it. Today we're taking on the Jersey Devil. Or should there be the Joyzy Devil? A cryptid, as it turns out. I knew precisely zero about. Okay, Joyzy. Joyzy. That sounds like American, though. Joyzy Devil! I don't know, that sounds like British. Oh god, I'm terrible at accents. At first I thought, here we go again, another obviously not real creature that sounds so far-fetched, I wonder what's in the drinking water. But then as I read more about it, there's actually a surprisingly interesting historical aspect to the whole thing. Well, I found it interesting anyway, and I hope everyone else makes it that far, as it's at the end, as we're going to get the weird stuff out of the way first, so let's go! A devil's playing field. Did you know that New Jersey... Okay, never mind, not Australia. I guess that makes sense, Jersey being in the... Jersey... The only thing I know about Jersey is called The Garden State, because of that excellent movie with an even better soundtrack called Garden State. It's about Jersey. And there's also that show, The Jersey Shore. I think we have our own show in the UK about Essex. Essex is like our version of New Jersey in the UK. Did you know that New Jersey is the only state in the US with its own official state demon? It's got all the usual state living insignia. You've got your brook trout being the state fish, the beautiful violet being the state flower, the eastern goldfinch being the state bird, and the Jersey Devil being the state demon. So what is this thing? Well, let's hear the origin story of a legend that's lasted for hundreds of years. Back in 1735, the Leeds family lived deep in the Pine Barrens area of New Jersey. Japheth. That's a name people don't have anymore. Japheth Leeds and his wife, who was also known as Mother Leeds, already had 12 children. So when Mother Leeds found out she was pregnant again with number 13, she cursed and spat, "Let this one be a devil." On a dark and stormy night, her 13th child was born at first and all seemed fine. But then what was initially a human baby boy suddenly sprouted fur, wings, and a tail. With a blood-curdling scream, it attacked everyone in the house, killing Mother Leeds and a midwife, and flew up the chimney, disappearing into the million square acres of the Pine Barrens. Katie, did you say that this was real? Because this is obviously not real. Also, if you don't want to have 13... It's not like 1735. I know people are like, oh yeah, they didn't have birth control. People had so many kids. Fun fact, how to say it in a coitus interruptus, I think is what is the medical term. That is a very effective method of birth control. Surprisingly effective, and people have been able to do that forever. So if you've had 13 kids, don't be like, well, there were no condoms, there were no pills, there was no vasectomy. It's just, you had effective birth control. You just weren't using it, were you, Mother Leeds? That's why you got 13 children. From time to time over the years, people have reported encounters with the Jersey Devil, originally known as the Leeds Devil, which have ranged from attacks on farm animals to mysterious footprints to a spate of hundreds of sightings over the course of a week in January 1909. The longevity of the legend is clear, as many current-day weird experiences that people have had in the area are credited to the Jersey Devil, and photos, such as one taken in 2015 and another taken by a father and son in 2018, continue to give life to the story. Guys, what is it, some sort of magical creature? When was this? 1735. What, it's still alive 300 years later? I mean, I guess it could have had kids and stuff. But then if it did, then there'd be a lot of them, wouldn't there? They'd be everywhere because it's been 300 years. There'd be like a colony. They'll be everywhere. Jersey Devils all over the show. Now we're going to head deeper into the pines and find out a bit more about our main monster. Unlike our old pals Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster, both of those totally not real, the Jersey Devil doesn't really seem to have a set look. It has been described as being quite small, at about 3 to 4 feet in height, which is just over a meter, and our hero Danny DeVito would absolutely tower over this thing. Other versions have it standing taller than a man, which usually means over 6 feet, so around 2 meters. Whoa! Or about a Danny DeVito and a third. God damn. Wait, over 6 feet is not around 2 meters. Over 6 feet's like what? 182 centimeters? Something like that? Oh, sorry, I'm European. I do it in the metric system. But 202 meters is really tall. That's like a good chunk of size over 6 feet. 2 meters is a large person. But what does it look like? Again, accounts vary, but the general description usually contains some mixture of these characteristics: a horse's face, leathery wings, a hairy body, hooves, a snake-like tail, glowing red eyes, short, clawed arms, and in 1909, fire breathing came into the mix, because that's realistic. What a hodgepodge. It also makes a horrible screeching sound. It's also been depicted as having more of a classical devil face, humanish, with long nose and pointy ears. While there haven't been any confirmed reports of fatal loss, I have to just random aside here. I'd love to learn to fire breathe. I think when I was a kid, I saw fire breathers and I was like, God damn, how? That's so cool. Because you take a swig of like ethanol or water and ethanol or whatever, you put it in your mouth, and then you like while lighting it. And I'm like, is that hard to learn? Is that dangerous? Because if you can do that, that is a fucking party trick. It's like, do you know anything cool? It's like, I know how to juggle. That's like my thing that a lot of people don't know. It's like I can juggle pretty well. I just learned to juggle one summer. And learning fire breathing would be sick. Maybe I'm in the wrong career. Maybe I should join the circus. Yo, ChatGPT. Fire breathing's pretty sick, right? Do you think it's possible? How long would it take me to learn fire breathing? And is it dangerous?
Yeah, fire breathing is a pretty impressive performance art. It's definitely possible, but it requires a lot of skill, practice, and safety precautions. How long it takes to learn can vary greatly from person to person. It might take a few weeks to get the basics down, but mastering it could take much longer, even months or years, depending on how often you practice and your commitment to learning the techniques safely. Fire breathing is quite dangerous, both for the performer and the audience. The risks include burns, fire hazards, and health issues from inhaling or ingesting the fuel. Because of these dangers, it's super important to learn from a professional instructor who can teach you the correct techniques and safety measures.
Okay, that's kind of sick. I kind of want to learn how to learn how to fire breathe. I really enjoy those YouTube channels where people learn skills. Should do one of those. Just fire breathing. While there haven't been any confirmed reports of fatal or even serious attacks on humans, unless you count Mother Leeds and other people present at its birth, the Jersey Devil is known for its menacing presence, its penchant for livestock, and in the past it was marked as a harbinger of doom and blamed for all manner of things from droughts to damaged trees. It usually comes out at night, and because of the many sightings that throughout a large area of the decades, it's now firmly moved from a spooky story told in the woods to being a big part of the state's culture. And what of those sightings? Are any of them credible? Were any of the witnesses, say, the brother of a very famous French emperor and military commander? It's got to be Napoleon, right? Wait, Napoleon's brother has an interaction with the Jersey Devil. Okay. I mean, maybe not Napoleon. Why, yes, there were. Thanks for asking. I don't know much about Napoleon Bonaparte, but he had a brother called Joseph, who was no slouch himself in the leading stuff stakes, being king of Naples for a while, and then moving on to be king of Spain, as one does. I like how this guy's king of Naples, and then king of Spain, and he's like the lesser known Bonaparte. It's like never heard of him. Anyway, after it all went a bit tits up for his brother, Joseph moved to America and bought a nice big plot of land in New Jersey in a place called Bordentown. According to AmericanFolklore.net, the story goes like this. One snowy afternoon, the ex-king of Spain was hunting alone in the woods near his house when he spotted some strange tracks on the ground. They looked like the tracks of a 2-footed donkey. Bonaparte noticed that one foot was slightly larger than the other. The tracks ended abruptly as if the creature had flown away. He stared at the tracks for a long moment, trying to figure out what strange animal might this be. At that moment, Bonaparte heard a strange hissing noise. Turning, he found himself face to face with a large winged creature with a horse-like head and bird legs. Astonished and frightened, he froze and stared at the beast, forgetting that he was carrying a rifle. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then the creature hissed at him, beat its wings, and flew away. My daughter is now terrified of peacocks. We were at it's this like big outdoor kids play park, and they got like animals roaming around, and like we're standing there, and we're going on like, I don't know, some swing or whatever. And then there's a peacock, and it comes by, and it puts out all its feathers. And I'm like, hey, I call my daughter Romulus on the internet. Remus, come here, check out this peacock. And she's like, wow, it's so beautiful, Dad. And then we're just looking at this peacock, and then we decide, okay, let's go do something else. And then we're walking over, and she runs ahead of me, and the peacock chases after her with its feathers out, going, ah, like making this screaming sound. And she runs away, and she seems totally fine, and then she just bursts out in tears. And now she has like a complex around peacocks, because my wife bought like a new coloring book or whatever, and there was a giant picture of a peacock, and she says, I don't want to color that one in. I don't like that one. It was kind of scary. She was now terrified of peacocks. Poor little Remus. This was around the 1820 mark, making it quite an early sighting for the beast, and by a Bonaparte no less. I think that's the biggest celeb on the list of witnesses, the rest being normal people. Though AtlanticCounty.org notes prominent citizens or government officials were among the many who witnessed sightings of this creature. They included businessmen, postal officials, and policemen who had seen or heard the creature and saw his tracks left in the snow. So, let's move to 1909 now, when between the 16th and the 23rd of January, the creature was spotted all over a wide area from New Jersey into the neighboring states of Delaware and Pennsylvania. Hoofprints were spotted in snowy paths and on rooftops, suddenly vanishing, as though whatever made them flew away. Small animals and chickens were being slaughtered. People reported seeing a horse-headed creature with burning eyes. The term Jersey Devil hadn't yet been coined, so newspapers ran headlines such as Leeds Devil runs rampant in Jersey, Jersey biped has hoofs, uncanny tracks revive legend of devil seen long ago, many persons see Jersey's terror, and weird wild beast has Jersey's nerve. These are like the most, weird wild beast has Jersey nerve, get your paper here, roll up. It's like the most old school, like what... People had weird titles for shit in the past. If I called all my YouTube videos with titles like this, no one would click on them. Like, why is this historical shit? Other terms were thrown around, such as hist, jabberwocky, spitfire, and wazzlebug. Makes visit to Trenton. Wazzlebug, what the fuck? Most of these articles talk about people locking their doors after seeing a weird biped with hooves or seeing strange footprints outside. A Mr. and Mrs. Evans had a close encounter which was reported as Mr. and Mrs. Evans described the monster as being about 3 feet 6 inches in height, with wings 2 feet long on each side, a head like a collie dog, with a face on the order of a horse, long neck, and 4 legs. New York's The Sun newspaper ran an article with the title, What Ails South Jersey? Strange Conduct, even though this is the hot apple toddy season. Wait, what? It's like, there's a devil there, and that's really strange because we're all outside drinking hot beverages. How are those things related? The panic was so widespread that traps were set out and armed farmers went out in groups looking for the thing. On the 20th of January, the Inquirer published a piece titled, Hunting Expedition Seeks Strange Creature Which Has Left Hoof-like Tracks in Many Sections. It goes on to say, efforts of a party of young farmers living near Jacksonville to track the creature today proved fruitless. Hounds put on the trail refused to follow the tracks and with bristling hair and the picture of terror ran home. The farmers followed the tracks for nearly 400 miles when the hoofprints mysteriously disappeared. This is my old newscaster voice. Is that called Mid-Atlantic? Like how people always used to speak on the past in like movies and because they wanted to appeal to like British and American people, so they just chose an accent that was somewhere in between. And it does sound very in between. It's quite clever. The Philadelphia Zoo offered $10,000 for the capture of the Jersey Devil, which is nearly $350,000 today. You may be unsurprised to learn that nobody claimed the cash. After a week of this panic, in which schools and factories also closed down as either a safety measure or because of lack of people turning up, the story eventually fizzled out. Some papers printed stories of the creature having been electrocuted on a railway line, but as far as I can tell, the story was over as fast as it began. There were still periodic sightings over the years, almost exclusively under the Jersey Devil moniker, with many referring to a kangaroo-type body shape and red eyes. What was that, with a horse's head? The horse's head is like the weirdest part. Like, because a horse's head is massive. Like, that's a big animal, and it's just flying. As a sort of pterodactyl. Pterodactyl is like a horse-shaped head, right? But like more narrow and weird. Even recently, there have been sightings with a photo taken by David Black in 2015 purportedly showing what he initially thought was a llama before it suddenly flew into the air. Michael Robinson and his son Stephen Coulter saw a wild creature in a field in 2018 and snapped a few pictures from what they estimate to be about 150 yards away or 137 meters. Why does Michael Robinson have a son with a different surname? That's the least important thing here, but I'm like, wait, that doesn't make sense. I'm sure it does. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation, but I'm still like, that tripped me up. They are pretty grainy, but you can make out some vaguely horse-shaped thing, which they described as ghost-like and like a mirage. Oh, what a surprise. The picture of the cryptid is kind of blurry. It's 2018. You had iPhones. They also point out in a video on app.com from 2021 that they have driven all the way out to this field again 4 years after the initial encounter to talk about it. And if they were lying, they would have just said it was in the woods round the corner from where they lived in the first place. Wait, that's what they said? And it doesn't make... And it's like, oh, you obviously thought about it, didn't you? Which kind of discounts the whole thing. The Jersey Devil has made itself a popular presence in the cultural sphere too, with ice hockey team, the New Jersey Devils, being named after it. There's also the Jersey Devil Coaster in New Jersey's Six Flags amusement park, but this depicts the creature as more of an archetypal humanoid demon than as a horse-headed kangaroo with wings. This may be because the statue used in the queuing system was repurposed from an old ride called El Diablo, so they just had to maintain a consistent devil throughout. So that's the cheapest way to do something. It's like, yeah, we need a new roller coaster. Well, let's just take the old roller coaster and, I don't know, put a fucking horse's head on the devil and be done with it. The 5th episode ever of The X-Files featured the Jersey Devil, which I was going to go back and rewatch, but never got around to. But according to cryptids.fandom.com, quote, unlike more common and fantastic descriptions, the Jersey Devil of the episode is instead likened to a feral humanoid or possible subspecies of mankind. While this flies in the face of all the traditional descriptions of the creature, the lack of special effects budgeting in the early episodes of The X-Files undoubtedly forced the producers to make a more cost-effective version of the creature. So there's 44 minutes of my life that I saved myself. I don't know. X-Files is pretty good. I haven't seen it since I was a kid. It used to scare the shit out of me as a kid. I was watching the X-Files way too young. I used to watch it on Friday nights before Friends. Friends came on at 10, and I think X-Files was on from 9 to 10. And I'd always watch the X-Files, and then I'd have to watch Friends afterwards, because otherwise I'd go to bed and have nightmares from the X-Files. There are several movies about it, one of which, 13th Child from 2002, has an astonishing 2.9 out of 10 on IMDb, which still isn't as bad as Manos, The Hand of Fate, but it's definitely no Shawshank Redemption. It's also been featured in loads of books, other TV shows, video games, etc., so it's a bona fide member of the Cryptid Squad, even if its appearance has varied wildly over the years. Alright then, we've given it a fair shake. Now let's go back and decode this guy. Jersey. Sure. The origin story we're told at the start related to Mother Leeds, a woman who had already had a dozen kids, so cursed her 13th pregnancy, which then obligingly turned into a nightmare creature, which may or may not have killed her. Accounts vary. I can see where she's coming from, being so exasperated and whatnot, but maybe she could have done what my grandparents used to say in this situation and sewn Mr. Leeds' pajama bottoms up. Yeah, okay. Or they could have just used coitus interruptus. Saying that, it's effective. It's like, doesn't it have like the same effectiveness as condoms or something when like executed properly? Never thought I'd be talking so much about coitus interruptus in an episode of Decoding the Unknown. There are other variations on this story, such as a girl being cursed by locals for being pregnant with a British soldier's baby, which was a big treasonous no-no at the time, and a girl being cursed by a gypsy for not giving her enough food, but the Mother Leeds one is the one that stuck, probably because the Leeds family was populous and gave its name to Leeds Point in what is now Atlantic County, New Jersey. The whole 13th child element has a creepy ring to it, adding a nice gloss of superstition to the story. Oh, because 13's unlucky. I didn't even pick up on that. But hey, guess what? Mother Leeds was actually a real person. Yeah, but her birthing a demon, then it running up the chimney after murdering her and everyone else, it's not real. It's not how things work. This is one cryptid tale that actually has some roots in real life, and they go even deeper than this, but we'll come to that later. According to findyourgrave.com, because spoiler alert, she's dead, Deborah Smith was a Quaker woman in 1685 in Burlington County, New Jersey. She married Japeth Leeds, and they did indeed have 12 children between 1704 and 1726. What an exquisitely fun-sounding 22 years for Deborah. Oh my god. I had my first kid at the end of 2019. So just as COVID was popping off. And it's now early 2024. And me and my wife have had a second kid in that time, who's now 2. And the first one's 4. So they're all 2 and a bit and 4 and a bit. And it's so much easier than it was at the beginning. I cannot imagine having 10 more. Oh, it would take up so much of your life. No, I don't. I love my kids. But goddamn, those first years are tough.
Stu, what are you doing?
Making chocolate pudding.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Why on earth are you making chocolate pudding?
Because I've lost control of my life.
This puts us right in the window of the Jersey Devil's alleged birth year of 1735, and because of her enormous brood of kids, 6 girls and 6 boys, Deborah was indeed known as Mother Leeds. That's where the facts and fiction diverge, however. Deborah Leeds had 12 children, all of them named and accounted for in genealogical records, but she did not appear to have a 13th. If the timeframes are true, she would have been 50 when this 13th one was born, which I guess is not entirely unheard of, and we know she was a baby-making machine, but it's also not very likely. If she did have a 13th child, it might have died early, which is why there is no record. I think we can safely say that what it did not do was sprout rings, grow a horse face, develop a tail, and fly up out of the chimney. Mother Leeds has been cast as some sort of witch-inclined person in the story, with its inferences of curses and demonic things hidden in the backwoods, but this was not the case, as she was raised a Quaker, and if she converted to her husband's religion after marriage, she would have been an Episcopalian, which is a Christian denomination that's part of the Anglican community. Fascinating. The only thing I know there is, so you got Christians, then Anglicans, then Episcopalians. The only thing I know there is Christian. I don't know what an Anglican is. Neither of these entities encourages witchcraft, so it's likely that any salacious rumblings of what might have been going on in the Leeds house were just added afterwards to make the story more scary. The first sightings are given as having happened in 1735. However, I don't believe that there were any that early, and it was just the date given retrospectively for the birth of the devil. The next sightings of note weren't until the early 19th century with Joseph Bonaparte, etc., which was around 80 years later. It was almost 100 years after that the big newspaper panic of 1909 happened, and there have only been sporadic sightings since, with many inconsistencies in the appearance given by witnesses. In fact, when I saw some quite recent alleged encounters with the Jersey Devil on the website weirdnj.com, none of them sounded very similar, yet all claim it was the Jersey Devil. Mary Ritzer Christiansen described it like this, quoting, "The figure stood taller than a man by far, had thick haunches similar to a goat's, supporting its nearly human-looking torso and huge woolly head. Someone called Sonny Zed said it had no tail, no fur, its ribs showed, and it had a long and odd head with short ears that laid flat. It looked almost 10 feet tall." There are also several accounts of people hearing horrible screams or loud noises, but not actually seeing what made them. This is similar to the behaviors of our other old friends, the Sasquatch, and also whatever monster hangs around in Portlock in Alaska, which we did an episode on a while back, but I remember almost nothing about it. Hey, me neither! I don't remember nothing about this in about a year. I'm sure it was a good one, though. I'm sure it was, Katie. Because of the varied descriptions of this thing, it makes it hard to even work out if everyone's talking about the same creature, or whether there are in fact multiple weird things roaming about the pine forests of New Jersey. There's also, obviously, the power of suggestion, and it's easy to blame any unsettling encounters on the local folklore, as there are many mentions of people being told by local shopkeepers or whatever that what they experienced must have been the state demon, the Jersey Devil. Yeah, so anyone goes into the woods and sees something a bit weird, they're like, "Oh, it's that Jersey Devil. Tall, was he?" And the person's like, "Yes, horse's head, yes, definitely." It was very dark, but I did see that weird horse's head somehow flying like some sort of weird pterodactyl. For the record, Joseph Bonaparte did not see the Jersey Devil. He saw something that has now been forever enshrined as a large winged creature with a horse-like head and bird-like legs. And this was not a first-hand descriptive account from JB's mouth. It's just what people are saying now. And he didn't think, "Zuta Lord, the Jersey Devil." It was only a friend mentioning this later after Bonaparte told him of the sighting that linked the encounter with the legends. So, like, secondhand. So, basically useless and unbelievable. There we go. And even more damning, there's no actual written account by him anywhere of this encounter, so I think we could just chalk the whole thing up to being an exaggerated anecdote at best. And speaking of linking, let's fast forward to the Panic of 1909. While there were many articles from all over New Jersey and beyond, giving eyewitness accounts and photos of hoofprints, we can put this flurry of devil activity down to two things: a kind of mass hysteria and a man called Norman Jeffries. Oh, okay, hello Norman, new character introduced. Who are you? And why are you fucking up history? We got a situation. Amidst all the examples of newspaper headlines we gave, I did leave a tiny breadcrumb in there. The headline, "Jersey Biped has hoofs. Uncanny tracks revive legend of devil seen long ago." The wording of this is notable, as it points out that there had basically been no Jersey devil activity for ages, and now all of a sudden, here's the legend being dragged up again. And who is reviving it, and why? The perpetrator of this hoax, because yes, it was most definitely a hoax, has been named as Norman Jeffries, who apparently admitted to it a few years later anyway, so I think we can say it was safely him. A publicist who was formerly in the newspaper trade, Jeffries got a sniff of the old story and just decided to run with it. His obituary in the New York Times came with the subheading, "Former Philadelphia newspaper reporter gained fame by Jersey Devil hoax." So I think the cat's definitely out of the bag, or the devil's out of the pines, or whatever. It's kind of interesting, like Norman... What was his name? Jeffries? Norman Jeffries. This is the only thing, like, that you'll be... I remember making a video ages ago about some woman who, like, installed an illegal toilet or something in, like, the 1600s in London. And that is the only thing in the historical record about her, that she installed some illegal toilet that went wrong and, like, dumped some shit of hers in the street or something weird like that. And it's always... I don't know, I find it not depressing, but it's, like, just a little, you know... nihilistic, isn't it? Everything's kind of pointless. Like, this is all he's remembered for. Some Jersey Devil hoax. That's it. I'm sure he had led a rich, full life, old Norman. But this is the only thing that people remember him for. According to the Philadelphia Inquirer, which also published an obituary of Jeffries, reports that the Jersey Devil had reappeared aroused his showman instinct, and he used all the arts of a press agent to build up the belief in the legend. And build up belief he did. I'm not sure if it was him going around pressing horseshoes into the snow personally, but it was definitely him sending stories around to various papers, which in turn whipped the public into a frenzy. In a 2019 article from the Philadelphia Inquirer called "The Jersey Devil, the Tale of a Viral Story from 110 Years Ago," journalist Joseph A. Gambadello explains how this hoax works so well. Quoting him, "Two things should be kept in mind when reading the old stories about the devil. First is that journalistic standards in those days were, to say the least, loose, and newspapermen often did favors that were reciprocated with free meals or theater tickets or bottles of booze at Christmas. Second is that in the face of fierce competition, newspapers would seek to match stories in rival publications at any cost, even if the price was the truth." Yeah, wasn't this called like the yellow era of journalism or something like that? Where it's like, yeah, I mean, news was not really... I mean, there's a lot of fake news today, but in the past, it was even more like, it was just, you know, just stories were just made up. So basically, every paper was trying to outdo the others, and eyewitnesses may have been exaggerating, making it up to get their names in print, or were just totally fictional themselves. There was one hilarious alleged sighting that was printed, giving every stutter the witness said to convey how scared and out of breath he was as he raced to the newspaper office to tell his story. I'll just give you one part of the sentence as an example, but it was literally what the paper printed. "I saw only two vivid eyes and a shining row of teeth and a glowing tail."
Today, Junior?
Just say he was stuttering. Just say, he stuttered, "I saw only two vivid eyes," and so forth. Who writes like that? I don't actually know, as the article is clipped with no newspaper name given, but it was in circulation in New Jersey somewhere. A couple of papers eventually ended their coverage by reporting that the Jersey Devil had managed to short-circuit itself out of existence on the railway lines, which was a pretty neat ending. But if you had kept your finger on the page of this particular choose-your-own-adventure story, you could go back and forth and find another outcome for the beast. On January the 24th, 1990, the Ninth and Arch Museum announced that it was exhibiting the live captured Leeds Devil, as it was still known then. The poster shows a cute, derpy-looking dragon, which I don't think really captured the creature's essence, with this exciting text. Try and convey the exclamation marks in your delivery, Simon. Okay. "Caught and here, alive! The Leeds Devil, captured Friday after a terrific struggle, exhibited exclusively here at $1,000 a week. The fearful, frightful, ferocious monster which has been terrorizing 2 states. It swims, flies, gallops, exhibited securely chained. in a massive steel cage. A living dragon, more fearsome than the fabled monsters of mythology. Don't miss the sight of a lifetime. What is this going to be? How are they going to fake this? It's just going to be some weird, old school animatronic something like that. How do they do this in the past? It costs 10 cents to get in, which is about $3.50 these days, which is a pretty good bargain as you ask me, as that's how much it costs to go get a drink of water out of a vending machine where I live in California. Anyone venturing into the museum would see a large cage that was boarded up on 3 sides, with the one remaining side hidden by a curtain. The curtain would briefly be pulled aside, the animal would leap at the gawping crowds, and the curtain would swiftly be pulled back again. I wonder why they're doing that. Maybe to hide something, yes? But what was in the cage? It was large and winged, but was it really the Jersey Devil? Let me guess. No. Of course not. Although the actual thing in the cage sounds about as unlikely, it was apparently a tame kangaroo that had been fitted with fake wings and had feathers and other random bits of fur stuck on it. While this may seem far-fetched, Jeffries owned up to his prank several years later and explained what they did. Quote, "The curtain was drawn, a boy poked it with a stick, the devil uttered a yell and leaped at the bars, but it was brought up with a jerk by its clanking chains. The crowd swayed back against the wall and the curtain was quickly drawn again. The attraction was good for 2 weeks of crowded houses." Poor old kangaroo. This is pretty brutal to that kangaroo. Yeah, because animal rights and shit wasn't a thing in the past. People just do whatever the fuck they wanted. It's like, what are you doing this week? Oh, yeah, we got the kangaroo thing. What's up next week? Oh, we're just going to torture a pig. Fucking hell. It seems that this was a last-ditch attempt to save the ailing 9th and Arch Museum, whose publicist was, can you guess who? Norman J. Wow Jeffries. But it still closed down a few weeks later. So now let's move on to the more recent sightings. I mentioned a photo taken by David Black in 2015, but to be honest, it's totally laughable. While Black gives an interview with a straight face saying he saw something weird, the photo he took looks like a statue of a winged creature was thrown in the air. Even in the blurry photo, because of course it's a blurry photo, the thing looks rigid and not biologically able to fly due to the wings being too small to support the rest. Yeah, this looks super fake. Come on. Come on now. I'll show the image. You'll be seeing the image on the screen, but for people just listening, it looks like one of those classic fake pictures of a cryptid. Maybe coincidentally, a video was taken of another flying creature on the same day, 9 miles from Black's sighting. This video by Emily Martin was filmed in the alleged birthplace of the devil itself, Leeds Point. Black doesn't think this one looks exactly like his devil, but it definitely does look like a fake video. This was the general consensus from everyone who watched it, as the Jersey Devil was not once again catapulted into the headlines, unless you count ultra tongue-in-cheek things like, unfortunately blurry photo released of mystical Jersey Devil from Australia's 9 News website. That's the attention it got. Some random publication in Australia. Although maybe 9 News is massive in Australia. Either way, it's not a big deal. These crappy shots remind me of the Mothman episode we did, where I scathingly called a photo supposedly taken of the Mothman in 2016 a laughable, fake-looking attempt. The person who took the photos was never identified, but maybe it was one of these 2 pranksters trying their hands at another legend. The most recent maybe proof of the Jersey Devil comes courtesy of a 2018 series of snaps by Michael Robinson and his son, Stefan Coulter. The dude with the son with a different name. The pictures were taken from far away on a phone, and at first I thought the apparent creature in them looked very odd too, but the more I took a look at it, the more it just seemed to probably be a horse. It looks like a horse. I've got 3 frames here, which you'll also see on screen. If we can show the video without getting a copyright claim, we will. But it's a horse, ain't it? No shade on these guys, as they appear very earnest in their belief that they saw something they couldn't explain, but you do get the impression that they might be more open to this kind of thing than other people. As Michael says in a video on app.com, something is going on and we tend to believe it's a paranormal experience. I believe that this land we stand on right now is haunted. Haunting's not real. This isn't a real thing. You guys just want to see a demon because that's what you believe in. Steven then adds, it's probably one of the most haunted places in New Jersey, but it's unknown because of the legends circulating about the Jersey Devil. There's a lot more going on than just a creature that's, how do I put it, big talk to just Jersey. I think he meant something along the lines of a big deal, but it's phrases like there's a lot more going on and the fact that they believe in the paranormal that hints that they might have jumped to conclusions that others wouldn't have. Yeah, if I took that photo, I'd be like, oh wow, look at that horse. It's a horse, that's all. Look at that spooky-ass horse. They're far from the only ones, though. A poll taken by Fairleigh Dickinson University in 2023 found that 16% of New Jersey residents believe that the Jersey Devil is somewhat likely or very likely to be real, although interestingly the numbers are lower among those actually living in the Pine Barrens area. Yeah, I mean, because they're informed, because they've lived there. They haven't seen it ever. I have to say 16% seems low. I was like, I don't know, it's America. I feel like it could be 40% or something. Younger people are also more likely to believe in it than older people, which makes me think that maybe they were just more excited to be asked about a cool old legend and probably answered more with their hearts than their heads. Okay, so going back to recent photos, neither looked anything alike, which goes back to the issue of lots of different descriptions coming under the heading of the Jersey Devil. But maybe we should let this play out for a bit, because it's possible that some people have actually seen something. And well, if they did, what could it have been? Devil's in the details. Where did the whole weird mishmash of horse face, bat wings, and a tail come from in the first place? It's possible that this description came from ceremonies carried out by native Lenape or Lenni Lenape people. While European settlers pushed most of them off their original lands in the 1700s, they still lived around Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. The Lenape have a legend about a spirit called Murseng, which was also known as the mask spirit or living solid face, due to its long face, of which half was red and half was black. The spirit is also traditionally described as humanoid, big and shaggy, which has also linked it to the Bigfoot legend. Although it's possible that unsuspecting Quakers might have witnessed a ceremony with a person dressed in a mask and wearing a bearskin cloak or suit, and that planted the seeds for the Leeds Devil story too. If it was just a ceremony of some sort though, this mix-up would probably have come to light at some point, but as time went on, the Devil's claws just sank deeper and deeper into New Jersey folklore, with many sightings making mention of glowing eyes, wings, and a long face. You know what else has been described as having wings and glowing eyes? The Mothman. While his stomping ground is in West Virginia, it's not a million miles from New Jersey, and there are a few similar conclusions that we can draw as to what people might actually have been seeing. For instance, maybe a large bird. It's always a bit of a letdown when the winged monster you thought turns out to be a bird. But if it's one that's not usually seen in the area and it's dark, you may be forgiven for thinking that it was the local demon. The sandhill crane is a good shout, as it's usually pretty large, reaching about at least a Danny DeVito height and can have a wingspan of up to 2 meters. God damn, that's a big-ass bird. It also has a bright red patch around its eyes, and it can make quite a racket. The Pine Barrens is not its usual habitat, but something similar to a crane might have been responsible for at least a few of the sightings. Because the wings are a big part of most of the descriptions, it seems unlikely that it could be a normal ground-based mammal such as a bear, but with some descriptions talking about long-hoofed feet and horns, it may well have been a moose deer or even an elk, which were found in New Jersey until the early 1800s apparently. Basically, if people were actually seeing something, it's probable that it was a real-life animal that they mistook for something else. Yes, or they purposefully faked it, in my opinion. It could have also been a large predatory bird like an owl or an eagle carrying another animal away. Oh, that can make sense, making it look for a second like the winged creature also had arms or a tail. Just throwing out suggestions here. It could also have just been a big-ass owl. And how about a hammer-headed megabat? Is that a real thing? This is also a real thing. Okay, funnily enough, the initial reference I found to this was on the Find a Grave website, which suggested that maybe an African hammer-headed fruit bat might have been brought over on a ship and escaped into the pines. How big is a megabat? Can a bat have 2 wingspan? That's like some proper Batman shit. Hey, it's a theory. These bats are the largest to be found in Africa and can have a wingspan of about 1 meter. Okay, that's not that big, but it's still pretty big. That is really big for a bat. That scared the shit out of me. They also have long snouts, which could potentially fall under the heading of a horse-like face. Oh, there's a picture of it here. It does have a horse-like face. It's as if a horse had some sort of terrible tumor growing on its mouth. God, what an ugly creature. They also make audible honking noises, which, while they can't really be considered blood-curdling screeches, probably would weird you out if you heard them in the middle of the forest at night. So let's go back to the grainy, faraway photos taken by Michael Robinson again, because another candidate for an animal that has hooves and a face like a horse is, well, a horse. Are there wild horses roaming around the Pine Barrens? I don't think so, but there might have been in the 1700s. I also read an article on ancientorigins.net by Steve Pierce called Unmasking the True Identity of the Jersey Devil. I thought this was an unbiased piece at first, but eventually, after many hundreds of words, he writes, I connected the dots to reach the conclusion that the Jersey Devil was a dragon and a dino bird. Yeah, I feel like I've heard of ancientorigins.net, and I feel like it's one of these, History Channel, aliens built the pyramids kind of vibes. He then posts a picture from a medieval text which shows a thing that looks like a horse with wings in the corner and seems to take this as proof that a Jersey Devil type creature was in existence centuries ago. Bro. People drew dragons all the time. Doesn't mean dragons are real. It's a fictional creature. Like, what the fuck? He writes, please look at the creature in the upper right of the following image. To me, it looks like a bipedal winged horse with a long tail. This was published 669 years ago. I really don't understand his point here, as also in the picture is a dog with boobs and a monk's head attached to the body of some sort of 4-legged creature with a tail like a fish. Yeah, there's some... Oh yeah, the booby dog. Zoom in on that. That's really weird. There's some weird ass in this picture. Like, there's a weird creature with a human monk's head. None of these creatures have come into existence since this book was published. Yeah, there's a monk-headed dogs. I think we'd know about that. By the way, I mentioned to my daughter that I was writing the script, and she said, "Bro, they did the Jersey Devil so dirty. Why does it look like a velociraptor that skipped leg day?" Yes, my daughter calls me bro because she's a YouTube baby. But I was quite surprised because even she knew what I was talking about. Look, I don't think that the Jersey Devil exists as per the legends. For one thing, the biology makes no sense. Also, it'd be sent. Yeah, it just doesn't. It's not going to fly. It's got a weird, massive horse head. Also be centuries old by now, which is unlikely. So are people somehow still seeing the original creature, or has it mated with local fauna and produced equally cursed offspring? Or have we been thinking about this all wrong? What if the Jersey Devil was something real, but not an actual monster? And what do you mean by that? I hear you cry. Was the Jersey Devil something inside us all along? Was it the friends we made along the way? Was the Jersey Devil the Leeds family themselves? I mean, all questions might get answers to, I guess. It's all just made up, though, isn't it? Like, at different points in history, different people making different shit up. Boom. What? This is such an interesting side story. Remember Mother Leeds and her whole massive family? Of course you do, this script hasn't been that long. Well, while Deborah and Japheth Leeds were real people, there were many other people with the last name Leeds in the Pine Barrens and Atlantic County area of New Jersey. Apparently the Pine Barrens was not an ideal settler territory, given that the poor soil didn't support established European methods of farming, and I guess the name Barrens gives that away a bit. So, it became an area that poorer people ended up moving to, and also people with real or exaggerated reputational issues. Anyway, the people living in the Pine Barrens area became derogatorily clumped together and nicknamed Pineys, giving the area a sense of otherness and a place where more genteel members of society would not be caught going. This also made it a breeding ground for stories of weird things happening within this supposed community of less desirable people. Anyway, back to the real, historically confirmed Leeds family. One prominent member was Daniel Leeds, who was not married to Mother Leeds, but might have possibly been her father-in-law in real life. He was a surveyor and became an aide to Lord Cornbury, the first governor of what became New Jersey in the early 1700s. If you Google Lord Cornbury, by the way, the first thing that pops up are paintings of him in drag, although I've seen variously that A, this was a valid representation of him cross-dressing, B, it was satirical and purposefully insulting jab at him as he was not popular to say the least, and C, not actually of him. This rabbit hole is not relevant to this story, so I'm just taking a running jump over it, but a lot of not nice words have been said in his general vicinity. NYCLGBTsites.org calls him reputedly the worst British governor in America, and goes on to say his political enemies considered him half-witted, drunken fool, a tyrant and embezzler, and unfit as governor. He was eventually removed from office. Anyway, Daniel Leeds was tainted by association to Cornbury, so he was already off to a bad start. But this was added to the fact that he already incurred the rage of his neighbors by daring to publish an almanac in the late 1600s. It wasn't the sports almanac, Back to the Future 2. It was a book usually aimed at helping farmers by collecting information on the climate, calendar, sun, and moon rises and other astronomical comings and goings. His American Almanac was not a hit among his fellow Quakers, who thought that it was too occult and used inappropriate language. This turned out to be an It's Us of the Almanac situation, with his Quaker group buying up all the copies of his first editions and then burning them. Unsurprisingly, this led to some bad feelings between the parties, and Daniel Leeds left the Quakers and continued publishing his almanac. It seems his interests were quite at odds with the general Quaker beliefs anyway, as in 1688 he published The Temple of Wisdom for Little World in 2 parts, which is subtitled The First Philosophical Divine, treating of the being of all beings, and whence everything hath its origin as heaven, hell, angels, men and devils, earth, stars and elements. It's a bloody long subtitle, mate. He also cranked out the anti-Quaker The Trumpet Sounded Out of the Wilderness of America in 1699, so by the time he started working with Cornbury a couple of years later, he was already reviled within the community. Now you might be wondering what all of this has to do with anything, but things got so bad with Leeds periodically popping out anti-Quaker pamphlets as well as his almanacs that the founder of Quakerism himself, George Fox, ended up publishing his own pamphlets which didn't mince any words. One was called Satan's Harbinger Encountered, being something, by the way, of an answer to Daniel Leeds, which according to the website owlcation.org, accused Leeds of working for the devil. Are some cogs starting to turn here? It gets even better. Daniel's son, Titan Leeds, name your kids whatever you want them to be, took over the almanac business when Daniel died and ended up in a feud with one of the future founding fathers himself, Benjamin Franklin. Titan is a badass name though. If I had another kid, I'd call them Titan. Middle name of industry. Franklin had started his own almanac under a pseudonym in 1732 called Poor Richard's Almanac. I've heard of that. It was a hit, but in an early edition, he aimed a shot at the already established Leeds Almanac by saying, just published for 1734, Poor Richard, an almanac containing the lunations, eclipses, planets' motions and aspects, weather, sun and moon's rising and setting, high water, etc., besides many pleasant and witty verses, jests, and notable sayings, thanks to the public for his last year's encouragement, of his wife's good humour, of his prediction concerning the hour, day, and minute of Titan Leeds' death. Mr. Leeds' character remarks upon the almanac published for 1734 in Leeds' name. He had previously given Titan's time of death as October the 17th, 1733 at 3:29 p.m., at the very instant of the conjunction of the Sun and Mercury. Predicting someone's death in print isn't cool, especially the supposed exact time in a popular publication. Needless to say that Titan Leeds didn't die, as per Franklin's prediction, but when he wrote about the issue in his own publication, calling Franklin false predictor and conceited scribbler amongst other things, Franklin carried on his hilarious joke by saying that it must be Titan's ghost talking to him and he must have risen from the dead. Benjamin Franklin's funny dude. The feud went on for several years, with Franklin having a massive advantage, as according to HoosierKin.com, he owned and operated the printing house that churned out Titan Leeds, his main competitor's almanac. This crucial advantage allowed Franklin to read Leeds' attack and respond to them in Poor Richard's almanac before Leeds' publication even went to press. Sounds like old, what was his name? The writing dude. It sounds like he needs a different publisher. Franklin's decision to commence and stir this farce of a feud did indeed boost his sales. Titan Leeds died in 1938, and Franklin did a callback to his supernatural jape in a 1940 edition of his almanac, where he wrote of Titan entering his brain through his nostril and writing, "I did actually die at that moment," Leeds' ghost confessed, precisely at the hour you mentioned, with a variation of 5 minutes and 53 seconds. So let's put some things together, shall we? We've got an outcast Daniel Leeds writing all sorts of occult and eccentric stuff who has been publicly pronounced to be working with the devil. He had several wives, all of whom died. We have his son, Titan, being publicly accused of being a ghost, and he actually dies at almost the same time as the legendary Jersey Devil is supposed to have been born. Let's add one more factoid into the mix. When Titan looked over the almanac from his dad, he changed the cover to talk about the Leeds family crest, which featured 3 wyverns on a shield. In case you're wondering, I absolutely was. What a wyvern is, it's a mythical dragon-like creature with wings, 2 legs, and a long tail. The 3 fighters on the 18th century covers of the almanacs look not unlike some descriptions of what became known as the Jersey Devil. Yeah, fair play. I mean, it's a bit of a stretch, but you can see it. I'm looking at it right now. You're probably looking at it as well if you're watching it. But it's kind of just like one of those old school coat of arms drawings. So I mean, really, it could look like anything. If you recall, the creature was originally known as the Leeds Devil. Might it not be the case that suspicion, prejudice, gossip, bad blood, and religious and political issues actually cast Daniel and/or Titan as the titular Leeds Devil? The creature we think of now wasn't really known as the Jersey Devil until after 1909. So has this whole thing just been a misunderstanding all along? Cryptids.fandom.com writes, "It is possible that the creature's origins in the Pine Barrens from the Leeds family were a form of social discrimination taking the form of folklore. The creature's fearsome reputation, combined with the foul reputation of the family it came from, would only encourage locals to avoid the region for fear of being caught by the Jersey Devil." Cabs are here. I think it's possible to see the actual genesis of this thing now. A maligned family with a strange-looking winged creature as their family crest got the nickname of the Leeds Devil or the Monster of Leeds. If you recall, the founder of the Quakers called Daniel Leeds Satan's Harbinger, which wasn't particularly nice of him. This Leeds Devil name referred to real people, but there was a lot of concern around them thanks to their non-conforming ways, so stories were probably exaggerated, built upon, and got more and more twisted over time until the origin story double-bagged to become an actual monster being born into the Leeds family. A few weird encounters with unidentified but probably real animals over the decades, a shot in the arm for the story via a media hoax, and we've reached the present day, where the Jersey Devil has been adopted by New Jersey as part of its cultural heritage. I must say that before I started this, I had no idea there was some actual real backstory to this legend, so that was a pleasant surprise, as I'm usually just harping on about the lack of any actual evidence of a cryptid's existence. Yeah, I mean, so some of the people in the story are real, but as I always say, like, King's Cross is real. Platform 9 3/4 is not. There's Platform 9, there's Platform 10, there's nothing in between. Just because some elements of a story are true doesn't mean that the more fantastical ones are. Although it does add a good amount of legitimacy rather than just making it all up. So, do you now believe that the original Jersey Devil was the Leeds family themselves, or are you convinced there's a horse-faced monster flapping around in the Pine Barrens? As usual, a lack of physical evidence or convincing or even semi-convincing photos or videos puts this creature in the category of the fictional, but at least this one has more interesting history than most. And one last thing. Right at the top of the episode today, I said that the Jersey Devil is the official state demon, which is how it's presented in a myriad of places. When I went back to proofread the script, I thought I'd check the date that was put into place and found a newsletter from the New Jersey State Library. It basically said that the Jersey Devil had never been officially legally adopted as the state demon, and people have been throwing a date of 1939 around, as this was the year a book called New Jersey, A Guide to Its Past and Present was published. Inside, it called the Jersey Devil the official state demon, but also said things like the demon went to the University of Hell and was working on his doctorate, so I think we can all take that with a pinch of salt. The newsletter article ends with, the idea that the legendary Jersey Devil is the official state demon of New Jersey is itself an urban legend. So while that will probably burst some people's bubbles, I'm glad I went back and checked. Yes, it's kind of how just misinformation goes around, isn't it? Just repeated and repeated. And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. If you're listening to us as a podcast, please leave us a review, a rating, wherever you get your shows, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, all that good stuff. And I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of Decoding the Unknown. I'm Simon, your host here. What happens one of my writers, in this case Ilza. Thank you, Ilza. It's written me a script. Who put Bella in the Witch Elm? I have no idea what that title means. Is that like someone has been ensconced in a tree, like an elm tree? I have no idea. That's the format of the show. Never read it before. We're going to read it together, dear audience. So let's just jump into it. Around 30 minutes outside of Birmingham lies the village of Hagley, a pretty standard English village complete with noble estate, Hagley Hall, and its adjacent grounds, Hagley Park, which is home to the wonderful named Hagley Wood. In 1758, Lord Littleton, owner of the nearby Hagley Hall, built the Witchbury Obelisk on Witchbury Hill. In recent years, the obelisk has become renowned for its graffiti, asking about a certain witch elm tree. Okay, it's very specific graffiti. Witchbury Hill, the Witchbury Obelisk, and the Witch Elm have nothing to do with witches, which is quite ironic, as we'll later see. Oh yeah, I didn't think they would, because it's spelled W-Y-C-H, not W-I-T-C-H, so I guess I was ahead of the game on that one. Other than a love of repetition and a wonderful opportunity for wordplay, nothing much ever seemed to happen in Hagley. But that all changed in 1940 when the German Luftwaffe, started dropping bombs on London and industrial cities like nearby Birmingham as part of the Blitz soon after the start of World War II. Times were tough, but against the backdrop of the hardships caused by the war in Europe, another tragedy, closer to home, led to a mystery that has never been solved and a question that has yet to be answered. Who put Bella in the Witch Elm? I still have no idea what that means. The story of Bella is filled with contradictions and imaginative theories. Trying to figure out what is fact and what is fiction is a quest worthy of a Knight of the Round Table. As such, the story you're about to enjoy, hopefully, is both a look into the mysterious case of Bella and an attempt to dispel some of the more persistent and most likely false theories. Perhaps clearing away the vines of fiction will allow armchair detectives to focus on the facts and finally solve the riddle. I mean, maybe. I do look forward to the day where it's like Decoding the Unknown. It's like, holy shit, figured it out. We solved the mystery. I mean, some of them we have, but it's not like we solved the mystery. It's like Atlantis, right? My favorite example is always Atlantis. What happened to the lost city of Atlantis? It was never real. It was a metaphorical device by Plato. That's it. There's no Atlantis. Stop it. Oh. But I mean more for us to solve a mystery, be like the special episode of Decoding the Unknown. So without further ado, let me present you the story of Bella in the Witch Elm Tree. A body is found in Hagley Wood. On April the 18th, 1943, 4 teenage boys, Robert Hart, Tommy Willits, Fred Payne and Bob Farmer, could not think of 4 more, typical British names. This dude's literally called Robert Farmer. God damn. Were making their way through Hagley Wood, Worcestershire in England. Sorry, Worcestershire. Spelt Worcestershire. Why, England? Why?
Why?
Wait, people eat birds' eggs? I mean, sorry, that sounds really dumb. Chickens are birds. Ducks are birds. But the eggs of birds that you find in the forest, don't they have little birds inside? Because they're fertilized. They're not just random eggs from the... Where do eggs come from? What is called something specific? I'm not as dumb as you think I am right now. A battery farm. A chicken battery. The big building full of chickens. Regardless of what they were doing in the woods, they were trespassing on Hagley Hall Estate, private property belonging to Lord Cobham, catching a glimpse of what they assumed was a nest in the crook of a deeply unsettling wych elm tree. One of the boys, Bob Farmer, climbed into the creepy tree, straight out of Tim Burton's Sleepy Hollow, to get to the eggs. Only it wasn't a nest with an egg, it was a skull. Holy shit, okay. It'll be like, what's in here? Brains. This not what you wanted. But why is he eating, like, wild birds' eggs? I mean, I know the war was, like, tough, and, like, there was rationing and stuff. I only very recently found out that rationing only applied to some things. Like, there was still plenty of vegetables and stuff. You could still eat, like, I don't know if it's potatoes, but you could probably eat all the potatoes you wanted, or broccoli and stuff. It's like, yeah, you were missing out on meats, but it's not like people were starving. Farmer initially thought it was the skull of an animal and was suitably impressed with the find. However, when he picked it up, the skull wasn't that of an animal. It was the skull of a human. There was still a small patch of rotting flesh and lank hair attached to the skull. Ugh. Now freaked out by the find, the boys promptly put the skull back where they found it and skedaddled. The young trespassers were understandably terrified. They may have uncovered a murder, but more importantly, they had been trespassing at the time, which could land them in serious trouble, so they made a pact to keep their discovery a secret and never tell another living soul about what they found. I mean, trespassing, I'm not sure how it is in the past, but it's not a crime. It's a civil offence. So they could, Lord Cobham could sue you. Maybe the law was different in the past. Maybe trespassing was a criminal offence. But you haven't done anything to be sued for. So, I don't know, it seems like you're going to get away with this scot-free, and you should probably report the fact that there's been a murder, boys. But kids are going to be kids. The pact held for a couple of hours before the youngest, Tommy Willits, spilled the beans to his father, telling him all about what the boys were up to and their grisly discovery. To his credit, Mr. Willits, instead of shrugging it off as a mischievous prank or the imagination of a child, immediately contacted the police. The police went to investigate, and it didn't take long for the gruesome discovery to be confirmed. Only it wasn't just a skull. In the narrow space of the hollow trunk of the wych elm tree, an entire human skeleton was found, curled up, with the knees drawn up to the chest. Wait, it was literally... I was kind of joking when I said there was literally a woman ensconced in a tree, but it seems that is exactly what's happened. Well, almost an entire skeleton. One hand had been severed, and the bones of the hand were scattered around the tree. What? That is mega creepy. Does that sound creepy? Yes, it does! Those are a nice same page, but hold that thought, we'll get back to that. Well-known forensic scientist Professor James Webster, the then director of the West Midlands Forensic Science Laboratory, was called in to examine the bones. Despite the limitations of forensic science in 1943, Professor Webster managed to learn quite a lot from the skeletal remains. He determined that the skeleton was that of a woman, around 35 years of age, who had probably given birth to at least one child. She was quite short, only around 5 feet, that's 1.51 meters, and from the hair still stuck to the rotting piece of flesh on the skull, Webster could tell that she had light brown hair, and she also had irregular teeth. I mean, of course she did. She's British. We all have irregular teeth. Except for us who've had them fixed. But you could see my past videos to see my irregular teeth. And now we come to the first of many conflicting details. Some reports claim that Webster identified a lower jaw deformity. However, according to other reports, he was actually referring to the overlapping frontal incisors that can clearly be seen in photographs of the skull. Wait, so that means that the teeth were overlapping the bottom ones? Like that, right? Weird. I mean, not that weird. Of course, it's possible she had both the deformity in her lower jaw as well as the distinctive upper teeth. But the point is, it was the kind of mouth a dentist would remember. I mean, yes, but aren't dentists also seeing all sorts of crazy... Like, they must see the wildest stuff there. Oh my god, I do not... Like, when I go to the dentist, it's like I brush my teeth beforehand, I have some gum, I make sure I don't eat any horrible tasting foods, make sure I'm not hungover, this kind of stuff, because I don't want the dentist to have to deal with that. And then I realise, God, I'm being really nice, because people must come into the dentist with some, oh, what's going on? I've just got a bit of toothache. And the dentist looks inside, and it's like, oh my god, You have multiple infections in your teeth and they all need to come out, and that smells horrible. Police contacted every dentist in the area, hoping someone would recognize the distinctive teeth and or jaw deformity, but no one had records for a patient that matched the woman in the tree, and missing persons reports didn't turn up anything either. Most of the women's clothes had rotted away, but some scraps remained, and the police were able to determine that she was wearing a mustard-coloured skirt with a blue and yellow striped cardigan. Wow, okay, so she's been there for a long time for her clothes to rot. She also wore a light blue belt, a peach-coloured taffeta petticoat, and probably wore blue crepe-soled shoes as one she was found at the scene where she died. The scraps of clothing that remained were described as poor quality in the press. The shoes were traced to the Waterfoot Company in Lancashire, but all 6 of the owners of that particular model of shoe were eventually found. There were only 6 pairs of shoes? I had to read back through that. They manufactured a, run of shoes for 6 people? What's going on in the past? 6 pairs were sold at a market stall in Dudley, around 11 miles, 18 kilometres from Birmingham, and the stall holders didn't keep any records of who bought the shoes. If the victim had bought her shoes at the stall in Dudley, it probably meant that she was local. Here's a promising lead, but it led nowhere. The woman was also wearing a rolled gold wedding ring, a thin strip of gold bonded to the outside of a brass or copper ring. It was a cheap alternative to a solid gold wedding ring. This suggests she was either married, or if she was a single mother who had had the child out of wedlock, she might have been pretending to be married, as an unwed mother in the 1940s would have had a hard time. Webster determines that the woman had been dead for about 18 months to 2 years, meaning that she most likely died around October 1941, and he believed that it was murder. I mean, well, yeah, someone's hidden her body in a tree. Sounds pretty murdery. A piece of peach taffeta, most likely from the woman's petticoat, had been stuffed deep into her mouth, suggesting asphyxiation. He felt that it was an unlikely place for a suicide, and he couldn't see how a woman could slip and get stuck inside a hollow tree trunk. Yeah, this being suicide, that is a bit of a stretch. It's like, well, how did she decide to kill herself? Well, she found an empty tree, she curled up inside, and then she decided that the best way to kill herself was to rip off a piece of her clothing and shove it in her mouth until she suffocated. That never happens! No one's died that way! He believed she was intentionally shoved inside the hollow trunk feet first, shortly before or after death. Rigor mortis, the stiffening of the joints and muscles, sets in around 2 hours after death and would have made it impossible for a killer or killers to shove the body into the narrow tree trunk. Some people have pointed out that rigor mortis only lasts between 1 and 4 days, so the body could have gone in the trunk after rigor mortis passed. However, by then you have the decomposing body on your hands, 1 day if you're lucky, 4 days if you're not, which many fans of CSI will tell you comes with its own host of problems. Oh yes, it's gonna get pretty ripe pretty quickly. Regardless of when the body went into the tree, the forensic scientist cried murder, and since he was there and we weren't, it'll be his word that we're trusting. However, I completely agree. I would not think this would be suicide. It's a very bizarre way to die. However, the taffeta in the woman's mouth presents a bit of a problem. According to the Evening Dispatch of the 29th of March 1943, I recently learned of the word dispatch rather than dispatch. I ordered some clothes from a British company, and they were like, your order has been dispatched. Like, instead of dispatched, dispatched. And I'm like, what? Is that a typo? And I look it up, and it's like, no. It's how we in Britain are supposed to say something leaving, I think. Dispatch rather than dispatch. Interesting. I mean, not really. Let's carry on. Anyway, in this Evening Dispatch, March 29th, 1943, it was Robert Hall, not Bob Farmer, who discovered the skull. Apparently, the boys raked the skull out of the tree with a stick and then put it back in the tree using the same stick with a piece of fabric wrapped around the tip and wedged into the mouth of the skull. Okay, if the taffeta was torn from a petticoat, as suggested by Webster, this scenario doesn't make a lot of sense. Did the boys rip the taffeta from a petticoat and wrap it around the stick? I mean, probably not, right? Because they used the stick to get the skull. The skull is going to be, close to the body. So they would have been quite far away. What are they going to do? Use the stick to rip off the clothes? Something's not right here. Another report also mentioned a police officer at the scene for some reason thinking that a piece of taffeta lying near the skull had been in the mouth and had fallen out, so he dutifully put the cloth back in the mouth. Unfortunately, by the time the police got to the body, the scene had already been greatly disturbed by animals and the 4 boys, so whether the strip was stuffed in her mouth by her killer or whether it ended up in her mouth sometimes after her death will forever remain a mystery. It seems a bit unlikely. Well, the boys, they didn't do it, because no. And whether this, other police officer who just isn't mentioned, he's just, this by name, No, I think it was in there when she died or after she died. Not after the body was discovered. The fact that the woman was found stuffed into a hollow tree trunk in the woods on private property did have three important implications. Firstly, since she probably went into the tree trunk before rigor mortis set in, she was most likely killed at or very close to the spot where she was found. However, a lot of time had passed, so there were no clues to find. Secondly, stuffing a fully grown adult body, especially a dead one, into a hollow tree trunk is not easy. That's a lot of dead weight to lift. It wasn't obvious from the ground that the trunk was hollow, and Bob Farmer had to climb the tree to find the skull, so we're talking about a trunk at least shoulder high. While some people would certainly be able to lift a dead body shoulder high and stuff it into a hollow tree trunk, it's more likely there was more than one killer, or at the very least, more than one person involved in hiding the body. Maybe. Didn't we say she was 5 foot? So like 1.5 meters? That's very short. And also I imagine so, it's the past. People are kind of thin, especially poor people, as it seems she was because of the ring situation. So I don't imagine she was particularly heavy. Finally, and this is the detail that many theories about the Hagleywood murder completely overlook, whoever stuffed the woman into the tree probably knew it was there. You don't go lugging a dead body around the woods hoping to stumble across a conveniently hollow tree trunk before rigor mortis makes your life even more complicated than it already is, seeing as how you've got a dead body on your hands and all. So unless the killer, or more likely killers, had the luck of Beelzebub on their side, at least one of them probably knew the woods and knew where to find a hollow tree. After the discovery of the Hagleywood murder, as it was known at the time, the police decided to check their own records and discovered 2 reports back in 1941 when the woman probably died that looked promising. A local businessman and a schoolteacher separately contacted the police to report that a woman was screaming uncontrollably in the woods. The police did visit the scene, but couldn't find anything, so the sound was chalked up to foxes. Yeah, foxes have you'd be like, what? If you don't know what a fox's scream sounds like, you'd be like, what? Why would they think it sounds like foxes? Because foxes sound creepy AF. Like, they sound like screaming children. It's scary. I used to live in a house in the countryside, and you'd hear these foxes at night screaming. You'd be like, oh, it's creepy. I don't like it. After the body was found, the lead was revisited by detectives, but like all other leads, it didn't turn up anything useful. Around 19 months after the body was discovered, a handbag was found in Hagleywood in November 1944 by Special Constable R. Shepherd. Of course, everybody involved with the case immediately wondered if the bag possibly belonged to the woman found in the tree. The brown leather lady's handbag was discovered some distance from the wych elm. The bag was empty, covered with green moss and falling apart, so the police reckoned that it had been exposed to the elements for quite some time. After checking police records, it was discovered that the bag belonged to Dr. Dorothy Edith Markham and had been stolen from her car parked on Hagleywood Lane on December 16, 1939. There are some tales floating around on the internet claiming that an identity card was found. The police apparently traced this card to a woman who didn't even know her card was lost and claimed to have never been near Hagleywood. There is nothing to support this ever happened, however, the story probably has its roots in this bag, which turned out to have nothing to do with the Hagleywood murder. In the 1940s, police didn't have the technology we have today, so DNA testing wasn't an option. However, technology has come a long way, and many cold cases have since been solved using DNA. Unfortunately, that's not an option anymore. Webster donated the skeleton to Birmingham University, apparently for further tests, and from there, the skeleton mysteriously disappeared. Yeah, I mean, but universities lose shit all the time, I'm sure. The West Midlands police have confirmed that they don't have the body either. The pathology reports probably went into a police file, but these two have apparently been lost. This led to some speculation that there was something on the remains, or in the pathology reports, that someone was worried would be noticed in a follow-up investigation, so the skeleton and the pathology reports were made to disappear in order to protect someone, perhaps the killer, or someone who had stolen the victim's identity. Now, disappearing skeletons are certainly a bit mysterious. However, before we consider the possibility of a cover-up, we need to remember that universities, especially medical schools, have hundreds, if not thousands, of skeletons. Yeah, I mean, I can see why people would jump to cover-up, but I don't think so. In fact, Britain has a particularly large collection of academic skeletons of archaeological interest. The Centre for Human Bioarchaeology in London houses over 20,000 sets of remains from all time periods. Oh my god, you got a big warehouse full of bodies. Considering that the skeleton went to a university, it's possible that her remains got mixed up with other bones, or that the box containing her remains weren't properly marked and catalogued. She's probably still at the university, but no one has had time to check every single set of remains, hoping to find the skeleton of a woman who died in 1941. Anyone affected by the death of the woman in the wych elm are all dead and gone. We would love to solve the mystery, but to the victim and those closest to her, it really doesn't matter anymore. The case of the woman found in Hagley Wood was sad, and the police spent as much time and resources as they had available to look into the case. However, the tragedy of World War II eclipsed the horror of a single woman found in the woods, and with no real leads, the case soon went cold. Yeah, wartime? Like when your country's at war, no better time to be a serial killer. If you were thinking, I should get into this serial killer game, just wait until war comes. Because, the police are busy, everyone's busy, the newspapers are busy. I bet the amount of crimes that go on during wartime at home go up massively. The graffiti adds to the mystery. With war raging and people having other priorities, the case didn't get as much attention as it would today. However, 6 months after the skeleton was found, someone decided to remind the good folks in Birmingham and its surrounding areas about the unidentified victim. The first piece of graffiti was discovered at Hayden Hill Road, Old Hill, and read, "Who put Lubella down the Wych Elm?" However, the message wasn't connected to the murder of the woman found in Hagley Wood until the next message appeared on the wall of some empty premises on Upper Dean Street in Birmingham, reading, "Who put Bella down the Wych Elm, Hagley Wood?" ? Now that the graffiti artist had spelled it out, the police made the connection. The message continued to appear over the next several months in different formats until it eventually became the standard question that we know today: who put Bella in the Wych Elm? It appeared someone knew the victim, or at least suspected who the victim was, and perhaps knew more about the death of the mysterious woman in Hagley Wood. The police also had a name, Bella. The police, they rechecked their missing persons list looking for a Lubella or Bella, but they came up empty. They asked for anyone missing a Bella to contact the police, but this led nowhere. The name Bella stuck though, and the Jane Doe found in Hagley Wood has been known as Bella ever since. Failing to find a missing Bella, the police asked for the artist to come forward, but no one ever did. Police believe the original messages were all written by the same person and claimed that the writing on the wall was way too high to have been done by boys. The graffiti was always being done at night or in the very early morning hours, leading to some speculation that it was done by someone coming into the city early in the morning with farm produce. The blackouts at night to prevent towns from being spotted by enemy bombers made it very easy for the graffiti artists to get their work done and disappear into the dark. Was the graffiti meant to be a clue, or was the killer just taunting the police? Worse, was it just a prank by someone who knew absolutely nothing but was eager to keep the mystery alive? Yeah, I think it's that. If someone is doing graffiti, they're already a little bit naughty. So how much of a stretch is it to be like, well, yeah, they were a bit naughty and they just wanted to maintain this prank thing going on? The graffiti is one of the reasons this case still captures the imagination of so many, and the original writer was never identified. In the years since, the phrase, "Who put Bella in the Wych Elm?" still showed up sporadically in Birmingham and its surrounding areas, the most recent graffiti appearing in 2016, although it's now probably the work of a copycat, unless the original killer is shuffling around Birmingham with a walker and a can of paint. Theories. So far, no one has been able to answer the question haunting Birmingham and its surrounds. We have no idea who put Bella in the Wych Elm. We don't even know who Bella was, if in fact that even was her name. Over the years, a number of theories have been suggested, mostly involving espionage. However, witchcraft is another fan favourite, so let's see if any of these theories can shed any more light on the mystery. I don't think it's that mysterious. Someone murdered a random woman and hid her body in a tree that they'd probably discovered on a walk at some point. And that's it. That's it. There's no greater mystery here. People are really finding something out of nothing. A spy among us. It's not espionage. It's not witches. It's just someone got murdered. The idea that Bella had something to do with espionage isn't that far-fetched. Okay, Ilse, let me hear it. Birmingham was the third most bombed city during the Blitz. It was considered an important industrial and manufacturing centre, and if you add in the munitions factories dot in the Midlands, you have a prime target for the Luftwaffe. And if the Luftwaffe considered it important enough to bomb into oblivion, it's not outside the realm of possibility that Germany had a spy or two operating in the area. One of the first stories suggesting espionage came from the pen of a journalist for the Express and Star, Lieutenant Colonel Wilfred Byford Jones. In the fall of 1953, Byford Jones, under the name Quaster, wrote a series of very sensational articles about the murder that took place in Hagley Wood, because even back then, nothing sold papers like murder. Nothing gets views like murder. On November the 18th, 1953, he received a letter from a woman named Anna with a return address in Claverley, claiming that she knew what happened to Bella and that it had nothing to do with witchcraft, black magic, or moonlight rites. Well, I could send that same letter. I'd be like, yeah, I've heard of this death of this Bella woman. It's got nothing to do with magic. How do you know that, Simon? Because magic's not real, is it? Big brain. In fact, there was only one person who could solve this mystery, but alas, he had conveniently died insane in 1942. All she could reveal was that Bella was Dutch and she'd arrived in England illegally in 1941. The editor of the Express and Star wisely sent Anna's letter to the police. The police investigation had not turned up any leads in a while, so obviously the police were quite interested in Anna and what she had to say. Perhaps she could shed some light on the mystery. They made an appeal for Anna to come forward, and on December 3rd, 1953, Anna finally sent another letter to Byford Jones. She agreed to meet with him and officers of the Worcestershire CID at the Dick Whittington pub the next evening. It's not like come down the station. It's like, no, I'm meeting in the pub over a few pints, my dear. Oh, the past. It was the best. That was December the 4th to tell her story and hopefully help the police in their investigation. Now, there's no actual record of this meeting between the police, the journalist, and this mysterious Anna at the Dick Whittington on the night of December the 4th, 1953. However, 5 years later, in 1958, a newspaper article appeared in which Byford Jones claimed that he had been sworn to secrecy about the meeting that night. But after seeing an interview with a pathologist on television who stated that the woman in the tree had been identified, though this wasn't the case, Byford Jones felt he was now free to tell his story about meeting with Anna 5 years before. And what a dramatic story he had to tell. According to Anna, late one night in April 1943, an officer and a relative of Anna, who's never named but is the main character in the story, arrived at Anna's house and told her that something terrible had happened. Since Bella died in 1941, we're not off to a great start. The officer had been driving somewhere with a male trapeze artist. As you do. A friend of his, as well as a Dutch national, and a woman named Bella, all in the back seat. Bella was sitting between the two men. As the car was descending Mucklow Hill in Halsuin, something happened. We don't know what, and the woman collapsed. The officer stopped the car, but the two men in the back told him that the woman, Bella, was dead and that he had to keep driving. Anna describes the circuitous route the men took, but eventually they ended up in Hagley Wood, where the three men proceeded to stuff the body of the woman into a hollow trunk in the wych elm tree. Why? You didn't kill her, she just died. Which, I mean, it's very unusual, she's young and just there, but people die? Like, why do you need to hide her body in a tree? The officer was understandably terrified, and the next night he returned to the woods to double-check what he thought happened actually happened, and he wasn't imagining things. Sadly, the body was still in the tree where they left it the night before, so it wasn't some kind of fever dream. Can you imagine waking up? You're like, oh man, I had a dream that I killed someone last night and hid them in a hollowed-out tree. What a crazy... I should go check. Like, no, dude, it either happened or it didn't happen. The officer suspected that both Bella and the Dutch national were German spies, and he believed Bella was murdered because of this spy connection. Anna also claimed that the officer sometimes came home with large sums of money, and he couldn't explain where the money came from. The whole incident with the woman ending up in Hagley Wood affected the officer deeply, so much so that he had a nervous breakdown and finally died in a mental hospital. Oh, okay, so they're hiding the body, like, because she died, and if they find it, then he's a spy, and they're his spy people who maybe get the information from him. His handlers, that's the word I'm looking for. Maybe. And so they didn't want her to be found for any reason. According to Byford Jones, some of the facts in Anna's story were verified, but this mysterious Dutchman could never be found. Neither could the trapeze artist. Honestly, I'd forgotten about him. Byford Jones also claims that at this point, MI5 was brought into the case. However, there's never been any confirmation from MI5 that they had any interest in the case of the woman found dead in Hagley Wood. I mean, yeah, but I don't think MI5, which is like our... is it FBI? It's like domestic intelligence. NSA? Something like that? No, that's GCHQ. Look, domestic terrorism, spying, this kind of stuff. It's an entertaining story, but is there anything to it? As it turns out, Anna was actually a real person, Una Hainsworth. In December 1953, police took a statement from Hainsworth, though whether this was at the same meeting so delightfully embellished by Byford Jones is unclear. Una's version of events is less fanciful than Anna's, though there are some similarities. In 1940, Una was married to Jack Mossop, who was employed at the Standard Aero Works at Coventry. Jack had a friend, Van Raalte, who always had a lot of money despite not being employed. Una believed Van Raalte was Dutch and to spy for the Germans. Jack would often have lots of money after meeting this Van Raalte character, so she suspected her husband of being a spy as well. It does sound pretty spy-y. I mean, but they could also just be involved in any other illegal activity that just gives lots of cash. Like, today you'd be like drugs, but in the past it could have been, I don't know, a whole lot of shit. In March or April 1941, husband returned home at around 1 a.m, white as a sheet and agitated. He told her that he'd been down at the Littleton Arms with Van Rout and the Dutch piece, presumably Bella, when things got awkward, whatever that means. They left the Littleton Arms, Mossop getting into the driver's seat, and the Dutch piece got into the car next to him with Van Rout in the back. The woman fell over towards Mossop, and he told Van Rout that she'd apparently passed out after having too much to drink. Van Rout directed Mossop to Hagley Wood, where they stuffed the unconscious woman in a hollow tree and left her there, either as a prank or to teach her a lesson. The drunken mind is a terrifying thing. God damn. To teach her a lesson? She just drank too much. You don't shove her in a tree in the woods. Take her home and put her to bed. What's wrong with you? Mossop returned home, and Van Rout apparently disappeared off the face of the earth, never to be seen again. Between April and December of 1941, Mossop seemed nervous and was drinking more than usual. He had a lot more money to spend, despite being absent from work quite often, and he would sometimes leave for a couple of days, never telling his wife where he went. The past. The man could just disappear and he'd be like, "Oh, welcome home, dear. Where have you been?" "Nowhere. It's been 3 days." Okay. Una finally had enough. Can you imagine that going on in modern day? Just like, I'll go off to work one day and just come back like on Thursday, like several days later, my wife be like, "Where have you been? What the f***?" It would be a major problem in my relationship unless I had a bloody good reason. Like literally being kidnapped. Una finally had enough and left Jack in December 1941. Can't blame her on that one. On one occasion after leaving him, she was trying to get some of her stuff back when he told her that he thought he was losing his mind as he kept seeing the woman in the tree leering at him. In June 1942, Una learned that Jack had been admitted to the mental hospital at Stafford, where he finally died in August 1942, probably of a stroke. Whoa, he had a quick decline. She left him in 1941, and he went insane and died of a stroke a year later. Una only told her story 12 years after it all supposedly went down, by which point anyone who could be questioned to verify her tale had died or couldn't be found. She claimed she hesitated because she only made the connection between the story Mossop told her and the woman found in Hagley Wood after the body was found, and she didn't want to get any further involved because she had since remarried and had 3 young children. Una's story is nowhere near as exciting as the one supposedly told to Byford Jones by Anna, but it does seem slightly more plausible. The police didn't find her to be a very credible witness, though, since she had a lot of debt and possibly told a story in the hopes of getting a monetary reward. Yeah, I don't really buy. I still think it's just a simple murder. It's like as appealing as the spy one is. I think it's just someone just murdered her and shoved her in a tree. While I doubt very much that things went down the way Una described, I'm not entirely convinced we should ignore the story altogether. Okay then. A friend of Jack Mossop also told the police that Jack often took off from work and had a lot of money that he claimed he inherited. Mossop wasn't mentally stable enough to be a spy, but he might have been involved in the black market. If he was moving in dodgy circles, spending a lot of time in pubs and bars, he may have overheard something about a woman being murdered and dumped in a tree, and his drunken, unstable mind filled in the rest of the story. Unfortunately, that doesn't bring us any closer to finding out who Bella was and what happened to her. To further bolster the spy theory, a possible candidate for who Bella might be was linked to an actual German spy, Joseph Jacobs. Many articles report that Jacobs was a Gestapo agent, but that's false. He was actually an agent for the Abwehr. He had a bit of colourful past which made him unsuitable to serve as an officer in the army, but apparently spy recruiters had less scruples, so Jacobs was recruited and trained as a spy in Hamburg. I suppose it should be Jacobs, right? How do the Germans say that, J? Jacobs? Joseph Jacobs, something like that. Jacobs? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound like something a German would say. On the evening of the 31st of January 1941, Joseph was dropped off near Cambridgeshire in England. Having never practiced a parachute jump or landing, which seems a bit of an oversight, he broke his ankle in the attempt. Instead of setting off on his spy mission, he spent the night in an English potato field belonging to Dove House Farm, covered in his parachute and smoking his supply of cigarettes all through the night. By the early morning, the pain had become too much and he fired some shots into the air looking for aid. Not long after, he was finally found by 2 farmhands. One stayed with Joseph while the other went to find the police. Joseph was searched and the police uncovered a wireless transmitter partially buried, 2 identity cards, one in the name of James Reimer, lots of cash and a photo among other things. Uh-oh. You're going to be a POW for the rest of the war. Rightfully assuming they'd caught themselves as a spy, Joseph was arrested and sent on to London. What's important to our story, however, is the photo. Wait, treason? Right, spying back in the day. Isn't that going to get you the death penalty? That was like the last crime in the UK, I believe, that had the death penalty attached to it, and it was abolished in relatively modern times. The photo was of a woman, and on the back of the message it read, "My dear, I love you forever, your Clara." Landau, July 1940. After a moment of understandable paranoia, MI5 was able to determine the handwriting was most likely German, and Landau was a city in southwestern Germany. It wasn't just an odd spelling for London. Well done, MI5, you geniuses. When I thought Landau, I was like, oh yeah, she definitely misspelled London on The Spy from Germany, rather than Landau, Germany. Jacobs claimed that the woman in the photo was his lover, German cabaret singer Clara Bauerle. His story changed quite a bit every time he told it, but it seemed like, according to Jacobs anyway, Clara was also a German spy, and the plan was that she'd join him in England. However, he failed to make contact, seeing as how he spent his only free night in England lying in a potato field, so Clara's mission would most likely have been cancelled. Quite a few articles claim that Clara Bauerle had lived in the UK and performed in musicals in the Midlands before the war. She even spoke with a Birmingham accent. None of this is true. Jacobs himself said that Clara started English lessons in Hamburg with him. This wouldn't be necessary if she spoke fluent English with a Birmingham accent. In fact, Jacobs insisted that Clara had never even been to England. The confusion probably arises with another Bauerle, Clara Sophie Bauerle, a German national born on the 29th of June 1906 in Stuttgart. Clara Sophie had arrived in the UK on the 10th or the 20th of October 1930 and had left for Germany at a later unknown date. The Central Register of Aliens was... I do like how people like foreigners in a country are referred to as aliens. I like that. The Central Register of Aliens was informed that she had left the country for Germany on June the 21st, 1932. There's no evidence that she ever returned to England after that. It seems strange that a spy would carry a photo of a fellow spy in his pocket. However, he was caught one day after arriving, so James Bond the man was not. The date on the photo is also odd. It was signed July 1940, but Jacobs claimed that he only met Clara in October. His explanation for that was that Clara was a capricious woman who was always giving him picture postcards of herself with various dates. This seems like a very weird explanation to me. It is. Doesn't seem to make any sense whatsoever. You could come up with a better excuse. Like, she just got it wrong. She's a bit slow. I don't know. Something better than like, oh, she sends me postcards with random dates on purpose. Why? Why? This seems like a very weird explanation to me, so he's probably hiding something. I'm guessing an affair, since he was a married man, and he was not married to Clara. Uh-oh. Carol Richter, another Abwehr spy caught by the English, claimed that he'd met Joseph and Clara several times in Hamburg, but didn't consider Clara to be a very attractive woman. He also mentioned that she was very tall, something Bella in the Wych Elm certainly wasn't. However, the theory that Bella was none other than Clara Bauerle, though how she ended up in the Wych Elm was never explained, persisted. It's not her. She's tall. This woman's 1.5 meters. She's 5 foot. That's really short. Come on. In 2016, Giselle Jacobs, the granddaughter of Joseph Jacobs, tracked down Clara's death certificates. She has a great blog about Joseph and spy things, which is worth checking out when you're done here. Clara Bauerle, full name Hedwig Clara Bauerle, passed away in a Berlin hospital on the 16th of December 1942. She was suffering from a lung infection, possibly pneumonia, and died of veronal poisoning. Clara Bauerle is not Bella in the Wych Elm. Okay, well, there we go. That bit of the mystery solved. Of course, conspiracy theorists were quick to point out that we can't trust German war records. If Clara Bauerle was a spy that parachuted into England, perhaps the records were falsified to cover this up. However, I personally think we have to start somewhere, and until proven otherwise, I'm going to assume that the hospital records of a random Berlin hospital are in fact correct. Yes, which I mean, of course it's possible that they were fabricated, but it's like, yo, prove it. Like, that's where the burden of proof is. It's like, yeah, okay, possible, but until there's some proof, it's a conspiracy theory, because it's crazy. Was the extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence? So there we go.
What fucking evidence do you have?
As for Joseph Jacobs, after he healed from the broken ankle and was thoroughly interrogated by MI5, he was charged with treason, tried, and executed by firing squad on the 15th of August 1941. Well, there we have it. Don't be a spy. Treason's a serious crime. He has the dubious honour of being the last man executed at the Tower of London. In 1968, writer Donald McCormick revisited the espionage theory in his book Murder by Witchcraft. McCormick wrote quite a few history books, but his work has been torn to shreds by the academic community. Okay, so let's not call them history books. Alternate, what's it called? Is it alternate history? No, that's like when, like The Man in the High Castle or whatever. What's it called? pseudo-history, pseudo-science, pseudo-something, like the ancient alien stuff. According to some critics, his claims were controversial, while others have labelled him a fraud and a liar. Their words, not mine. Please don't sue me. His theory on Bella reads like spy fiction, complete with ex-Nazi spies, informants, recruiters, and even one ex-Nazi living in Paraguay under an assumed name. Of course, he never explained how he managed to find this secretive South American Nazi. I bet Mossad would have been very interested in his contacts list. According to McCormick, aspiring operating in the Midlands during the war, aspiring so successful the British government never found out about them, but McCormick did. Apparently a female spy, codenamed Clara, parachuted into England and was never heard from again. One informant leads him to another informant, who eventually leads him to a contact in Amsterdam who claimed that Clara could have been a Dutch woman named Dronkers, first name unknown, who was involved in the occult, which brings us to the whole witchcraft angle, but we'll get into that later. Oh, please. This is so silly, in my opinion. Not a statement of fact, allegedly, but it's like, this is obviously nonsense. McCormick also talks about a German recruiter whose Dutch mistress was well acquainted with Britain. Apparently, she had an unhappy love affair with a man living in Starbridge, about 5 miles from Hagley Wood, before the war. She had lived in England for around 5 years and spoke fluent English with a Birmingham accent, all sounding very familiar, isn't it? The South American Nazi claimed to have met this woman, and her description fits Bella very well. She was intelligent, attractive, around 30 years old before the war, and had irregular teeth. It's almost like McCormick saw a newspaper report describing Bella before writing his book. Oh, he did he? He thought the woman was Dutch, which fits very well with the Una Mossop story. The mistress may or may not have been the spy codenamed Clara, who may or may not have been the woman found in Hagley Wood. Some online articles even claim that McCormick identified the spy as Clara, or Clara Bella Dronkers, a relative of the executed spy Johannes Marinus Dronkers. Dronkers was a very bad spy who was arrested, tried, and executed toward the end of 1942, and his wife apparently died in Amsterdam, so it's doubtful that this mystery woman had anything to do with Dronkers. While McCormick's theory is convoluted and downright contradictory at times, he never mentions the name Clara Bella, so where that came from is another mystery altogether. McCormick has no proof for any of his theories, and since much of his research relies on stories told by ex-Nazi agents hiding in Paraguay, none of it can be verified. I think we can safely relegate his theories to the realm of fiction. Yeah, what did the academic say? It's been thoroughly destroyed by academia, torn to shreds by the academic community. Yes, so let's just ignore Mr. McCormick and his silliness. Considering the title of McCormick's book, Murder by Witchcraft, it's clear that he was more interested in the witchcraft theory than the spy theory anyway. So, where do the witches come into the story? The witches did it. Right from the start, clues as to what could have happened to the unfortunate woman stuffed into a witch elm were scarce. And to their credit, the police actually followed up on any and every clue that came their way, including the supernatural ones. And that brings us to Margaret Murray. Why would you follow up on the supernatural clues, police? Stop it. Margaret Murray was an Egyptologist, archaeologist, and folklorist, teaching at University College in London from 1894 to 1935. She wrote a series of books focusing on witchcraft and claimed that Bella's death had the hallmarks of the occult. Murray thought the name in the graffiti, Bella, referred to the word belladonna, or deadly nightshade, a plant that's been linked to witchcraft since the Middle Ages, and suggested that Bella was possibly killed by occultists and perhaps was even a witch herself. She based her theory on 2 case points, the amputated hand and the tree in which Bella was found. Right in the beginning, I mentioned that the skeleton was mostly complete except for a missing hand. According to some articles, the hand had been cut off and buried, while others state the finger bones of the hand were scattered around the tree in an almost ritual fashion. The one thing they all agree on, and which drew Murray's attention, is that the hand was separated from the body. This reminded Murray of an occult practice to create the Hand of Glory. To make a hand of glory, the hand of a criminal, a thief or murderer, had to be cut off while the criminal was hanging on the gallows. The hands cut off had to be the hand used to commit the crime. The hand, once pickled and dried, became an object of great power. It could send the occupants of a house into a deep trance. So it was very useful for thieves. Can you imagine someone sets this up, they go in and it's like, yeah, we got a powerful hand. And they go in and just someone shoots them because they're like, why aren't you in a trance? It's like, well, the pickled hand isn't doing is it? Obviously, you're stupid.
What a stupid idiot.
It could protect you from evil spirits, disable an attacker, and even lead to buried treasure. So, the removal of the hand suggested to Murray that the occult was involved. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me. There's nothing to suggest that Bella was a criminal, and she wasn't hanged. She was murdered and stuffed in a tree. If a hand was cut off, whoever cut it off left it there, which kind of defies the whole point if your goal was to create a hand of glory. As for the tree, according to Murray, several pre-Christian European societies believed that burying criminals or witches inside a tree would trap the spirit of the individual in said tree. This would make it hard for the spirit to then go and take revenge on those who put it in the tree in the first place. According to Celtic folklore, the witch elm also protects the dead, and on a more practical note, makes really nice coffins. All of this led Murray to theorize that Bella might have been killed for committing a crime against her coven. Guys, isn't it easier to just be like, yo, she was a woman who was murdered and her body was hidden in a tree? Like, do we need to pursue the whole witchcraft and spy angle? She was just murdered and stuffed in a tree! It's not that complicated.
Calm down, calm down.
The murder of Charles Walton in Lower Quinton, 40 miles from Hagley Wood on Valentine's Day 1945 further cemented Murray's theory of an occult connection. This theory gets a bit convoluted, but do bear with me. While working on his farm, Walton was stabbed by his own scythe and then pinned to the ground, though through the throat, with his own pitchfork. According to McCormick, a cross was carved into his chest. However, I think we've determined that McCormick is not the most reliable source. As for how this murder relates to witchcraft, in 1875, a woman was murdered in Long Compton, 15 miles from Lower Quinton. She was rumoured to be a witch and was killed ritualistically and pinned to the ground with a pitchfork. Her killer, James Hayward, was described as simple-minded by kind folk and a village idiot by the less than kind. He was tried for a murder but spent his life in an asylum where he told anyone who would listen that he was a witch hunter and would kill more witches if they ever let him out. Wisely, they never did, and as far as I can tell, he died in the asylum, which with an attitude like that is kind of where you belong, mate. However, the idea of secret groups of witch hunters going around hunting down witches and Satanists, even though it happened 60 years before Bella was found in the Witch Elm, certainly went a long way to convince folks that witches were to blame. Some articles claim that, according to local legend, Hagley Wood was also associated with witchcraft. However, in my limited experience, most woods are associated with witchcraft. A more diligent journalist asked local people about the rumours of witchcraft, but they all agreed that if witches were performing moonlight rituals in Hagley Wood, they'd never heard about it. With no other leads to follow, the occult theory was as good as any, so the police considered it. But finally, they decided that the hand was most likely separated from the body due to animal predation and decomposition, not by an angry satanic coven. I suppose it's possible that cutting off the hand was symbolic, but I find the black magic theory to be a little bit far-fetched. Yes, me too. And obviously, much of this doesn't actually mean that magic and witches have to be real. Like, people can believe in it and it can lead to these things, like people trying to make the hand of God or whatever. But I just still don't think it's likely at all. The police also couldn't find any evidence of a coven operating in Hagley Wood during or even before the time that Bella was probably murdered and stuffed into a tree. So, odds are we're not dealing with witches here. More realistic theories. The stories about spies and witches and spies that were witches captivated the public imagination and are still the first theories mentioned in almost every article or podcast ever created about the case of the murder in Hagley Wood. Ah yes, because they get better clicks and retention when you're like, oh, spies, witches, rather than just some British dude being like, I'm really sorry, but it's all nonsense. It was just a woman who was murdered and stuffed in a tree. In it. In 1944, a local sex worker contacted the Birmingham police to report the disappearance of another sex worker, Lou Bella, who used to work the streets around Hagley Road. Apparently, Lou Bella had gone missing around 3 years before, so around 1941, the same time Bella died, and considering that the first piece of graffiti asked who put Lou Bella down the Witch Elm, this seemed like a very good lead. The police thought it was possible that Lou Bella or Bella was lured to Hagley Wood and murdered by a client or someone posing as a client. They looked into the lead, but nothing ever came of it. A few articles suggest that Lou Bella was eventually traced to her mother's address, but I couldn't find anything to confirm this. Another theory placed the blame on gypsies. Apparently, in 1941, a group of travellers had camped out in the vicinity of Hagley Wood. Depending on who was telling the story, Bella was either murdered by the travellers, or she was herself a traveller who was murdered by her own people for some reason. It's unclear if the police ever took this seriously, but the theory seems to be rooted in people's suspicion of travellers rather than any concrete evidence. The police concluded that the most likely theory was that Bella was a transient and wasn't reported missing since there was no one to miss her. Hagleywood became a popular place of refuge during the Blitz. It wasn't uncommon for people to go there to seek shelter from the air raids. So, Bella probably lived in Birmingham, and when the air raid started, she found shelter in Hagleywood, where she ran afoul of someone with murderous intent, or perhaps it was a rape gone wrong. However, people in distress can manage amazing feats. It's possible that Bella did manage to get into the tree by herself if she was scared enough, but once the danger passed, she couldn't get out, and no one heard her calls for help. Perhaps the woman screaming in the woods in 1941 was Bella, but by the time help arrived, she'd already fallen unconscious, and so was never found. Yeah, this is way more likely. This just seems to be like, well, that's it, isn't it? Personally, I think she was murdered by someone who knew the area. The cheap wedding ring and the fact that she'd probably given birth makes me wonder if the killer and the father of the child was the same person. Usually the way to go. Hagley Lane was a popular lover's lane where couples would go to do what couples do. It's possible that she was killed during a lover's quarrel, or perhaps by a jealous partner who knew about the tree and never reported her missing. If anyone asked, he could claim that she died in an air raid while visiting relatives. There was a war on, no one would have questioned it. Yeah, which is why, if you want to be a serial killer, do it in times of war. A new clue. In 2018, British anthropologist Caroline Wilkinson from Liverpool John Moores University created a facial reconstruction of what Bella might have looked like when she was still alive. Wilkinson had previously made a facial reconstruction of King Richard III when his remains were uncovered in a Leicester car park back in 2012. How the mighty have fallen. Harsh. Wilkinson and her team were hired by Pete Merrill and his 15-year-old son Alex as part of their research, and the final reconstruction was first published in Alex's book, Who Put Bella in the Wych Elm? Since Bella's skull disappeared along with the rest of her skeleton, Wilkinson and her team had only photos of the skull to work with. Using 2D images to create a 3D model provides some challenges. The flattened planes on the image leads to a loss in perspective and a loss of key details like how deep the eye orbits are. However, valuable clues provided by the photo gave Wilkinson and her team a good idea of the shape of Bella's nose, the general shape of her jawline, and the size of the mouth and the thickness of the lips. Bella's distinct protruding teeth could also be seen on the photo, and the bit of scalp still attached to the skull gave an indication of hair length, possible style, and possible colour. Without the skull, the reconstructed image is an approximation at best, but it's still more than we had previously. The hope was that someone going through old family photos tucked in a shoebox in the attic might recognise Bella, or perhaps someone who had a family member go missing in the late 1930s or early 1940s could find photos to see if Bella was their lost relative. So far, no one has come forward, so the mystery of who Bella was and who put her in the tree remains unsolved. I feel like this is one of those things that might get solved with more time, because computers are getting real smart all the time, and there's these big websites like MyHeritage and Ancestry DNA, where I found a picture of my great granddad, back in World War I, in his uniform, in a parade photograph or whatever. And I'm like, oh my god damn, it kind of looks like my family. You can see, he's definitely my family. He's got the vibes of my family. And surely, that picture will be plugged in, and then there'll be all these historic photos of people, and the computer will be like, bing, boop, boop, found them. Conclusion. There has been some criticism toward the police about how the case was handled, and about how the skeleton and the police reports went missing. However, there was a war on. The majority of able-bodied men who could fight, including coppers, had been called up for military service, so the police force relied heavily on volunteers. Resources were limited, and people were going missing all the time. Homes were destroyed in bombing raids, so people fled the cities, leading to an influx of strangers that often disappeared as quickly as they appeared. Trying to keep track of who was living where was a near impossible task. Considering the challenges, the police did the best they could, and it appears that they did quite a bit more than some police forces today. For those who love visiting dark, macabre sites, I have bad news. The creepy wych elm that served as Bella's grave is long gone. The trunk was so narrow, the tree had to be chopped down in order to get the skeleton out. However, have no fear. It's possible that Bella's ghost is still roaming the woods and visiting the pub opposite Hagleywood. Apparently, the spirit haunting the pub isn't malevolent, just a bit of a nuisance, opening doors and moving things around, as ghosts apparently love to do. Yeah, I mean, if they were real. So perhaps Bella is patiently waiting in a pub, throwing back some ale or having a cup of tea for the final clue to be revealed, and the mystery that was her life and death to finally be solved. And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you for being here. Leave a review, a rating if you enjoy this podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.